Chapter 261. The Spirit-style starship penetrated the unknown red force field. The legendary twin Earth was right in front of him. Chang-Chi was extremely shocked. He never thought that he would see such a scene. There was nothing in front of him. There was no twin Earth that was exactly the same as the Earth in the thick defense force field. The surroundings were dim and lonely. The red force field blocked most of the sunlight in space. It was not bright here. Squinting, there were a lot of dust floating here. They were very small and invisible. But among these dusts, there are some small shiny particles, which are only slightly larger than the dust, but can barely illuminate the surrounding space, so other dusts floating slowly around can be seen. In the distance, there is an area with relatively dense dust, in which some small luminous particles are scattered, extending far away, very evenly, shaped like a stream of water, and also like the Milky Way in the universe. Could this be the so-called liquid water? Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Is it the red force field that interferes with human detection equipment, making people mistakenly believe that there are planets and water here? It was very quiet and dark all around, without any danger or even any sound. Could it be that the higher beings were not here at all, or had they moved away? Or was the twin Earth itself a fictitious concept? After a moment of silence, a faint light flashed in the deep sky, the spirit-style starship flickered, and Chang-Chi, wearing a biological mask, slowly walked out of the hatch. Feel everything around. The cosmic environment was consistent with the outside world, with standard cosmic temperature, no oxygen, and no gravity, and had to rely on the Pioneer gravity weapon system for suspension. At this moment, a trembling sound suddenly came from the surrounding space. Stupid inferior people. If you continue to move forward, this will be your burial place. We have technology far superior to yours, and we have even learned the truth of the entire universe. This is a huge level leap. In our eyes, you are not even as good as ants. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Superior people do exist, they are in a place that they cannot see, or in space. Chang-Chi then released his unique ability, sonar simulation, to explore the space of thousands of kilometers around him. After getting the result, Chang-Chi paused for a moment. Could it be? In a huge palace made of silver material. On the majestic throne sat an extremely strong bearded man, wearing a silver metal headband on his forehead, and in the headband was a crystal red dot emitting red light. Below the throne, standing in 2 rows, stood a group of people wearing silver cloaks, with unclear faces. King, those low-class people are too aggressive. King, although they can't break through our defense system, they are like fleas, annoying. King, we need to use some means to deter them. The man on the throne raised his head slightly. Judging from his facial features, he was a standard human being, except for the flashing high spot on his forehead, which showed his identity as a superior person. King, an inferior person actually entered our defense shield. King, this is a situation that has never occurred since the formation of our civilization. King, we have fully turned on the detection equipment. The energy is burning madly, and we will soon be able to scan his appearance. The man on the throne suddenly raised his head, and his eyes burst into a light that made people tremble. Our existence cannot be spied on. The man on the throne spoke in a deep and rich voice, with some strange resonance. Preheat the alpha-level gray particle star destroyer cannon. I will annihilate him in an instant to show that we cannot be violated. You are very special. You can come here. Chang-Chi suddenly heard a deep and rich voice with some strange resonance. Chang-Chi realized it. The words stopped just now were directed at the human fleet outside. It took them half a minute to detect their existence. The detection device of the advanced people was a little slow. We are not on the same level as humans. We don't bother to be enemies with humans. I give you 10 seconds, get out. It seems that you are not allowed to move. At this moment, a ray of light flashed in front of Chang-Chi, and a projection suddenly bloomed in the void under his feet. A majestic figure half a body taller than Chang-Chi slowly emerged. He had a fierce beard on his face, and a silver headband on his forehead, with a red light spot shining on it. The figure spoke with dignity. I am the king of the higher humans. It is your honor to talk to you in person, but my civilization is no longer prepared to indulge you. At this moment, the sound of other instruments came from behind the man. Alpha-class Great Particle Star Destroyer Cannon Launch Countdown. 10, 9, 87. Outside the Twin Earth, Commander Luo's fleet was moving at an extremely slow speed. The order to advance 20,000 kilometers needed to be executed. But they could go as slow as possible. Everyone's heart was shrouded in a haze, and the front seemed to be the end of their lives. If you dare to advance another 1,000 kilometers, we will launch a final attack. Commander Luo was sweating profusely when he heard the warning from the other side. 3, 2, 1. Alpha Class Great Particle Star Destroyer Cannon, fire. Chang-Chi opened his eyes. He saw a white beam of light like an embroidery needle blooming from a speck of dust in front of him. Swoosh! The beam hit Chang-Chi's chest, and the Type 1 biochemical armor reacted passively, condensing a density block on Chang-Chi's chest. Ding! The embroidery needle was bounced away, tumbling in the air, and then with a snap, it exploded like a cannon, forming a white light spot about the size of an apple, releasing bursts of heat, blowing Chang-Chi's bangs. Afterwards, the white light spot slowly faded, and the attack ended. Chang-Chi raised his head slightly, and looked at the void projection of the High Man All-King. The High Man All-King with a big beard on his face was twitching at high frequencies. Chapter 262. About 3.5 billion years ago. The universe is vast, and even if the probability is low, it can accommodate all coincidences. On the Earth in the solar system, there is a nucleic acid molecule wrapped in phospholipids, forming the first single cell. 1,400 years ago, there was also such a large molecule wrapped in phospholipids in the distant Cygnus. However, the latter exists in a space in human theory, the quark space. Quark is a word invented by human scholars. It has always represented tiny, very tiny, beyond people's cognition, and unprovable tiny. The quark space is not a multidimensional universe, but is in the same space and time as all humans. The difference is that their size unit is 10 to the negative 20 to 30 times that of humans. That is the legendary microscopic world. What you see now is our universe. I can't pretend anymore, I'm going to show my cards. The high-level Omni King trembled and said, in your perception, a space the size of the Earth is our 93 billion light-year universe. Every grain of dust you see is our celestial body, and the shining ones are stars, and we are a microscopic civilization. So that's how it is. Chang-Chi felt unbelievable. He had just discovered the abnormality of these dust particles through sonar simulation, but it was too microscopic and very blurry, which made Chang-Chi speculate whether the so-called advanced people had shrunk themselves through some technology. Now it seems that although they are small, it is not their intention, but the law of the universe. So, that glowing dust belt. Chang-Chi slowly raised his hand, pointed forward, and opened his eyes slightly. It is really the Milky Way. The proportions are wrong. That's our Kroll supercluster, similar to the Milky Way. You have it there too. The High Man King cried. Also, the action you just raised your hand smashed our 3 colonized planets. Chang-Chi paused subconsciously. How many High Men did I just kill? The High Man's eyes were filled with tears. It's okay, we have advanced technology, and the residents have interstellar escape devices. Chang-Chi was stunned. The feeling in his heart is indescribable. The legendary twin Earth is not the Earth, but a miniature universe, and the higher humans are actually extremely tiny organisms. They should also have their own evolutionary history, and they also come from the division of cells, but their size is 1/1000th of that of humans. The so-called big and small in the universe are constantly changing under different environments. The Earth is very big, but the volume of the Sun is 1.3 million times that of the Earth. The Sun is very big, but there are about 400 billion suns in the Milky Way. In the observable universe, there are about 100 billion to 200 billion galaxies, and the size of some of them is billions of times that of the Milky Way. What is macroscopic and what is microscopic? This seems to be a false proposition. Everything depends on what scale you are at. The edge of the universe only exists in human speculation. Even in this era, humans have just explored the edge of the Milky Way. What is the edge of the universe? What is outside the universe? Will it be like the cosmic cell theory, that the universe in human cognition is just a speck of dust in a certain space? The existence of higher people seems to prove this point. The volume of their universe is just a planet in the cognition of ordinary humans. Wow! What you see is my current 3D projection. Every second it exists, it will consume about 400 years of energy storage of our civilization. The High Man King cried silently. The previous high-power sound wave was about the same. Chang-Chi tilted his head. So, everything you do is just a fox pretending to be a tiger. Please don't turn your head anymore, wow. The High Man King stared. To the right of your head, there are 600 of our scanning starships floating, with more than 30,000 crew members inside. Chang-Chi's eyeballs moved, and he seemed to be able to see a few needle-sized stars on the right side, but that was all. He tried his best. Thinking of the previous Alpha-class Great Particle Star Destroyer cannon, that kind of thing should be able to destroy a galaxy in the world of advanced people. It is so powerful that it can destroy the world. As a result, Chang-Chi's right breast is still a little warm. No! Chang-Chi looked at the Omni King projection. What is the red force field outside this planet? The mighty and powerful Omni King shivered and said, that is not our device, and we cannot make such a device. It is the natural conditions here, just like the rules of the universe. I think there should be something like that outside your universe, just like regional protection. Regional protection? Chung Chi's expression flickered. No wonder he couldn't understand that form of energy. It's not right. Chung Chi stared at the Omni King. Why would a superior person enter our world? Why are they the same size as us? The King of All raised his hand and pointed to the dark space in the distance. He was a holographic image, so he was not afraid of destruction. In the distant space, there was a rusty brass device with a diameter of 10 meters for Chung Chi, which looked like a dilapidated boiler. That, I guess a long time ago, an advanced civilization came to us and wanted to observe us. But they didn't seem to completely break through the regional protection of the universe. They were all corroded, leaving only this thing. The King of All said with trembling lips, that equipment can magnify us and our objects by 1.45 times 10 to the 26th power. Chung Chi opened his eyes. So powerful. Woo woo woo, our ancestors discovered this equipment when they were exploring the universe, and used it to magnify themselves, and this equipment can also teleport us through the regional protection. They encountered you humans, as you said, and they signed a peace treaty to ensure that we are not spied on. We can't stand being spied on here. The King of All was already in tears. Before, it was my management error. Some of our residents here escaped through that device, and went to your society to show off. What are they pretending for? We are the inferiors. We led you here directly. Chung Chi took a step and approached the device. Ancestor, please don't move. There is our Milky Way in front of you. That equipment has no energy and cannot be activated. I beg you. Dad. Dad. The High Man King collapsed and yelled, which stunned Chung Chi. But the king waved his hand, and hundreds of extremely weak light spots, dragging something like a piece of sugar residue, floated in front of Chung Chi. Ancestor, that is the long-range visual probe that we spent 530 years to build, just in case one day, one of you can walk in. This is carefully prepared for you. The High Man King prayed, you can use it to see us who are weak and helpless. We are also human beings, and most people are kind. Chung Chi moved carefully, and picked up the sugar residue with 2 fingers. Fortunately, he could control most of his subconscious mind, otherwise it would burst instantly. Turning his arm slightly, Chung Chi looked at a speck of dust beside him through the sugar residue. It turned out that the sugar residue was equivalent to a microscope. He saw that on the tiny speck of dust, there were silver high-rise buildings and aircraft flying through them. The level of technology was obviously higher than that of humans. In one of the squares, a dense crowd of high-level people stared at the sky in horror. When Chung Chi poked his head out slightly, one of the high-level fat boys immediately pulled his trouser pockets and cried, Mom, light your monster. We are going to be destroyed. Woo 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 ah ah. Chung Chi immediately shuddered. Oh my god. Immediately, Chung Chi turned around and looked to the other side, a relatively large dust. He squinted his eyes with all his strength, and through the sugar grains, he saw a huge silver palace built on this dust. The high-level king himself and his followers were standing in front of the palace, tears streaming down their faces, rubbing their hands restlessly, exactly the same as the movements in the holographic projection. All I heard was the King of All speaking tremblingly. Dear compatriots, you see, no matter how advanced our technology is, we can't compete with you. We were wrong before, it was my management error, I will compensate you, okay? I have prepared 2 planets full of high-grade alloys and energy concentrates for you. Ancestor, don't move. Those 2 planets were destroyed by your elbow. Dear Father. Chapter 263. In the deep starry sky, Commander Luo of the 9th Fleet of the Human Galaxy Alliance gave the order with a trembling voice. Stop! The entire fleet stopped, and a slight metal friction sound came from the huge ship. At this moment, the fleet had advanced 950 kilometers, 50 kilometers away from the ultimatum of the higher people. The fear of life and death lingered in Commander Luo's heart. Not only him, but all members of the fleet had trembling pupils, clenched fists, and a layer of cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. The power displayed by Gowron was too terrifying. At this moment, everyone's mind began to review the scenes of their life experiences, including their wives and children, their parents, and their unfinished dreams. Military orders are as firm as mountains. Everyone knew that Commander Luo's order to stop was not to escape from the battlefield, but to give everyone the final adjustment time. Later, everyone will die collectively, turning into a stone to test the waters, which may stir up a little wave, or may not. Inside the huge starship, there was silence, and the atmosphere was almost dead. For a long time, Commander Luo, with tears in his eyes, clenched his fist and said, "Soldiers, move forward with me and take the first step of mankind not fearing death. Set sail." Then, Commander Luo looked back, glanced in the direction of his home, then turned around and slowly closed his eyes, with unyielding tears sliding down his face. The starship roared, and all the crew members no longer dared to look directly at the twin planets so close, and closed their eyes one after another. "I can pass through the area protection, and so can the human fleet outside." Chang-Chi looked at the projection of the Omni King with a dim gaze. "Do you know what they are here for?" In fact, the reason why Chang-Chi was able to enter here was because of the fourth wall technology that subverted the rules, and Commander Luo's fleet naturally did not have this ability. The facial muscles of the Omni King trembled slightly. No. I don't know. They didn't state their intentions, so we can only follow the routine and intimidate. God knows how much the Human Alliance wanted to express their intentions, but unfortunately the negotiation team was swallowed up by the regional protection. Before, those few residents of yours broke the rules and committed so many crimes that they have angered the human race. So the human race sent troops to denounce you. They think that their technological level cannot compete with you, but they are determined to die. Chang-Chi curled his lips. Once they enter here, without knowing the truth, and wander around here, half of your universe will be gone. The king's face suddenly turned purple. This. But Chang-Chi said slowly, "I see that there are indeed many innocent people living here. I can reluctantly communicate with the fleet and not reveal the real situation here." The king's eyes widened. "Grateful, you made my heart feel indescribably touched, my benefactor and compatriots. But I have a few conditions." "Conditions? How many?" Chang-Chi turned his head and looked at the brass amplifier left by the unknown advanced civilization floating quietly in the dark space. "First, I want to take that equipment away." The king's face changed, and then he sighed with relief. "Of course, you can take it away. First, it can fully show that we don't want to enter your world again. We just want to develop safely in our own universe, and don't want to cause any more trouble. Second, it is now completely damaged. Putting aside the technology, it is impossible to repair it with our size. If it is left here, it will only be scrap." "I like scraps." Chang-Chi smiled, but he had other plans in mind. If he could repair this equipment, he could come here often in the future. At that time, the compensation given by the King of All would have real meaning, and the huge universe of advanced people would become an invincible resource library. Instead of being like now, the King of All reluctantly gave up and only compensated 2 dust particles with a lot of effort, and was hit by his elbow. The King of All seemed to realize something. His eyes trembled, and he asked tentatively, "My dear compatriots, the technology level of that equipment is very high. It is difficult to repair, right?" Chang-Chi nodded. "It's only a matter of time." The king's heart skipped a beat. Chang-Chi slowly spoke. "This second condition." Before he finished speaking, Chang-Chi saw the videos synchronized by Ling, which was exactly the situation inside the Ling-style starship. The treasure-hunting robot Odysseus was jumping continuously in the hatch, stabbing the hatch with a small golden sword, roaring in his mouth, and looking very anxious. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Is there a treasure here?" In the deep sky, a faint light flashed, and the little golden man rushed out of the hatch, and then stepped on the air and fell into the void. The next second, an ice-blue force field appeared under its feet, and slowly rose up. It was the gravity field that Chang-Chi had added to it. The golden sword pointed to the sky, and a golden light suddenly appeared. Odysseus. The little golden man was very imposing, stepped on the blue force field, and rushed into the distance. In the dust on one side, the little boy who pulled his trouser pockets before pulled his trouser pockets again and cried, "Mom, I will believe in religion in the future." I saw a golden Odysseus. Although it is a little smaller, it is also light years old. "Odysseus." The little golden man spoke, and the terrifying sound waves were overwhelming. His heart was already in tears. After all, he was also a man. Although his life was short, he finally found the dignity of a man at this moment. The treasure-hunting robot was so confident that it disappeared into the distant deep space, like a mad dog. Chang-Chi smiled. "Let me see what good things you can find." "Down! Down! Down! Stop! Move 2 millimeters to the left." On one side, the holographic king was burning the energy of his own civilization crazily, commanding the Iron Mother to carefully move the mysterious amplifier. Seeing the amplifier successfully enter the spirit starship, he breathed a sigh of relief and burst into tears. "My galaxy is saved." Steel Mom was also a little dazed. This job was really hard, Shang-Chi was on the side, quietly observing the surrounding space. This is a complete universe. Therefore, there is no lack of causal conditions, so there will also be high-level Daliangian and high-level Fanshinmen. And the reason why you said that you have explored the truth of the universe. Because you have seen the whole picture of the universe, and even walked outside the universe through the amplifier. Shang-Chi suddenly turned his head, his eyes flashing. King of all, is there a person named Shang-Chi in your universe? In other words, am I in your universe? Chapter 264. Dear compatriots, we have a 1,400-year lead. So we have established a complete resident information system. Just now, my assistant has screened all the files in detail. There is no such person as Shang-Chi here. The King of All's expression was full of confusion. You come from ordinary human society, standing in front of me, but we can't find the corresponding isotope here. At this moment, my heart is full of mysterious feelings, which I can't describe or explain for a while. That's easy to explain. Shang-Chi glanced at the STC on his wrist, his eyes flickered and he said, I'm not in the cause and effect of human beings. The King of All was suddenly enlightened, and his heart was inexplicably filled with shock. The third condition. Shang-Chi suddenly spoke, the future needs to be walked out step by himself, and now he doesn't have a definite answer. He has changed his mind and focused on the present. Shang-Chi smiled, your Alpha-class Gray's particle star destroyer cannon seems to be very powerful, give me a few. The king's pupils trembled, there are only 2 in our entire civilization. Shang-Chi nodded, really? That's a pity. A moment. Shang-Chi's eyes were fascinated, staring at the 2 small white sticks in front of him, which were about 1/10 the thickness of a hair and about 3 millimeters long. The little things are so unique. Shang-Chi took out a small, half-tube of infinite accumulation potion of Immortal Clan. It happened that he hadn't taken the medicine on time today, so he ate all the millet grains in one breath, and then carefully put the 2 small white sticks into a transparent potion bottle like a test tube. Under the panicked shouting of the Omni King, Shang-Chi returned to the spirit-style starship not far away. He was not going to leave, but he did not want the superiors to see his next operation. The reason why the Omni King took out the strongest equipment was because Shang-Chi wanted to test whether STC could synthesize such a small thing, and whether there would be a change in volume after synthesis. In the spirit-style starship, Shang-Chi raised his right wrist, and a blue beam of light slowly bloomed. Similar technological creations detected. Begin synthesis. Synthesis successful. Omega World Destroyer Judge Particle Star Destroyer Cannon. *1. War, Chaos, Destruction, Nightmare. A built-in 16.6 million cubic hypernuclear reactor, sealing the most primitive and turbulent force in the universe. Once the target is locked, the energy burst mode is activated, and the smallest attack unit is a medium-sized planet. The energy aftermath can destroy all living things in a small galaxy. Adjusting to the energy cutting mode, it is like a scythe of the god of death sweeping across the battlefield. Wherever it goes, warships are pierced and exploded, and the fleet formation instantly falls into the abyss of chaos and destruction. Shang-Chi looked at the item in front of him. It's like a fish bone. It's a small fish the size of a finger. Even if it gets stuck in the throat by accident, it doesn't matter. There are many detailed data in the notes, but the unit system of these data is completely based on the microcosm. If it is placed in the world of the advanced, the length of this weapon is comparable to 2 planets. Regardless of the power, the size alone can already deter the enemy. Unfortunately, after coming to Shang-Chi's world, even if it is released with all its strength, it can only shatter a cloud of dust. It seems that we can only place our hopes on that mysterious amplifier. Shang-Chi tilted his head. The amplifier was also in the cabin. The nano-repair cluster had already started working, and was conducting preliminary tests on it, but the technological level of that equipment was very high, and the results were unpredictable. Shang-Chi carefully picked up the fish bone, and patted his chest. The sleeping Type 1 biochemical armor lazily responded, and contained the fish bone. On Shang-Chi's chest, there was a forked white embroidery, half the size of a fingernail, which was very inconspicuous. When Shang-Chi walked out of the spirit starship again, the golden god Odysseus had already returned from the darkness excitedly and enthusiastically. The next moment, Odysseus was angry and collapsed. Shang-Chi, the despicable thief, robbed his treasure hunting results again. That thing was a light blue crystal. Even in the hands of the short Odysseus, it was only the size of a grain of rice. Shang-Chi could only raise his little finger, put the thing on his fingertips, and then picked up the King of All Tangza, squinting his eyes to watch. The King of All was shocked when he saw this. How did it find this thing? Shang-Chi looked at the item in his hand, and it was very small, but for the advanced people, it should be an oversized planet. By zooming in, Chang-Chi found that it was actually a huge planet composed of countless tiny conical crystals, and it did not seem to be formed naturally, but more like it was piled up inch by the advanced people. Chang-Chi frowned. What is this? The king of all was already in a state of collapse. That is our ancestors, all of our ancestors. Their final resting place. Chang-Chi looked at Odysseus, who kept stabbing his feet with a golden sword. Are you getting more and more outrageous, even digging up people's ancestral graves? Odysseus. The little golden man kept jumping high. You have no right to control me, you despicable robber. Chang-Chi looked at the tiny object in his hand. King of the Ami, why are your ancestral graves like this? But the king of the Ami pointed to his forehead. The only difference between us and you is the high point on our forehead. When we die, our bodies will decay, but the high point and the crystals on the back will not. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. Thinking of number 4, who had killed his compatriots, he did break open the head of the superior and took out the blue cone crystal from it. In other words, this little thing in front of him is a collective grave of the superiors. They piled up the high points of the deceased together, and over time, they even formed such a planet. The king of all said slowly, we believe that the high points are where our souls are. When we are alive, the high points provide us with endless energy. After death, the soul will rest in it forever. Suddenly, Chang-Chi had an idea. Soul, dead soul, energy. If this thing is placed in the fourth wall, will there be other effects? Can it be placed in his own Chi civilization continent? In any case, what Odysseus found is definitely not an ordinary thing. But the king of all had tears in his eyes, and suddenly shouted, Chang-Chi, you can take everything from me, but you absolutely cannot take our soul star. Chang-Chi tilted his head and said, half of the universe. Don't want it? Sorry, I spoke a little loudly just now. The king of all pursed his lips. Take it if you like it. It's just an empty belief anyway. Chang-Chi took out the empty sugar jar again, put the soul star into it, and closed the lid. Looking through the bottle, it was like a firefly that was shrunk 100 times, flashing and quite beautiful. Chapter 265. Chang-Chi returned to the Spirit starship. He removed 40 mountain blaster bombs from one of the M14 Black Phantom space mechas obtained from Yukon. This type of bomb is brutal and crude, cheap, and is often used to open mountains and roads in interstellar exploration, and to blast rocks or celestial debris. Chang-Chi evenly distributed these bombs in the advanced human universe, calculated the explosion power and aftermath, and just covered all blind spots. Then he released the latest batch of Sky Eye flies from the Sky Eye system, a total of 70,000, which took off in a mighty manner and spread out in the advanced human universe. The king of all looked up, watching the flies as big as stars flying by. He then looked at the black bombs scattered everywhere, which were about the size of small galaxies, and his eyes kept twitching. If I find that you do something I don't like, such as trying to leave here again, I will remotely detonate all the bombs and reshuffle this universe. And those flies are my eyes, they can see everything. First of all, don't try to touch anything I left behind. Secondly, I will learn from those advanced civilizations, experience the feeling of an observer, and observe the development of your civilization. Chang-Chi smiled. And your compensation to me is far from over. When I repair the amplifier, I will come again. During this time, you must develop your own technology well. Come on. Oh, and more. Chang-Chi let go, and an ordinary human communicator slowly floated in the air. In the universe of advanced people, this thing is equivalent to a pillar of creation. Your existence should be of great use. I will test it in the future. This communicator is our way of communication. Remember to answer the phone. Chang-Chi looked at the king of all and waved his hands. He felt as if his fingers had smashed something, but he could do nothing about it. Go back quickly. Don't waste my energy anymore. The king of all's eyes trembled more violently. Your energy. I hope to see you again soon. Chang-Chi boarded the spirit starship and slowly sailed away. King, the plague god is gone. King, we can't shake what he left behind. King, in fact, we still have a chance to counter those humans, that is, the volume amplifier we spent 450 years to develop independently. King, we have no chance. It has just been confirmed that our amplifier research and development base was destroyed when he waved his hand. The core of the planet exploded, and all the data was destroyed. King. The corner of the king's eye twitched. Shut up, you guys. Connect to the human fleet outside for me. In the freezing atmosphere. Sweat soaked his clothes. 996 km. 997 km. As the distance got closer, Commander Luo's finger was already on the starship's self-destruct button. If a space war breaks out, and he is sure that he is no match for the superiors, he would rather blow himself up than leave indelible scars on the superiors. Soldiers, next will be the most glorious moment in our lives. Commander Luo's eyes were red, and he shouted excitedly, I have no regrets in my life for dedicating my life to all mankind. At this moment, the voice of the superiors came from the shipboard communication system. Fellow countrymen, hello. I am the supreme ruler of the superior civilization, the king of all. Just now, I had a friendly consultation with Mr. Chung Chi of your side. Commander Luo was stunned when he heard this. Because of the high tension, his brain was not even very flexible. Chung Chi? Who is Chung Chi? Oh, that Chung Chi. What's going on? He can actually negotiate with the other leader? My compatriots, I have personally witnessed Mr. Chung Chi's unparalleled power. He shocked me and impressed me. Our advanced technology is no better than a fly's fire in front of him. It is no longer bright. At this moment, the king of all stood in front of his palace, watching the star-like thousand-eyed flies flying over the atmosphere, swallowed his saliva, and continued to look at the speech specially written by the public relations team in his hand. The offensive behavior of some of our residents was accidental. Of course, I am also to blame. I express my sincere apologies to you, and thank Mr. Chung Chi for his great tolerance. The king of all glanced at the black bomb whose volume was measured in light years on the screen of the whole system. Now, I am willing to take the initiative to strengthen the peace treaty. I solemnly declare that our superiors will never step out of their territory from now on. I swear by the heroic spirits of the ancestors of the superiors that I will never break my promise, otherwise their souls will never rest in peace. The king of all looked at the space where the soul star once floated, now empty, and burst into tears. What did he say? Commander Luo's eyes almost popped out. The crew members behind him, who had even sent out their electronic suicide notes, were stunned. Is the crisis over? We don't have to die? That guy named Chung Chi took down the entire group of high-level people by himself? Commander Luo's highly tense mood suddenly relaxed, his arm trembling uncontrollably, and he directly pressed the starship's self-destruct button. Fortunately, a starship of this level requires more than 3 high-level permissions to truly activate the self-destruct system. At this moment, the adjutant not far away quickly pulled out the electronic key card on the console and threw it 10 meters away. The countdown of the starship's self-destruction was paused, and everyone was still in fear. In the twin Earth in front, a garbage starship seemed to slowly emerge from a colorful vortex, approaching little by little, and hovering in front of the huge observation window of a star-level military fortress. The observation window of the garbage starship slowly faded away the fog camouflage. The boy wearing a scavenger's cloak stood quietly behind the observation window. Commander Luo's whole body trembled, and he hurriedly opened the public channel, and then stood up straight, with his hands pressed against his trouser line. Mr. Chung Chi. He could never have imagined that he had been blaming this young man for his recklessness, and causing this series of consequences, but now he actually entered the higher Earth alone, not only escaped unscathed, but also achieved amazing results. Commander Luo, you are polite. Chung Chi smiled and said, I have already found out the truth about the higher people and left some restrictive measures. Their promises can be trusted, and in order to ensure the stability of the peace treaty, humans do not need to understand the truth about the twin Earth. From now on, we will not interfere with each other. Restriction means? Commander Luo was shocked beyond words, and he had all kinds of questions in his mind. Can you tell me a little bit? What means did you use to check and balance the advanced people who are 1,400 years ahead of us? Actually, it's nothing. Chung Chi smiled, just bullying the weak with the strong. Commander Luo looked stern, but he didn't dare to ask more. In fact, he also had the answer in his mind. To be able to restrict the advanced people, it must be through extremely powerful scientific and technological means. However, Chung Chi was so low-key and humble, he knew how to hide his edge, and he was humorous. He just used the 4 words bullying the weak with the strong. Commander Luo, who was over 50 years old, was full of awe and amazed. Heroes have always been young since ancient times. Chapter 266. The 24th year of the first era of Qi civilization. The great creator God has come again. He has traveled through endless darkness to examine the achievements of his people. I am honored to be able to show him. Chung Chi and Ling entered the Qi civilization continent. 402 intelligent life species knelt on the gray earth, extremely pious, prostrating themselves. In Chung Chi's heart, there was still an indescribable sense of shock. He had been away for about 10 hours, and 12 years had passed in the Qi civilization continent. Stand up. Chung Chi's eyes flickered as he looked at Eve in front of him. Her main body was still the white, high-tech robot, but she had some decorations on her head, which seemed to be braided with some animal skin material, and when worn on her head, it looked like a woman's long hair. Eve was also wearing a tube top and short skirt made of some red animal skin on her chest and hips. Chang-Chi knew that she did not have female organs, but her mind had undergone a more profound change. The concept of gender became stronger and stronger, and she actually knew how to cover up. At the same time, Eve was carrying a longbow and arrows made of some red animal bones. What surprised Chang-Chi the most was that there was a red-skinned monster with 8 thick legs and a body like a giant salamander lying next to Eve. At this time, the tongue of this unknown creature stuck out of its mouth and was panting. It was very well behaved next to Eve, and was obviously domesticated. After seeing Chang-Chi, its body trembled, as if it felt some kind of suppression at the life level. Chang-Chi pointed at the red creature and looked at Eve. "What is this?" "To the great creator god." Eve was extremely respectful. "This is another important member of the ecological environment in our Chi civilization continent animals." Chang-Chi blinked. "Where did it come from?" "To the great creator god." Eve was extremely respectful. "Do you remember the little bugs you saw in the fire pool when you came here 12 years ago? Under your cultivation, they have evolved into such a huge size?" Chang-Chi was stunned, and took a few steps forward, holding the creature's smooth chin, and looked into the creature's mouth, because he vaguely found something strange. The red creature was completely suppressed by Chang-Chi, and opened its mouth obediently. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly, and saw that the throat of the animal was not flesh and blood, but circles of colorful crystals. Chang-Chi's heart trembled immediately. Silicon-based creature? In other words, the creature in front of him was in a semi-silicon-based state, with flesh and blood skin on the outside, and the inside was transforming into silicon-based characteristics. Little bugs, fire pool, fire, heat. Chang-Chi suddenly realized that silicon-based creatures need to obtain energy from high temperatures, and absorbing heat is their way of eating. It turns out that as early as 12 years ago, they showed the characteristics of silicon-based. Oh my god! Chang-Chi's heart was full of surging waves. How can the Chi civilization continent still cultivate silicon-based creatures? Every time I come here, it's like opening a blind box, and there are different surprises every time. If it continues to develop like this, will a silicon-based life group be born here, and then humanoid creatures will appear? If this is the case, Chang-Chi can learn more about the characteristics and even secrets of silicon-based genes from them, so as to help his silicon-based genes to produce the next step of improvement or evolution. At this moment, Chang-Chi suddenly saw a scar on Eve's cheek, as if it was scratched by a sharp arrow. Chang-Chi raised his hand and touched the scar. What's going on? Eve was touched by her creator god, and her eyes were instantly filled with tears, and her body trembled violently. She was the first person to be touched by the creator god, and she felt a huge surprise and supreme glory. Return to the great creator god. The fire of life is divided into 2 tribes, the southern tribe and the northern tribe. Adam led the southern tribe and advocated mining rocks to obtain materials for the development of civilization. And I led the northern tribe and advocated cultivating animals to obtain leather clothes, animal bones, and other materials. Eve stated the facts very calmly. We had a slight friction. Chang-Chi nodded and looked at Adam, who was kneeling on the other side. He had no clothes on his body, and the tools behind him were some rough smelting metals. He faced Chang-Chi with an extremely pious expression. If Chang-Chi ordered him to die, he would execute it without hesitation. Chang-Chi understood that they lacked a cognition. Remember, all internal wars and conflicts are wrong and incorrect. Chang-Chi looked at all the life flames with a twinkling eye. Even if there is a war, it is for the sake of our own civilization, and to unite against the outside world. The great creator God has issued the second creed. We will always abide by it, and always respect it. The 402 life flames suddenly kowtowed together, tears welling up in their eyes, cherishing every instruction of the creator God. Then, Adam and Eve exchanged the animal bone weapons and rough metal weapons in their hands. Then, Chang-Chi and Ling scanned the entire Chi civilization continent. Among the 3 continents, the black and gray continent is the main habitat of the fire of life. At this time, it is still full of stone buildings, but the courtyards are bigger, the functionality of the houses has increased, and there is a group of strange red animals running on the north side. Chang-Chi frowned. Ling, it has been 12 years. Why is the level of civilization only slightly developed? Blue flames danced in Ling's eye sockets. Energy, there is no energy here. The geographical area is limited, and there are only a handful of mineral resources. These resources have been used to the extreme by Adam. As you can see, the rough metals on their bodies. Paused. Ling said again, if there were sufficient resources, they would not have had the previous conflicts. Chang-Chi exhaled in a low voice. The energy problem has always troubled him. Once, after collecting Maha's mechanical techniques and Lu Ban's woodworking techniques, Chang-Chi thought about when he could obtain a reliable energy technology, but now it seems that this is not a simple technical problem, but a resource problem. He also didn't expect that the beggar civilization continent he obtained was actually 300 square kilometers of land. Looking back at the history of human development, the emergence of coal and oil are important nodes in the history of energy. Without these things, there would be no essential technological advancement. For example, the emergence of the steam engine brought about an industrial revolution for mankind. And the beggar civilization continent in front of him didn't even have enough combustibles. Did he have to burn the few apple trees? Besides, without sufficient and high-quality copper and iron ore, what can we use to build steam engines? In Ling's mind, there are giant civilization construction technology and smelting technology taught by the Queen, as well as many human metal control technologies, but without resources, what is the use? A good cook cannot cook without rice. If the energy problem cannot be solved, the beggar civilization will never have a leapfrog development, let alone the future god-level civilization. Chapter 267. Chang-Chi thought of the harvest of the universe of the superior people. He slowly took out the empty sugar jar in his arms. It was not really empty. There was an extremely tiny luminous dust floating inside. The ancestors of the superior people. Chang-Chi remembered that the king of all seemed to call this little thing the soul star. The superior people believed that this thing was the source of their energy when they were alive, and after death, their souls would also be stored in it. And the soul has always had an inexplicable relationship with the fourth wall. Chang-Chi looked at the soul star in the sugar jar. He didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but he felt that the small light spot was bigger, and the blue light it emitted was stronger, about the size of a light bulb of a milligrain, and it could also illuminate the dancing dust around. The Qi civilization continent is the land of the mysterious twin flowers, which was transported from the real world. Although Chang-Chi can enter here, he cannot add new items here. The twin flowers are like a door, which has uncertainty, and will open randomly, but Chang-Chi has not yet been able to actively control its key. Chang-Chi held the sugar jar in front of him, and looked at the blue dust floating quietly. Pop! Chang-Chi pulled out the stopper of the sugar jar, and the floating blue dust in it floated out from the mouth of the bottle like a dancing elf. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, give some reaction. Not even a little. The blue dust floated quietly, and did not produce any chemical reaction with the Qi civilization continent. Buzz! Suddenly, the twin flowers that had been floating in the center of the Qi civilization continent released some kind of translucent energy. Gray light and white light intertwined. For some reason, the intertwining of these two colors of light could form a mysterious and clear feeling, as if it was full of uncertainty, superposition, and a sense of randomness, like roulette. Twin flowers have two flowers on one stalk, one of which turns white, and the other turns gray, and the energy continues to spread. Crack! Boom! Chang-Chi was stunned. The blue dust in front of him suddenly turned into a huge celestial body. Because it was so close, he could only see its flat surface, which was a huge sphere composed of countless high-point crystals. It exudes a soothing blue glow, and is filled with mist. Chang-Chi made a simple estimate that the volume of this thing must be at least twice the size of the earth. Look, the great creator God has brought us a new sun. At this moment, Chang-Chi suddenly heard a cry from the fire of life, and they prostrated themselves again and worshipped Chang-Chi. His eyes slightly opened. Chang-Chi suddenly realized that the twin flowers had enlarged the soul star and moved it into the Qi civilization continent. The proportion of the enlargement of the soul star should be based on the physical system of the universe, where he is. Sure enough, the souls of the higher beings are also closely related to the fourth wall. The Qi civilization continent has been floating in a void space. It is precisely because of this void that the huge soul star can float here without any violation. It seems that there is no boundary here. Even if other celestial bodies are added, it is more than enough. Buzz! Boom! On one side of the soul star, another planet appeared. It was equally huge, even 20% larger than the soul star. The surface was dark red, the rock texture was very hard, and there were colorful patterns of varying depths. Look, the great creator God has brought us indescribable huge materials. The fire of life exclaimed on one side and kept bowing. They could still see the planet. Master Creator. The ghost fire in the spirit's eyes jumped wildly. Although I don't know how you did it, This huge planet contains all kinds of minerals. Judging from the stripes, copper, iron, aluminum, hematite, and magnets are all available, and the reserves are amazing. It's like a rare high-value mineral planet in the universe. Chang-Chi was also caught off guard, thinking frantically in his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and thought of the action of putting the soul star into the sugar jar in his own universe. Pull out the cork, like catching fireflies, scoop the bottle in the air, put the glowing dust into the bottle, and then cover it with the cork. I also caught other planets? Chang-Chi himself was a little dumbfounded. Thinking carefully, he saw other dust in the blue light of the soul star in the bottle just now. Is there more than one? Buzz, boom, another celestial body about 50% smaller in size appeared, emitting bursts of coldness, and its surface was covered with solid ice. Ling was even more surprised, and the ghost fire in his eyes had turned red, solid water. Buzz, boom, a huge meteor streaked across the sky, and the fourth celestial body that Chang-Chi had talked about appeared, a comet whose material could not be distinguished. Ling was already sluggish. It is said that comets contain microorganisms from distant space. Chang-Chi was even more surprised. I got so many things with just a small move. However, the huge feeling of joy only lasted for a few dozen seconds. Buzz, the gray energy of the twin flowers took the initiative, and all the huge celestial bodies suddenly disappeared in an instant. The soul star once again became a floating blue dust in front of Chang-Chi, and the other non-luminous celestial bodies were completely invisible. Chang-Chi was stunned, uncertainty. Nothing? All the intelligent life species were also shocked, and looked at the sky in confusion. Buzz, boom, in the interweaving energy of gray and white, all the celestial bodies suddenly appeared again. Buzz, boom, all the celestial bodies turned into dust again. Buzz, boom, Chang-Chi covered his chest. You can still play like this, you finally decide on a form. Ling's mouth opened wide, and the ghost fire in his eyes turned green. Respected creator, I can't breathe. Buzz, boom, all the celestial bodies flashed 24 times in a row between certainty and uncertainty. Finally, their forms were determined, and they became huge entities surrounding the Qi civilization continent. All the lights of the twin flowers were extinguished, as if they had entered a sleeping state. Chang-Chi and Ling waited anxiously for another 30 minutes, and then they were completely sure that everything in front of them would not change again. Ling's arms drooped naturally, looking at the huge celestial bodies around him. His expression was dull. Respected founder, we have sent it. Chang-Chi naturally knew what this meant. The Qi civilization continent is seriously lacking in resources, but the ore in that celestial body is huge. That celestial body is different from the Earth, but a pure mineral planet. In human society, a large part of the prerequisite for deciding whether to migrate to a certain star field is to see whether there are similar mineral planets in the corresponding star field. That is a cosmic gift that can support the development of civilization. Thinking that the twin flowers can magnify matter, Chang-Chi immediately took out the Omega World Destroyer Judge Particle Star Destroyer cannon from his chest and held it in his palm, but the twin flowers did not move. It seems that it is still related to the Soul Star, and the other planets seem to be affected by the Soul Star and are also tainted with some uncertainty. Chang-Chi put the Star Destroyer cannon back on his chest and stared at the celestial bodies around him. The gravity here is not affected at all. The uncertain space is indeed full of uncertainty. If nothing unexpected happens, I am talking nonsense. Chapter 268. We can build a stone bridge, go to the mineral planet to mine, complete smelting, and obtain various metals. And that comet, it is following a fixed orbit, revolving around the Qi civilization continent. I speculate that it will regularly throw out some special substances, which may contain microorganisms or single-celled organisms. We can obtain water from that solid water planet to provide an environment for the birth of life. As for the crystal planet that looks like a hedgehog, Ling quietly observed everything. I have a strange resonance. It's like a kind of energy. At this moment, on the soul star of the advanced people, there are high point crystals falling on the Qi civilization continent. A fire-seeding intelligent life picked it up, trapped it on an arrow, and shot it at a rock in the distance. Then the high point crystal actually released amazing heat at the moment it hit the rock, melting the rock into a big hole. There is also a fire-seeding life, which feeds the high point crystal to the red beast, which licked it, and spit it out covered with mucus. Some fire life smashed the high point crystals into powder, and then threw them into the water, which caused strange fluctuations on the water surface and regular ripples. The soul star was huge, and the high point crystals that were as big as chopsticks were countless. Chang-Chi knew that the fire life was testing, and according to their understanding, they would soon find the correct way to use it. The heat that burned through the rocks and the strange fluctuations in the water clearly proved that the high point crystals contained some strange energy. High points are really a kind of energy. Chang-Chi's heart surged. My civilization has minerals and energy. Dear founder, you can come back to check after a while. Ling stepped forward with a transcendent momentum. You will find that Qi civilization has infinite possibilities. Higher human universe. The king of all woke up from his dream, sweating profusely. King, what's wrong? A guard came over after hearing the sound. The king of all was still in shock. I had a terrible nightmare. I dreamed that my ancestors were burned to ashes by the fire, and were fed to dogs as dog food, and their bones were crushed and scattered. Chang-Chi returned to the real world. His mood was still immersed in the strange development process of the Qi civilization, and he could not calm down for a long time. At this time, he really felt like a creator god, witnessing a civilization from scratch, and in the process, through various strange ways, to gather the necessary conditions. At this moment, his heart was full of infinite expectations. What magnificent scene will I see when I enter the Qi civilization continent next time? Ha! I turned out to be the founder of a civilization, the creator god of a race. I am afraid that no human being can get such an opportunity, and such an achievement. I am the king of the world. Cookie. Just when Chang-Chi was enjoying himself, a familiar voice came from the communicator. Mo, you have no respect for me at all? The child's status is different now than before. Besides, did you call me Cookie? I am your 8th uncle. You have no respect for your elders. Mo had no intention of fighting with Chang-Chi, and directly sent a picture. In the center of the picture was a dull black top, and a pair of equally dull pants. These two seemingly worthless items were actually placed in an exquisite display cabinet, with ferocious robot security guards standing on both sides. You asked me to help you search for wearable equipment with anti-gravity function. The things in the picture will 100% meet your needs. Mo said slowly. This guy never breaks his promise. Who would have thought that he would remember a request from Chang-Chi before he left, and it has already paid off. Chang-Chi was also inexplicably moved. This guy Mo really would never let him down. Thank you, my nephew. Chang-Chi joked, stared at the picture in the communicator, and then took a breath. Ordinary people may not recognize this thing, but Chang-Chi recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the Pioneer Civilization gravitational weapons system that has not been activated? And it is a two-piece set of clothes and pants. Chang-Chi is not sure how many sets of this gravity weapon system from the god-level civilization there are. But now there are gloves, belts, shoes, plus clothes and trousers. It should be almost right. When they are all gathered together, the truth of how the pioneers instantly rose from a downtrodden civilization to a god-level civilization will also be revealed. Mo, you didn't buy them for me, which means that this thing cannot be bought, right? Chang-Chi enlarged the picture and confirmed that there were unlit beam channels on the clothes and pants. This is the characteristic of the Pioneer's gravity weapon system. When the suits are connected, the beam channels will bloom with an ice blue luster, which is cool and full of technology. There is only one set, and the owner will not sell it. Mo Huan said, the owner's information is unknown, and he must have noticed the extraordinary nature of this equipment, but the owner seems to understand the greater good and temporarily donated this equipment to the Libra, Disu Star Field, the Universe Mysterious Material Exhibition Hall. Chang-Chi tilted his head. Universe Mysterious Material Exhibition Hall? Yes, an official non-profit exhibition organization. Tickets are 10 credit points. Mo Huan said, student ID cards are half price, and human residents over 80 years old are free of charge. Chang-Chi was stunned. Why are you introducing this to me? If the aliens next door hear it, they will think I can't afford the ticket. Mo exhaled slowly and said, this is very important information, just like the Forbidden City and the Louvre in the old times. You can look at the things inside however you want, but if you dare to touch them, you will die. Okay. Chang-Chi pursed his lips and said, but according to your tone, Master Mo, you should not specially convey such a meaningless information to me. There is a variable. Mo's voice came slowly. The notorious sexy baby thieves group has openly challenged the authorities. Within 48 hours, they will steal these two exhibits without any surprise. Chang-Chi was stunned. What thieves group? Mo repeated again, sexy baby. Libra, Desire Star Region, G83-1 Colony Planet. The Universe Mysterious Matter Exhibition Hall stands majestically, and the whole body is made of outer space C2 granite. The exterior imitates the Parthenon in the Earth period, with tall stone columns standing in a row, and all the details are in the golden ratio, achieving visual harmony and beauty, while also releasing a kind of awe-inspiring momentum. Although it is a public open venue, it gives people a feeling that it can only be viewed from a distance and cannot be desecrated. In front of it is a flat square of tens of thousands of square meters, which is also paved with C2 granite and is spotless. Ta, a luxurious aircraft hovered in front of the square. A pair of black stiletto high heels stepped on the C2 granite. Her legs were slightly apart. If the view was close to the descent, the majestic exhibition hall of mysterious cosmic substances could be seen between her legs. Her legs were straight and slender, tightly wrapped in black stockings. The matte silk released a hazy temptation in the sun. Looking up, there is a lace leg ring on the right leg without a trace of fat, and there are also circular metal ornaments interspersed in it. Further up, the black stockings are faintly visible at the base of the thigh. Further up, there is a black short skirt, which wraps her combat-ready buttocks. Above the slender waist, there is a pair of roundness wrapped in a small tight jacket. The whole size is a little cumbersome if it is an inch more, and a little thinner if it is an inch less. At this time, the proportion is simply perfect. Duh. She walked slowly toward the main entrance, her long curly hair combed on the right side of her head swaying in front of her snow-white and delicate neck. The human guard at the entrance of the exhibition hall looked at this wonderful figure approaching slowly, his eyes widened, his mouth dry, and he swallowed saliva slightly. Finally, she stood in front of the human guard. She stretched out her slender left hand with red nail polish, and turned her wrist. Like a magic trick, and an identity card appeared. On her white chin, her thin, but sexy red lips reflected a crystal luster. Her red lips moved slightly, and her voice was soft and beautiful, mixed with a hint of laziness, and full of inexplicable temptation. Just one sentence can make a straight man soft where he should be hard and hard where he should be soft. Here, adult ticket. Chapter 269. Miss, your adult ID card seems to have a problem. The system shows that the data is delayed. The hot-blooded guard looked at the sexy beauty in front of him. His face flushed, but he still stretched out his arm to block the way. Is that so? The sexy woman blinked her narrow and charming eyes, and looked at the guard. Then I tell you a secret. Immediately, she leaned forward slightly, close to the guard's cheek, and exhaled warm air between her red lips, blowing into the guard's ears. The guard's body suddenly felt numb, his eyes widened, and all the hair on his body stood up. I have to use that adult card. Because I like to do things that are not suitable for children. The sexy woman exhaled like orchids, talking like a dream, and then stretched out her small, pink tongue, with a warm touch and the temperature that men like most, and gently circled the guard's earlobe. The guard's eyes suddenly widened twice as much, and his body seemed to be hit by 100,000 volts, and all the pores on his body erupted like a volcano. The sexy woman smiled charmingly beside his ear. I come and chat with you after I finish touring the exhibition, okay? The guard nodded like a pound of garlic. Okay. Oh my god, this woman is so beautiful. What a figure. That little waist, it makes my heart flutter. I haven't seen such a beauty for a long time. In the monitoring room, 7 or 8 security personnel locked onto the sexy woman's figure with 360-degree holographic monitoring, and they drooled. This kind of official exhibition hall has always been the same for 10 years, with the same exhibits and a few tourists. The greatest pleasure for the monitoring room staff is to meet tourists with excellent looks and figures, and then to peek and comment on them in the monitoring room without any scruples. And the sexy woman they met today is unanimously considered to be the best tourist in the past 5 years, no doubt about it. Hey, it's so cool. Look at her little posture. No, I have to go to the toilet first. In the picture, the sexy woman walks slowly in the venue, comes to a step, and steps out. She stepped on the steps with her black pointed high heels, leaned forward, raised her perfect buttocks, showed her beautiful curves, stretched out her slender fingers, and slightly adjusted her stockings' leg rings. Oh, I can't do it anymore, I have to go to the toilet. A security guard picked up the portable communicator, snapped a photo on the holographic screen, and then grabbed the toilet paper and turned to go out. But at this moment, the security guard was suddenly stunned, and then his face turned pale. But he saw another figure appear in the security room at some point. This is a short-haired woman in her 20s. She has delicate features, and is very beautiful, but her whole body reveals a sharp edge. The moment a group of men saw her, they did not dare to have any improper thoughts, but trembled. Agent Wu, when did you come? The security guard subconsciously hid the communicator and toilet paper behind him, and swallowed his saliva. The short-haired woman in front of him was a senior agent sent by the Galaxy Alliance. She was responsible for guarding the Universe Mysterious Matter Exhibition Hall in the near future. The reason was very simple. Because of those ridiculous rumors from the outside world. I heard that this woman had made great military achievements and was known as the nemesis of crime. She had strong fighting power, but a strange personality. With her historical achievements, she could have been a senior official in the security agency, but she repeatedly encountered obstacles in her path to promotion. The reason was that all the criminals she arrested, regardless of the severity of their crimes, would be subjected to violent law enforcement, with fractures of the whole body at the lightest and coma for 3 months at the worst. Some were directly tortured into a vegetative state, which could not be cured by existing technology, and even the victims did not have the heart to pursue them, but she would still visit the vegetative criminals regularly, waiting for them to wake up one day and immediately force them to confess violently. A bunch of trash. If even you can detect my rival, how can I arrest criminals? The short-haired female agent walked slowly forward, and a group of contract security workers immediately gave up their seats. The fire of desire in her heart was poured with a basin of cold water, with the appearance of this violent female agent, and turned into a pile of wet ashes. Agent Wu stared at the holographic screen, his eyes flashing coldly. There is something wrong with this woman's ID card. After entering the exhibition hall, her eyes did not stay on any exhibits, and there was no visit record, but she was very familiar with the route in the exhibition hall. She did not take an extra step, and her destination was very clear. Even if there were 3 pauses in the middle, they were all the locations where the holographic probes were concentrated. The security guards were speechless. They were just busy looking at the woman's thighs and buttocks. Who would care about these things at this moment? Agent Wu narrowed his eyes, zoom in her hand movements. As the picture zoomed in, this woman's thighs are really white. This is not the point, but her slender white fingers are adjusting her leg rings. She would inadvertently touch the metal ring decorations on the leg rings, and then those rings would shed like molting, leaving translucent small rings, silently rolling into the corners of the exhibition hall or the gaps in the display cabinets. Heh. Detective was sneered and pressed the communicator. Director, the sexy baby thieves are really here, and they are really sexy. I can only destroy them with my ruthless hands. Duh. The sexy woman arrived at her destination, and stood in front of a display case that was more than 1 meter tall. She stared at the items in the glass case, narrowed her narrow eyes slightly, stretched out her beautiful fingers, and touched the gold pendant on her chest. Click. She pressed the ruby in the center of the pendant. But 3 seconds later, she frowned slightly and realized something was wrong. There were 7 or 8 tourists in Hall 2 just now, but they disappeared without a trace. Hey! A call came from behind. The sexy woman turned around slowly, and saw a short-haired woman standing behind her. This woman was very strange. She was carrying a metal box more than half a meter high on her back. She slowly spread out her palms, and there were more than a dozen translucent small rings on her palms. The short-haired woman smiled. Are you waiting for these devices to take effect? What is this? A signal jammer? Or a visual camouflage system? A gust of wind whistled. The sexy woman moved very quickly, with one of her sexy long legs standing on the ground, and the other at a 90-degree angle, kicking out directly, with her sharp high heels piercing the short-haired agent's left eye. Ding! Gotcha! The sound of metal collision rang out, and the metal box behind the short-haired agent flashed, and some mechanical devices emerged, along her cuffs, to her wrists, which turned out to be modular individual armor pieces, wrapping her palms, and in an instant, holding the sexy woman's sharp high heels. The sexy woman's posture was also forced to be fixed. Detective Wu looked at the scenery under the sexy woman's short skirt calmly and smiled. If I were a man, the lethality of this move would not be in the high heels, but between your legs. Detective Wu frowned and swung his hand violently. The sexy woman's body flew out horizontally, but her posture was like a nimble flying swallow. She turned in the air, stabilized her body, landed on one foot, and slowly put away the other slender and straight beautiful leg, and put her legs together. Her seductive eyes narrowed, and suddenly she smiled charmingly. You asked me what those rings are, now I can tell you, they are bombs. The small ring in the hands of the military detective suddenly began to flash at a high frequency, and then burst into a dazzling light. Boom! The venue shook, the ceiling collapsed, and dust and smoke rose. Chapter 270. In the chaos, the sexy woman rushed to the target showcase, flipped her 5 fingers, and put 5 micro-beam cutting knives on her fingertips. She waved her palm, and shattered the showcase glass amid the strong alarm and violent flashing lights. Just as she was about to touch the items in the showcase, the military agent appeared again, and his palm covered with light individual armor grasped the sexy woman's wrist. The sexy woman narrowed her eyes, Her delicate red lips slightly opened, and her pink tongue turned flexibly, and suddenly a device similar to a blue whistle flipped out of her mouth. Swoosh! A beam of attack burst out from the whistle of the sexy woman. The distance was too close, and the means were unexpected. Agent Wu could only react to the limit, and turned his head at the first time, but the attack beam still left a 3-centimeter bloody wound on her cheek. At this moment, Agent Wu turned around with anger in his eyes. My patience has reached the limit. The metal box behind Agent Wu flashed again. Then her collar, cuffs, ankles turned over to reveal more individual armor modules, and her head was quickly covered by a thin and cold mask. The electronic eyes in her eyes bloomed with a fascinating blue luster. Boom! The sexy woman was hit in the abdomen by a punch, and her whole body flipped backwards. The military agent, whose strength, speed, and perception had more than doubled, rushed out of the dust and punched the sexy woman on the shoulder again. The sexy woman's body was very agile, and she tried her best to dissolve the opponent's strength in the air, but the moment she fell to the ground, blood still oozed from the corner of her mouth. The military agent was extremely fierce and rushed again. The sexy woman's beautiful eyes trembled, and she pulled off the necklace on her neck, separated the metal chain and the pendant, raised her hands, and threw the pendant to the wall behind her. The pendant flashed with purple light and instantly attached to the wall. She threw the metal chain at Agent Wu. Buzz crack! The thin metal chain suddenly burst into a strong current, forming a temporary electromagnetic cage that enveloped Agent Wu's body. Under the violent current, her single-soldier armor temporarily lost its mobility. Boom! Behind the sexy woman, the necklace pendant exploded. This location is already the outer wall of the exhibition hall. At this time, thick smoke billowed, and a gap with a diameter of 3 meters was blown out of the wall. A light aircraft was hovering outside. The sexy woman narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at the military agent, stepping on the ground with her high heels, stepping back step by step. We must get the things, and soon, we will come back. After saying the last word, she stepped on the wing of the aircraft, holding the fuselage with one hand, and the aircraft quickly took off. Her slightly curved long hair fluttered in the wind, and her sexy face added a touch of heroic charm at this time. Ah! Crack! The military agent burst out with power, bursting the electromagnetic cage, and she took a few steps forward and came up to the broken wall hole, but the aircraft and the sexy woman were no longer in the sky. Boom! Her fist hit the wall hard, and the already damaged wall collapsed again. The view was far away. The entire exhibition hall of mysterious substances in the universe was filled with smoke, and the lights of countless police aircraft were flashing below. Agent Wu, the superiors decided to temporarily transport the 2 pieces of equipment away. Why, they were not damaged. Under your protection, the things are indeed intact, but the exhibition hall can't stand the toss. Director, you are doing this as if we are afraid of those criminals. Do I have to speak directly? The Sexy Thieves group is only one variable, and Yu Wu Jianqiu is the second variable. If you continue to guard like this, the historic exhibition hall will be blown up by you sooner or later. Director, I will definitely catch them. I know you are angry, and I trust you the most after so many years. How about this, you do the escort work, transport that thing from the exhibition hall to the armored starship, and then you can take a rest, and go see your vegetative criminals or something. I feel frustrated. What did you say? Oh, I will definitely complete the mission. 15 minutes later, the military agent escorted a black sealed box and slowly entered the ironclad starship. Then she closed the hatch from the inside and conducted a final inspection. 5 minutes later, she walked out of the ironclad starship with a gloomy face. The colleagues on the side looked at each other, knowing that this violent woman was in a bad mood at this time, and did not dare to talk to her. It's just a set of equipment that seems to be left by a higher civilization. It can't be started, and it can't be studied clearly. The greater significance is the exhibition. We have to send so many police officers to escort it. We, the people's servants, are becoming less and less valuable. It's hard to say. It's not a creation of a higher civilization at all. I heard that even the source cannot be determined. A police officer complained. Detective Wu frowned. Shut your mouths, and send it back to the vault quickly. I don't want to see this thing again. Duh. The sexy woman walked slowly on a street, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Children who have suffered permanent damage due to interstellar radiation need your help. If it is convenient, please lend a helping hand. The Interstellar Alliance Children's Welfare Society will remember your gift. A white robot with a guardian angel pattern printed on its chest wandered on the roadside, locked onto the sexy woman, parked beside her, and continuously looped a fixed voice. On the screen on its face, There was an angel waving white wings. Ahem. The sexy woman rubbed her abdomen, coughed lightly, raised her hand, and flipped out a small payment device. For official public welfare donations like this, you don't even need identity verification or a payment password. You can just enter the amount. Donation amount, 165,324 credit points. After the prompt pops up, the small robot has a specific emotional setting. Wow, a huge donation. Thank you for your generosity. The children will be better taken care of. The sexy woman opened her red lips slightly, set it to anonymous donation. Then, the sexy woman didn't say much, nor did she intend to continue listening to the robot's praise, and slowly turned into an alley. At this time, not far away, a male resident, who had just passed by the sexy woman exclaimed, "Hey, where is my portable payment system? It was in my pocket just now. How come it disappeared in the blink of an eye?" In the alley, the sexy woman raised her hand, and threw the payment system with no money left into the garbage crusher beside her. She exhaled slightly, and felt a pain in her chest. At this time, her sexy eyes trembled slightly, because at the other end of the alley, there was another slender figure standing, blocking the way. She had neat short hair, wore black casual clothes, and carried a half-meter-high metal box on her back. The short-haired woman narrowed her eyes, and approached the sexy woman step by step. The box behind her also vibrated slightly, and the hatch was slowly opening. Finally, the short-haired woman stood half a meter in front of the sexy woman, and the metal box behind her was completely opened. The two eyes met in the air, and the atmosphere seemed to have dropped to freezing point. Ha ha! The short-haired woman suddenly smiled, turned around, and revealed the items in the box. Among them was a set of folded, dull black clothes and pants. The short-haired girl raised her hands to the sky and said excitedly, "Sister, I got the stuff." The sexy woman also smiled slightly. "Thank you for your hard work. You took a bigger risk this time." "Nothing, it's safe this time." The short-haired woman shrugged. The fake was sealed in the safe by them. No one touched it in a short time. Who knows how long it will be covered with dust? We have plenty of time. The sexy woman tidied her sister's short hair and smiled softly. "I will try to reduce your tasks in the future." "That's so boring. Although it's also fun to be a fierce agent on weekdays. But it's still not as good as taking risks with my sister." The short-haired woman looked at the sexy woman with some concern. "Sister, are you hurting?" "I have no choice. I have to act realistically." Chapter 271. Pa, pa, pa! Great. On the other side of the alley, a young man in a blue cape appeared at some point, smiling and clapping his hands. As expected of a famous thief gang. Even the official security department has accomplices. The young man approached slowly. First, an ultimatum was issued to make the official pay attention and send more people, but in reality, these people. Then the sexy lady showed very obvious characteristics of a thief gang and carried out theft. The official ace was killed legitimately, and the forces of good and evil fought on the scene, causing all kinds of destruction. Considering the personality of the official ace, all this is reasonable. Although the items were not lost, the official chose to move the items out of helplessness. At this time, the seemingly shabby official ace. Oh, that is, our military detectives began to play a real role. During the escort process, fakes were used to replace the real exhibits. Looking at the whole process, the real theft actually happened after the storm. The boy smiled, and I, by chance, watched everything in secret. Wow, it was amazing, very exciting. Coincidence? What a coincidence. The sexy woman and the short-haired woman stood side by side, squinting their beautiful eyes, staring at the boy who came from nowhere. The boy said again, "If I snatch the equipment from you, will no one know about it, and I can get away with it?" "Friend, my name is Trouble." The sexy woman smiled and walked towards him casually. "What's your name?" "Stop." Chung-Chi smiled. "I see that you two have a deep sisterly relationship. You must protect your identity as a martial arts agent. Now that I've discovered you, you should have made plans to kill and silence the witnesses, right?" "How could that be?" The sexy woman who called herself the source of trouble smiled charmingly. Suddenly, a blue whistle appeared from her red lips, and a beam of light hit Chung-Chi's forehead directly. But Chung-Chi's body seemed to blur for a moment, and the attack beam passed through, leaving no damage to his forehead, but an inconspicuous charred patch appeared on the wall behind him. Chung-Chi shook his head slowly. "Don't bother, give me the things. Special equipment or supernatural power." Wishui frowned and whispered to Agent Wu, "No matter what, he can't leave." Chung-Chi spread his hands. "Forget it, I take it myself." Just as Chung-Chi was about to leave, the short-haired beauty Agent Wu's arm was covered with combat armor, rushed forward, and punched Chang-Chi in the face. Chang-Chi casually raised his hand, and instantly grasped Agent Wu's fist. His palm released a high-frequency vibration of 600 Hz. In Agent Wu's combat armor, a fine friction sound instantly erupted, and chaotic electric current burst out at the same time. Agent Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. In just a moment, he lost control of his armor. Chang-Chi used the force to grasp Agent Wu's fist and pulled forward. Agent Wu's body suddenly lost control. At this moment, Chang-Chi also appeared behind Agent Wu as if he had changed his position, and reached out to grab the black clothes in the box behind him. Buzz, at this moment, Chang-Chi's hand movement was frozen. A huge energy wave came from behind, and the subconscious sent a warning, and his scalp suddenly numbed. Ignoring Agent Wu, Chang-Chi turned around and looked at the sexy woman named Huishui. But he saw that the woman was holding a white device in her hand, like a flashlight from the old times. On the side of the device, there was a transparent observation window, which was clearly visible, filled with disorderly flying blue particles. It can be clearly seen that the sexy woman's fingers pushed the side of the device inch by inch, and the front of the device showed a percentage progress bar. 30%, 40%, 50%. As the progress bar increases, the energy fluctuations around become stronger and stronger, and even invisible heat waves are released. Chang-Chi's pupil shrank slightly. He was very familiar with this technology. Professor Hualinzhong's muon technology, the device in the woman's hand, was very similar to the equipment Chang-Chi had synthesized before, the first generation of muon fusion catalytic reactor. However, her equipment seemed a little rough, and the energy signs were not as strong as Chang-Chi's. In the moment of hesitation, the military detective had already returned to Huishui's back. And the sexy woman Huishui stared at Chang-Chi closely, her long hair flying with the restlessness of energy. "Sorry, unknown stranger, I hope you can enter heaven." Buzz, the sexy woman swung the device in her hand, and the power of the muon burst out, presenting a huge blue energy sickle. That is indeed the characteristic of muon technology, a small handheld weapon, bursting out with the power of destroying the world. Boom! Heat was rising, and in a straight line of 5 kilometers, the ground was melted and buildings were broken, like the wrath of God. In the smoke, molten iron flowed, and a nearly 10-meter dark gully was formed out of thin air. Huishui's chest was beating, and he was panting slightly. In the thick smoke, the guy who was suspected to be a high-level gene person had disappeared without a trace, and was vaporized in an instant. "Let's go!" Huishui winked at Agent Wu, and the two figures disappeared quickly. On the top of a house 500 meters away, Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and touched his chin. "Immature muon catalyst, Huishui." "What? Is she the descendant of Professor Hualinzhong?" Chang-Chi still has an unfulfilled promise. That is to help Professor Hualinzhong fulfill his last wish, and hand over some items to his descendants. At this moment, Chang-Chi activated the SS-level gene ability sonar simulation, and the surrounding 2,000 kilometers of terrain suddenly turned into blue lines, and appeared in his mind. It was clearly visible that behind a building 3 kilometers away, Huishui and Agent Wu were moving rapidly. They boarded a small aircraft, and then drove at full speed towards the distance. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, turned around, and seemed to step into the void. His body flashed and disappeared. In fact, it was the Spirit-style starship that had been following Chang-Chi. In a very short moment, it returned to reality from behind the 4th wall, and then disappeared again behind the 4th wall the moment Chang-Chi stepped into the cabin. The Spirit-style starship followed Huishui's small aircraft silently. They flew into outer space, and approached a large civilian starship. Chang-Chi's large civilian starship also entered Chang-Chi's perspective. It was 300 kilometers long, magnificent, and brightly lit. And it seemed to be an open space, with small private aircraft constantly gathering around the starship, and they could smoothly enter the shipborne docking platform. Boom! On the top of the huge starship, more than a dozen giant projections suddenly bloomed, presenting a colorful cone shape, each of which was at least 10 kilometers high, and was extremely conspicuous in the dim space. Then, in more than a dozen giant projections, there appeared silhouettes of voluptuous women. They twisted their waists and danced to the beat, performing very seductive dances, with some large-scale movements, such as touching their breasts, squatting with legs apart, etc. Chang-Chi was stunned. Then the Spirit starship appeared in the form of a garbage ship, looking for a nearby public communication channel, and asking a nearby small aircraft. And the guy next to him seemed to be a little drunk. "Brother, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? If you really don't know, Then congratulations, you have found a treasure. This is a man's paradise. The women trained here have amazing skills. The only ticket here is adulthood. Because this is the famous, free space brothel. Chapter 272. I can understand brothels. I can also understand space brothels. Free space brothels, I can't quite understand them. Chung-Chi stood in the spirit-style starship, looking at the huge and brilliant starship not far away. The huge projection on the starship was releasing a kind of erotic temptation, and every dancing figure seemed to have turned into a soft and slippery little hand, gently tickling the area responsible for reason in the brain. All kinds of small landing craft passed by, and they were all men. They all looked excited, rubbing their hands like flies, sticking out their tongues, and eagerly flew into the huge starship. A group of men who could only think with their middle half. Chung-Chi sneered, then drove at full speed and flew towards the space brothel. Amid the contemptuous eyes of countless customers, the garbage recycling starship slowly landed. Chung-Chi wanted to see. What was the relationship between the previous sexy baby thieves group and this starship? Is the woman who claims to be a disaster the descendant of Professor Huolinzhou? And is this brothel really free? Walk out of the spirit-style starship. Chung-Chi stepped onto the huge internal shipborne landing platform, and in front of him, there was a huge metal staircase with more than a dozen layers. The lighting on the ceiling illuminated the entire staircase with golden light. On the steps, there were 200 beauties wearing black cheongsams, with enchanting figures and different styles. At the bottom of the steps, there was a woman in her 30s or 40s, also wearing cheongsams, with phoenix eyes and full red lips. She could completely represent the four words charm still there. Swish. She opened the folding fan in her hand. On the fan, a holographic electronic pattern was dancing. Among them was a sexy and hot pixel beauty, bending over, holding her chin with her hand, and blowing kisses forward. Just call me Annie Bao. The charming woman covered her mouth with a folding fan, her eyes like crescent moons, and smiled charmingly, welcome to lunch. Chung-Chi was the least noticeable one among the hundreds of customers present. He tried hard to recall the few foreign language movies he had seen on the garbage earth. The sentences like I am the king of the world that he had always said before were actually lines from movies he had seen. At this time, I tried hard to think about the contrasting meaning of lunch. Lunch. There is a classic line in the movie. There is no free lunch in the world. Chung-Chi's expression flashed. Sure enough, there is no free brothel in the world. What they want is not money, but something else. What is it? Information. Aunt Bao smiled charmingly. The way we operate lunch has always been to provide everyone with a platform. A platform for exchanging information for enjoyment. Information. Chung-Chi's eyes widened. Often, information is more valuable than money. Hee. Bao Yi laughed. Her words were always accompanied by obvious panting and a turning tail tone, which made people feel excited. Everyone, don't look at these girls behind me anymore. They are just receptionists. Bao Yi's eyes moved and she looked up to the sky. The woman you dream of is there. In the sky, a huge waterfall-like projection suddenly lit up. There are 88 seductive black silhouettes arranged in a pyramid. The higher you go, the fewer silhouettes there are, and at the top, there is only one infinitely seductive female figure. These are our lunch's real treasures. Annie Bao smiled. I know you men. Before doing things, the stronger the mystery, the more excited you are. The customers present were really excited. The receptionist is so beautiful. What must the treasures look like? The customers who come here for the first time are full of expectations. There are also a few customers who lick their lips slightly and look towards the higher position of the pyramid. They have obviously experienced some of the beauties, and this time their goal is to be at the top. Our lunch's specialty is to train the beauties. In terms of serving men and giving them the greatest pleasure, if our lunch claims to be second in the entire galaxy, no one dares to claim to be first. Auntie Bao still had that charming smile on her face. These beauties above are divided into 4 levels according to the training time and final results, namely, dreamlike, ecstasy, bone erosion, and in vain. Like a dream, as the name suggests, it means that you fall into an exquisite and beautiful dream. Soul-stirring, the corresponding treasures and skills can even make your soul tremble, so comfortable that it seems as if your soul has left your body. Bone eroding, you even feel that your whole body has melted into a gentle place, and you never want to leave. At this time, a customer shouted, what does it mean to live in vain? Why is it a bit creepy? Auntie Bao smiled quietly. There is only one treasure at this level, that is the famous Miss Shui. And what is a vain life? It means that if you have the opportunity to spend a night with Miss Shui, then even if you die tomorrow, you will feel that your life is not in vain. Fuck, It's so exciting. It's so fucking good. I want to live in vain. The male customers present had their eyes blazing and their mouths dry. Different information corresponds to different standards, and different standards correspond to different treasures. If you want to live in vain, you have to come up with heavy information. Auntie Bao gently fanned the holographic folding fan and smiled. Some heavy news involves too much. You can also provide a brief one. It can be a sentence. It can be a few words. We will judge the corresponding value of the information fairly. Chung-Chi stood in the crowd, listening quietly. The higher the value of the information, the better the woman you can sleep with. Is it that simple? And high-value information can be just a few words. If it is a vague and ambiguous concept, what is the meaning? For lunch, isn't it a loss-making business? Unless, this is a kind of screening. After confirming that you have some important information, they will have the next step. Chung-Chi tilted his head. Seeing that there are already many customers, they have entered the information input warehouse on both sides of the venue one after another, similar to the sightseeing elevator. They input the information they have prepared and provided, and lunch will make corresponding value judgments. Warm reminder to everyone. Because the babies have limited time, if some customers' information is really worthless, we are sorry that we cannot entertain them. Auntie Bao still had that charming smile. Oh, and we have also prepared some energy potions for everyone. You know, if you can walk into the baby's room, then when you walk out again, you may face a state of exhaustion. Ha ha. A customer laughed. Auntie Bao is so funny, the word order of the idiom is wrong, it should be exhausted. Aunt Bao twisted her waist and smiled, throwing a seductive glance, almost the same, all the same meaning. Hey, what are you doing? Wait a minute. My information is obviously very useful. Not far away, a customer was dragged out by security personnel and sent back to the aircraft. The customers in line sighed. From the way this guy is dressed, it can be seen that he is a low-level person, so naturally he can't come up with any valuable secrets. Buzz buzz, there are also several information input warehouses, which are really like sightseeing elevators, slowly rising into the air and arriving at the bottom of the beauty pyramid, which is a dream-level treasure. At the same time, a door suddenly opened in the corresponding silhouettes of the beauties. The lights inside were dim and dreamy, and a huge bed and a bathtub filled with hot water could be vaguely seen. The customers in the information warehouse stepped out with loose smiles and entered the corresponding rooms directly. The door slowly closed, blocking the envious eyes of countless men below. I heard that Miss Shui, who is a vain student, hasn't received any customers for 3 years. I'm determined to win this time. Beside him, a man wearing a high-end suit and gold-rimmed glasses stepped into the information warehouse with a fiery look in his eyes. This game is interesting. Chung-Chi also stepped into the information warehouse in front of him, looking at the text input screen in front of him, and groped his chin slightly. What should I enter? Chapter 273. In a white room. The furniture is white, the carpet is white, and the bed is also white. A sexy woman with a perfect figure and face walked in the corridor of the room, and her white fingers gently brushed across the closet, and the dark room opened. She walked in, slowly took out the equipment that was sealed with blue particles, like a white sword handle, and carefully placed it on the platform of the secret room. Then she turned her head, and in the void on the other side, a dense void screen of different sizes lit up. There are countless news and various photos. In the photos, there is the same man in a white coat and tattooed arms. He seems to be a scientist. He is either working or being interviewed. It can be seen that he is full of passion. As the photos scroll, the date of the news is getting later. The passion of the tattooed scientist seems to be eroded by time, and his working environment is getting worse and worse. The sexy woman stared quietly for a moment, and slowly walked out of the dark room. Plop! A short-haired woman, with her body spread out, jumped directly onto the white bed in the room. Sister, obsession makes people suffer. The short-haired woman looked at the ceiling. You have been pursuing for so many years, but there is still no result. Why not give up? The sexy woman did not reply, sitting in front of the dressing table, turning on the handheld makeup remover, releasing a blue light. She picked up the instrument, lightly swept across her red lips, and the bright red lip gloss faded inch by inch. The short-haired woman sighed, knowing that her sister did not want to talk about this topic. So she changed the subject and said, Sister, what do you think the boy was today? Is he related to the conspiracy you guessed? The sexy woman held the makeup remover and swept it across her forehead and her eyebrows. He is a human being and should have nothing to do with that matter, but he knows your identity. No matter what value he has, I have no choice. The short-haired woman blinked her eyes. Sister, you don't have to think so much. The sisters all followed you voluntarily. No matter what the consequences are, this is our own choice. The sexy woman stood up, untied her stockings one by one, put her beautiful legs on the chair, and began to take off her black stockings inch by inch. She didn't look back. Her slightly curly long hair blocked her cheeks, changed the subject. The short-haired woman pouted and picked up a virtual screen beside the bed. Hey sister, a customer just entered a keyword. Which keyword? The sexy woman took off one stocking, revealing her white and smooth thighs, and began to take off the other stocking. Garbage earth. As the short-haired woman's voice came, the sexy woman paused. Give him some permission to see if he really has the information. The sexy woman paused for a moment, said something, and started working again. Why? That guy looks like a ragpicker. How could he get a soul-stirring treasure? Did he stumble upon it by mistake, or was it false information? Look at his loser look. Has he never even touched a woman? Damn, that guy can have sex today. I'm so jealous. The information input cabin slowly rose. Chung-Chi looked down at the group of men below who were looking at him with jealousy, and even beating their chests, and stamping their feet. TSK. You actually said that I have never touched a woman in my life. Congratulations, you guessed it right. But tonight, I should be able to meet a lot of women. Chung-Chi looked back, his eyes flickered, and at this time the information input cabin slowly stabilized and reached the center of the beauty pyramid. The moment the cabin door opened, the screen on the outside that projected the silhouette of the beauty also slowly opened to both sides, revealing a luxurious king-size bedroom with dim lights inside. Chung-Chi walked slowly into the room, his eyes slightly opened, and a colorful halo like crystal flashed in the center of his pupils. He turned his head slightly, and found that the room was full of blue ribbons. Blue ribbons floated from the table lamp, the bedside, the fragrance system on one side, and even many points on the wall, and finally gathered in the not-so-bright crystal chandelier above his head. The door behind him closed automatically, and the light became even darker. Chung-Chi frowned slightly. What is the function of the electronic devices in the room? Is it for taking secret photos? Ding, ding, ding. The pink wooden door in front of Chung-Chi was knocked from the outside. A soft and seductive voice came from outside the door. Sir, can I come in? Yes. Chung-Chi stared at the door, with a serious look. Click. The wooden door handle was pushed down, and the door was pushed open from the outside. A beautiful woman with long black hair and a tight skirt appeared at the door, bringing a heart-stirring fragrance. The beauty wore black high heels, her legs were straight and slender, and the short skirt barely covered her thighs. Her waist was very thin, and her upper body had a low neckline, completely exposing her collarbone and 60% of her white roundness. She had a very beautiful face with light makeup on. She looked at Chung-Chi with a smile, her hands folded on her belly without a trace of fat. Maybe it was because of the environment, maybe it was because of the psychological preparation, or maybe it was because of the training. This woman just stood there quietly, and it could make people's hearts stir and have wild thoughts. Chung-Chi, who was on guard, suddenly blushed and felt a little shy. Hee hee. The beautiful woman covered her mouth and smiled. It seems that you are a novice, and a young boy with no experience. According to our system, you may like two types. One is hot and unrestrained, able to actively serve you and let you passively enjoy everything, and the other is a pure girl, shy behavior, teasing you like a feather, and then letting you break free from the cage of your heart, completely let go of shyness, burst out like a beast, and start to enjoy without scruples. The beautiful woman said, walked into the house, closed the door with her perky buttocks, and then knelt on the bed, stretched out her palm, and slowly stroked Chung-Chi's shoulder. Her voice was full of temptation and obedience. I can handle both styles. Tell me what you like directly. You can even make any request. I will turn your first time into an unforgettable one for a lifetime. Chung-Chi swallowed slightly. It was indeed the first time for the young man to enter such a place, so he seemed even more nervous. The beautiful woman smiled. I am really a novice. It is my first time. I am also much more relaxed to serve a customer like you. Tell me what you want. Just tell me. Then I will tell you. Chung-Chi took a breath and said with a slightly red cheek, change one. The beautiful woman froze her hands and was stunned. What did you say? I said change one. Huh? Sister, that customer hit another key word, and his authority has increased again. In the white bedroom, the short-haired girl looked at the virtual screen in surprise. But this guy is quite defensive, wearing some kind of visual camouflage equipment, so his face can't be seen clearly. The sexy woman has changed into a white silk pajama skirt, in front of the sink, holding up clean water, completing the last step of removing makeup, washing her cheeks. What is the word this time? Mio's technology. The sexy figure was wiping her cheek with a white towel, and the action paused again. Sister, I think you should not remove your makeup. Once this guy reveals any key information again, his authority will increase again. At that time, you will have to receive him in person. The short-haired woman smiled. I don't want the guy to see your true face and be shocked. Impossible. Over the years, many people have said these two keywords. But they are all superficial information. The sexy figure held the towel in both hands and continued to wipe her face. Her true appearance could not be seen. I don't need to show up in person. The sisters can handle it. Anyway, I really hope that one day, I can encounter information worthy of showing up in person. Why? Then the Ragpicker can go find the ecstasy-level babe? Why? What did he say? He had a great time today. The information input cabin went up and reached the upper side of the beauty pyramid, opened the door, and walked into the house. Ding ding ding. Sir, can I come in? Change 1. Sir, you are an old hand. No need to talk too much, change 1. Sister. That guy came up with another keyword. The short-haired woman explained while holding the holographic screen. This time it's. She looked back at the other side of the room, her pupils trembling. Huolinzhong. At this moment, the sexy back, wearing a white silk short skirt, pajamas, and an apron, was frying a sizzling steak in the kitchen, but the spatula in her hand suddenly stopped. Her back view at this moment was completely different, a pure sexy cook. White toes, slender legs, pure and smooth like white porcelain, hips under pajamas, 2 shoulder straps on shoulders. Exposed shoulders are also as delicate as white porcelain. But she was facing away, and her side face was also covered by slightly curly long hair. It was hard to imagine what the scene would be like when she turned around. I go myself. She suddenly took off her apron with her backhand, and then turned around and looked back. The short-haired woman, who was a good sister, couldn't stand the shock when she saw her face. She exhaled slightly, and her eyes widened. She was so beautiful, like a perfect angel. The Creator is mysterious and great, with endless power. When shaping the human face, he set a legendary standard, the golden ratio. It refers to the ratio of dividing a line segment into 2 parts, and the number is 1.61803398887. This is a divine number. As for the facial data of a person, such as the distance between the eyes, the distance from the nose to the cheek, the distance between the upper and lower lips, the distance from the lower lip to the chin, everything, the closer to the golden ratio, the more beautiful the facial features of the person. Whether in the old times or now, all medical cosmetic surgeries are based on this truth, but the golden ratio is an extremely extreme number. No one can reproduce it, but can only keep getting closer. This is the rule set by the Creator God, and it is the aesthetic standard engraved in human genes. The woman in front of her called herself the water of misfortune. Whether it was her facial features or her body proportions, they all perfectly matched the golden ratio, interpreting the perfection that should not exist in this world. Every time the short-haired girl saw her sister's true face, as a girl, she would feel suffocated. Other women put on makeup to make themselves more beautiful. The water of misfortune put on makeup to cover up the golden ratio of her facial features, lengthen the corners of her eyes with eyeshadow, or apply lip glaze to modify the outline of her red lips, even if it was to modify the last 3 digits of the decimal point. In short, it was to cover up her suffocating beauty. Her beauty has made her the center of attention at any time and any place, attracting attention like a strong magnet, and she cannot be ignored at all. Any glance is a stunning glimpse, which will leave a beautiful face in the hearts of others that will never be forgotten in their lifetime. Hold him, I need to put on makeup. Wishui sat in front of her dressing table, pinching the lip gloss with her white fingers, just touching her delicate red lips. Sister. He provided another keyword. The relics of Huolinzhong. The beautiful woman paused again, and after 2 seconds of silence, she put down the lip gloss and slowly stood up. I go now. Chapter 274. Chung Chi's information cabin went up all the way. In the shocked eyes of everyone, he arrived at the top of the beauty pyramid and hovered at the level of Wangsheng. That boy. The people below looked up and opened their mouths wide. What right does he have? Miss Shui hasn't received any guests for 3 years. What kind of information did that boy provide to make Miss Shui willing to serve? At this time, everyone's inner feelings were indescribable. Miss Shui was the woman they dreamed of, and the Wangsheng level was also the experience they dreamed of. Before, Miss Shui was high above, and no one could touch her, just like a group of toads looking up at the sky, no one could eat swan meat. Suddenly, a toad with amazing jumping ability appeared. It jumped, and actually jumped on the back of a swan, the most beautiful swan. Or no one could touch it, and everyone was treated equally. But such a toad who didn't fit in with the group appeared. Everyone felt sour, envious, jealous, and hateful. In front of Chung-Chi was the only holographic silhouette at the top of the pyramid. She was wearing a slim short skirt, and her body proportions were extremely perfect. If this silhouette had not been modified, then this shadow would probably be the most perfect body Chung-Chi had ever seen. The holographic projection slowly opened. Chung-Chi walked into the room, the door closed, and Miss Shui's silhouette completely extinguished. The people below were still looking up, feeling inexplicably cheated. The room in front of them was about 200 square meters. A white round bed, a white bathtub, dim lights, and fresh flowers by the window. Completely soundproof, quiet, comfortable, and closed, the fragrance system operated silently, exuding an exciting fragrance, and the crystal chandelier projected colorful spots of light, which rotated slightly on the ground, making people confused and fascinated. Excellent venue. Very exciting. The universe has many tricks. I want to go back to Earth. Chung-Chi sighed slowly, and a blue ribbon appeared in his vision. He first turned off the fragrance system, and then stopped the rotation of the headlights. Then he lowered his head, and looked at the ecstasy-level rooms diagonally below. Ding ding ding. Sir, can I come in? Baby, it's great. The male customer rushed to the short-skirted beauty, who had just entered the door impatiently. Sir, don't be anxious. We still have some procedures to increase your interest. Then, the customer sat on the edge of the bed, licking his lips, under the arrangement of the beauty. Then, in the light of Xian and the silently spreading fragrance system, the beauty began to dance charmingly, and the customer's eyes became more and more straight. Baby, I'm so anxious. Then let's start now. The beauty in the short skirt walked towards the customer with a charming look, and unbuttoned her chest little by little, and she opened her collar. But she was wearing a round pendant-like device on her chest, with a countdown number that kept jumping. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang! The customer fell headfirst onto the bed. At the same time, the bed flipped over, fixing the male customer like a splint. During this process, the man slept like a dead pig. All kinds of mechanical arms flipped out from under the bed, and put on an electronic eye mask for the man, with a constantly flashing red dot inside. The light penetrated the man's eyelids, and transmitted information of a specific frequency to his pupils. There were also robotic arms that unbuttoned the man's clothes, and more robotic arms moved back and forth on his body, but they were not trying to kill him or dissect him. A robotic arm with a straw moved on the man's neck and chest, constantly sucking out strawberry marks, and also printing lip marks, as if he was kissed by a beautiful woman. Then, there were also robotic arms that left a woman's long hair on the man, sprayed a small amount of women's perfume, and applied a mucus similar to saliva on some parts of his body. This is not over yet. Immediately afterwards, another robotic arm injected 2 unknown drugs into the man's body. Chung-Chi's silicon-based gene has been connected to the control panel in the beautiful woman's hand, and he can clearly see the properties of the drugs. Chlorpromazine blocks dopamine receptors in the brain, thereby producing a sedative effect. Adverse reactions such as drowsiness and fatigue may occur after taking it. Amitriptyline affects the neurotransmitter system. Users will feel that their energy is being drained away, their bodies are as heavy as if they were filled with lead, their limbs are sore and weak, and when they walk, it feels like they are stepping on cotton, like a soft shrimp. The combined effects of these 2 drugs can produce an illusion, which can be summarized in one sentence. Excessive indulgence, the body is hollowed out. During the whole process, the short-skirted beauty just stood there, holding a holographic screen, supervising the execution of the process. The naked man could not arouse her interest at all, he was really like a dead pig, and it was shaved. When all the steps were completed, the short-skirted beauty came to the bedside, stretched out her hand, and patted the man's cheek, and the man just hummed twice in a daze. The short-skirted beauty slowly sat down, crossed her legs, and posed in a seductive manner, revealing her beauty between her skirts. She glanced at the screen, then at the man's face. Now, tell me what your keyword M54 Nebula is suspected of having an advanced civilization means. The more detailed the better, and no details can be revealed. Okay. The man answered mechanically, like a dream. I am the boss of an interstellar mineral transport team. 4 months ago my men and I. TSK. Chung-Chi witnessed the whole process, and shook his head slowly. This is the true face of the free universe brothel. There are indeed many babes here, but they will not really go to bed with customers. The so-called spring night together is a set of technological equipment disguised as an illusion. The man on the bed will wake up tomorrow with traces of battle everywhere on his body, and he will be exhausted, as Aunt Bao said. He thought he was happy, but in fact, the secrets in his heart had been dug out by others. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as he gets the right keywords, he will come again next time. As for the core means of these beauties, it should be a technique similar to hypnosis. Before, the huge dancing posture of the beauty projected above this starship was a special visual confusion technique. Since then, it has been gradually disintegrating the subconscious defenses of customers. After entering the starship landing apron, the real beauties standing on the golden stage are a psychological suggestion. The huge pyramid of beauties is also a psychological suggestion. All of this is to make customers believe what they see and hear, and gradually fall into the trap. And the energy liquid that Auntie Bao mentioned for replenishing physical strength should also be some kind of hypnotic auxiliary drug. Then enter the room. The fragrance system is also a similar drug, and the rotating light projected by the chandelier is also a visual confusion effect. And the glasses on the man's eyes are similar to the whispers of a hypnotist, compiling the man's illusion. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a spring dream, and the dot-shaped information is directly shot into the pupil, forming a virtual spring dream. The core control system of all this. It is the central processing equipment in the crystal chandelier. It is also the location where countless blue ribbons gathered after Chang-Chi entered the room for the first time. At this time, Chang-Chi successfully removed 2 core processors of the hypnosis system from the 2 chandeliers by constantly changing people and rooms. He stretched out his hands behind his back, and in his palms were 2 square black boxes. The peach trap is so scary. I don't want to be treated like a dead pig by you. Chang-Chi smiled, and the STC emitted a blue beam of light. Similar technological creations detected, fixed frequency light pulse hypnosis controller, *2, break up into original matter, synthesis successful, human brain wave adjustment instrument. For hypnosis only, humans mainly have 4 types of brain waves: alpha waves, beta waves, theta waves, and delta waves. This device can instantly adjust human brain waves to theta waves without any other assistance, forming a hypnotic precondition, presenting a highly suggestible state, like a zombie at the mercy of others, and can be guided by the outside world, mobilize the memory bank, and answer questions without reservation. Chapter 275. Dang dang dang. Sir, can I come in? Chang-Chi sat alone on the bed and looked up at the door. Yes, I'm ready. The wooden door was slowly pushed open. A pretty figure stood in the dimly lit doorway. She was wearing a silk pajama skirt. The light outside the door was brighter than inside the house. The light penetrated the silk skirt, reflecting her outline very clearly, with long beautiful legs, slender waist, and a faintly visible firm and rounded outward arc of her chest. The graceful female figure was fully displayed in an instant. This woman's figure was too perfect, even more perfect than the holographic projection. Chang-Chi also paused slightly. She was like a work of art, flawless, and he couldn't help but look forward to her face. The woman walked slowly into the house, barefoot, stepping on the soft white carpet. Her figure gradually became clear, and her long hair with a slightly curved tail was casually combed on the right side of her head, exuding the fragrance of some kind of shower gel. Chang-Chi's eyes slightly opened. She was wearing a white veil, revealing only her eyes. Through her eye contour, Chang-Chi had already recognized her identity, just as he guessed, but why did her eyes without makeup look so special, an indescribable feeling? Her eyes were even more beautiful than after makeup. An indescribable beauty. If human aesthetics is a precise gear, then the feeling she gave people is that she perfectly matched every tooth of the gear, tightly fitting, beautiful enough to make people feel relaxed and happy, and feel a sense of comfort in their hearts. This is just a pair of eyes. If she takes off her veil, I wonder what kind of feeling she will give people. Chang-Chi even felt that he was highly myopic when they met before. At this moment, he seemed to know this woman again. The woman's footsteps also paused slightly. Wasn't he dead? But the woman tried to keep her face calm. Sir, I'm going to start preparing the service process. Don't be so troublesome. Let's just discuss the key points directly. Chang-Chi looked at the woman. I used a few seemingly worthless pieces of information to ascend all the way to here, and you also showed up in person, which has fully verified my guess that you have an inseparable relationship with Professor Huolinzhong. I can tell you that I saw the body of Professor Huolinzhong in the garbage earth, and took his relics, and swore to his heroic spirit that I would send the relics to his descendants. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. I have no other request, just want to express respect for this great scholar, and do something within my ability. The woman paused slightly, and looked at Chang-Chi with her eyes slightly open. Miss Wishui. Warm reminder, the initiative is not in your hands now, put away your tricks. Chang-Chi looked sideways. My first question is, what is your relationship with Professor Huolinzhong? I am his daughter. The veiled woman's beautiful eyes trembled, and a trace of mist appeared in her eyes. Huolinzhong's only daughter. Just kidding. Chang-Chi frowned. How old are you this year? 23 years old. The veiled woman raised her head, with delicate skin and a proud figure. It seems that you are not going to cooperate. Chang-Chi looked unhappy. Professor Huo's team was the last group of people to withdraw from the garbage earth. According to the time calculation, if Professor Huolinzhong is still alive today, he is about 260 years old, and his family withdrew with the scientific research team. Even if his daughter is really alive today, she is at least 240 years old. Chang-Chi looked at the beautiful woman. The descendants of Professor Huo I refer to should be the great-great-grandson, not the only daughter. The veiled woman took a step forward. I am really her daughter. Chang-Chi shook his head, and pressed the device he had been holding. A burst of invisible energy enveloped the room, and 4 different colored ripples appeared clearly around the veiled beauty's head, and then one of the light gray ripples suddenly flickered, while the other 3 dimmed at the same time. The veiled woman's beautiful eyes became a little dull, her hands drooped naturally, and she stood quietly on the ground. Now, let go of your guard completely, and I will become the person you trust the most. Chang-Chi's tone was soothing. Next, you will answer all my questions truthfully, without any reservations. Okay. The veiled woman replied as if she was talking in a dream. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. What is the real relationship between you and Huolinzhong? I am his daughter, his only daughter. The veiled woman still gave the same answer, and her pupils were slightly dilated at this time, without obvious focus. How is it possible? Chang-Chi tilted his head, full of doubts. He checked the human brain wave adjustment instrument in his hand again, and found that the dominant brain waves of the real trouble had completely turned into theta waves. The subjective consciousness had retreated, and the answer came completely from the subconscious, so it was impossible to lie. Were you born naturally by your mother? Yes. How old were your father and mother when you were born? Father Huolinzhong was 28 years old, and Mother Linlan was 25 years old. Then how can you be 23 years old? I am 23 years old, I must be, Huishui said, with a look of anxiety and struggle, even a little panic. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. There is something wrong with your age. You seem to know the reason. Either you don't want to face it, or your memory is fuzzy. At this moment, the human brain wave adjustment instrument in Chang-Chi's hand suddenly bloomed a picture, which was the scene that flashed through Huishui's mind at this time. But her subconscious was very resistant, so she couldn't express it orally. Chang-Chi thought to himself that no matter how he verified it, the Queen's theory was always correct, and the human subconscious would remember everything that happened in life. Dad, why don't you come with us? At the entrance of the Muon Research Center, Huolinzhong, who was about 30 years old, held a little girl's hand and looked at the human transport starship that was loading cargo in the distance. Dad swore that if Muon technology didn't produce results, Dad would not leave the research center. You have to have faith in Dad. Dad will leave here soon and reunite with you and your daughter. At this moment, Huolinzhong was still the somewhat bohemian scientist, with tattoos on his arms and a cigarette in his mouth. He looked around and said, before we part, Dad will give you a gift. Then, Huolinzhong, like a thief, took his daughter back to the Muon Research Center and came to a secret laboratory. In the dim room, he held up a syringe with a light blue liquid in it, and in the liquid, there were countless blue particles flying like elves. Dad, what is this? This is called Biomuon? Dad has not disclosed this research to anyone because it is the only item that Dad has created based on your gene sequence and the characteristics of muons. Huolinzhong bit his cigarette, and the blue light of the muon in the syringe illuminated his face. Dad has tested it many times, and finally found that this medicine can only be stable under the golden ratio. Dad, what is the golden ratio? It is a mysterious ratio in the universe. If there is really a creator in the world, then the golden ratio must be one of his abilities. Huolinzhong looked at his daughter. Meow, do you believe in Dad? The little girl nodded seriously, of course. Huolinzhong took a deep breath and slowly injected the medicine into the little girl's vein. Dad can be sure that she will not cause any negative harm to you. There are 2 possibilities. First, in the years to come, because of the unstable form, the muon will disappear silently, as if it had never been there. Second, it will combine with your life into a whole, bringing unexpected magical changes. Meow, you are everything to Daddy, and Myozi is everything to Daddy. That sounds a bit contradictory. But from now on, it's not. The scene faded away, like a mirror flower and water moon. The next memory appeared again. the little girl stood in the starship, waving to her father, who was left alone on Earth. The glass reflected the expression of the little girl pursing her lips tightly, not daring to shed tears, for fear that her father would be sad. Time flies, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Huolinzhong's reputation is getting worse and worse. He is left alone on Earth, using a communicator to contact the outside world, but he is talking nonsense. The little girl and her mother were also discriminated against. Suddenly one day, the little girl fell ill and fell into a coma. Her world was dark, and strange golden lines kept appearing one after another. She thought she had only taken a 10-minute nap. But when she woke up, everything had changed. She found that hundreds of years had passed, and she had become a 20-year-old. Her mother and father had already passed away, and her father's body was left on the earth, and could no longer be found. She was full of confusion about this world. After stumbling out of the hospital, everyone she saw would exclaim, "This girl is so beautiful." Chapter 276. The virtual projection slowly dissipated. The backside was exposed, Huishui's moist eyes. Chang-Chi looked at the veiled face of the woman. The virtual projection was Huishui's first-person perspective. Until the end of the picture, Chang-Chi did not see what the beautiful face that attracted the exclamations of passers-by looked like. But Chang-Chi knew the truth. It was because Professor Huolinzhong left, biological muon, in her body that she fell asleep for more than 200 years. Until today, she still looked like a girl in her early 20s. It is both right and wrong to say that she is over 200 years old. If we count from the time of her birth, she is indeed this age. But for a long period of time, she just took a nap. From the perspective of cognition and experience, she is indeed in her 20s. This is a growth full of contradictions. As a woman, she certainly does not want to face her so-called age. From this incident, we can see that Musi still has many magical functions. What is your relationship with this lunch? Chang-Chi asked, looking at the woman in front of him, who was still in a highly suggestible state. I am the owner of this place. I created this place about 3 years ago. Huishui said slowly. I found that as a woman, the most basic condition is this face, and this face of mine has brought me great convenience. I used this convenience to continuously obtain resources, and gathered many sisters, who were deeply trapped in the quagmire, and finally formed today's lunch. Chang-Chi frowned. The essence of lunch is to collect information. What do you want to do? My father is a great scientist. He has extraordinary creativity, extreme concentration, strong perseverance, and knowledge to match all of this. But why didn't he succeed? Why was he hated, ridiculed, and even spurned by future generations? I don't expect people to erect a monument for him, but his bones are left on the garbage earth, and no one takes them back. I also went to the garbage earth to look for my father, but it happened to be blocked. Everything I did was to prove one thing, that muon technology has great potential. It can generate unlimited clean energy, and completely change the future of mankind. My father's persistence is right. His vision is advanced and leading. It is the mainstream science that is not high enough, and they are short-sighted. In the past 3 years, I have been operating the lunch while secretly conducting the same muon technology research as my father. Huishui said without reservation. I tried every possible way to find the data that my father's team brought out of the earth. Based on this, I conducted a total of 566 experiments on muons, and almost all of them failed. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. He recalled the trans-time and space dialogue he had with Professor Huolinzhong in the abandoned muon research center. Professor Huolinzhong said at the time that after the team withdrew, he locked himself in the muon research center and spent a full 20 years trying 566 plans, but all failed and ended up with nothing. Although they were separated by more than 200 years, the father and daughter had the same starting point and the same number of experiments, 556 times. The universe is magical and full of coincidences. You used the word almost all failed. Chang-Chi looked at Huishui with a dazed look. In other words, you actually made some progress. Huishui nodded. I made a successful product that was not a success. Chang-Chi said, it's the energy weapon you used to attack me before. Huishui nodded again. It's called the muon catalytic model machine. Go get it. Chang-Chi looked at Huishui's cool clothes, and the technological coat you stole from the Universe Mysterious Matter exhibition hall. Okay. Huishui folded his hands in front of his lower abdomen, and nodded slightly. Although he had no expression, he gave people an extremely well-behaved feeling. Chang-Chi suddenly felt inexplicably comfortable. Is this the legendary silk pajamas maid, or the super beautiful one? This is the highly suggestible state. There will be no subjective defense. It will directly communicate with the subconscious mind, and the subconscious mind is like an extremely powerful and innocent child. It will do whatever you say. Huishui left the room obediently, and returned obediently in less than 2 minutes, with 2 more items in his hands. He stretched out his hands, and handed the 2 items to Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi first put the Pioneer Gravitational Weapon System top and pants on the bed on one side, and then studied its secrets later. Then he looked at the device, like a white sword handle in Huishui's hand. It was very similar to his own, first-generation muon fusion catalytic reactor, and the workmanship looked very fine, but for some reason, it looked like a semi-finished product. Chang-Chi picked up the muon catalytic model machine in Huishui's hand, turned his back, and took out the first-generation muon fusion catalytic reactor machine that he carried with him. The 2 pieces of equipment were compared together, and the appearance similarity was 90%. Chang-Chi raised his right wrist, and the STC bloomed a blue fan-shaped beam, covering the 2 pieces of equipment. Huishui behind him was in a state of mental confusion, and would not actively obtain information from the outside world, so the scene in front of her was almost blank to her. Chang-Chi pursed his lips slightly. The equipment made by Huishui was obviously not as powerful as his own. I wonder if they are the same kind of equipment and can be synthesized. Similar technological creations detected, synthesize. When the STC scan was completed, a prompt sounded. Chang-Chi opened his eyes. It really works. Huishui has surpassed Professor Huolinzhong's achievements, and what he has made is very close to the first-generation muon fusion catalytic reactor. It's just that Huishui has not completely broken through. The equipment has defects or is defective, but STC has a certain tolerance. Just like a broken robot can be synthesized into a new robot, it can still be synthesized. The muon catalytic model machine I made has only a 61% probability of being released smoothly, and the other 39% probability is that the reaction is terminated and cannot form any power. Huishui was immersed in the previous thoughts and suddenly said, I have been unable to determine the reason. 61%? Chang-Chi paused. It turned out that she was not completely sure when she attacked him before. Looking back, he had successfully synthesized muon technology equipment twice. The first equipment was called Muon Fusion Catalytic Reactor Prototype. This equipment has a 51% probability of a problem called alpha adhesion, which will cause the fusion reaction to fail. The equipment made by Huishui has increased the probability to 61%. Obviously, it has already stepped half a foot into the next level. No wonder it can be synthesized with the first-generation machine in his hand. I have discovered the alpha adhesion problem. But it still cannot be solved. Huishui said dully, as long as this problem exists, the muon nuclear fusion reaction will not be 100% successful. Chang-Chi pondered. It seems that this great genius has to take action. Chang-Chi knows nothing about this high-tech technology, and even looking at the whole human race, there are not many people who can understand this technology, but the child has a good memory. Chang-Chi carefully recalled the comments made by STC when synthesizing the muon technology. Deuterium, tritium, electrons. Reaction chain. Collins spiral. Suddenly, Chang-Chi's eyes lit up, and he recalled the string of comments that appeared when he synthesized muon technology for the second time. Technology is fully enhanced. Through the reverse Collins spiral, the probability of alpha adhesion is eliminated, the overall stability is more stable, and the energy efficiency, reaction time and other indicators are improved by 185% at this moment. Chang-Chi slowly turned around. His eyes were far-reaching, full of wisdom. Have you ever thought about the reverse Collins spiral? These words, which Chang-Chi had no idea what they meant, struck Huishui's brain like lightning. Even though she was hypnotized, her eyes were still slightly widened and her pupils contracted. Yes, reverse Collins spiral. Huishui turned her head inch by inch and looked at Chang-Chi, shocked. I'm shocked inside. Chang-Chi immediately took a look at the human brain wave adjustment instrument. It was found that in Huishui's brain, the theta wave was still the dominant wave, but the beta wave was significantly enhanced, with a frequency between 13 and 30 Hz, which means that the brain is in a relatively excited and alert state, which is the data that humans will show when they enter a state of shock. Huishui was still in a hypnotic state, but she was shocked, so her subconscious directly described her feelings in words. Chang-Chi smiled. It seemed that just a name had created a telepathic effect, and Huishui's next research path should be smooth because of it. In this way, I felt more at ease about my plan to seize the muon model machine. And it was also a small help to Professor Huolinzhong and the development of muon technology by just a little effort. Lunch once served the director of the Human Galaxy Alliance Artificial Intelligence Administration. I got the core secret key of the Human Artificial Intelligence System from him. 2 years ago, I secretly entered the relevant data of Muon technology into the Human Artificial Intelligence Core Control System, and ordered it to use the Human AI database and computing power to help me solve the dilemma of Muon technology. An hour ago, it provided me with a preliminary answer, which was the reverse Collins spiral. Now, it is conducting subsequent deductions. Huishui's beautiful eyes were still wide open. I didn't expect that you, as a human individual, could come up with such a solution. I'm shocked. Chang-Chi was stunned. It turned out that she already had the answer. His reminder just reaffirmed the answer from a certain perspective. Now that I think about it, the lunch is really useful. But I have a hunch. Huishui suddenly frowned. Even so, I can't really use the Muon technology. Chang-Chi tilted his head. Why? Huishui showed an anxious and fearful expression, and pinched the hem of her skirt tightly with her right hand, because I suspect that human technology has been blocked by some advanced civilization. Chapter 277. If you want to break through, you will not only face academic problems, but also invisible shackles. Huishui opened his eyes wide, and looked into the void. Maybe my father's technology is enough, but he can't break that invisible limit. One of the main purposes of my forming the lunch is to verify whether this limit exists. In the past, we have been constantly obtaining information from human leaders or interstellar explorers. We will dig deep into any clues and any insignificant information and list them as references. Chang-Chi said, What have you collected? This is an invisible network, without a specific form or specific evidence. Huishui's eyes became more and more empty and confused. People think that technology is developing at a high speed, but in fact, human energy, space jump, detection and other technologies have been stagnant for 100 years. If we look into the reasons, there is no conspiracy or accident, but scientists cannot make new breakthroughs. Their situation is the same as my father's. The difference is that many of them gave up and studied some fancy but unsubstantial things, while my father persisted until the last moment of his life. Chang-Chi looked up. This is very general. Is there any more specific information? The rest is some crazy talk. The lunch is like an intelligence station, gathering all kinds of strange information. Huishui said slowly. There is a quantum physicist who became mentally abnormal in his later years. He said that the reason why advanced civilizations block humans was because they saw the future of humans. In the future, humans will pose a huge threat and even defeat some advanced civilizations. So, advanced civilizations have laid causal weapons in today's human society. When human technology makes a critical breakthrough, causal weapons will take effect, generating powerful power and directly wiping out humans. It's like a time bomb. If humans don't make a breakthrough and just live in humiliation, then everything will be fine. Humans won't get the development they deserve. My father will never be vindicated, and everything I do will be meaningless. But once humans make a breakthrough, the moment a new future opens up will also be the moment they lose everything. Chang-Chi frowned. This is something that cannot be verified at all. Huishui said slowly, I collect as much information as possible about advanced civilizations, hoping to uncover some truths. Chang-Chi looked at the Pioneer gravitational weapon set beside him. You stole them for this purpose? Huishui nodded. Chang-Chi was very confused. Putting aside the issue of information blockade, why did the Pioneer gravitational weapon system appear on Earth out of thin air? The Pioneer civilization has been promoted to a god-level civilization and even disappeared in the physical world. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that they left some equipment behind, what is the probability that it will fall on Earth and into human civilization? The universe is vast, and humans haven't even left the Milky Way. The probability of this happening is almost zero. Chang-Chi asked, What do you know about these two pieces of equipment? I don't know their functions, and I'm not sure if they are made by advanced civilizations. Huishui said, I only know that they were donated by several humans. These humans are not big shots, but the bottom of society. They picked up these two items by accident and didn't understand their value at all. They sent these two pieces of equipment to the Universe Mysterious Matter Exhibition Hall just because of the donation thank you fee of 40,000 credit points. Is that so? Chang-Chi felt a little ridiculous. This was like the old-time handing in where you handed in priceless antiques in exchange for a small amount of money and a certificate of honor. I often have strange dreams. In the dream, the technological blockade of advanced civilizations is real, and the time bomb is also real. Huishui's eyes were empty, but his pupils trembled slightly. I dreamed of the explosion of the bomb and the complete destruction of mankind. Chang-Chi tilted his head. Was it a dream you had during your 200 years of coma? No, I've been having this dream. Huishui frowned unconsciously. I also dreamed that the destruction of mankind is inevitable, but there will be a variable in the middle. He is a human being, he can change everything, but he needs a key clue. That clue is a number. Chang-Chi just felt that there was a feeling of unreality in his heart. In fact, the information of technological blockade was mentioned in the notes of STC. But the destruction of mankind mentioned by Huishui is another result, based on two illusions, a rumor without evidence, and a dream without reason. But Chang-Chi still asked the question in his mind, who is that person, and what is the clue number? Huishui lowered his head and frowned, I can't remember. Every time I wake up from a dream, the information becomes very vague, leaving only the rough outline. Chang-Chi thought for a moment, confirmed that Huishui was still in a highly suggestible state, and slowly spoke, now you have a very strong memory. You can easily recall all the details of your life, including every dream you have ever had. Think carefully and think hard, who is the person you dreamed of, and what is the so-called clue number? Huishui's eyelashes trembled, and his pupils kept swaying from side to side. At this time, the human brain wave adjustment instrument projected a picture again, in which there was a shadow that seemed to be hidden behind the fog. As Huishui tried to recall, the figure gradually became clear. Chang-Chi's eyes opened. The figure was himself. It's you. Huishui suddenly raised his head, the variable is you. And the clue number is 24. At this moment, in the human brain wave adjustment instrument, a huge, shining 24 appeared behind Chang-Chi. 24. 24? 24. Chang-Chi was surprised. When he was talking to Professor Huo Linzhong, Professor Huo once told him about an experience in which an unexpected explosion occurred during a muon technology experiment, and he fell into a coma. But the strange thing was that he seemed to have traveled through time and came to the singularity of the universe. In the singularity, he saw a mysterious number, which was also 24, but Professor Huo didn't know what 24 meant, he just felt an inexplicable shock in his heart. What is even more incredible is that Professor Huo also saw Chang-Chi, and that is why he entered Chang-Chi's face and advanced in the access control recognition system of the Muon Research Center. When Chang-Chi entered the Muon Research Center, he escaped the siege of the killer rat because the access control system was opened in time. You are the only variable to break through the blockade. The number 24 is your guide. Please think carefully about every 24 in your life. The bomb will explode sooner or later, and only you can change it all. Huishui, who was hypnotized, could no longer distinguish between reality and dreams. He became extremely frightened and panicked. He even leaned forward and directly held Chang-Chi's hands, tears flowing from his beautiful eyes. Chang-Chi frowned. How should he deal with such a mysterious thing? At this moment, Chang-Chi's portable communicator started beeping. He looked down and saw a series of messages. The senders included Valente Mo, his brother Li Bolong, and even Hua Kunlun. At this moment, a nameless wind suddenly blew. The veil of disaster loosened and was about to slide off his face. Chang-Chi raised his head, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The room was filled with floating white light spots, flickering like miniature stars. Ing! A sharp sound, like a severe tinnitus, suddenly sounded. The white light spots in the whole room suddenly became bright and swallowed everything. Chapter 278. Host fatal crisis detected, emergency mode activated, search nearby available resources, break into original matter, synthesis successful, Myosin technology consciousness particle flashback system, *1. The moment before the white light enveloped everything. Chang-Chi saw his STC automatically start and combine the two muon catalysts in his hand into one. Myosin, as one of the most magical substances in the universe, has an inseparable relationship with time. This device can make the user's consciousness return to a certain anchor point in the past. In essence, consciousness descends into the body of the past, thereby interfering with certain established facts. Each consciousness flashback time is up to 18 minutes. Please note that this device consumes a lot of energy and has an upper limit on the number of uses. This equipment is linked to the time attribute, has no clear technological level, and is a mid-level product of Muse technology. Chang-Chi glanced at the white round device in his hand that looked like a pebble. A line of words appeared above, located in the gap of consciousness. Chang-Chi looked up and looked at the surrounding space. He found that the surroundings were still the universe he knew, and the white light spots of unknown origin were now spread all over every corner of the universe. The light of the white spots became stronger and stronger, and some unprecedented energy explosion occurred. The lunch, which was in trouble, turned into ashes in the white light. The G83-1 colony planet not far away was also eaten away by the white light and turned into ashes. The white light formed ripples that continued to spread, and the star field of Alcyone turned into ashes in the white light. Then the entire Cygnus constellation, followed by the nearby constellations, turned into ashes. The energy of the white light was extremely powerful, and it swept across the entire Milky Way. Everything in the Milky Way, countless colonized or non-colonized planets, countless stargates, countless starships on the way, and countless humans, also turned into ashes in the white light. Although human footsteps have entered space, the territory of civilization and the limit of exploration have always been in the Milky Way. Human civilization was completely destroyed at this moment, and the mysterious and powerful white light went out silently when it spread to the edge of the Milky Way. It was a bomb tailor-made to destroy humanity. Chang-Chi's eyes slightly opened. He looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. All the prosperity and bustle had disappeared. There was silence all around. No celestial bodies, no sounds, only wisps of very small, silently floating dust, which seemed to be the only proof that objects had ever existed in this galaxy. The communicator in Chang-Chi's hand was still beeping. He pressed the preview button. Messages popped up one after another. Valente, Boss Chung, the first batch of genetic drugs has been successfully developed, totaling 400. I need your location to ship them to you. You will definitely be surprised. M.O. I will hold a wedding with Meng Lan in 15 days. Do you have time? Li Bolong, brother, I am almost well. Hanzi is in a hurry to see you. I also took care of those antique robots. Where are you? Hua Kunlun. Xiao Qiong's growth has far exceeded my imagination. I will send her to a more powerful secret organization for training. I need to ask for your opinion. Chang-Chi's eyes slightly opened. If it were in the past, Chang-Chi would definitely smile and slowly say that sentence always stay optimistic, everything is moving in the best direction. Unfortunately, the next moment, the information in the communicator seemed to turn into sand in the wind and slowly dissipated, because from the perspective of cause and effect, these things no longer exist, and there is only a blank on the screen of the communicator. The regrets are not only these. STC is absorbing new fragments, and the results will appear in about 3 days. Chi's civilization is also developing with great prospects. Where is my body? Is it destroyed? STC synthesized the consciousness particle flashback system at the critical moment, so I entered the consciousness gap and became the only survivor in the entire galaxy. Chang-Chi also didn't know what kind of form he was in now, maybe some kind of consciousness. In short, now he is floating alone in the silent black universe. And the universe at this moment is lonelier, more desolate, and more desperate than ever before. Be it the dream of a disaster. Be it the nonsense of a mad scientist. All are true. The internal logic is also true. Human technology has finally reached that critical point. The causal weapons left by the advanced civilization have worked, and the bomb has exploded. Chang-Chi's emotions are like a stormy sea. What is that so-called critical point of technology? Is it Huishui's 567th experiment? Will it succeed? Or is it a breakthrough from some other scientists? If it is Huishui, it is unavoidable. She has already called on the artificial intelligence of all mankind 2 years ago. The entire galaxy is full of human civilization and artificial intelligence, and every AI is working for this. If it is other scientists, it is even more impossible to trace. I am the only variable. Chang-Chi looked at the brand new muon technology device in his hand. It can make my consciousness descend into my past body, which is another form of time reversal. In this way, I have a chance to change everything. What I have to do is to suppress it from the root and find the so-called bomb in advance. 18 minutes of consciousness flashback time. Limited number of uses. Anchor point. Clue. Mysterious number 24. Everything about 24 is related to me. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. Is that so? I can choose the time and place of consciousness flashback, but I can't waste opportunities aimlessly. I must choose the corresponding anchor point with 24 as the center. Then, under various conditions, the bomb hidden in human beings by the advanced civilization was found. As long as it was dismantled, the destruction of the Milky Way would have no cause, thus becoming an invalid result, and everything would be restored. But the form of the bomb was a white light spot that spread all over the universe in an instant, and then it inevitably exploded. It must be a weapon of an advanced civilization, an unknown form, but what exactly is it? The clue to everything is the mysterious number 24. Chang-Chi tried hard to recall, and suddenly a fresh memory of 24 popped up in his mind. It came from the LBW competition he had experienced, and in the competition, his identity was contestant number 24. It was also at that time that Chang-Chi first came into contact with the so-called superior people. Chang-Chi glanced at his chest. The small white fishbone was very conspicuous. It was a miniature version of the Omega World Destroyer Jet Particle Star Destroyer cannon. The damage range of this weapon is based on galaxies. The source of this equipment is the twin Earth of the Superiors, which is composed of 2 Alpha-class cannons. The Superiors are technologically advanced. If they are reckless, they should be able to destroy the entire galaxy. Is it related to the Superiors? Although they are tiny, I don't know what secrets are hidden in them. The scene of the LBW competition was recalled in my mind. Chung-Chi's eyes flickered slightly, and he held the round device in his hand tightly. The first anchor point, contestant number 24. Gently pressing the button in the center of the device, Chung-Chi felt his vision was covered by a colorful rainbow. When the vision was restored again, Chung-Chi saw the bright sun, the endless yellow sand, and the hot temperature. I am Chong Baihe, the president of LBW. I wish all the players good luck. The voice in the broadcasting system echoed throughout the venue. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly, clenched his fists, and felt his real body. And here is the venue for the first stage of the LBW competition, the hot desert. At the same time, a time countdown appeared in Chung-Chi's perspective. 17 minutes and 59 seconds. Chapter 279. The yellow sand is endless. The hot air is like steam, rising slightly on the ground and twisting upward. The rattlesnake in the distance is chasing the little gerbil. Confirm the situation in front of you. Chung-Chi looked at himself. He was wearing the black clothes given by the chief referee Chong Baihe. He only had one piece of equipment, STC. And the time point at this time was the first act of the LBW competition, when all the players were thrown into the starting point of the desert. Chung-Chi also felt mysterious. This was indeed a kind of consciousness returning to the past and descending into the past body, just like a soul. And nothing in the past has changed. Chung-Chi began to think. The goal is to find the time bomb, left by the evil advanced civilization to block human technology. According to Wushui's dream, this kind of bomb has already existed in human society, and has the attributes of a causal weapon. So the time bomb may not be something obvious, and it will not be a huge device with a timer in the conventional definition. The hiding method of this time bomb may be very tortuous, hidden in some obscure context. The key clue is the mysterious number 24. So at this moment, something here is very likely related to the time bomb. Everything about the LBW competition flashed through Chung-Chi's mind. The contestants are all human beings. The technological items hidden in the arena, such as the weather controller and the ruler robot, have been found and synthesized by Chung-Chi. There is no problem, and none of them are time bombs. If there is a problem, it must be related to the superior people. Chung-Chi suddenly opened his eyes. Thinking of number 4's dying counterattack, he launched the annihilation cannon hidden in outer space. In the end, the energy of the annihilation cannon was dissolved by himself with the gravity cone. At that time, his brotherly Bolong even praised that his ability was similar to Bai Xian. Now think about it, what is the annihilation cannon, and where is it hidden? Why did it disappear without a trace afterwards? Annihilation cannon. Chung-Chi's eyes flickered. Countdown 16 minutes and 21 seconds. Ha ha. Where there is competition, there will be unknowns. Where there is unknown, there will be gambling. And where there is gambling, there will be me, Mr. Dice. Contestant number 24 Chung-Chi actually did not bring any equipment, and was still confused. The odds are 1 to 100. But I'm afraid no one will go against money. If anyone buys number 24 Chung-Chi. Wait! What's going on? How can he be so fast? Chung-Chi suddenly discovered something, and was very surprised. When he returned, he could not bring any items with him, but he brought his consciousness with him. To be precise, he had completely returned to consciousness, and the consciousness contained his conscious mind and his greatly developed subconscious mind. Although this body was not strong enough, the subconscious mind was powerful enough to fully mobilize the dark muscles, greatly reduce the wear and tear of the body, resist higher G values, and bring stronger super speed. Although not as good as his peak period, Chung-Chi's ability level was at least S+ level now. Time is running out. He almost turned into a black line, and just by running, he splashed 100-meter high dust. It was like a wild horse running away. Mr. Dice was caught off guard and was stunned. Chung-Chi crossed the desert, running 110 kilometers in 2 minutes, and came to the nearest A-country candidate Ishiguro. Ishiguro, who had just begun to identify the direction, was stunned. What a perverted speed, a mad dog running away, ha ha, but you ran in the wrong direction. The champion must be me. Idiot. Chung-Chi glanced at Ishiguro. No one knew the inside story of this game, and the fate of these players better than Chung-Chi. Chung-Chi reached out with one hand, and found the second suspended floor in the desert behind Ishiguro. The body circled on the spot, splashing huge dust and directly covering the monitoring view of the competition. The blue light shone. Similar technological creation detected, synthesis successful, SSA Surfer hoverboard, *1, countdown 13 minutes and 51 seconds. Without any pause, Chung-Chi jumped onto the surfer skateboard, the beam tie extended, fixed the foot, and directly turned on the maximum speed. Boom! Like a desert explosion, the kinetic energy of the surfer skateboard was maximized, splashing sand hundreds of meters high again. In the sand and dust, Chung-Chi soared up at a right angle of nearly 90 degrees, aiming at the glass sky of the entire stadium. What's going on? Where did he get the equipment? Mr. Dice was stunned. And why did he go to the sky? Doesn't he want the medal? Chung-Chi drove the surfer skateboard and rushed to the front of the ecological isolation cover. The extreme sports mode was turned on. The skateboard began to rotate rapidly like a spiral drill, and the sharp wind-fixing fins below kept cutting the ecological isolation cover. Crack! Crack! Boom! The glass sky of the stadium was directly shattered with a big hole. Chung-Chi's eyes were scorching. This is basic information. The stadium of the competition is actually hidden underground. Mr. Dice was even more shocked. Why did he poke a hole in the sky? Only a truly high-end game can make people excited. In the dark room, the real high-level man Mr. Dice had a sly smile on his face. Who would have thought that the entire LBW event organizing committee was just a puppet manipulated by the adults at will, and the much-anticipated LBW competition was just an entertainment activity for the adults. Hee hee. Number 4 in the shadows smiled grimly. Yes, compared to our previous boring life, this feeling is really exciting. Coming to the world of these low-level people, you only need a little trick to get unlimited fun. Those ants, those stupid ants, will never understand the truth. They can't even dream that we are controlling everything about them like God right here in the stadium. Their life, their death, and all their values are the source of our joy. Number 4 crossed his legs, chose a more comfortable position, and leaned back in his chair. Now, let's see what jokes those stupid ants are going to provide us. Bang! At this moment, the door of the dark room was kicked open. Before the people in the room could react, a figure rushed into the room, like a whirlwind, bypassed the round table, and stood directly in front of number 4. He waved his arms, which were slightly blurred due to the high-speed vibration. Snap! A super loud slap hit number 4's face directly, and blood spurted out of his mouth, and his molars flew out. At the moment when number 4 flew out, he was pinched by the neck by a palm and pulled back directly. Number 4 was dizzy and had stars in his eyes. In a trance, he saw the person coming. Low human contested Chung-Chi. He was about to activate his mechanical arm to fight back, but found that Chung-Chi's slap not only slapped his teeth away, but also directly scrapped his mechanical device. Number 4 was furious and said fiercely, "Bold low human, do you know who I am?" In the dim light, Chung-Chi frowned, like a demon. "You? Just a loser who was eliminated by the drama club." "What?" Number 4 was shocked, his eyes widened to the extreme. Chung-Chi told this information, which was more painful than killing him. This was the greatest shame in his life, killing someone and destroying his heart. "How do you know this information?" Number 4's body trembled violently. "Don't talk nonsense to me." Chung-Chi stared at number 4. "The Omni King doesn't want you to enter human society, so he must have blocked the amplifier. How did you guys get out? And your annihilation cannon hidden in outer space, what the hell is it?" Number 4 was completely dumbfounded. The brain even crashed a little, feeling that the situation in front of him was already a little perverted. How could he know this information, the Omni King, the amplifier, and even my annihilation cannon? Chapter 280. Countdown 9 minutes and 21 seconds. Crack! Crack! Chung-Chi broke number 4's bones one by one, from fingers to wrists, to forearm bones, and then to shoulder blades. "Speak. Otherwise, I will break one of your bones every half a second." Chung-Chi's eyes were like spitting fire. "I will make you die in the most painful way." Number 4 was suffering from the huge psychological and physical double impact, and his feces and urine were flowing. "I said? Ah! I said?" Number 4's body twitched violently. "The king of all doesn't know that there is another amplifier in our universe. It is hidden near a black hole, where all the light and electromagnetic signals are distorted by the black hole, so it cannot be detected." Chung-Chi stared. "What?" "We accidentally discovered the amplifier, and entered human society through it." Number 4 said in a crying voice. "The annihilation cannon you mentioned is the technology one brought out. It comes from a scientist in our universe. His name is Hui AI. He is the successor of Hui's technology and masters Hui's particle technology. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Recalling the giant cannon in the universe of the advanced people, the original name was the Alpha-class Great Particle Star Destroyer Cannon. The great particles in it should be the same technology as what number 4 said. Gray AI's great particle technology is a very unstable energy, just like nitroglycerin, very easy to explode. Number 4 twitched and said, the annihilation cannon I brought out is actually 20 units of great particles, which can be detonated once, and then it will be completely annihilated and disappear without a trace. Crack! Chang-Chi broke number 4's shin bone with 1 foot. How many great particles does that gray AI have? I don't know. Their family has been developed for more than 1,400 years, and there may be hundreds of millions or billions of great particles. You must be the king's man, I will tell you everything. Number 4 wailed, Gray AI does have the intention of rebellion. He wants to use those great particles to threaten the king to abdicate, because those great particles are enough to blow up our entire galaxy. A muffled thunder sounded in Chang-Chi's mind. Great particles are enough to blow up the entire Milky Way, although it is located in the microcosm of the advanced people. If it is amplified by the second amplifier, wouldn't it just blow up the human Milky Way? And this bomb is a particle, which is consistent with the doomsday scene that Chang-Chi saw. Damn, it's hidden so deep. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed, clenched his fists, and exerted force with his arms to throw number 4 directly away. Countdown 5 minutes and 35 seconds. Now I am facing a huge problem. The time bomb is located in the advanced universe, which is Cygnus, 1,300 light-years away. There is only a little time left, it is too late, and it is impossible to rush there. The only hope. It is the function of the Mio's Technology Consciousness Particle Flashback System. Just as I imagined, after the countdown is over, I can still return to the consciousness gap and then start the second shuttle. And before the second shuttle, find an anchor point very close to the twin Earth. The countdown passed by little. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. 00:00:00. Everything in sight turned into a colorful rainbow, and then darkness suddenly fell. Chang-Chi took a breath suddenly, as if waking up from drowning. In front of him, it was still the dark universe. He was floating alone. The Milky Way was completely destroyed. There were only scattered tiny dust in the surrounding space. Everything was so lonely and so desperate. I'm really back. Just as I thought, there's still a chance. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. He immediately looked at the Mio's Technology Consciousness Particle Flashback System in his hand. The energy bar showed that only 86% of the energy was left. The last shuttle was a complete cycle, which consumed 14% of the energy. Chang-Chi immediately calculated that it seemed that he still had 6 shuttle opportunities. But Chang-Chi's heart became much more stable. Because at this time, there is already a clear goal. The universe of advanced people, that is, the miniature universe, a scientist named Hui AI in it, and a large number of Hui particles stored in it. Go there in advance and destroy the Hui particles. If everything goes well, the time bomb, buried by the advanced civilization, will also disappear from the source, at this moment. Chang-Chi frowned, thinking about something more difficult. Although the direction is clear, it has not been settled after all. Wishui's dream clearly stated that all the clues are the mysterious number 24. Chang-Chi knew that he had to be cautious in every step that followed, and that he must not deviate from this clue. So no matter how difficult it was, the anchor point had to be around 24. At this moment, the best way to have the best of both worlds was to find a perfect anchor point. At that point in time, he had to be as close to the twin Earth as possible, and the mysterious number 24 also appeared. 24. 24. Chang-Chi's brows were furrowed like ravines. In the past events, when it was very close to the twin Earth. Have I seen 24? Have I seen 24? This is confusing, too many details, I can't remember it at all. No, I have to figure it out. I have to find 24. Chang-Chi gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing wildly. Suddenly, Chang-Chi's eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps because of the huge pressure, Chang-Chi activated some potential, and he actually recalled a very, very small detail. When he went to explore the twin Earth before, a human fleet surrounded the twin Earth. They sent a negotiation team to operate a small landing craft and enter the twin Earth, but they didn't expect to be torn into pieces by the natural defense of the twin Earth. Fragments. Yes, fragments. When Chang-Chi was driving the Spirit Starship and entered the red barrier of the twin Earth, he saw the last piece of the negotiation team's landing craft fragment, which was printed with the number Lian H24. Chapter 281. Sure enough. The mysterious number 24 is not only a clue, but can also help me. Chung-Chi's eyes flickered, hope rekindled, and he slowly pressed the circular device in his hand. Second shuttle anchor point, landing craft fragments, link H24. A burst of colorful rainbows flashed. Chung-Chi's eyes blurred, and his vision was blocked. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the bridge of the Spirit Starship, and at this time, the Spirit Starship was located in a red field. Through the observation window, one can clearly see that not far from the starship, a small landing craft wreckage is floating quietly in the red space, with Lien H24, Human Galaxy Alliance, landing craft H24 printed on it. The moment Chung-Chi looked at the wreckage, it was also corroded by the red force field and disappeared. Took a deep breath. Chung-Chi felt himself. He had his body again, and the Spirit Starship was also there. A few thousand kilometers ahead was the inner space of the twin Earth. The distance was close enough. Countdown 17 minutes and 50 seconds. Weak and humble inferior, stop your steps. If you dare to move forward, I will attack you at will, and completely annihilate you in the deep space. A shockwave-like broadcast came from all around, and the voice in it was low and shocking. We are the superior Earth, and we cannot be peeped. Chung-Chi paused. Then the Spirit Starship accelerated. At the moment of breaking through the red barrier, Chung-Chi opened the public communication channel. King of all, stop pretending. The King of all in the Silver Palace was stunned. What's going on? He actually knows my name, and speaks disrespectfully? In front of all his subordinates, the King of all lost face, and was furious. Preheat the Alpha-class Great Particle Star Destroyer cannon. I will destroy him in an instant to show that we are inviolable. The next moment, for the twin Earth, the virtual projection of the King of all at the Age of Light reappeared, standing in the deep space, facing Chung-Chi's Spirit Starship. You are a lowly person, who doesn't know how high the sky is, and how deep the Earth is. Our civilization is technologically advanced, and exists in places you can't touch. The shadow of the King of all frowned. Do you know that you have disobeyed me? I give you 10 seconds. You are still pretending to be me, right? A bunch of bacteria. Chung-Chi stepped out of the Spirit Starship. Are you still going to attack me with your embroidery needle? Your broken projection will burn your 400 years of energy reserves in 1 second. Fuck? The King of all was stunned. You. Chung-Chi frowned. How did you become the King of all? You don't even know how many amplifiers there are in your own universe, and your scientist named Hui AI has stored a large number of Hui particles, and is ready to launch a coup and overthrow the regime. Fuck? The King of all's eyes widened and stammered. You. Chung-Chi glared. Where is that Hui AI? Point me in the direction. Fuck? The King of all was in a state of mental collapse. His brain was short-circuited, and he was still stubbornly immersed in the lies he had woven. Who are you? How dare you come here and talk nonsense? Do you know that we are a high-level civilization? Chung-Chi didn't want to waste time talking to him, so he stretched out his arms and waved them around in front of him. He only felt a faint crackling sound coming from his arms, like many miniature cannons exploding. Then, Chung-Chi looked at the King of all and said grimly, Do you still want your universe? Sorry, I spoke a little loudly just now. The King of all pursed his lips, and finally recognized the reality. Then his huge projection trembled and raised his hand, pointing to the direction to his right. Dr. Gray AI is on his own planet, which is called Gray Star. Chung-Chi took a few steps. For a high-level person, it was unknown how many tens of light years away. With the help of the light, Chung-Chi saw a small group of dust floating in the place where the King of all pointed. Chung-Chi reached behind him. Sugar residue. It's the magnifying glass you specially prepared. The King of all was shocked again. Who is this guy? How come he knows everything? Countdown 14 minutes and 40 seconds. Chung-Chi shouted angrily, Quick! It took nearly 12 minutes for Chung-Chi to pinch the sugar residue on his fingertips. This was after the sugar residue appeared. Chung-Chi took the initiative to bend down and grab it. The twin Earth is indeed technologically advanced. If it were humans, the transport starship would not have completed the warm-up in such a short time. But no matter how much time is wasted, Chung-Chi must confirm the so-called gray star through the sugar residue, and must not be vague to avoid mistakes. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes, and observed the larger dust through the sugar residue. He found that there were endless warehouses built on this planet, with the words gray technology written on them. And according to some clues, it can be seen that this planet has a huge underground space, which contains the universe. At this time, an old man of high status, about 60 or 70 years old, with curly white hair and a gloomy face, stood on the gray star and looked up at the giant Chung-Chi in space. He was shocked and full of resentment. He shouted excitedly, "Higher life forms. There really are higher life forms. As long as I have enough time and enough accumulation, I will not care about anyone and I can destroy everything." Countdown 1 minute and 21 seconds. Chang-Chi was sure that this Hui AI was close to madness, and the planet under his feet was full of Hui particles. Boom! In Hui AI's eyes, the huge air disturbance formed a deafening sound, and the atmosphere was directly blown away. A huge hand appeared, so huge that the end could not be seen, and grasped the gray star. Countdown 48 seconds. Chang-Chi frowned, and suddenly clenched his hand. There was a crackling sound in his palm, accompanied by a burning and expanding feeling. The gray star filled with gray particles exploded, which was about the size of a large firecracker. The Omni King projection saw this scene with his own eyes, and his facial muscles twitched wildly. "Oh my god." Chang-Chi exhaled slightly. Countdown midnight. The colorful light enveloped everything. The world suddenly dimmed. Chang-Chi seemed to wake up from drowning. He widened his eyes, and suddenly found that he was in the lunch's wandering classroom. The light was dim, the bed was white, and the soap bubbles in the bathtub were constantly bursting, full of ambiguity. And the troublemaker, wearing a white veil and a silk pajamas skirt, stood quietly in front of him. I succeeded. Time bomb did not explode. Everything began to continue. Great joy rushed into Chang-Chi's heart. At this moment, Chang-Chi's portable communicator beeped. He subconsciously looked down and saw the same series of messages. The senders were Valente, Emo, his brotherly Bolong, and Hua Kunlun. At this moment, Chang-Chi felt something was wrong. Suddenly, a nameless wind blew. Huishui's veil loosened and slipped off his face. Chang-Chi looked up and saw that Huishui's veil had fallen a little more than before. The beautiful face that was admired by countless people was about to be revealed. But Chang-Chi's pupil shrank, and he had no intention of appreciating the beautiful face he was expecting. Because in the room, behind Huishui, at some point, floating white light spots appeared, coming from nowhere, flickering like miniature stars. Ing! A sharp sound, like a severe tinnitus, suddenly rang out. The white light spots in the whole room suddenly became brighter, swallowing everything. Chang-Chi's world became infinitely dim again. In the almost weird reincarnation, Chang-Chi heard Huishui's extremely frightened and panicked voice. "You are the only variable to break through the blockade. The number 24 is your guide. Please think carefully about every 24 in your life. The bomb will explode sooner or later. Only you can change it all." When Chang-Chi opened his eyes again, he found that the black sky was empty, and the Milky Way had turned into dust. At the critical moment, he was still protected and became the only survivor. Because of some mysterious and profound properties of muon, the energy of muon technology consciousness particle flashback system was not reset, and only 75% was left. Chang-Chi's brain was dizzy, his eyes slightly opened, and his dark pupils reflected the dead universe. Time bomb is not the gray particle. It still exists. What is it? I still have a chance. The clue is 24. What else is 24 in my life? Chapter 282. 24. 24. Endless confusion is like endless darkness. But in this endless darkness, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed, which was a flashback of memory, also from Chang-Chi's past life, and also an insignificant detail. Chang-Chi looked up and slightly widened his eyes. Hua Kunlun's fleet is the 24th fleet of the Human Galaxy Alliance. This was like a prairie fire, igniting Chang-Chi's memory. The relationship between the 24 fleets of the Human Galaxy Alliance slowly emerged. Strangely enough, Chang-Chi had heard about them, and had a certain impression of them, but Chang-Chi had never really come into contact with them. Because when Chang-Chi learned of their existence, they had already sacrificed themselves collectively. Of the more than 10,000 crew members in the entire fleet, only General Hua Kunlun survived. And the reason for their sacrifice can be called a kind of sadness. Do you remember that story? The 24th fleet was framed by the Ning brothers, who were pretending to be regular troops, and was eventually defined as a traitor to humanity, which led to the siege of the 24th fleet by other fleets and its final demise in the dark abyss. And Hua Kunlun's broken body fell into the garbage earth and met the former Chang-Chi. Is Time Bomb related to the 24th fleet? But I have never had any substantial contact with them. If I use this as an anchor point to start an investigation, will I appear in the past after activating the consciousness shuttle? And at what time will I appear? Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. His mind was full of unknowns and questions. But Chang-Chi couldn't ignore the clear 24th. He had to save everything at this moment. Chang-Chi gritted his teeth and held the pebble-like round device in his hand. Anchor Point Human Galaxy Alliance 24th Fleet. The colorful and swirling beams covered everything. Chang-Chi felt incredible. It was successfully activated, but his own flesh and blood had never touched the 24th Fleet. Where would I land? When the colorful light faded and the perspective was restored, Chang-Chi found himself sitting in a huge conference room. This conference room was full of technology, and on the back wall was a huge emblem of the Human Galaxy Alliance. In the center of the room was a huge long conference table, 20 meters long, with more than a dozen middle-aged generals in military uniforms sitting on both sides. Chang-Chi was a little stunned. This seemed to be the meeting room of the Human Galaxy Alliance military. But I have never been to such a place. Moreover, Chang-Chi found himself sitting at one end of a long conference table. He was the only one sitting here, attending a meeting, and was the core of the whole place. Chang-Chi was even more surprised. As usual, he felt his body, but was shocked to find that he could not control this body, and he seemed to have only one perspective. Wait. This is not my body, at this moment. The body where Chang-Chi was located slowly stretched out its arms, and placed them on the conference table in front of it. Chang-Chi suddenly realized that it was a cyber prosthetic hand with dark red paint, which was relatively slender and weak. It was a female arm. Let's get started. Chang-Chi heard a slightly majestic and cold female voice coming from the body he was in. A muffled thunder sounded in Chang-Chi's mind. This is Hua Kunlun. Why did I enter Hua Kunlun's body? Through the arm on the table, Chang-Chi could judge that this was the previous Hua Kunlun. At this stage, she had not met Chang-Chi yet, because her cyber prosthetic body was not the cyber civilization core structure synthesized by Chang-Chi for her, and the outer armor was not the high-entropy alloy covering made by Chang-Chi for her. This is Hua Kunlun's past. Why is this so? Chang-Chi suddenly thought of a key point, the memory chip. In the previous Garbage Earth Defense War, Hua Kunlun received a new prosthesis from Chang-Chi, and the memory chip in his brain was replaced with the cyber civilization Red Lotus chip. So when Hua Kunlun left, he gave the replaced old chip to Chang-Chi. This chip has been with Hua Kunlun for many years, and it contains her past memories. The reason why it was given to Chang-Chi is that it records many addresses of cosmic treasures. For example, the abandoned mechanical planet of advanced civilization, the interstellar battlefield full of warship wreckage, and the time portal left by the legendary 12th level technological civilization. Once, Chang-Chi used the information in it to find the shipwreck ruins, met the Scarlet Songstress, and met the mysterious queen. I want to recall. Chang-Chi had indeed entered Hua Kunlun's memory chip through the blue ribbon of silicon-based genes, that is, the electronic resonance ability, and left a footprint here. Could this be the reason? Electronic life is considered a type of silicon-based life, so Chang-Chi's consciousness flashed back to the past, which was his own silicon-based past, and also Hua Kunlun's past. Hua Kunlun was safe and sound at this time, which meant that the 24th Fleet was also safe and sound at this time. Therefore, the 24th Fleet anchor point was presented in this strange form. Chang-Chi felt that all this was bizarre, unexpected, and reasonable. So what was the 24th Fleet doing at this time? 9 hours ago. The mysterious cosmic phenomenon at the coordinates of Gemini E334455/M26753 has been confirmed. In the conference room, a scientist from the Human Galactic Alliance stood at the other end of the conference table with a serious expression. An element beyond our cognition has appeared there. To be precise, we have a certain understanding of it, but it is very superficial. It is an isotope of carbon. There are 15 known isotopes of carbon, from carbon-8 to carbon-22. There are 6 protons in the nucleus of carbon. If its neutron number is 2, then it is the isotope of carbon-8. Different isotopes have different properties. Of course, the above content is only known to humans. I suspect that the mysterious element in Gemini may be carbon-90 or carbon-100. I will temporarily name it carbon-X. It has physical and chemical properties that we don't understand at all. The Alliance scientist took a deep breath. By observing all the abnormal phenomena in Gemini, I found that carbon-X seems to be able to perform a kind of energy storage. It can resonate with the surrounding cosmic microradiation and interstellar magnetic field fluctuations at the quantum level, continuously absorbing and storing energy, like an insatiable sponge. Over time, it will seal a huge amount of energy while being in a pseudo-equilibrium state. And nothing in the universe is eternal. It will be released sooner or later. In the early stage, it is a small-scale nuclear fusion turbulence, with protons and neutrons recombining in disorder, releasing high-energy particle beams and gamma rays. As more and more carbon isotopes are drawn into this carnival of microscopic particles, energy release will grow in an avalanche-like manner. Finally, When the accumulated energy exceeds the critical threshold, all spiritual carbon isotopes will simultaneously complete the extreme compression and reorganization of the interior, instantly releasing immeasurable energy, triggering a super explosion that shakes the galaxy. At the scene, a middle-aged general's face changed slightly. What is a super explosion that shakes the galaxy? The Alliance scientist slowly exhaled, looking into the distance with a bit of emptiness. The Milky Way has become a dead ruin, and only the floating debris and chaotic energy can tell the story of the earth-shaking carbon isotope explosion, and everything about humanity will be completely hidden in the dust. Chapter 283. Will the Milky Way be destroyed? Will humanity perish? There were exclamations from the meeting. Don't panic, everyone. The Alliance scientist said, the things I said will happen at an uncertain time in the future, and now we have the opportunity to stop it from the source. Heavy particle bombardment technology. It can make isotopes transform into each other. I need someone to carry the graviton bombardment equipment and enter the E334455/M26753 coordinate point. Change the carbon X in it into other harmless carbon isotopes. The voice fell. The middle-aged generals present frowned and looked at each other. It sounds simple, but who knows what unknown risks are hidden in the coordinates. At the other end of the conference table, one of the 4 generals of the Human Galaxy Alliance, the cyber god of war Hua Kunlun, listened to everything quietly. Chung Chi, who was in Hua Kunlun's memory chip, also heard everything clearly. The mysterious carbon X element. The super explosion that shook the galaxy. Chung Chi's thoughts were churning. This perfectly matches the time bomb left by the evil advanced civilization. Everyone. The Alliance scientist also frowned and scanned the whole scene. Is there anyone willing to take on this mission? The scene suddenly became quiet. Chung Chi witnessed everything and thought to himself, these guys are afraid of death. Squeak. The sound of a metal seat rubbing against the ground was heard. A figure stood up slowly. The Alliance scientist opened his eyes slightly. Squeak. Another sound of a seat rubbing against the ground. Another figure stood up slowly. Squeak, squeak. Approaching, 2 more figures slowly stood up. The nature of the Human Galaxy Alliance is similar to the United Nations of the old times. The core leaders and the military are composed of members of multiple races and nationalities. At this time, 4 figures stood up on the scene. All of them have black hair, yellow skin, and are of country D descent. The moment the 4 tall figures stood up, the military members of other nationalities all bowed their heads slightly, their faces flushed, and they secretly rejoiced. The Alliance scientist, who was also of country D descent, was slightly moved. Thank you, but... Squeak. The 5th friction sound was heard. Cyber General Hua Kunlun slowly stood up, his beautiful face slightly raised. Let me do it. The Alliance scientist finally waited for the answer he wanted. His eyes passed through the long table and looked at the dashing figure opposite. Excuse me, only you and your 24th Fleet have greater confidence. Hua Kunlun nodded quietly. It's my duty. General Kunlun. The Alliance scientist pursed his lips. You should know that this mission is full of unknowns and risks. It should be very, very difficult. You must be fully prepared. Click. Click. Hua Kunlun left her seat, full of technology and sharpness, and at the same time graceful and hot figure, slowly walked on the ground, and came to the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the conference room. She stretched out her red-painted cyber prosthetic foot, and gently clicked on the holographic control button on the ground, which was like a blue light circle. The curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window slowly rose, with a buzzing sound. The floor-to-ceiling window of the conference room was very large, with a length of 10 meters. The sunlight outside the window was very bright. This was a colonized planet similar to the Earth. Outside the window, a total of 113 military combat starships, large and small, were in a wedge-shaped array. Although they were quietly suspended, they were very imposing. All the starships were painted white, and some of the starships still had scratches of varying depths on their shells, which represented the battle scars of glory. On the side of each starship, there was a large and eye-catching black serial number, all of which were 24. In the central fortress battleship, through the huge observation window, hundreds of fleet members in white combat uniforms could be seen. The moment Hua Kunlun looked at them, they all raised their hands and performed a standard D-country military salute. The magnificent warships, and the crew with bright eyes, they merged together like a giant interstellar war halberd that could cut through the sky and hit the deep universe. In front of the French window, Hua Kunlun's figure was outstanding, and his red outer armor reflected bright light. She returned the greeting to the crew, and then smiled and said, My 24th Fleet is always fully prepared. Chung Chi saw everything with the help of Hua Kunlun's perspective. The first time he saw the real 24th Fleet, its appearance and momentum made Chang-Chi feel inexplicably shocked. It turns out that this time the anchor point is in this form. Chang-Chi will enter the 24th Fleet of the Human Alliance through the perspective of Hua Kunlun, but Chang-Chi's heart is covered with a layer of gloom. In the near future, all members of the 24th Fleet will sacrificed under the frame-up of the evil. Adjust your mentality. Chang-Chi focuses on the things in front of him. The 24th Fleet is about to go to Gemini to crack the mysterious Carbon X. Will they succeed? If they succeed, it means that Carbon X is not a time bomb, because in the future, the explosion has not been avoided. What if they fail? That means Carbon X is very likely a time bomb. Although human scientists have discovered its clues, they cannot stop it, or it seems to have stopped it, but in fact Carbon X is still running secretly. Chang-Chi is the only Sky Eye player in the whole field, or half of the Sky Eye player, because this time the consciousness flashback is very strange. He does not have any ability to act. Even if he finds the problem, he has no ability to interfere with reality. This is not the most difficult part. At this moment, Chang-Chi's perspective still has those numbers that seem to be urging him to die. Countdown 15 minutes and 48 seconds. And the progress in front of them is that the 24th Fleet is loading the heavy ion hammer equipment one by one. Next, they will have to go through a long interstellar voyage to reach Gemini. Even if I have 118 minutes, it is not enough. This is a dead end. Chang-Chi was anxious. If only Hua Kunlun's world could be fast-forwarded. As soon as this idea came into being, Chang-Chi saw an incredible scene. Everything in his perspective suddenly speeded up. This feeling was very strange, just like fast-forwarding a movie. Of course, this movie is based on Hua Kunlun's first-person perspective. And the fast-forward times are getting bigger and bigger, 10 times, 20 times, 100 times. Chapter 284. In the rapidly flashing images, Chang-Chi saw that the 24th Fleet had loaded all its equipment and filled up with sufficient fuel, and then the entire fleet floated into the air, flew into the deep universe, and passed through a series of stargates. Chang-Chi was extremely stunned. I don't know why this is. Is it because Hua Kunlun's memory is an electronic property? This may be related to the secret of silicon-based genes, but Chang-Chi at this time still knows very little about silicon-based genes. At this moment, the dazzling fast-forward images suddenly stopped and returned to the normal flow of time. At this time, the 24th Fleet has crossed a distance of 2,100 light-years, and will soon reach Gemini. Chang-Chi glanced at the countdown. For him, just 40 seconds had passed. Hua Kunlun was walking in a long and narrow corridor on the lower level of the main starship. Whatever she could see, Chang-Chi could see. In front of him was the number 13 engine compartment of the main starship, with the door slightly open. Hua Kunlun suddenly lightened his footsteps, making almost no sound, and stood outside the door, looking inside. Among them, 7 or 8 shipboard mechanics were sweating, and had just finished repairing the number 13 engine. At this time, they were taking a short break, gathering together, replenishing energy fluids, and chatting casually. Chief Engineer Xia, you have followed General Kunlun for the longest time. Tell us about her glorious achievements in the past. Yes, to use an inappropriate but very accurate word, we are all fans of General Kunlun. These shipboard mechanics are also experienced in many battles, and even in the face of such a difficult task, their mentality is still relaxed. A young and handsome mechanic wiped the oil off his face, and said with a smile, Then I have to tell you about the first time General Kunlun saved the Milky Way. Chang-Chi suddenly found that he recognized this young mechanic. His name is Xia Xing, the shipboard chief engineer of the 24th Fleet of Hua Kunlun. Once, when the Spirit starship was just born, the large blue skeleton Spirit showed Chang-Chi the Brain Neural Network Sky Shield, and the Brain Neural Network Star Destroyer cannon. The theory of these two technical upgrades came from an undead, Xia Xing after his sacrifice. After Chang-Chi cleared the grievances of the 24th Fleet, Xia Xing and the tens of thousands of dead souls of the fleet also appeared in the fourth wall to express their gratitude to Chang-Chi. Everything seemed like a dream, and it was indescribable. At this moment, Xia Xing was so high-spirited and full of fighting spirit. That incident originated from a Stargate failure. Xia Xing sat casually on the toolbox and said slowly, The center of our Milky Way is a supermassive black hole called Sagittarius A. On that day 3 years ago, a super-large Stargate with a diameter of 2 million kilometers near Sagittarius A malfunctioned, and an unexplained space problem occurred. The Stargate began to frantically absorb the surrounding dust, celestial debris, and even began to absorb an unstable star. The most terrifying thing is that it will transfer all the absorbed matter to the vicinity of Sagittarius A, causing the accretion disk to be abnormal, and the intensity of the whole jet to increase significantly. If it continues, the jet intensity will sooner or later get out of control and interact with the surrounding matter, causing more matter to ionize, heat and eject, thereby destroying the structure of the Milky Way and even causing a devastating blow to the Milky Way. At this moment, Xiaoxing smiled, her eyes full of pride. Our General Kunlun appeared. She was alone, carrying a huge particle beam bomb, resisting the terrifying turbulence, and went to the out-of-control Stargate and successfully blew up the Stargate. 99.99% of humans will never know in this life that there is a brave and fearless female warrior who successfully saved the Milky Way in the depths of the distant starry sky. Changqi paused slightly. Suddenly he remembered an interesting conversation he had with Hua Kunlun. That was when Changqi decided to use STC to synthesize a new cyber body for Hua Kunlun. General Hua Kunlun, you are really lucky to meet me. You must have saved the Milky Way in your previous life. Hua Kunlun frowned at that time. I don't quite understand what you mean, and forgive me for being blunt, I have only saved the Milky Way twice in my life. Changqi smiled slightly at this time, although he couldn't feel his mouth. General Hua Kunlun, it seems that you really are not bragging. So cool. So cool. General Kunlun is my idol forever. Inside the engine room, the mechanics were very excited and kept praising him. Xiaoxing took out a small piece of red metal from his pocket and slowly raised it to the light. This piece is a replacement part of General Kunlun's body that was damaged that time. Xiaoxing looked at him with love. I actually always wanted General Kunlun to sign my name on the piece, but... I was too embarrassed to ask. Oh my god, Chief Engineer Xia, you are too embarrassed to speak, but I am too embarrassed to speak. Give me the fragments. Get lost. At this moment, Changqi suddenly saw the data information in Hua Kunlun's chip, the emotional suppression module alarm. With the help of parasitism, Changqi carefully checked and found that there were some strange fluctuations in Hua Kunlun's emotional system at this time. It was a kind of emotional characteristics about happiness, appreciation, goodwill, tension, and some contradictions. At this time, Hua Kunlun's perspective, through the crack of the door, is closely following Xiaoxing who is talking. Oh, Changqi was stunned for a moment, then understood everything. He recalled a conversation with Hua Kunlun again. Is this your memory chip, which means all your past memories? I've always been curious. Your body used to have artificial skin all over. Can it help you have a boyfriend? It was also at this time. Hua Kunlun put away the smile that he had unconsciously revealed, called up the control panel on his arm, and forcibly suppressed all the emotions in his heart. Then, Hua Kunlun's expression became firm and cold again, and he left the lower cabin and walked towards the bridge. Changqi felt mixed emotions. Hua Kunlun's body was highly prosthetic, leaving only a human brain. But no matter what, she would definitely have human emotions. No matter how her appearance changed, she was still a girl in her heart, a girl in her 20s, who was burdened with a huge mission and had no choice. Her cyber body gave her great courage, but also made her lose a lot of courage. Changqi sighed. At this moment, everything in the perspective was fast-forwarded hundreds of times again. When everything was restored, Hua Kunlun was already holding a golden spear, with a red ponytail floating silently and standing straight in outer space. The mighty 24th Fleet of the Human Alliance had already arrived at the Gemini E334455/M26753 coordinate point. Countdown 11 minutes and 11 seconds. Chapter 285. Space Ghost Squad. Follow me. Hua Kunlun floated at the front of the 24th Fleet, with microparticle streams spraying from his ankles. The beam spear in his hand, which imitated the shape of the ancient red tassel spear, was slightly horizontal. As a cyber life, she did not need any protective equipment, floating in space in her true form, heroic and valiant. The hatch of the main starship behind her opened, and 80 figures in white combat uniforms flew out silently. The environment around Carbon X was unknown, and it was inevitable that there would be chaotic electron flows. The best solution was for a single soldier to carry a heavy ion hammer, to ensure safe approach as much as possible, and to complete the mission smoothly. 80 figures, each with 8 people carrying heavy ion hammers, lined up behind Hua Kunlun. The so-called heavy ion hammer looks more like a metal pyramid more than 5 meters high, with a gray metallic luster. Changqi looked at this Space Ghost team. They should be a special force of the 24th Fleet. The reason why they can float in the space environment, move flexibly, and even carry heavy ion hammers easily, is because they are wearing a special white combat suit. This combat suit is divided into a top and pants, with an energy belt in the middle, releasing a light blue force field with 90% transparency. Is that a kind of gravity control equipment? It is divided into clothes and pants. Chang-Chi had an idea, but he couldn't execute it at the moment. If this kind of combat suit is synthesized, will it eventually form a pioneer gravity suit? Observe the terrain. Hua Kunlun squinted his eyes, with a serious expression. Carbon X was behind a gray dust in front, but at this time, on the right side of the fleet, about 40 kilometers away, in the haze, there was a colorful vortex floating, which was a bit strange. At the current task, Hua Kunlun was very cautious. What is that thing? Behind him, a crew member in white combat uniform slowly stepped forward. Through the oxygen mask on his face, his young and handsome face could be seen. He was the chief engineer Xiaoxing. There are some rumors among the nearby colonists that it is a time portal left by a level 12 civilization. Xiaoxing checked the information panel on his arm, but we have just scanned it, and it is just a relatively dense piece of metal dust. Hua Kunlun nodded. That makes sense. There are not so many relics of advanced civilizations in a small galaxy. The team began to move forward. After passing through a thick gray dust, they saw the true face of Carbon X. It was a huge monster floating in the dark universe, with a span of nearly 100 kilometers. It was a strange spherical structure, with a black matte sphere with a diameter of 300 meters in the center, and 6 black transistors with a diameter of nearly 100 meters floating on its outer side, like giant pillars. And on the outer layer of these 6 pillars, there were 18 diamond-shaped structures that were also 100 meters high. Moreover, this structure was not stable, and the surface kept changing, sometimes with spikes, and sometimes becoming smooth. The black transistors and unstable diamond structures were flying in chaos and disorder at a certain distance from the central sphere. What is this? The most shocked person was Chief Engineer Xiaoxing. He looked at the strange object in front of him with his eyes wide open. The so-called protons and neutrons are tiny luminous spheres. They are just assumptions made by humans. Their true shapes may be cylinders or irregular diamonds, just like what is in front of us. 6 protons and 18 neutrons. Moving irregularly. Xiaoxing's voice was a little trembling. This is a carbon-24 atom. Carbon X is actually carbon-24, but why is it so huge? Chang-Chi's thoughts paused slightly. 24 again. Looking at the huge carbon atom in front of him, Chang-Chi felt mysterious and suddenly remembered the miniature universe of the advanced people. Human beings are just a drop in the ocean in the universe. There are too many unknown things. Do well in the things in front of you. Hua Kunlun glanced at the heavy ion hammer behind him. We must now believe, and can only believe in the equipment provided by the Alliance. The team carried their equipment and kept approaching the huge carbon-24. There was a strange silence around them. Alliance scientists said that this thing was constantly accumulating energy, but now it was calmly moving towards a pile of rocks. The team moved quickly, and 20 particle hammers were quickly distributed in the huge carbon-24. Then everyone retreated 10 kilometers, and Hua Kunlun held the heavy ion hammer starter in his hand. She felt a little uneasy, feeling that everything was going too smoothly. Chang-Chi had the same feeling. Countdown 00:06:25. At this moment, Chang-Chi suddenly saw a group of strange data appearing in Hua Kunlun's chip. These data, which came from Hua Kunlun's cybernetics, were vague, chaotic, and inconspicuous. For Hua Kunlun, this was like some kind of inexplicable discomfort, and she could not be alerted by it. But Chang-Chi instantly discovered the key point, because this was Chang-Chi's professional field. Vibration. The huge carbon-24 was vibrating weakly. Of course, weak was an illusion. The thing was vibrating in a way with a very small amplitude and a very high frequency, and its frequency was not fixed, but varied greatly, following some rules. Chang-Chi suddenly thought of the explanation given by the Alliance scientist. Carbon X, it can resonate with the surrounding cosmic microradiation and interstellar magnetic field fluctuations at the microscopic quantum level, continuously absorbing and storing energy, like an insatiable sponge. Not quite right. The carbon-24 in front of him was so huge that the so-called microscopic had become macroscopic. Once those heavy ion hammers were activated, it was very likely to affect the vibration law of carbon-24 and break a certain balance, and the energy stored in it was very likely to leak. This team in front of us may not be able to change anything, but will be buried here. Hua Kunlun, can I see you? Carbon-24 has vibrations that you can't detect. The heavy ion hammer can't be activated now. The Galactic Alliance needs to replan. Chang-Chi shouted angrily in Hua Kunlun's chip. At this time, Hua Kunlun tilted her head slightly, and only felt the hissing sound of electricity in her auditory system. She frowned slightly, thinking that the special environment around her interfered with her system. She took a deep breath and prepared to press the start button of the heavy ion hammer. Chang-Chi watched all this anxiously. At this moment, a hand wearing a white combat suit glove pressed Hua Kunlun's arm. It was Xia Xing who was standing aside. He said with a flickering look, "Can't press it." Chapter 286. To be precise, you can't press it. Xia Xing slowly turned his head and smiled. I understand. Hua Kunlun frowned. What are you talking about? Xia Xing slowly exhaled, and his slightly muffled voice, with a little electromagnetic interference, came from the communicator. Although there are countless impossibilities and incomprehensible things, but I can confirm that the object in front of us is a huge carbon-24. There is a theory in quantum mechanics that the cell structure of the microscopic world has been vibrating in a way that we cannot detect, which is also one of the reasons for the phenomenon of quantum entanglement. Now that carbon-24 has become macroscopic, once we launch the heavy ion hammer, there is a high probability that it will break its balance and leak out the energy stored in it. Chang-Chi was stunned. As expected of the shipboard chief engineer. Combined with my previous detection, I determined that the current carbon-24 has only gathered a small amount of energy. In other words, it is still a young bomb. And every minute of delay, its power will increase by 1 point. It is very likely that it is the only solution for us to detonate it now. There is no space here, and the consequences will be minimized. But during the detonation, the heavy ion hammer needs maintenance, and someone needs to be here. Of course, those people can't leave alive. Xia Xing looked at Hua Kunlun and smiled again. There are many engineers like me, and the Space Ghost Squad can also be retrained, but there is only one, Kunlun. Hua Kunlun's eyes slightly opened. What do you mean? General Kunlun. Xia Xing still had a soothing smile and took the controller from Hua Kunlun. You take the 24th Fleet to retreat. As for here, leave it to me. Hua Kunlun's expression flashed violently, and he was about to speak, but was interrupted by Xia Xing. General, I have a favor to ask. Xia Xing slowly opened the storage box on his chest, and he took out a piece of red metal fragment with mottled paint. He rubbed it for a while through his gloves, and handed the fragment to Hua Kunlun. Can you help me sign it? Hua Kunlun was stunned. Xia Xing smiled and said, I may not have the chance to collect it. If it is convenient, please mail it to my brother for me. He is also your fan. Although she was going to die in a tragic way, Xia Xing smiled the whole time, dispelling all the darkness and shining like a star. A moment. The turbo propeller behind Hua Kunlun started, and she flew backwards into the deep space, looking at Xia Xing and the 80 Space Ghost team members, who stayed behind with a complicated expression. Xia Xing and the Space Ghost team had a calm expression, revealing an unshakable determination. They looked at the direction where Hua Kunlun left and saluted again. Countdown 00:03:31. Xia Xing and his team members, in groups of 10, were scattered around the gravity hammers, and were also located in the interior of the giant carbon-24. They had made their final preparations. Xia Xing bit his crown and pressed the controller in his hand. The 10 heavy ion hammers in the giant carbon-24 flashed a bright white luster. Its principle was the internal particle accelerator, which produced high-energy particles to bombard carbon nuclei, triggering nuclear reactions and promoting the transformation between isotopes. But it doesn't matter anymore. What Xia Xing wants to do is to detonate the bomb. Use the heavy ion hammer as a fuse, and exchange himself for the longevity of human civilization. Buzz, as the heavy ion hammer takes effect, the huge carbon-24 becomes abnormal. All the giant protons and neutrons suddenly fly at a rapid speed, as if they have entered a crazy state. One of the neutrons released a strong suction force without any warning, and a member of the nearby ghost team was instantly sucked by it. His body flew over a distance of more than 10 meters, and hit the giant neutron with a bang. Puff! The Space Ghost team member was severely injured, and blood spurted out of his mouth, directly staining the oxygen mask red, blocking his young face of only about 20 years old. Under the destruction of the heavy ion hammer, the huge carbon-24 released a strange wave, like a storm without visible dust. The fierce airflow was rolling wildly, and more giant neutrons emitted a huge suction force, just like a space battleship traveling in space, suddenly cracked a hole, and the huge pressure difference made everyone sway violently, and they were completely unable to stabilize their bodies. The destruction has begun. Everyone hold on. Make sure the machines you are responsible for are running normally. Xia Xing's body could not stabilize, and he was holding on to a heavy ion hammer in front of him. His whole body was floating horizontally, and a neutron with a huge suction force was flying chaotically, approaching him. Huh! Another team member was lost and sucked away by the huge neutron. His body collided continuously in the carbon-24, his bones were constantly broken, and the blood spurting out of his mouth also dyed the oxygen mask red. At this time, the inside of carbon-24 was like a meat grinder filled with strong winds and suction, rotating at high speed. Members of the Ghost team kept losing their hands, flying into the air, and suffered continuous collisions, with their lives unknown. Turn up the power. Speed it up. Xiaoxing shouted in the communicator, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand to touch the heavy ion hammer control panel 20 centimeters away. Boom! Not far away, a heavy ion hammer lost control, was absorbed by a giant neutron, and exploded into pieces. We must do it. Xiaoxing stretched out his hand, but the suction from behind was getting stronger and stronger. He only had 4 fingers left, still scratching the edge of the device, and his joints felt a tearing pain. No! Xiaoxing was ultimately unable to resist the huge suction from behind, and his fingers were dislocated with a click. He left the device he was responsible for, with reluctance and despair in his eyes, and his body rolled backwards. The next moment, Xiaoxing's pupils shrank suddenly. He saw a pair of cybernetic mechanical arms covered with red outer armor, extending from the darkness, reflecting the luster of distant stars. Cyber's hand grasped Xiaoxing's wrist, and the particle thruster behind him started up, forming a huge cone-shaped beam. In the cold air, after settling the 24 fleets, Kunlun, who had gone and returned, held Xiaoxing's hand and rushed out, like a flying fish swimming upstream. Xiaoxing's eyes widened, looking up at Hua Kunlun, who was close at hand. Her eyes were firm, and her red ponytail was fluttering. Although she shouldn't come back, for some reason, every time she appeared, she seemed to be accompanied by an inspiring war song. As long as this figure was there, no soldier would choose to retreat no matter what they faced. Hua Kunlun placed Xiaoxing on a heavy ion hammer, only looked back, and then flew into the chaotic carbon-24, constantly rescuing members of the Ghost team. It was useless. Cheng-Chi watched everything through Hua Kunlun's perspective, and was also distinguishing the data of Hua Kunlun's cyber body. No matter how much knowledge Xiaoxing had, he could not understand everything about carbon-24. The heavy ion hammer caused damage, but it was far from enough. Carbon-24 only leaked a small amount of energy slightly, and the basic vibration was still continuing. It would not explode, but everyone would die in the leaked energy. Cheng-Chi looked at the heavy ion hammers. If he could come to the scene and synthesize them through STC, he would definitely be able to completely destroy carbon-24. But Cheng-Chi now can't do anything. Chapter 287. Countdown 00:00:56. The giant protons of carbon-24 also mutated, like 6 miniature suns, releasing thousands of degrees Celsius of high temperature. Xiaoxing and the members of the Ghost Squad have already adjusted the heavy ion hammer to maximum power. But the expected explosion did not occur. The inside of carbon-24 has become a huge disaster field. They are desperate, and the combat uniforms on their bodies are constantly turning yellow and black, and finally turning into charcoal piece by piece. Hua Kunlun roared, pushing a heavy ion hammer with all his strength to ensure that it would not be hit. But the heavy ion hammer and the armored surface of Hua Kunlun turned red, like a branding iron, and the edges began to melt. The artificial skin on Hua Kunlun's face was like burning wax, and began to drip little by little. "If we can't take you back, then we will stay here together," she roared. Her expression was determined. She would never give up, and looked forward to the final turn. Cheng-Chi was in Hua Kunlun's chip. At this time, it was like the destruction of the world here. Countless electric currents crackled and exploded, and the light flickered. "You are in a life-or-death crisis. As the inheritance of silicon-based life, I reappeared because of your self-defense mechanism." Cheng-Chi paused slightly. He had a deep memory of this ethereal and grand voice. When he had just obtained the double gene sequence, he had heard this voice in the mysterious DNA space. At that time, it explained to him the basic characteristics of silicon-based life. It called itself an inheritance, but in fact it was not a kind of life, but a kind of genetic information engraved in the silicon-based gene. After it was embodied, it formed an ancient and distant voice. At this time, Cheng-Chi is in a silicon-based state, and his living environment is about to be destroyed. So the inheritance appeared. The giant carbon-24 you saw is indeed a bomb left by an advanced civilization, with the purpose of destroying all carbon-based life here. It will absorb all carbon isotopes here in the future and eventually explode. The reason for this is that advanced civilization is also a special life form, such as nitrogen-based organisms, which naturally hate all carbon. Once, other silicon-based creatures discovered this bomb and left behind means of suppression, but it has been too long and the means have become ineffective. And that silicon-based creature also left a carbon bridge here. Chang-Chi's eyes were guided by an invisible force, and he saw a piece of colorful dust at the edge of Hua Kunlun's vision. This is exactly the legendary 12th level civilization time portal that Hua Kunlun had paid attention to before. Silicon-based civilization is not a 12th level civilization, and that is not a time portal. It is a carbon bridge, a unique ability of silicon-based. Chang-Chi was shocked. What is a carbon bridge? Adult silicon-based life has a more complex silicon nucleus and silicon polymer interweaving. Its thinking and consciousness rely on the flow of microscopic quantum states in the silicon lattice, which allows them to control certain quantum entanglement properties. A carbon bridge is a bridge made of carbon elements. It is not an ordinary physical connection. Isotope atoms such as carbon-12 and carbon-14 contain unique quantum entanglement properties. When the nuclear spin and electron cloud distribution of these isotopes are precisely controlled, a superstable and hidden connection can be formed between them. These are the two ends of the carbon bridge. Chang-Chi was stunned. I don't quite understand. Because you are not yet an adult. Chang-Chi muttered to himself, but I finally have a feeling that the ability of silicon-based life is related to age. I can let you overdraw your potential and use the carbon bridge once. But you need to find the carbon isotope, carbon-24. No matter where it is in time and space, it can form a carbon bridge with the giant carbon-24 in front of you, allowing you to travel through time and space, come in person, and reverse everything in front of you. Chang-Chi suddenly became alert. Come in person. Countdown 00:00:00. Xianni's colorful light covered Chang-Chi's vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to the gap between consciousness, floating alone in the empty Milky Way. The energy of the circular device in his hand was only 49%. The mind was roaring and shocked. Adult silicon-based life has an ability called carbon bridge, which can also travel through time and space. If I find the carbon-24 isotope that coexists with my body at some point in the past, plus the opportunity given by the inheritance, then I can physically travel to the mission of the 24th Fleet and help them completely dismantle the bomb, the carbon-24 I have experienced. Chang-Chi's eyes widened slightly. I really did synthesize a carbon-24 creation at a point in the past. That was Hua Kunlun's cyber body. At this moment, Chang-Chi pressed the circular device in his hand, Time Anchor Carbon-24 Magnetic Cyber Prosthetic Skeleton. Light shimmers. Countdown 00:17:59. Chang-Chi appears in his underground shelter on Garbage Earth. Through the crack in the door, he can see that outside his dilapidated workshop, Hua Kunlun, who has suffered a fatal blow, has only a head and a slightly shaking mechanical spine left. Chang-Chi finally caught Xiaoqiong in the act. Under the cover of Hanzi, she is peeing in her teapot. Chang-Chi's eyes are wet for no reason. I will definitely save you. He took a deep breath. Chang-Chi looked at the equipment in front of him, which was a pile of black cyber prosthetic skeletons. At this point in time, he was synthesizing a new body for Hua Kunlun. Next, she and Chang-Chi would fight against the fake Jun Ningfeng who was driving the Harrier starship, and the material of these cyber skeletons was a light alloy material made with the help of the properties of carbon-24. The starting point of the carbon bridge has been found. How to start it? Chang-Chi secretly rejoiced that at this point in time, he not only had carbon-24, but also had a double gene sequence. At this moment, Chang-Chi did the only thing he could do on his own initiative, which was to completely siliconize. There was a sound of fine crystal collisions in his body, and Chang-Chi's body transformed from carbon-based flesh and blood to silicon-based crystals. After a moment, the transformation was completed. At this moment, Chang-Chi's whole body reflected colorful luster, like a diamond sculpture. It was also at this moment that Chang-Chi's silicon-based body seemed to have grown suddenly. The once angular silicon-based joints gradually became smooth, and the feeling of changing from diamond crystals to diamond liquid was also like the delicate skin at the silicon-based level. Then, a tentacle that was also like liquid diamond snaked out from the palm. Chang-Chi was surprised. This should be an adult silicon-based palm, but he didn't expect it to be so soft. After all, in Chang-Chi's cognition, the silicon-based body can only be described in one word: hard. The moment the strange tentacle touched the carbon-24 cyber prosthetic skeleton, bang! A strange colorful smoke exploded. Chapter 288. General Kunlun, you still have a chance. You can leave here alone. Don't worry about us. Chaotic shouts rang out in the communicator. Shut up. I am the Supreme Commander here. There are still 8 devices running. We all have a chance. Bang! The cyber body energy box on Hua Kunlun's chest finally couldn't bear the burden and suddenly exploded. The particle thrusters on Hua Kunlun's body also lost energy at this moment. She opened her eyes, and her whole body began to fall. Bang! Another explosion. In despair, Hua Kunlun thought that other parts of her body had exploded again. But the next second, she found the source of the sound. It was the rumored time portal of the 12th level civilization. Hua Kunlun's eyes widened again. He saw a colorful figure stepping out of the time portal. Then the figure emitted a light green force field under his feet, suspended in the air, and stretched out his hand. A light green light spread out, and controlled his falling body again. Then, the figure turned to the giant carbon-24, and the giant proton, like the sun, released light, reflecting on the mysterious figure. Its light became stronger, like a star, almost impossible to look directly at. Then, the bright figure raised his wrist, and released a series of blue beams. The light was too strong. Hua Kunlun only saw the 8 heavy ion hammers disappear in a blur, and he didn't know when a mysterious device that had never been seen before appeared above the giant carbon-24. Then, the mysterious device released white spiral beams. The violent giant carbon-24, which could not be suppressed even with the power of human civilization, collapsed. Perhaps it turned into an isotope similar to carbon-14, which will decay silently and dissipate without any impact in the future. Everyone was shocked. Then, the brilliant figure raised his hand, and Hua Kunlun's body was wrapped in green light, and slowly approached it. Hua Kunlun widened his eyes, but still couldn't see the man's face clearly. Who are you? The brilliant figure spoke, but hesitated slightly. Hua Kunlun's body suddenly trembled as if it had been electrified. You are the legendary 12th level civilization, and that entrance is real. The brilliant figure seemed to smile. I just want to tell you one thing. As he spoke, he glanced at Xia Xing, who was approaching rapidly in the distance. Life is full of unexpected variables. In the end, each of us will leave. The brilliant figure looked at Hua Kunlun again. I suggest you be bolder, so as not to leave regrets. Hua Kunlun also glanced at Xia Xing in the distance, and then looked at the brilliant figure in astonishment. I don't quite understand what you mean, but I must express my gratitude to you on behalf of mankind. What you have done, I can only describe as... Hua Kunlun paused, searching for some uncommon words. She suddenly spoke again. I can only describe it with the word great. I'm not that great. After all, there are some ties between me and the species. The brilliant figure looked at Hua Kunlun again, and it was your persistence that gave me the opportunity to save everything. At this moment, Xia Xing came closer, looked at the brilliant figure with some shock, and then looked at Hua Kunlun. General, you saved the Milky Way for the second time. Hearing this, the brilliant figure tilted his head slightly. Yes, just like what he said in the underground shelter, you who saved the Milky Way twice won. But it was a narrow victory at most, because I had half the credit for your second time. Then, under the gaze of the brilliant figure, Hua Kunlun barely repaired his body, gathered the seriously injured Space Ghost team members around him one by one, looked back at the brilliant figure, dragged them, and returned to the 24th Fleet slowly approaching in the distance. Hua Kunlun now firmly believed that the colorful dust was the real-time entrance of the 12th level civilization. So much so that later, when she gave back the garbage earth to Changqi, she also emphasized that it was a precious treasure. The countdown was running out bit by bit. The colorful light enveloped everything. The dark and ambiguous room, the soft and white big bed, the bathtub with floating soap bubbles, and the stunning beauty in front of him wearing a silk short skirt, pajamas, and a veil. Beep beep beep. Changqi's communicator rang. The senders were Valente, Mo, Brotherly Bolong, and Xiaoqiong? Changqi noticed this change, because the last person should have been Hua Kunlun. Changqi immediately opened Xiaoqiong's message. Haha, Changqi, I'm doing very well, Sister Kunlun. I'm about to be sent to a more powerful place to study. What? You're asking Sister Kunlun? They're very busy preparing for the new 24th Fleet. Chung was stunned. The new 24th Fleet? Libra, Human Galaxy Alliance Martyrs Cemetery. Hua Kunlun, with a brand new body, stood in front of a tombstone. This is the subsequent time point. The 24th Fleet, after all, could not avoid the fate of being framed by Ning Feng, and all members died in battle. Only Hua Kunlun was left, paying tribute alone. And on the tombstone in front of her was a young and handsome engineer. His name was Xia Xing. Hua Kunlun's prosthetic body had no tear glands, and could not shed tears, but her eyes were gloomy, exuding endless sorrow and regret. She didn't have the courage to tell Xia Xing her true feelings. She had never expected that the 24th Fleet and Xia Xing would just leave so suddenly. Hua Kunlun raised her hand, and in her palm was a piece of mottled red metal fragment. She had signed her name on the back of the fragment. She gently stroked the fragment in her hand, and she recalled a lot about the Carbon-24 mission and the 12th level advanced civilization. It spoke in an interesting way, and I always felt like I had heard it somewhere before. I'm not that great. After all, there are some ties. Hua Kunlun suddenly thought of the boy wearing a blue scavenger's cloak on the garbage earth, and his face. He also said the same thing when they parted. Cheng-Chi, Hua Kunlun's eyes opened, a little dull. General Kunlun. At this moment, a voice full of energy, but unable to hide the crispness and vigor came. Hua Kunlun slightly tilted his head, and at this moment, it seemed as if he was traveling through time and space, dreamy and bizarre. She saw Xia Xing, wearing a military uniform, standing not far away, saluting in a standard manner, and looking at her with a smile on his face. Hua Kunlun's body trembled, thinking it was an illusion, but the figure in front of him never disappeared. Report to the general. My name is Xia Chun, Xia Xing's younger brother, and I just graduated from the Human Alliance Mechanical College. The young man in the distance was still saluting. If you are willing to form a new 24th Fleet, then I am willing to be a shipboard mechanic under your command. Xia Xing, Xia Chun. The smiles of the two brothers were as bright as stars. At this moment, indescribable emotions emerged in Hua Kunlun's heart, and the emotion management module beeped. The new 24 fleets. Many people have proposed such suggestions before, but they were all rejected by Hua Kunlun. Inexplicably, Hua Kunlun remembered the words of the 12th level civilization creature, be bold, so as not to leave regrets. His thoughts were surging, and the emotion management module was frantically alarming. In just a moment, Hua Kunlun changed her mind. She stood up and saluted Xia Xing, then, the Human Alliance's new 24th Fleet welcomes you to join. Cheng-Chi looked at Xiao Qiong's message. He could guess that his travel had changed some causes and effects. But not much. Because in the Carbon-24 incident, when Xia Xing said that sentence, Cheng-Chi's heart was already covered with a layer of gray. Xia Xing said at the time, General, you saved the Milky Way for the second time. The second time. That is to say, when I met Hua Kunlun before, what Hua Kunlun said, I have saved the Milky Way twice in my life, has already happened, the disaster has been prevented, and no matter what the bomb is, it has been dismantled. So, Cheng-Chi slowly raised his head, and saw that the veil of disaster was falling, and the rootless white light spots appeared again in the surrounding space. So, the time bomb, left by the evil advanced civilization has not been discovered yet. Cheng-Chi closed his eyes helplessly. A sharp sound, like a severe tinnitus, suddenly rang out. The white light in the whole room suddenly became brighter, swallowing everything. You are the only variable to break through the blockade. The number 24 is your guide. Please think carefully about every 24 in your life. The bomb will explode sooner or later. Only you can change it all. The voice of the disaster resounded in his mind again. When Cheng-Chi opened his eyes, his dark pupils reflected the dead universe. The circular device in his hand only had 29% of its energy left. There are not many opportunities left. What 24 is there in my life? Chapter 289. Puzzle Game Moseu. There are 24 ways to arrange all the passwords. The MO family mechanical pendant used to control the mechanical beast. There are 24 adjustable vibration frequencies. MO family. MO family. MO. Cheng-Chi felt his brain boiling, frowning, and trying to recall everything about MO. My family is huge, my father is the second child, and I am his fourth son. To tell you the truth, my father's line has always been marginalized, including me, and I have always been excluded, so I don't know much about the situation of others. This is what MO said. In the past, during the Garbage Earth period, Cheng-Chi discovered that the MO family was poisoned, so he asked MO about the situation of other family members, and MO gave the above explanation. Mo's father is the second son, and MO is the fourth son. 2-4. Cheng-Chi opened his eyes slightly. These seem to be two unrelated numbers, but they can be extracted and are still 24. The mysterious number 24 is the key clue to reverse everything, but there is no evidence to prove that it must be an intuitive 24. MO is also related to 24. Combining MO0 and the mechanical pendant, there are 3 24s in the MO family. Cheng-Chi took a breath and glanced at the circular device in his hand. There was still 36% of energy left, which could probably support 3 more flashbacks. And so much key information has appeared in the MO family, we must find out. I hope I can find the real-time bomb this time. Also, I hope the bomb has nothing to do with MO. Chung-Chi's eyes flashed, and he pressed the circular device in his hand. Information anchor point. 3 groups of 24 in the MO family. Xianni's colorful light enveloped everything. When his vision was restored, Chung-Chi had already arrived at the private planet of the MO family, Tingzhou. To be precise, it was Chung-Chi's consciousness that returned to his body at this point in time. And in front of him, it was the main courtyard of the MO family, with people moving around and a large number of people gathered at the entrance of the main courtyard. And in the main courtyard, the scene was terrifying, with the coffins of 82 men from the MO family placed there. These were all past experiences, and Chung-Chi knew it clearly. In front of him was the scene of various relatives and friends coming to pay their respects after the tragedy of the MO family. Countdown 00:17:57. Where is the bomb? Chung-Chi didn't know, but he knew where MO was. He suddenly turned around and saw the figure behind the crowd, who was hiding his face, pulled his hood, turned around, and disappeared at the door. Chung-Chi took a deep breath and chased after him. In the alley next to the main courtyard of the MO family, Chung-Chi saw a figure sitting on a stone pier, looking distraught. MO! Chung-Chi? MO looked up, eyes wide, and said in disbelief, "Why are you here?" Chung-Chi came closer. "A lot of things happened, but time is tight. I have something to ask you." MO suddenly saw his friend, and his eyes were suddenly moist. "A lot of things did happen. If I tell you, you will definitely not believe it." "I know." Chung-Chi nodded. "You are not my biological child." Plop! MO fell off the stone pier. "Are you polite? But how did you know?" "Guessed." Chung-Chi quickly said, "I also know that you are now preparing to secretly investigate the murderer, and the suspects include the Aunt Chi Mei, the mine owner Nick Hen, the Lee Interstellar Federation Counselor Liu, and the S-level gene holder Li Bolong." MO just got up from the ground and sat on the stone pier again, his eyes full of shock. "You have such a keen observation, or have you collected information in advance? Then do you have a conclusion? Who is the murderer?" "There is a conclusion." Chung-Chi looked at MO and said, "You are the murderer." Plop! MO fell off the stool again, and he said tremblingly, "Chung-Chi, don't talk nonsense." Chung-Chi said again, "Yes, you just look like the murderer." "That's more like it." MO breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the stone pier again. Chung-Chi said again, "Because your whole family looks dead, but in fact they are not completely dead. They will wake up in a few dozen hours, because you found the gene city and customized 2 kinds of medicines A and B, and the effects are divided into 3 stages. Plop! MO fell off the stool again. His eyes almost popped out. "How did you know that, kid?" "Let me tell you, I'm the boss of Gene City." "Aw?" Chung-Chi said again, "Your family played a trick, pretending to die to attract the murderer, because before that, many people in your family died in monster attacks, and the burden was originally placed on your second uncle, but he was a waste and ran away a long time ago." Mo's body trembled uncontrollably, and he sat on the stone pier again, trembling. "How on earth do you know all this?" Chung-Chi said directly, "Now, the task of saving the family from danger falls on you, the useless young master. Whether you can twist your mouth into a Nike depends on this time." Mo's mouth twitched. "I don't need to twist my mouth into a Nike. Time is running out." Chung-Chi waved his hand and said, "We are all brothers. This time, I will help you save all the steps and find the murderer directly." "Chung-Chi, did you take too much inferior medicine? It's all my fault. I shouldn't give it to you." Mo's voice was a little choked. But Chung-Chi just broke out countless explosive materials, like a machine gun. Mo couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Who do you think might be the final murderer?" "Murderer?" Chung-Chi frowned and said with a flash of eyes, "He's here." At this moment, Mo Yuan was talking to the guests one by one. After asking for the guests' consent, another special Mo family disciple took the guests away and walked towards the door of the gene tester. Because he was creating a concept that the gene tester failed and missed an S-level gene person. After the concept was formed, his next plan was to put all the crimes on Li Bolong. Mo Yuan suddenly heard a conversation in the alley next to the main courtyard, so he and another Mo family disciple stepped closer. "You two I am?" A Mo family disciple turned the corner with a smile on his face, but he had only said half a sentence. The last time, this disciple choked back half a sentence, because at that time Chung-Chi had already used his speed advantage to take Mo to another street, and then met Mo Zio. And this time, he choked back as well. because the Mo family disciple saw a figure rushing towards him fiercely, and directly pushed him aside, and then grabbed the collar of Mo Yuan, who came later, and threw him over the shoulder, and threw Mo Yuan directly into the alley. Then the figure stepped directly on Mo Yuan's back. Crack! Crack! The figure directly broke Mo Yuan's arms, thighs, and bones in various parts, and Mo Yuan directly became a disabled person who could not move. Then the figure took out the Mo family mechanical pendant, and the Mo family Shangtung Mo Fong from Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan and Qi Mei are having an affair. The contact is Mo Zio, and he uses the Mo family mechanical technique to control the mountain mechanical beasts to kill people. The purpose is to force the Mo family to leave Tingzhou. The reason is that the Mo family is not doing their job properly, and he wants to restore academic orthodoxy. Cheng Qi stood proudly and looked at Mo. He has been abolished by me now. You can slowly judge him later. Plop! Mo fell off the stool again. Chapter 290. Cheng Qi and Mo were walking in the mountains. Mo took one step forward and another step back, his heart still in a state of confusion and explosion. You brought me so much information. It was completely beyond my expectations. Completely incredible, but it all seemed to be true. Mo stared. I think you can't bring any more shocking and incredible information than this. Cheng Qi took a deep breath, his eyes far away. Yes. Mo's heart was inexplicably startled. What is it? Cheng Qi paused for 1 second and looked directly at Mo. I am your 8th uncle. Plop! Mo had no stool to fall, but he fell into the ditch by accident. The next moment, Mo climbed out of the pit and wiped the dust off his face. Gookie, can you tell me something reliable? Cheng Qi reached out and pulled Mo. The moment their hands were together, Cheng Qi said, there is one more thing, that is, the Milky Way is about to be destroyed, and I need your help. Mo stood on the ground with his eyes flashing. I have to say, this thing sounds much more reliable. Cheng Qi pursed his lips. If someone else had just heard this, they would have thought we were sick. Since I met you, nothing has been normal. Mo stood beside Cheng Qi. Tell me, where did the destruction of your world come from? Cheng Qi frowned. Tingzhou is huge, and 3:24 and 18 minutes of investigation time are definitely not enough. The most efficient way is to seek Mo's help. He grew up here. Cheng Qi said slowly. In the future, I personally experienced the explosion of the Milky Way. Fortunately, I got a mysterious equipment that can make my consciousness, temporarily, from the future to the present, so I had the opportunity to stop the explosion. I don't know when Mo, who never breaks his promise, has become the person Cheng Qi trusts the most. The current situation is serious, so Cheng Qi told Mo everything. There are clues pointing to your Tingzhou, your Mo family, and the Mo family. So I came. Cheng Qi continued. I need you to retrieve your information and tell me what is here that can achieve the effect of blowing up the entire galaxy. I understand. Everything before, I understand. Mo's expression suddenly changed, becoming calm, becoming confused, and finally he gritted his teeth and became determined. The explosion of the Milky Way that you experienced. Was it that in an instant, many white spots appeared, and then suddenly became bright? And then everything disappeared. Cheng Qi's eyes widened. His throat moved slightly, shocked. How do you know? Dream. I have dreamed of such scenes many times. Mo looked into the distance. But I should have seen more than you, and know more of the truth, even the most fundamental cause of the explosion. Dream? The reason for the explosion. Cheng Qi felt incredible. You can also have a flashback? Of course I can't. I can only see my own dreams. Mo fell into memories. I was born different from others. Other children are often scolded by their parents for missing a string in their brains. But I have 24 more strings in my brain than others, and they can vibrate. Haha, the children in the neighboring families are jealous and crying. Of course, I found this in my dream. Strings, 24 strings. Cheng Qi opened his eyes slightly. He could fully understand Mo's experience, because Cheng Qi knew a truth that no one, not even Mo himself, knew. Mo was not a human, he was a mechanical man left by his ancestors, and his growth was that he would unconsciously enter the secret cave every year and replace a brand new body. The mechanical pendant of the Mo family could control extremely sophisticated and complex mechanical beasts through 24 vibration frequencies. There was a mechanical heart in Mo's body, which was Mo's energy, brain, and his core control terminal. The mechanical heart should also use the same technology as the mechanical pendant. Therefore, the 24 strings in Mo's dream were not a dream, but the real situation in his body. That was his thinking, the essence of his life. Have you heard of string theory? Mo suddenly asked. Its point of view is that the most basic unit of the universe is not particles such as electrons, photons, and neutrinos, but very small linear strings. The different vibration frequencies of these strings can produce various basic particles, which constitute our world and control our world. Chung-Chi frowned. I know this theory. That's much easier to explain. Mo continued. Since I was a child, I have seen my 24 strings in my dreams. I was very naughty, and kept plucking those strings in my dreams. When I plucked the first 23 strings, the world didn't change much. But when I plucked the 24th string, it was as if I entered a nightmare. I dreamed that countless white spots appeared in the Milky Way, but I didn't know at the time, and was still naughty. Then those light spots exploded. Including me, everyone in the Mo family, Tingzhou, and even the entire Milky Way, all turned into dust. Chung-Chi frowned like a ravine. This is just your dream. No, all this is based on facts. Mo said slowly. String theory shows that it is those tiny strings that control everything in the universe, and have very precise frequencies. Among all these, there must be some small strings that release certain specific frequencies, and control the entire Milky Way, including life and death here, as well as existence and non-existence here. Mo tilted his head, and the 24th string in my mind may have some strange relationship with the string that controls the entire Milky Way. It's the kind of phenomenon that when two objects have the same frequency, great destruction will occur after collision. What is this phenomenon called? Chung-Chi's heart skipped a beat. It's called resonance. Yes, it's resonance. Mo said. The 24th string in my brain will resonate with the string of the entire Milky Way at some point in the future, causing destruction. Stop talking nonsense. Chung-Chi still frowned. You are a human being, a dream. How could it lead to such consequences? Chung-Chi, my friend. You came this time, and brought a lot of information that shocked me. Mo suddenly turned his head, and looked at Chung-Chi. Why don't I tell you a shocking news? Chung-Chi had a bad premonition. What news? I am not a human being. Mo exhaled. A difficult decision flashed in his eyes, but he finally let out a long sigh. I am a mechanical man. His. Chung-Chi was shocked. Mo was actually a little strangely proud, because he shocked Chung-Chi. In fact, Chung-Chi already knew the truth, and what really shocked him was that Mo himself also knew the truth. But Mo slowly opened his clothes, exposing his chest, and drew strange patterns on his chest with his fingertips, which seemed to be the code patterns recorded in the Mo family's mechanical art. Then a green gap appeared in the center of the biological skin on Mo's chest, and then automatically opened to both sides. The mechanical heart inside Mo's chest was revealed, emitting a golden glow and rotating at high speed. The ancestors of the Mo family were ingenious, and could control extremely precise mechanical beasts through the vibration of bamboo or metal. And I, based on the same principle, am one of their top creations. But the ancestors of the Mo family would never have thought that string theory is real, and my mechanical heart, its 24th vibration frequency, can resonate with the strings of the Milky Way. My dream is not just a dream. It also has the conditions for realization. Mo looked at Chung-Chi. The mechanical heart on his chest was shining. Chung-Chi, I'm very sorry. I should be the bomb you've been looking for so hard. Chapter 291. How did you find out that you are a machine man? Chung-Chi and Mo continued to walk in the mountains. The scenery in the mountains is beautiful, stepping on the wet soil and bypassing branches of green leaves. Both of them suppressed the storm in their hearts and chatted as usual. You should know that I have a crush on Minglan. So I always secretly watch her. Sometimes, I would even stand outside her courtyard in the middle of the night and stare at her quietly. Of course, it's not what you think. She will hang the curtains, and I will just stare at her quietly. One night, I found her going into the mountains alone. I was worried, so I followed her secretly. Mo paused while walking, and one foot was suspended in the air without falling. Because he found a pheasant nest in the grass under his feet, and there were several white pheasant eggs in the nest. Mo turned his body in one direction, stepped on the other side, and continued walking. Guess what I found? Chung-Chi shook his head. He stared at the nest of pheasant eggs. His attention seemed a little distracted. I don't know. Mo squatted on the ground, turning an inconspicuous stone in a strange and complicated way. Boom! A cliff in front suddenly split open, revealing a huge space inside. Chung-Chi was stunned, and then his attention returned. As Mo walked into the secret cave, Chung-Chi's eyes widened, and he was shocked beyond words. Mo smiled and said, Courtesy is reciprocity. This is the second information that shocked you. Chung-Chi stood in the cave, turned his head, and looked at everything around him with trembling eyes. There are rows of shelf-like structures in the cave. On the shelves, there are mechanical men quietly placed one after another. They have no skin and are directly exposed to the metal body similar to brass. The age of these mechanical men also ranges from young to old, extending to 100 years old. But they are not MO, and Chang-Chi has never entered this cave. Although there is no outer biological skin, these brass robots have clear facial features. It is a woman, and a very beautiful woman. Meng Lan is also a robot. Chang-Chi's pupils trembled, and his brain was in a mess. This news was too unexpected. Chang-Chi came to the beginning of the shelf, where the youngest robot Meng Lan was placed. She was different from Mo's youngest robot was a fat baby, only a few months old. And the youngest Meng Lan in front of him was actually a little girl of 4 or 5 years old. Chang-Chi only felt that the face of this young Meng Lan was very familiar. He squinted his eyes, and recalled it carefully. Suddenly, details jumped out of his mind. In the last Mo family mystery, Chang-Chi had entered Meng Lan's dream. Her dream was a canyon, and everything she had experienced in her life was also recorded in the canyon. The starting point of the canyon was also the beginning of Meng Lan's life. At that time, she was a ragged little girl about 4 or 5 years old. She was standing alone in the canyon, dreaming of terrifying monsters all over the sky, and it was Chang-Chi who saved her through the dream editor. Afterwards, the young Meng Lan in the dream was adopted by a kind-looking old man. That old man was Mo's grandfather, Mo Beishan. Since then, Meng Lan entered the Mo family and became a student. She grew up with Mo and became a core disciple of the Mo family today, and also had the ability to enter other people's dreams. Meng Lan has no father or mother. Life begins at the age of 4 or 5. Chang-Chi looked at the 4 or 5-year-old little girl in front of him, and his pupils trembled. Mo Beishan once said that 25 years ago, he found a chubby boy under the statue of his ancestor in Tingzhou Maxiang Square. That was today's Mo. In fact, Meng Lan's origin is very similar to Mo's. She was an orphan and was adopted. However, when Meng Lan entered the Mo family, she was already a half-grown child. Reasonable. Since she is a mechanical man, how can she have a biological father and mother? She was 4 or 5 years old when she entered the venue, so there was no need to create a mechanical man in the infant state. Her dream could only start when she was 4 or 5 years old. Chang-Chi then realized that all the truth had been hidden in the past, but he realized it later. At this moment, Mo suddenly took a few steps back and hid in the darkness. In the cave, a holographic projection suddenly flashed, and a man wearing a Mo family robe and long hair appeared. Hello, Chang-Chi. I didn't expect that we would meet again. I didn't expect that you would find Meng Lan's reserve again. Okay. The ancestor of the Mo family, Mo Jiuli, sighed in the picture. 5 years after the birth of the mechanical man Mo, I wondered if he, as a special life, would be lonely living alone in Tingzhou. After thinking about it, I decided to create a partner for Mo. They will complement each other, attract each other, and spend their lives together. This mechanical man is Meng Lan. After that, I designed some coincidences to let Meng Lan enter the Mo family. Mo Jiuli pursed his lips, seemingly not noticing Mo's existence. Mr. Chang, can you keep it a secret for me? Chang-Chi's pupils trembled, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Suddenly, the holographic image was disturbed. A sharp and annoying voice came from behind Mo Jiuli. Jiuli, save me. I'm coming, I'm coming. Mo Jiuli looked helpless, and had to nod to Chang-Chi, and then close the communication. At the same time, Mo slowly walked out from the shadows. I followed Meng Lan to this cave, and found that day was the day she changed her body, but she was unconscious. For a moment, I felt that the sky had fallen. But soon, I realized that no matter what form of life she was, I still liked her, and my affection for her had not diminished at all. Mo looked at Chang-Chi with a smile on his face, but I didn't expect that things are unpredictable, and then I found this. He raised his hand, and knocked on the secret mechanism on the wall. Boom! Deep in the cave, another stone door slowly opened. Chang-Chi entered and found that this was the cave he had been to before. There were hundreds of mechanical humans of various ages stored here. According to Mo Jiuli, this is called Mo's Reserve. It turned out that Meng Lan and Mo's Reserve were separated by only a wall. The last time Chang-Chi entered the Mo Reserve, he went through another entrance. Around that entrance, there were 11 zodiac mechanical beasts of the Mo family. When I found out that I was also a robot, Mo stood in his storage and shrugged. It didn't feel that bad. Because I felt that Meng Lan and I were getting closer. She is not the only one, and no longer alone. We have similarities that no one can match. We are a perfect match made in heaven. Mo looked at Chang-Chi and grinned. To be honest, this feeling is not bad. I have always been worried that you would go crazy and collapse after learning about your true life experience. It turns out that I was overthinking. Chung-Chi's eyes twitched. You, a dog licker, can even accept the fact that you are not a human in order to lick the goddess. I surrender. Chapter 292. Seeing Imo relieved. Chung-Chi was also relieved. The two looked at the mechanical man Imo that filled the entire cave and smiled at the same time. When Menglan changes her body, she needs to transfer the mechanical heart from the old body to the new body. I have carefully observed that there are only 18 strings in her mechanical heart. Most tone and expression were very serious. Chung-Chi, believe me, her existence will not detonate anything. I didn't believe you last time, this time I believe you. Chung-Chi frowned and stared at the ground. Regarding your situation, you were a naughty child in your dream, constantly plucking the 24 string. So from now on, take care of yourself and don't touch it. You must know that it's not that easy. Imo smiled. Now, that string seems to be controlled by some external force, and has already begun to vibrate on its own. I have a clear perception that it will explode one day in the future. Even if I run to a distant alien galaxy and find my Mahist ancestor, it's useless. I am now a computer hijacked by hackers, and everyone is helpless. Imo walked in the cave, and for some reason, he was so relaxed and casual. He stepped on the stones, walked step by step, and finally stepped onto a higher stone platform. He began to take off his clothes, revealing his body that was exactly like a human, and then he stretched out a palm, following the Imo family's mechanical technique, sliding it in a strange line on his chest. Gradually, multiple crisscrossing green rays appeared on the alien skin on the surface of Mo's body, and it seemed to be completely unlocked. At this moment, the complete biological skin, like a layer of soft cicada molt, slowly slid to the ground. This process was not bloody and cruel, but it was like Imo entering the holy river and bathing in new life. At this time, Imo has revealed his true form. It is a brass-colored mechanical man full of precision and ancient texture. It can be clearly seen that there are countless small gears in its body that are turning silently. They are so incredible that they can transform a pile of lifeless metal into a life with independent thoughts. The mechanical man Imo stood on the stone platform, looking up slightly. There was a tiny light spot at the top of the cave, and a ray of sunlight just shone on his face. Hundreds of gears turned, and Imo responded to the sunlight with a smile. Chung-Chi, you said before that you accidentally got a piece of equipment that can allow your consciousness to travel from the future to the past for a short time. How long is this so-called short time? Chung-Chi frowned, clenched his fist, hesitated for a long time, and whispered, 18 minutes. Oh! Imo still stood on the stone platform, looking at the sunlight. Then you should know that I have a strong ability to count. When I knew the purpose of your trip, I began to calculate the time you have been here in my mind. If I am not mistaken, your countdown should only have the last 60 seconds. Chung-Chi gritted his teeth and said nothing. Imo stretched out his brass fingers and tapped his heart gently. The sound of precise operation came, and the structural parts of the chest faded layer by layer, revealing the high-speed rotating, mechanical heart, and the spherical device gradually slowed down and finally stopped. Only then can we see clearly that its interior is hollow, with 24 strings shining with golden light. Imo turned back to look at Chung-Chi. At this time, his brass body also reflected light. Precision, antiquity, human, machine, calmness and obsession, sensibility and rationality, all kinds of elements intertwined in his body, forming a strange picture. Chung-Chi, this is definitely not your first time looking for bombs. For now, the most correct and safest plan must be to completely eliminate me as a variable. Imo had no eyelids, and could clearly see that there were many tiny brass gears around his eye sockets, turning quietly. On the mountain road, your heart was always tangled, because you already had a clear judgment. In me, or not in me. If I am a bomb, then your line of work has successfully saved the entire galaxy. If I am not a bomb, then you will continue to suffer because you mistakenly killed your best friend. Chung-Chi frowned, and Imo was right. The mechanical man Imo said again, I have a creed, that is, never break my promise. I wonder if there is anything I promised you in the future that I haven't done yet. Dog Imo. Chung-Chi's brows were still furrowed. Don't talk to me anymore, I'm thinking, there must be a best of both worlds solution. Heh. We're all brothers. I won't make it difficult for you. The mechanical man Imo suddenly smiled, and pulled out the mechanical heart from his chest with a click, and various brass gears flew and broke. It finally looked at Chung-Chi. If possible, help me take care of Menglan, and no matter what I promised you in the future this time. Imo, I broke my promise. Crack. The sound of precision metal breaking suddenly exploded. Mo used the last kinetic energy in his body to crush his heart of the mechanism into pieces. Under the beam of sunlight, it seemed as if a handful of stars exploded in its palm. All the gears in Mo's body turned the last tooth with difficulty, and the body made a friction sound like whimpering, and then lost all energy, and all the mechanisms were stuck. Finally, Mo's eyes went out, and he never moved again, as if he had turned into a sculpture. The heart of the mechanism was finally balanced inside, and no matter how hard it was squeezed, it inevitably broke apart, with countless parts splashing, and the spherical body broke into 10 petals, falling to the ground with a clang. And the 24 strings of the sphere also went out the moment they fell to the ground, and ceased to exist. Mo. Chang-Chi opened his eyes wide, and a layer of mist suddenly covered his eyes. Although Mo has countless bodies, the heart of the machine is unique. Now the heart of the machine is broken, and the string that resonates with the Milky Way has also disappeared. And Mo is dead. Chang-Chi has never understood what kind of existence Mo is. When Mo really died, a set of strange experiences appeared in Chang-Chi's mind. All the causes and effects of Chang-Chi have not changed. In his memory, he obtained STC and rose step by step from the garbage earth. In this process, there was also a buyer who took away his high-entropy alloy. But this person is no longer Mo, but another younger generation of the Mo family, a real human named Mo Long. Chang-Chi's memory seemed to be overwritten. Mo Long did exactly the same thing as Mo, purchasing alloys and sending genetic drugs. But Mo Long was very defensive and installed a self-destruct bomb in his biological transport box. Once the box encountered an unexpected situation, it would automatically activate the self-destruct system. Chang-Chi felt strange and incomprehensible in his mind. He raised his arm in astonishment and found that a 20-centimeter long scar had appeared on his left hand at some point, caused by a burn. The corresponding memory emerged. In the past, I followed the gift theory and secretly seized Mo Long's box. Because I was not prepared, I was injured by the explosion, which left this scar on my arm. Perhaps it was because Chang-Chi's consciousness came from the future. So at this time, Chang-Chi had two superimposed memories in his mind. In one layer of memory, there was Mo. In the other layer, Mo's existence was completely erased. Mo, although you don't owe me a promise. But the future Menglan has already agreed to your proposal, and you broke your promise to Menglan. Chang-Chi's heart was gloomy, and his throat was sore. Although he still had many doubts, his current mood was dominated by sadness. Countdown 00:00:00. The colorful light enveloped everything. A dark and ambiguous room, a soft and white bed, a bathtub with floating soap bubbles, and the stunning beauty in front of him wearing a silk short skirt, pajamas, and a veil. Chang-Chi appeared in the room of lunch, with some tears in his eyes. Beep, beep, beep. Chang-Chi's communicator rang. The senders were Valente, his elder brother Li Bolong, and Xiao Qiong. Chang-Chi lowered his head and stared at the communicator. After waiting for a moment, his eyes became even darker. This time, there was still one less message. My best friend, I hope your sacrifice is worth it. He took a deep breath. Chang-Chi mustered up his courage and slowly raised his head. At this moment, his eyes widened, and there was even a burst of red blood in his eyeballs for a moment. The veil of disaster was slowly falling, and the room was once again filled with white spots of light. They had no roots or origins, and they came from nowhere, flickering like miniature stars. A sharp sound, like a severe tinnitus, suddenly sounded. The white spots of light in the whole room suddenly became brighter, swallowing up everything. Chapter 293. In the pitch-black universe. Chang-Chi drifted alone. Staring at the cold, dark, lifeless everything, his pupils gradually widened with a tiny amplitude. The emotions in his mind were like fierce waves on the seashore, colliding with each other, breaking, and then surging again. Time bomb, still exploded. Mo's sacrifice did not bring about the continuation of the Milky Way. Mo's sacrifice did not bring about the continuation of the Milky Way. Mo's sacrifice did not bring about the continuation of the Milky Way. The corners of Chang-Chi's eyes began to twitch uncontrollably. He felt annoyed, but not entirely annoyed. There was also a kind of confusion. Above this confusion, there was also a layer of dark depression. In the end, all these emotions turned into silent anger. At this point, the 24 incident has become a nightmare that is both illusory and real. It was as if something was hitting Chang-Chi's psychological limit again and again. Although he knew at his heart that Mo would not send any more messages. But Chang-Chi still subconsciously picked up the communicator. but suddenly found that the content of the message sent by Valente had changed. Boss Chung, there is a problem with the 400 medicines originally prepared for you. They are incredibly ineffective. We found through energy monitoring equipment that there is something strange near the Gene City, silently absorbing all the energy. Although everything here seems to be the same, I feel that there is a balloon that is constantly expanding near here. Its thickness is getting thinner and thinner. One day, it will explode. Chung Chi's pupils suddenly contracted. When he wanted to look at the content of the information carefully again, the text turned into floating white smoke and slowly dissipated. Just like the previous scene, with the disappearance of the Milky Way, everything ceased to exist. Absorbing energy. Balloon. Explosion. What kind of existence is that? Even the undefined energy in the potion will be absorbed? Why did the content of Valente's information change? When did I affect the cause and effect of the Gene City? Chung Chi looked doubtful and looked at the oval device in his hand. The remaining energy was 23%. The energy consumption of each flashback was not fixed, and the remaining energy should be able to support 2 more times. The last 2 chances. But the directional information in front of him had already appeared, and there was no other supplementary information. It was the only raft in the vast ocean, and the only parachute in a high-speed fall. It was impossible to ignore it. Chung Chi abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind, and tried to think hard. If the time bomb is hidden in the Gene City, then the corresponding number should be 24. But Chung Chi's mind kept flashing back to the experience of the Gene City, the dilapidated city, the flawed people, and the 3 masters and apprentices in the Gene City. It seemed that the number 24 did not appear. Wait, Chung Chi's eyes opened. It was a very, very small detail, hidden in the deepest part of countless messy information. It was not even intuitive information, and even this event did not happen in the Gene City. But there is a 24 in it, which appears in the form of a record in the Valley of Defectors outside the Gene City. Valente's diary. Chung Chi entered the Valley of Defectors at that time, and met Valente disguised as Uncle Fei. When Valente went to the toilet, he flipped through the diary of someone. So-and-so fantasy potion. In the diary, all the 3 words Valente were scratched out. May 24th. This is a nearly perfect potion. It was first born in my fantasy. When I clarified its function, I was so excited that I even suffered from insomnia for 3 whole days. I must create this potion, because I am an unprecedented genius pharmacist. I must do it. When the potion is released, I will become the most dazzling star in the world, and I will change the pattern of human civilization. At this moment, Chung Chi, floating in the dark sky, opened his eyes slightly. On May 24th, Valente came up with the idea of creating Valente Fantasy Potion. It was this idea that triggered everything that followed. The Gene City was established because of this. Thousands of people became defectives because of the drug testing. The Gene City fell into disgrace because of the drug failure, and all the defectives, like lonely ghosts, were stationed outside the Gene City. Could it be? I didn't fully understand the Gene City before. There is some form of time bomb hidden in it. After all, the root of all this, the evil civilization that restricts the development of human technology, is good at manipulating cause and effect. Chung Chi felt that he had caught a glimmer of hope and opportunity. And there is no other way to choose at the moment. We must figure out everything. Either eliminate this wrong answer, or this is where the time bomb is. Anchor point, Gene City Valente Diary, May 24th. Chung Chi pressed the circular device in his hand. A beam of colorful light covered everything. When the perspective was restored again, Chung Chi stood on this red road. Because of the red atmosphere of Gene City, the sunlight is red, the stones and soil on the ground are also red, and it is extremely desolate, with a strange sense of the end of the world. Countdown 00:17:59. Chung Chi looked around, and saw that he was outside the tall wall of Gene City. Although the anchor point came from the diary, the landing point was actually Gene City. In other words, the abnormality mentioned in Valente's information overlapped with the 24 clues. What time is it now? The moment I just arrived at Gene City? Chung Chi frowned slightly. No. Because there was a huge gap in the wall of Gene City in front of Chung Chi, and he could see the dilapidated city inside, and the city had been destroyed by large-scale weapons. Chung Chi's memories surged. At that time, a fat man named Boss Shin came to Gene City and threatened Zheng Beige, hoping that Zheng Beige would hand over the formula of Valente's black market medicine. As a result, the 2 sides broke down in the talks, and Zheng Beige turned into the Blood Moon Demon and killed Boss Shin. Then Boss Shin's battle starship arrived and bombarded Gene City. Chung Chi looked back and saw the spirit-style starship of this period slowly approaching him. In the distance, Valente and Zheng Bei stood in the Jin City and said goodbye to him. Got it. Zheng Qi's eyes flickered. Now is the time when he is about to leave after the Jin City incident. Zheng Qi felt incredible. What could be wrong at this time? Suddenly, Zheng Qi's eyes fell on the door in front of him. Coincidentally, this door was the place where Zheng Qi met Zheng Bei by chance, and it was also the place where he distributed painkillers to the children with defects. And in the upper right corner of the door, there was a very mottled white word with a lot of paint peeling off. It was too inconspicuous. Zheng Qi didn't notice it at all. Entrance number 24. Zheng Qi's pupils trembled. It's 24 again, a 24 that I didn't notice before. Chapter 294. Russell. Tick, Baji. Baji. At this moment, Zheng Qi frowned, and suddenly heard a very faint sound from the ground not far away. Zheng Qi paused slightly. When I left here last time, I was worried about Mo's life and death, and didn't pay attention to this detail. When this thought came up, Zheng Qi's mind was dark again. Now Mo is dead. He breathed a sigh of relief. Now time is limited, I must find a way to find the time bomb. Tick, Baji, Baji. Zheng Qi walked towards the source of the strange sound. There was a red ground covered with red soil and gravel, and there was nothing unusual. When he got closer, Zheng Qi found some traces of wooden boards being dragged around, and there was an obvious outline of an underground entrance. Past memories flashed again. It was those defective children. He hoped to drink the medicine given by Zheng Bei, so he stayed outside the wall of the Jin City all day, but the sun was strong here, so he would dig a small pit, then cover the hole with some wooden boards, and then cover it with some soil. Once, those strange-looking children suddenly appeared and frightened Zheng Qi. At that time, they seemed to appear suddenly, but in fact they just crawled out of the pit. Baji Baji. A sound came from under the soil. Zheng Qi bent down and pushed the wooden board to reveal the inner space. Then, Zheng Qi was stunned, round-toothed boy. He? The child with 7 or 8 layers of teeth in his mouth grinned, Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi tilted his head. Was he hiding here when I left? It seems to be like this. When the defect valley collapsed, Zheng Qi used the super speed brought by the gene explosion to rescue everyone, but he didn't see the toothed boy. What are you eating? Medicine, delicious medicine, so delicious. Zheng Qi saw the toothed boy in the pit, licking his lips and smacking his lips. Medicine? Zheng Qi's eyes fixed, and then he noticed that there was a broken light shielding test tube in the soil on the wooden board, and the medicine in it had completely drained out, seeping through the soil and the wooden board, and dripping into the pit. The memory of the Jin City resurfaced. Valente, you have to make a choice now. 2 potions, one is Valente Fantasy Potion. The other is a defective gene repair potion. And you can only take one of them from me. Zheng Qi said at the time. Since Valente Fantasy Potion can be born. In the future, Zhang Lunt Fantasy Potion and Li Lunt Fantasy Potion will definitely be born. They may all become disasters for mankind. I don't want to be the beginning of this matter. I would rather Valente Fantasy Potion never existed. At that time, Valente looked at Zheng Qi with a firm gaze. I choose to heal everyone. Huh. Crack. Valente Fantasy Potion was thrown to the ground by Valente. The test tube broke into pieces. The potion spilled all over the ground, slowly seeped into the soil, and disappeared. The past memories, like a whirlpool, spun and shrank into Zheng Qi's pupils. His eyes were once again focused on the broken test tube in front of him. Zheng Qi remembered that the 3 words paradox version appeared in the defective gene repair potion synthesized at that time, and Valente Fantasy Potion could only exist one. So, Quan Yazi ate the valid fantasy potion that shouldn't exist. Crack. The gray light circle in the pupil of Quan Yazi, which represented the defective gene, cracked and then shattered. The next moment, his pupil turned pure black and enlarged. Zheng Qi looked carefully and found that the pupil of Quan Yazi did not enlarge, but a black light circle appeared, which merged with the dark pupil and was not easy to distinguish. Then, the pupil of Quan Yazi actually enlarged again. Valente Fantasy Potion is very strange, and the toothy boy is even stranger. He is the child of 2 people with defective genes. Between the 2 strange things, some strange and unknown reaction occurred. 2 black circles appeared in his pupils, which was an unconventional gene level increase. 2 circles means D-level genes. Zheng Qi bent down and directly took the toothy boy out of the pit. Brother Zheng Qi, what are you doing? The toothy boy looked confused. Although he looked ugly, he was just an innocent child in his heart. Chang-Chi looked at his wrist, which looked like a tattoo on his gene circuit diagram. This was a mysterious new human technology. He didn't know if it could identify other people's genes. Chang-Chi turned his wrist over and put it close to the skin on the arm of Quan Yazai. Supernatural human gene, serial number 13, super devouring. The gene owner's level is too low, super devouring, is passive, uncontrollable, and the consequences are full of disasters. Because Quan Yazai is not the host of the gene circuit, there is only this information. At this moment, Quan Yazai seemed a little tired, opened his mouth with 7 or 8 layers of teeth, and yawned. Inexplicably, some kind of energy gathered around him, and was compressed into a white light spot in his mouth, and then swallowed by him unconsciously. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Seeing Quan Yazai's weird mouth, he inexplicably thought of the legendary beast Pichio in the old times. And Quan Yazai's extremely dark pupils made Chang-Chi think of the black hole in the universe that can swallow everything. The energy in the potion disappeared inexplicably. Balloon. Explosion. A muffled thunder sounded in Chang-Chi's mind. That is to say, in the past, Quan Yazai inevitably ate the potion and also had genetic changes. Perhaps the child himself was not aware of it, but his ability was out of control, and he was constantly absorbing the energy around him in a way that humans could not understand. At this time, Valente had been researching new potions in the Gene City. But Valente could never have imagined that the energy in those potions was actually swallowed by the circle-toothed boys outside the city wall. Chang-Chi looked at the group of circle-toothed boys in front of him with trembling eyes. No matter how strange his ability was, he would not subvert the law of conservation of energy. How much energy could he store in such a thin body? His ending. Explosion? All kinds of phenomena that should not exist combined into the final cause and effect, just like a time bomb. Chapter 295. Countdown 00:16:09. At this moment, Chang-Chi looked at Valente and Zheng Beige in the distance. The two also noticed something unusual and ran closer. Chang-Chi suddenly said anxiously, Quan Yazai's ability is out of control. Not only will he die in the future, but others may also die because of it. Is there any way to suppress his genes or seal them? At this time, Valente and Zheng Beige were grateful to Chang-Chi, and they also recognized Chang-Chi as the boss of the Gene City. He was a little stunned when he heard Chang-Chi's sudden words. But Valente saw Chang-Chi's serious expression, swallowed his saliva, and said, there is a taboo method. But it is not to seal the gene, but to erase it. Gene City. In Valente's abandoned laboratory. Circle 2 sat in a transparent isolation cabin, staring with dark pupils, observing everything around with curiosity. And outside the isolation cabin, Valente handed 2 black liquid medicines to Chang-Chi. This was originally a banned technology, and it is also a seriously illegal technology. I hid 2 in order to leave experimental samples. I searched for a long time. Chang-Chi stared at the potion that looked a bit evil. What effect? Valente's arms trembled a little. 12% probability of erasing all gene levels below B-level gene holders. 80% probability of severe poisoning. 8% probability. Death on the spot. The probability is so low? It can also kill people. Chang-Chi frowned. It must be done, but I don't want any more innocent people to die. Grab the potion. Chang-Chi walked into the laboratory next to him, and slowly closed the door. The azure light shone. Similar technological creations detected, begin synthesis, 322 prison potion, *1. From the mysterious 322 prison in the universe, it can 100% erase all gene levels of those below 1A level, directly clearing them to 0, but this is only the definition of erasure. 322 once formulated a corresponding recovery potion plan, but it was not put into production, because this potion was developed to suppress criminals, and criminals who entered the 322 prison have no chance of seeing the light of day again. Chang-Chi turned back and handed the new black potion to Valente. After quickly identifying the properties of the medicine, Valente's eyes were full of shock. Hurry up. Chang-Chi gave an order. The isolation cabin where Quan Yazai was located was also an atomizing vibrator, which could greatly accelerate the absorption effect of the medicine. In a moment, the medicine was ready, the atomizing vibrator was started, and the medicine was being extracted by the machine and turned into an atomized state. Chang-Chi frowned, looked at the child in the cabin, and muttered to himself, Quan Yazai, this is already a very compromised solution. You are different from Imo, you still have a future. Countdown 00:2:14. Chang-Chi looked at Valente beside him, and asked the question in his mind, suppose I didn't find the condition of the circle-tooth boy today, then in the future, for example, 20 days later, what kind of reasons might prompt you to find the abnormality of the circle-toothed boy? Valente's eyes flashed. The customer named him Long. After a brief conversation, he learned that Valente found that the dead Kexius was still completing another medicine according to the customer's request. It was a brand new energy drink of the MO family, and this customer was MO Long, who completely replaced MO. The development of this energy drink requires the help of an energy monitoring device, and Kexius has customized such a device, which will arrive in about 20 days. Chang-Chi already understood everything. It was Mo's disappearance that prompted the change of that information. 20 days later, Valente received the device and accidentally discovered abnormal conditions around him. He then checked the medicine and finally found that 400 medicines were ineffective. If MO existed, none of this would happen, because he did not have the need to customize a new drink. The difference is the different personalities of MO and MO Long. It is also a series of cause and effect effects. Chang-Chi sighed silently. At this time, Valente and Zheng Beige entered another operating room and immediately began to perform drug injections. All variables will disappear completely within 10 seconds. Chang-Chi frowned and began to think. What kind of existence is that advanced civilization that block human technology? The reason they target humans is because humans will defeat or destroy them in the future? What is their technological level? Is their main method to manipulate cause and effect? How did their blockade plan come about? Will they send people to infiltrate human society, or will they not be there in person and just control it remotely? Like a god of cause and effect? It must be said that Chang-Chi is far behind this level of civilization. Countdown 1 minute and 2 seconds. Valente, why haven't you started to administer the potion yet? Chang-Chi felt something was wrong and called out to the workshop nearby. Valente? Uncle Waste? No one responded. Chang-Chi frowned, took a few steps forward, and raised his hand to push open the door of the workshop. At this moment, a 2-meter-long vortex with bright light suddenly appeared behind Chang-Chi. There were explosions, and countless red lighting flashes in the vortex. A figure suddenly walked out of the vortex. He was completely black, and the black light twisted around him like a venomous snake, which was terrifying and had a strong sense of oppression. The black figure, at an astonishing speed, stirred up a gust of wind and teleported to Chang-Chi's side. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Although he was no longer in his SS-level body, he was at least S+ now because of his consciousness. He could think of moving in an instant and move quickly. But the opponent was faster than his thoughts and stronger than his subconscious. Chang-Chi did not dodge successfully. Whoosh, boom, Chang-Chi was hit by a punch from the black figure. In an instant, Chang-Chi could only cross his arms in front of him and take the punch. Chang-Chi completed a backflip in the air, released the force, and landed smoothly. But he did not stop at all. He turned directly into a shadow and rushed towards the terrifying black figure. What shocked Chang-Chi was that the figure was always one step faster than him, and he could not catch up. Chang-Chi used the gravity field gloves of this period to apply gravity to the opponent, trying to slow him down, but the opponent perfectly predicted and avoided all the force fields in advance. Chang-Chi used the Type 1 biochemical armor of this period and released black attack tentacles, which were all predicted by the opponent. Chang-Chi even used the first generation of muon catalyst machine of this period to burn half of the laboratory to ashes, but the opponent predicted it. Boom! The terrifying black figure punched out and absorbed the atomization cabin of 322 prison potion, which was smashed into pieces by it. The only 322 prison potion, which had been atomized into a molecular state before, completely disappeared in the air at this time, and did not successfully complete the injection. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. Hack you. It was also at this time. Countdown 00:00:00. In the moment, when the familiar Xian colorful light covered Chang-Chi's perspective, Chang-Chi saw the terrifying, seemingly invincible black demon standing there quietly, releasing an invisible sense of oppression, and cast a very provocative look at himself. Chapter 296. Early morning. Sunny. High City number 24 Middle School. The 2 iron gates themselves bear the traces of time, and the paint is peeling and rusty, which makes them look more quaint. The main road of the campus is lined with tall poplar trees, with lush branches and leaves, and the sun shines through the gaps. The teaching building is a slightly old brick concrete structure. The wall is eroded by wind and rain, and the white wall skin occasionally peels off, revealing the rough bricks and stones inside. Many students have carved words and pictures on the wall, such as so-and-so will be together forever, and so-and-so is so-and-so's partner. These words usually have 2 hearts, and are pierced by an arrow. The playground is a vast expanse of yellow land, with the outline of the runway simply drawn with white lime. There are red hibiscus and chrysanthemums planted in the flower bed. Some students pull out the stamens of red hibiscus and suck the nectar inside. Some students catch bees from chrysanthemums, preparing to stuff them into the collars of female students or the crotches of male students. There is a red flag flying in front of the main building. As long as it is not Monday, there will be a flag raiser who arrives on campus in advance to raise the red flag. If it is Monday, all students will line up to complete a campus flag-raising ceremony. This is an ordinary middle school in the early 2000s. Hey guys, have you listened to Jay Chou's new song? A boy about 12 or 13 years old pressed the Walkman on his waist, and the tape stopped spinning. He took off his wired headphones. That song Tornado is so cool. Love comes too fast like a tornado. I didn't listen to the song, but my parents went out for a social event yesterday, so I watched the latest TV series Conquer. A student with a short haircut and a bit of a ruffian frowned and imitated the lines in the TV series. Isn't it called Young People If You Are Not Angry? Do you have the strength to fight with me, Lu Huaqiang? Is it useless even if I give you the chance? Is this melon ripe? A dragon must coil up, and a tiger must lie down. I don't need to tell you who I am, Lu Huaqiang. Fuck, my brother Chong is so handsome. A student wearing myopic glasses, and with a somewhat wretched face approached and whispered, Hey, brother Dadong, I heard that you have a DVD player at home. I got a few of those discs. Let's find a chance to go to your house to watch them. That kind of disc? The student with a short haircut, called Dadong, smiled. Glasses Lu, where did you get this good stuff? Glasses Lu whispered, My sister is pregnant recently, and my brother-in-law is probably holding it in. He bought the disc and hid it under the bed, and I found it. Dadong licked his lips. Hee hee, this is great. Let me know, and I contact you when my parents go out for drinks again. The few of them were secretly happy, and walked around the campus with swagger. They were called the 4 bullies of the first grade, that is, the poor students who bully other students. It is undeniable that there were many such students in that era. Hey, isn't that Dis? Hey, it's really my Dis brother. The group found the target of today's play. It was a boy who walked close to the roots of the tree, and always hid under the shade of the tree. He was about 11 or 12 years old, wearing a washed-out school uniform. His bangs were very long and even covered half of his eyes. Hey, good morning, Dis brother. The group gathered together, and the watermelon-headed boy began to shiver subconsciously. Dis brother. You are my idol, do you know that? The teacher doesn't allow us to grow long hair, but you are the only one in the school who insists on growing your hair so long. The buzz-cut boy Dadong looked at the watermelon head and smiled maliciously. The watermelon head's mouth trembled, and he was about to smile. Swish. The Glasses Lu pulled down his school uniform pants from behind and piled them on his worn-out sneakers. Ha ha! Dis brother is still wearing diapers. His diapers are still old, washed and reused, ha ha ha. The watermelon-headed man was in a panic, and quickly bent down to pull his pants. As a result, the moment he bent down, the short-haired Dadong took out a lighter from his pocket and directly lit his watermelon-headed man. The smoke and the pungent smell of burning hair spread. The watermelon-headed man held up his pants with one hand because the Glasses Lu was stepping on his pants with his feet, and the other hand quickly slapped his hair. His face was flushed, and he shouted excitedly, What are you doing? Don't touch my hair is useful. Ha ha ha, my Dis brother's hair is useful, ha ha. The crew-cut Dadong tripped, and the watermelon head fell to the ground. He couldn't pull up his pants. His face was red and his body was shaking. He wanted to get up, but was held down by several other people. The crew-cut Dadong squatted down and said with a smile, The teacher said that we are not allowed to bully you, but in fact, this is just a small game to enhance the relationship between classmates, right? I know you have no parents, only grandparents, and your family is poor. Here, 100 yuan. My dad works in the internet industry, so he has plenty of money. The crew-cut Dadong shook the banknotes in his hand. Take this money, and don't tell the teacher about what happened today. You're happy, I'm happy, and everyone is happy. The watermelon-headed man gritted his teeth, his pupils trembled, and tears flashed in his eyes. But in the end, he still raised his hand and held the banknote. On the side, the Glasses Lu held a very expensive, very high-end handheld DV, and the flashing reflection of the lens captured all the embarrassing moments of the watermelon-headed man. Haha, it's my Dis brother who knows the big picture. The others left in a swagger, but after a few steps, the crew-cut Dadong suddenly turned around and said with a smile, Hey, Dis brother, I prepared the 100 yuan for tomorrow, ha ha. The first class bell rang. All the students quickened their pace and walked towards the teaching building. Amid the pointing eyes of others, the watermelon-headed man pulled up his pants with a red face, but he didn't dare to enter the classroom. He curled up under the shade of a tree, hugging his knees. Although he was silent, he stared at the lawn in front of him, and tears dripped down his face. I'm not this brother. This is the nickname they gave me. I hate it, because every time I hear it, it means I'm about to be humiliated. I really don't have a father or a mother. I live with my grandparents. My family is really poor. Watermelon Head looked at the sneakers he had repaired over and over again, and the 100 yuan bill in his hand made a creaking sound. I do wear diapers, yes, I'm 12 years old, but I can't live without diapers because I often have urinary incontinence. The second class bell rang. There were almost no students on campus, but a few teachers walked out of the teaching building. They would urge the remaining students and then go to the school gate to catch latecomers. Watermelon Head watched them approach from far away, so he crawled on the ground and sat in the half-person-high flowers behind him. Under the bright sunlight, all kinds of bright flowers surrounded him in the center. He still lowered his head and hugged his knees. The teachers could no longer see him. He could see his crotch, which was swollen and bulging, with more than a dozen layers of diapers inside. No matter how clean it is, it will still emit a faint smell of urine due to its own sweat. The reason why I have urinary incontinence is that I am different from everyone else. If everyone is a star, everyone is in the universe, emitting light outward, and this light is also what they can influence. Then I am different. I look dim on the surface, but in fact my light is emitted inward, and it is particularly bright, and can shine very far away, to places that others can't imagine. These lights may be what others call supernatural powers. Every time I activate them, my senses and brain will suffer a huge impact, causing me to urinate incontinently. Ridiculous. I will restrain my abilities, because I am afraid of wetting my pants. Watermelon Head sat in the flowers, staring at a ladybug falling into the web that the spider had laid in advance. In the distance, a teacher vaguely spotted a figure in the flowers and gradually approached. Watermelon Head lowered his head, staring at the spider spinning silk, wrapping the ladybug into a zongzi. As for what my ability is, it's very simple. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head. His pupils instantly turned black, like a pair of small black suns, and around his pupils, there were hideous and twisting black tentacles, as if there was a demon hidden in his eyes, about to struggle out. Sometimes time, in my hands is a toy, that can be controlled at will. Did I see it wrong just now? The patrol teacher came closer and stared at the empty flowers, but the next moment, he suddenly wrinkled his nose. This class is the worst student I have ever taught. Who is so uncultured as to urinate in the flower bed? Classroom of grade 6, grade 1. A teacher came in a hurry, pushed the door open, and interrupted the class. Xiao Dadong. Come out! The teacher stood at the door and shouted anxiously, Your parents had a car accident 5 minutes ago. Dadong, who was holding a live bee and preparing to put it into the collar of the girl in the front row, was stunned for a moment, and then he felt a sharp pain in his fingers. He had been playing with bees for so many years, and this time he was finally stung. Xiao Dadong, whose legs were weak, had just left not long ago. The teacher turned back and stood at the door, shouting in panic, Lu Xiu, come out too. Your family called, your sister fell down the stairs, and the baby in her belly may not be saved. Go to the hospital. The glasses Lu turned pale. How long ago did it happen? When I left home this morning, she was fine. The teacher stamped her feet repeatedly, just 10 minutes ago. Chapter 297. Evening Sea City. Office workers gradually ended their busy day. Under the setting sun, the streets were crowded with cars and traffic jams. Data shows that people in the evening rush hour are calmer than those in the morning rush hour, and drivers rarely honk their horns impatiently. For another group of people, their struggle for a living has just begun from this moment. Under the overpass in the North District, there are a large number of vendors here, including various snacks and supper, various stalls selling small items, various entertainment projects such as ring tossing, and various folk juggling performances. Hey, our great dramatist is back. Xiao Di, are you leaving school so early today? Behind a shadow puppet show stall, an old man with a thin body and a craftsman's leather apron wiped his hands with a towel, walked out slowly, and looked at his grandson, who had returned from school. The watermelon-headed boy looked up and smiled. Grandpa, the school was cleaning up this afternoon. I finished my work ahead of time and ran away. You kid. The old man shook his head and smiled. The teacher must not know about this. You must be thinking about Grandpa, and want to come back early to help Grandpa finish the performance. The watermelon-headed boy stuck out his tongue. By the way, performing shadow puppetry with Grandpa is much more interesting than going to school. When I grow up, I will continue to set up a stall to perform shadow puppetry. Not only can I make money, but I can also pass on Grandpa's craftsmanship. The old man stepped forward and touched his precious grandson's head. Silly child, times have changed. You should study hard, learn science and technology, and don't learn from us. My craft is to make and perform shadow puppets, and your grandmother's craft is hand embroidery. Look at us. What we can do now is just to set up a stall under the overpass and earn a little hard-earned money. Watermelon Head frowned, but he noticed that his grandfather had been watching him, so he grinned and said, "Grandpa, what else do you have to do today?" "White Bone Demon." The old man smiled and said, "The White Bone Demon has been used for too long, and its arms are almost falling off. We need to sew it again. When it's done, we will perform the 3 strikes on the White Bone Demon tonight." "I do it." Watermelon Head put down his school bag, suddenly realized something, and whispered, "Grandpa, I changed the diaper first." A moment. The tungsten filament lamp formed a small spot of light. Watermelon Head sat by the box behind the scenes, concentrating on trimming the White Bone Demon. He had superb skills, and he also repainted the White Bone Demon's arms, ironed them, and finished the sew-in. The sew-in is to connect the various parts of the shadow puppet with hemp rope. The 3 fights with the White Bone Demon is about to begin. Occasionally, adults stop outside, and there are also a few children sitting sparsely. Grandma is setting up an embroidery stall not far away, and Grandpa is playing gongs and drums on the side. Watermelon-headed boy directly takes the lead and picks the sticks alone. When he turns the tungsten filament lamp and shines it on the curtain from the back, Sun Wukong appears on the stage with a babbling sound. The watermelon-headed boy has very flexible hands and can recite the script by heart. He controls the 2 roles of Sun Wukong and the White Bone Demon by himself. There was almost no applause from the outside. But Watermelon Head was fully focused, his eyes sparkling. He liked this feeling. A lamp and a curtain made up a world, and all the characters in this world had clear joints, and there were only a few directions, which were clearly visible. And Watermelon Head only needed to hold a bamboo stick in his hand to control all their actions behind the scenes. The bamboo stick moved. If you ask them to jump, they must jump. If you ask them to fall, he must fall. If you ask them to shout, they can't make any sound from their mouths, and they need to dub it themselves. Whether it's shouting or screaming, they can make it sound by themselves. If you want them to be silent, they can't shout no matter what. After the shadow play, the grandfather and grandson started a new income-generating project, the double act. The watermelon head needs to be made up first, with a pale base on the face, and then 2 round blushes. His long hair came into play at this time, and he tied it all up to form a pigtail. In the double act, the front face makeup is completed. This double act is called Learning to Eat and Drink, which is a traditional drama adaptation project. The grandfather squatted behind him, beating the drums and telling the ridiculous plot, such as eating with big mouthfuls, drinking with big mouthfuls, eating a fly. Hey, that's not a fly, it's a piece of shit. The watermelon head needs to be in the front, performing these actions as funny as possible. The night is getting darker. The weather is slightly cooler. People are coming and going, but few people stop. The boy and his grandfather perform hard. As time goes by, the lively Tianxiao night market gradually becomes quiet, the pedestrians have left, the moon hangs on the branches, and the whole city is about to fall asleep. The watermelon head, with a weird makeup, counts today's rewards with his grandfather, 93.3 yuan. Grandma came over with a staggering step and said with a smile, "Embroidery is selling well today. We sold 21 embroidered handkerchiefs and 2 silk scarves. Oh, the best performance in 2 months." Watermelon Head laughed, but the more he laughed, the quieter his voice became. This money is not enough for Grandma's medical expenses for 1 day. She has liver cancer and is dying. But no matter how many layers of diapers he wears, he can't change this result. At the same time, his fate of poverty seems to be locked. As long as it is about money, lottery information, stock codes, as long as he brings it back, everything will be corrected and become meaningless. "Grandpa, your craftsmanship is so good, why is it so hard to make money?" With a pale face, big blush, and a watermelon head with pigtails, his eyes flickered and his fists clenched. "Ah." Grandpa sighed, "It's the same thing. Times have changed. Technology has developed too fast. Our skills are no longer so precious under the impact of modern technology. For example, your grandma's embroidery, I know that she was once the top embroidery worker, But I heard that some garment factories now use embroidery machines to make 100,000 handkerchiefs a day, and they never make mistakes. They are exquisite. And our shadow puppets. Now there are stop-motion animations, 3D animations, and movie special effects, which are many times more exciting than ours. Oh, and the internet. People use it to watch performances anytime and anywhere. Why do we have to come to the overpass? Grandpa used a wet towel to remove the makeup for the watermelon-headed girl. I told you that you should study hard, learn knowledge and technology. Only then you will have a future. Don't always come to the shadow puppet stall. I used to call you a great dramatist, but I got it wrong. Grandpa, I like drama. Especially writing and controlling drama. And those technologies, factories, the internet. The watermelon-headed boy's eyes flickered. Grandpa, do you think there will be a day when human technology suddenly stops developing and then begins to regress on a large scale? Silly child, what are you talking about in your sleep? Are you addicted to writing drama? Grandpa frowned and said jokingly, we can't act in science fiction dramas. The lights on the overpass gradually went out. Many vendors were ready to make money at the morning market, so they set up tents and went to sleep. Grandpa was also ready to continue performing at the morning market to try his luck, so he did not leave, and was packing up his props. Watermelon Head stood on the overpass, looking at the city in the distance. It was late at night, and the lights were going out one after another. The city became hazy, and only the silhouettes of some buildings could be seen, as if technology had regressed and electricity had disappeared. Watermelon Head checked his diaper and frowned. His pupils gradually became dark. At this moment, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Chapter 298. On the overpass at night. The watermelon-headed man slowly turned his head, and saw a young man in his 20s standing next to him. He was wearing a black suit, with his white shirt collar casually open, grinning, relaxed and gentle. The watermelon-headed man pretended to scratch his head, and covered his eyes with his arms, and his dark pupils slowly faded. Then he looked at the young man again. Are you asking for directions? No. The young man still had a relaxing smile. I came all the way to find you. Watermelon Head swallowed his saliva. What's the matter? Let me introduce myself first. You can just call me Brother 7. The young man who called himself Brother 7 took the initiative to shake hands with the bewildered Watermelon Head. My unit, we have been paying attention to you for a long time. Watermelon Head was stunned. What unit? A very special unit. Brother 7 turned around, put his elbow on the railing of the overpass, and began to stare at the city in the night. Human technological progress comes from the evolution of thought, and most people can only see this part, but in fact, the human body has been evolving. Everything must be in order. So many evolvers, there must be someone to manage them. Watermelon Head blinked. I don't understand what you mean. Have you ever heard of that? It is not allowed to become a spirit after the founding of the country. Seventh brother smiled. Then what about people who become gods? Watermelon Head paused. So you. Seventh brother turned around, his eyes flashing in the night. Our unit has a nickname, called Temple of the Gods. Watermelon Head's pupils shrank slightly. Seventh brother smiled slowly. His smile always conveyed a relaxing mood. Your name is D. Sure, the time of time, right? Watermelon Head swallowed slightly, and nodded slowly. So, everyone in your unit has supernatural powers. Then what is your power, Brother Chi? Me. I age very slowly. Brother Chi still said casually, can you see that I am already 80 years old? Watermelon Head stared at the young man in his 20s in front of him and shook his head. I can't see it, but... Is this also a kind of power? Of course it is. Brother 7 was very gentle. Even if another 200, 300, or even longer, I will still exist. My mind will be relatively agile, and I will have accumulated a lot of experience, a lot of judgment criteria, and I can also outlast all the leaders. Haha. By that time, I may be the head of the pantheon. Of course, my appearance will be much older. So by that time, everyone may call me Uncle 7. Uncle 7. Watermelon Head's eyes flashed. So you came here this time to recruit me? Yeah. Seventh brother smiled. D. Sure, we know a lot about you. The consequences of your ability are probably not just those small and difficult problems. You should be aware that you are always on the verge of losing control. Once something really goes wrong, it can't be solved by diapers. Watermelon Head lowered his eyes slightly, looked at the ground, and clenched his hands into fists. D. Sure, follow me. Seventh brother tilted his head and said, the Temple of the Gods will find a way to help you suppress the supernatural power in your body, and will not let the disaster happen. We will also mobilize the best medical resources to treat your grandmother's disease. As for your grandfather, he will not worry about money in the future. Watermelon Head turned around and looked at the shadow play stall in the dim night. Grandma was weak and fell asleep on the recliner because she was too tired. Grandpa was still slowly and tiredly packing up the props of the shadow play stall. This is the most realistic portrayal of the life of the lower-class people. Late at night, the old man was overwhelmed. Watermelon Head frowned. I only have one question. After entering the Temple of the Gods, will I get more information and resources? Seventh brother also turned around and looked at the two old men in the distance. This needs to be tested by time. If your character is fine, then all of these will be there, and more than you think. Watermelon Head nodded. Can I say hello to Grandpa? Seventh brother smiled. Of course, this is not kidnapping. The Temple of the Gods is an official organization of justice, and you just changed a school. The colorful light faded. The dimly lit house, the white and soft big bed, the bathtub full of soap bubbles. And in front of me, the beautiful woman wearing a silk pajamas and a veil. Everything is so ambiguous and so fragrant. Chung-Chi's eyes trembled. Damn it. The last time I flashed back to consciousness, I found the problem of Quanyazi. I already had a solution. I was just one step away from completely eliminating the hidden danger, but at the last moment, a mysterious and powerful figure suddenly appeared. All the efforts were ruined. Who is that guy? Is he the mastermind behind all these conspiracies? Does this prove that I have found the real source of the explosion, and the mastermind had no choice but to intervene directly? If he is not the mastermind, then who is he? Why would he stop me? The way he appeared is very strange. It should not be some kind of Stargate, and it does not even look like a technological means, but more like a supernatural power. Who is that person? Beep beep. Chung-Chi's communicator rang as expected. Valente, Boss Chung, according to your wishes, Quanyazi has been sent to Shengyong High School. The other medicine plans remain unchanged. Chung-Chi opened his eyes, and the information changed. But, what do I mean? Shengyong High School? Isn't that the Pantheon? When did I have such an idea? Chung-Chi's mind was buzzing. This was all too unbelievable. I have never had such an idea. Why did I come to such a conclusion? Could it be? Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Could it be that all this is related to time? Could it be that I conveyed such a request to Valente through a consciousness shuttle that has not yet happened? Chung-Chi's brain power is not bad. Many times, he can see through the essence of things and control everything around him. But at the moment, he was confused. If the variable time is mixed in, everything will not be linear logic. Who can figure it out? Beep beep. Although Mo's information will not appear again. But Brother Li Bolong's information is still there. Chung-Chi quickly unfolded it. Li Bolong, brother, I was originally planning to send Hanzi and the antique robot to you personally, but Xinghao has just taken over the work of the white team, and I need to help now. I can't leave the Temple of the Gods for more than 24 hours. Chung-Chi blinked hard. Did the elder brother's message change? The previous message said that the elder brother would come in person, but now he can't leave. Xinghao, also known as Uncle Mute, controls a small part of the subconscious, so his speed is almost the same as Team White, or even slightly better. Is there anything he can't handle? Chung-Chi's brain was boiling. If there is a gap between Xinghao and Team White, there can only be one situation, that is, Xinghao lacks practice. In other words, it is proficiency. If the limit is 24 hours, it can be understood that Xinghao has never done something that Team Bai used to do every day, so he is not very skilled in taking over. What is the connection? Chung-Chi, you are the only variable to break through the blockade. The number 24 is your guide. Please think carefully about every 24 in your life. The bomb will explode sooner or later. Only you can change it all. The impatient and panicked voice of Wishui came. Chung-Chi looked up, prepared in his heart, but every time he felt an inexplicable fear. The nameless wind blew, and the veil of the disaster fell off, revealing the left cheekbone and a small part of the delicate skin. The extent of the fall was a little larger than before. Perhaps after a delay of 2 seconds, her perfect face would be revealed in front of Chung-Chi. What a pity. At this moment, the surroundings were once again filled with those rootless and unrelated white light spots. Ing, a sharp sound, like a severe tinnitus, suddenly sounded. The white light spots in the whole room suddenly became bright and swallowed everything. Chapter 299. Endless black space, lifeless. Everything in the Milky Way shattered into strands of light sand, floating silently. The universe outside the Milky Way remained the same. A distant star released light, spanning hundreds of millions of light years. A little light was reflected in the light sand in front of Chung-Chi. And that dust-like light might have been a sun in the Milky Way, or it might have been the sun of mankind. Chang-Chi still became the only survivor in the Milky Way. To be precise, he is not a person now, he is in a kind of consciousness gap. Hey, become a god? You must experience a journey different from others. Don't you still want to create a great beggar civilization, help STC revive the mother civilization, and become the king of the world? Hey, all this is too difficult. It is difficult to think and difficult to crack. It is better to give up. Just keep drifting like this. Chang-Chi shook his head vigorously. His mind was full of confusion, and he felt like he had a split personality. I won't give up. At this moment, Chang-Chi looked at the circular device in his hand, and the remaining energy was 9%. Can this still support the last flashback of consciousness? Each flashback consumes different amounts of energy. Maybe it can, maybe it can't. Assuming it can still support this only last flashback of consciousness, then Chang-Chi still faces a difficult choice. Should I return to the Gene City and complete the suppression of the Circle-Toothed Boy? Or should I choose another anchor point? The Circle-Toothed Boy is an unfinished event. What if he is really a time bomb? What if I encounter the obstruction of the mysterious person again after returning? No. And both messages mentioned the Temple of the Gods. It seemed that Chang-Chi was being guided to focus on the Temple of the Gods, and those messages were equivalent to the past. So if he went to the Temple of the Gods, he should be able to meet Quan Yazi. Two clues intersected. Chang-Chi's eyes suddenly widened. This was not an unsolvable problem, but an answer. The Temple of the Gods. The Temple of the Gods. Shangyong High School. Brotherly Belong. Team by. I need a 24 anchor point. Teachers by Wu Chang, Fan Tianmin, and Dalian left the school 23 hours ago. I told you before that Bai Wu Chang, in particular, would never leave the school for more than 24 hours, so there must be something wrong with their schedule. Pang Hong. In fact, the message from Brotherly Bolong had already given Chang-Chi an anchor point. As Pang Hong said before, Team Bai would never leave the school for more than 24 hours. At the same time, Chang-Chi had sorted out some things, his eyes flashing wildly. He clenched the oval device in his hand. The last bet, 9% of the energy, can you give me this chance? Anchor point, Pantheon, 24 hours limit. Chang-Chi frowned and pressed the device in his hand. A colorful light enveloped him. When Chang-Chi's vision was restored, he felt his body and was overjoyed. 9% of the energy was like the last few drops of gasoline left in an engine, which started successfully. Countdown 00:17:59. Chang-Chi observed the surroundings. In front of him was a campus built in the 1990s or 2000s, with red brick walls and mottled iron gates. There was a main building, red flags, and flower beds in the courtyard. There were red hibiscus and chrysanthemums in the flower beds. On one side of the gate was a row of lively and noisy snack stalls. In the stalls, Shaved Ice Lu and Uncle Fei were both there. And this time, Chang-Chi also noticed a detail. In the guard room on one side of the gate, the man who looked like a gatekeeper was actually the principal of Xingyong High School, the seventh uncle of the boss of the Temple of the Gods, who was taking a nap and drooling. Chang-Chi suddenly realized that this moment was the time when he came to the Temple of the Gods and was locked outside the door, and it was not long after he arrived. The reason for making such a judgment is that there are obvious characteristics in front of him. The man wearing a stand-up collar Zhongshan suit, silver sports running shoes, and white ion perm was standing 1 meter in front of him. He squinted his eyes, as if looking at a little Kara, and stared at Chang-Chi. On both sides of him, Fan Tianmin and Dalian stood respectively. I give you a chance. Liang Tang's face was calm. First, touch my body. Second, collect a handful. You're so long-winded. Chang-Chi suddenly spoke. Bai Xian was stunned. How dare you steal my lines, boy? I haven't agreed to let you enter the campus yet. How dare you confront me? Are all Li Belong's brothers so brave? Chang-Chi called out, Captain Bai. Wait, who are you calling Captain Bai? The man with the ironing iron stared. Do I recognize you? Chang-Chi sighed, raised his left hand, loosened his palm, and then shook it, and the handkerchief that Bai Xian carried with him fell to the ground. Captain Bai, I got the handkerchief, which proves that I touched your body. Then, Chang-Chi raised his right hand, and a handful of colorful sand was thrown into the air, which dissipated with the wind. This is the cosmic dust formed by various metal elements in the pillar of creation. I got it. I understand that you set these rules to let me train myself. As he said, Chang-Chi stepped forward and suddenly hugged Captain Bai. Captain Bai, you seem strict, but you are actually teaching me with great effort. Thank you. It feels great to see you healthy again. Bai Xian? At this point in time, Changqi had already taken a lot of infinite accumulation potion of Immortal Clan, and with the return of consciousness, he was very fast, and he could steal Bai Xian's handkerchief when he was not prepared. As for the colorful sand, Changqi naturally didn't have time to go to the Pillar of Creation. Just now, Changqi looked around and listened to all directions, and used super speed to steal various colors of colored sugar from the cotton candy stand not far away, mixed them together, and then threw them into the air. As the saying goes, the sand between the fingers cannot be held, and Bai Xian can't pick it up to taste it. In addition, Changqi revealed the mystery of the Pillar of Creation in one sentence, and Bai Xian was successfully fooled. Although he didn't understand, he was shocked. Chapter 300. Captain Bai, you are one of the people I trust the most. To tell you the truth. Changqi frowned. I come from the future, and at that time, mankind will face the greatest crisis in history, the destruction of the entire galaxy. Bai Xian's eyes trembled. He felt that he had either encountered a supernatural system beyond the cognition of the Pantheon, or encountered some kind of mental illness. But after a moment of silence, Bai Xian's expression gradually became serious. He felt that he should have encountered the former. At this moment, Bai Xian looked at Changqi. What do you need me to do? As expected of Captain Bai, you can instantly realize the seriousness of the situation. Changqi's eyes flashed. Where is the ring-toothed boy? Who? Bai Xian narrowed his eyes. I have never heard of this person. There are too many students in the Temple of the Gods. Changqi added. He is a child about 5 years old, with a genetic defect, and 7 or 8 layers of teeth in his mouth. Bai Xian's expression was very serious, and he shook his head slowly, and said, I remember the name and appearance of every student here. Even if any of them is hidden in the crowd, I can tell them instantly. I can tell you very clearly that there is no such person in Shenyang High School. What? Changqi's body trembled slightly. The Jin City incident clearly happened before the Shenyang High School incident. Judging from the time, Valente must have sent the person there. Why is this person not there now? Did he get lost? Kidnapped? Impossible. Valente's message clearly said that the person had been sent there. Countdown 00:16:52. Changqi didn't dare to waste time and quickly asked the next guess. Captain Bai, you must not leave Shenyang High School for more than 24 hours. What's the reason? Is it what I thought? Are you guarding something, such as some kind of bomb? Bai Xian's pupil shrank instantly. It seems that you really are from the future. Changqi once again legitimately entered Shenyang High School, the legendary Temple of the Gods. Moreover, this time, he was led by team by himself. They passed through the school gate, passed by tall poplar trees, passed by flower beds full of flowers, bypassed the main building, and came to a low house with mottled red brick walls. And this inconspicuous low house actually had a lot of secrets. Inside are layers of alloy security doors, and inside the security doors is an elevator that goes directly to the underground for 100 meters. As the elevator descends, light and shadows flicker constantly. Shenyang High School is indeed guarding a secret. In fact, from a certain level, the existence of Shenyang High School is to suppress him. Bai Xian's voice echoed in the elevator. The reason why I can't leave here for more than 24 hours is because every 24 hours, there is a certain probability that he will burst out with amazing energy. Changqi's eyes slightly opened. Sure enough, this 24-hour anchor point is not groundless, it also has corresponding problems. Then, there is a possibility that one day in the future, the Pantheon may fail to suppress it for some reason, causing the time bomb to explode. But, what happened to the disappearance of Quan Yazi? Shenyang High School and Quan Yazi, who is the root cause? At this moment, Changqi frowned. Team Bai, what exactly are you suppressing? A student. Bai Xian's eyes flickered. A student recruited by Uncle Qi hundreds of years ago. Bang! At this moment, a sudden loud noise came from the front. It kept echoing in the space 100 meters underground. Changqi looked forward. At the end of the corridor, there was a huge isolation observation window with a length of 10 meters, but the window was full of fog, like frosted glass, and the scenery inside could not be seen clearly. The bang sound just now was a human palm in the isolation window, hitting the glass heavily, and sliding down, disturbing the water vapor on the glass, leaving a trace like a bloody handprint. Changqi's heart shuddered, wondering what kind of monster was inside this heavily guarded isolation window. It was surrounded by too many mysterious keywords, hundreds of years ago. Students, swish, inexplicably. Inside the huge isolation window, a not-so-bright tungsten filament lamp lit up. The light source was projected from behind, and the glass was full of fog, as if forming a kind of curtain. Chang-Chi thought carefully. There seemed to be such a traditional skill on the garbage earth. What was it called? Shadow play. The 3 fights with the white bone demon. The show begins. Wow! Shua, the white bone demon appeared on the screen. Shua, the Monkey King, also seemed to come over with a somersault and stuck to the screen. The two began a wonderful fight. The operator was very skilled, and the fight was smooth. But then, it didn't seem to develop according to the original plot. All kinds of shadow puppet audiences appeared on the screen. Some of them sat on benches, watching the fight. Some passed by and then stopped. There were more and more shadow puppets on the screen, probably hundreds or thousands, and their limbs were moving smoothly. Chang-Chi looked at the performance in front of him in shock. How many operators are there behind this curtain? This is not a performance that can be completed by one person. Puff. The operator behind the curtain seemed to spurt something from his mouth, some kind of white liquid, splashing on the screen, like countless rootless and luminous white dots. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Chang-Chi's mind. The characters in the shadow played live on a plane, a standard two-dimensional world. But if there are high-dimensional creatures, like operators, who spray liquid from their mouths, they throw down countless white light spots from the three-dimensional world, and the shadow puppets, whose vision and cognition are limited to the two-dimensional world, will not know where those light spots come from. It was also at this time. The white liquid on the screen suddenly ignited. It should be something like alcohol. The almost transparent flame generated temperature, evaporating the mist on the glass, and the world of the shadow puppets was destroyed. This scene was very similar to the white light explosion that Chang-Chi had seen many times. And because the fog dissipated, the figure behind the isolation window gradually emerged. There was only one person there, an old man who looked at least 100 years old. He had white hair and age spots on his face. On his skinny fingers, like chicken claws, he held more than a dozen bamboo sticks of shadow puppets. The light was dim, and the old man grinned, revealing his black and yellow teeth, and smiled grimly, making a sound with strong resonance and tremor. Hello, Chang-Chi. Let me introduce myself. My name is Disher, the time of time. Chapter 301. In the dim underground space. Chang-Chi stood outside the isolation window, staring at the old man inside. He was old and thin, like a skeleton. He was naked, with only layers of yellow diapers wrapped around his waist. The dirt inside could be clearly seen. Even through the thick observation glass, Chang-Chi could actually smell a faint smell of urine. He gave people the feeling of a 1,000-year-old monster imprisoned in the basement. Evil and insidious. Chang-Chi frowned. Do you know me? He. You saved me twice. The old man who called himself Disher slowly raised his head. His silver-white dry hair grew wildly like weeds. His eyes were hidden behind these weeds. It was vaguely seen that although his eyes were turbid, they were different from those of ordinary people. The color of his pupils was darker and blacker. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. I saved you? The old man behind the isolation window showed his dirty teeth, smiled quietly, and did not answer. Bai Xian stepped forward and stood side by side with Chang-Chi. Senior Disher almost has the strongest supernatural power, which is time travel. Chang-Chi opened his eyes. Time travel? Just like what you thought. He can travel to different time points in the future and the past. Bai Xian said slowly. You should be able to imagine how powerful and terrifying it is when a person's behavior overrides time. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. There is such a gene? Bai Xian frowned. Aren't you the same? Chang-Chi paused, then asked again. Is he good or evil, and why is he imprisoned here? 30% good, 70% evil. 30% good, 70% evil. Bai Xian said, in the past, he did 70% evil for his own purposes, and under the guidance of the Palace of the Gods, he did 30% good. The 70% evil included using extreme means to punish classmates who bullied him, insulting his teacher, and even crippling an entire urban management team. Such small things are too numerous to count. And the 30% good included accurately predicting a major earthquake, which saved a county and 12 villages from disaster. It also includes predicting the eruption of an active volcano and preventing 2 nuclear power plant leaks. And it prevented the Fifth World War from starting because of a small misunderstanding. Chang-Chi paused. Although the ratio is 30 to 70, the credit is far more than that. He. The old man in the isolation window smiled grimly. I am not that kind. Those things were just to repay the Palace of the Gods. If it weren't for their appearance, I would have thought about suspending the technological development of the entire human civilization. Bai Xian nodded to the old man and said, Chang-Chi, as for the imprisonment you mentioned, you may have misunderstood. This is just the place where Senior Disher stays. He comes to see us every once in a while. Chang-Chi tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean? Senior Disher's ability is a double-edged sword. Time is the work of the universe, and no one can fully control it. Bai Xian's eyes flashed. Every 24 hours, Senior Disher's body may release a huge uncontrollable energy, and as he grows older, this energy becomes stronger and stronger. If no one helps to resolve it, then he will become a bomb that destroys the world. Chang-Chi subconsciously glanced at the surrounding environment. He found that the walls here were all made of thick special alloys, like some kind of explosion-proof bunker, but the explosion-proof direction was inward. Don't look at these structures. Once Senior Disher's power explodes, they are as fragile as paper. Bai Xian's eyes flickered. The only thing that can suppress that kind of energy is other supernatural powers. So, this is why you can't leave the Temple of the Gods for more than 24 hours. Chang-Chi suddenly realized, your high-speed vibration ability can dissolve the energy released by Disher. That's why Xing Hao made mistakes when he just took over because he was not skilled. What Xing Hao? Bai Xian suddenly looked over, his eyes widened. Nothing. Chang-Chi quickly corrected, I said I'm lucky to have you. The next moment, Chang-Chi felt that many places were illogical. Bai Xian seemed to have explained everything, but it was not connected at all. No. You just said that Disher was a student recruited by Uncle Chi hundreds of years ago? Chang-Chi frowned. Uncle Chi is the night watchman at the school gate. How old is Uncle Chi this year? And how old is Disher? Bai Xian added, 7th uncle has special genes and ages very slowly. That's not right. How old is Disher now? He can't have the same abilities as 7th uncle. Before Team Bai was born, who was helping him dissolve the out-of-control energy. While Chang-Chi was reading out the questions in his mind, he was actually sorting out his thoughts. At this moment, Chang-Chi suddenly opened his eyes, and looked at Disher behind the isolation glass in disbelief. Whenever he feels that he is about to explode, he will travel through time and come to the current pantheon. Bai Xian nodded slowly. So, I must be on standby at all times. Chang-Chi was shocked. It can be cracked like this. In other words, Disher's ability is a double-edged sword, and he is also a double-edged sword of the Palace of the Gods. He can use his ability to help humans avoid various large-scale disasters, but he himself is also a disaster. The Palace of the Gods, in the past, did not have the ability to resolve this disaster, so it handed this matter over to the Palace of the Gods, in the future, so roundabout. Wait! Chang-Chi suddenly realized something. Disher is now in the isolation room. Does that mean Disher is about to explode? Bai Xian nodded calmly. It's okay, I'm here. Captain Bai, you can't do it this time. I can clearly feel that this time, I will have an unprecedented super explosion. Your strength is not enough. In the isolation chamber, the sloppy old man who looked like a skeleton suddenly looked up and looked at Chang-Chi, but he can. Chapter 302. Countdown 13 minutes and 22 seconds. For a time traveler like you, things don't have a certain order. Chang-Chi finally figured out everything and stared at the old Disher. You said I saved you twice, so the next one should be one of them. The old Disher's black pupils flickered slightly. That's right. For some reason, Chang-Chi slowly breathed a sigh of relief. This is the last chance. I seem to have found the time bomb. It is Disher, who is incomprehensible but contains terrifying power. Chang-Chi confirmed again. When that kind of energy is released, is it the same as the shadow play you performed, with white spots appearing first, then slowly spreading, and finally exploding? Disher and Bai Xian nodded silently at the same time. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. This is right, the effect is the same. Moreover, the current time point is very close to the time when I encountered the disaster. It is precisely this time that the energy is out of control, which has buried the hidden danger. The energy may leak inadvertently, unknowingly spread throughout the Milky Way, and then explode at the moment of reaching the threshold. And now I can completely stop all this from the source. The vibration frequency of the white team is insufficient, but now I am already at the quasi-SS level, super speed. As long as I join forces with the white team, I can completely resolve the bomb in the early stage. Chang-Chi saw the dawn. It was right in front of him. Your ability is also insufficient. Disher's voice suddenly came, his pupils flashed with a dark light, staring at Chang-Chi. In other words, no matter how powerful you are, all the methods of resolution based on the principle of vibration will not work. Chang-Chi was shocked. What? Don't take the risk, I've seen the result. You did prevent the explosion this time, but I don't know what method you used. Old Disher said slowly. I traveled through time at a critical moment to watch your operation, but I couldn't see it. I could only hear that you called on another supernatural power, which swallowed my last explosion like a black hole. Countdown 10 minutes and 2 seconds. Chang-Chi's pupils shrank into a black dot. His time was limited, and Chang-Chi had no idea what Disher said. I have a feeling that in about 10 minutes, my body will inevitably burst out with endless energy. That will probably be the last and strongest release in my life. The old Disher raised his head slightly, his dark pupils flashing in his messy hair. Whether you can do it or not seems to be related to the life and death of all mankind. 10 minutes. The vibration method won't work? I need to come up with another solution in 10 minutes? Chang-Chi looked around. There were no tools that could be used here. The event in front of him was a huge problem that he had no preparation for. Forget it. Staring at Chang-Chi's confusion and embarrassment, the old Disher laughed. Anyway, I'm 100 years old. I've enjoyed everything I should have enjoyed, and I don't know how many times I've trampled on the bottom line of human nature. In the second half of my life, I didn't restrain myself at all. I did whatever I wanted and abused whoever I wanted. I even desecrated the woman I had a crush on. Oh, by the way, there were 12 women in total. It was very cool and worth it. My grandparents, whom I care about, have also disappeared in the long river of time. As for the destruction of mankind and the disappearance of everything, it has nothing to do with me. And, Palace of the Gods, I don't have the mission and righteousness that you have. What I did before was also the most righteous. By Xian, tell Brother 7 that I have not been tested by time, and I don't want to be tested again. Ha ha ha. Old Disher suddenly laughed crazily, revealing his selfish side. He no longer cared about anything. He didn't want to think about explosions and destruction anymore, so he just let it happen. Chang-Chi closed his eyes and ignored Disher's noise. His mind was thinking rapidly. Supernatural power that can devour energy. I thought of it. Chang-Chi's eyes suddenly opened. Quan Yazai. He can do all this. But Quan Yazai is missing now. Where did he go? Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. I don't have time to find him. Disher, who was laughing crazily, suddenly stopped laughing, slowly closed his mouth, and showed a reluctant look. Really, how did you come up with a solution? Alas, I didn't want to care about these things anymore. I just wanted to end my life quietly. Old Disher sighed continuously, and combed his messy and dirty white hair. Puff. Disher suddenly used his skull-like palm and sharp nails to dig into his eye sockets without any warning. Chang-Chi and Bai Xian had never expected this scene, and the scene in front of them was extremely bloody and cruel. Disher forcibly dug out the 2 eyeballs with black pupils from the eye sockets, and his facial muscles trembled wildly and uncontrollably, and he used his sharp nails to pinch off the optic nerve behind the eyeballs. His eyes turned into 2 bloody holes, and blood flowed down. Disher stretched out his hands again. My eyes carry part of my time travel ability. 1 eyeball at a time, take it. Chang-Chi was stunned. He had no idea what Disher was really thinking. Snap! Disher, who had lost his eyes, suddenly pressed his 2 eyeballs on the isolation glass. The scene was very strange. The owner had no eyes, and could not tell the direction of Chang-Chi. But the 2 blood-stained eyeballs, with dark pupils, were staring straight at Chang-Chi. The next second, twisted black tentacles bloomed from Disher's 2 eyeballs, strangely penetrating the thick isolation glass, and then suddenly fell to the ground. Countdown 5 minutes and 22 seconds. Chang-Chi moved instantly, and caught the 2 eyeballs in midair. It was also at this moment that he solved a previous puzzle. He finally knew why Quan Yazai had not come to the Temple of the Gods. One of the eyeballs steamed out twisted black tentacles, wrapping Chang-Chi's body, and it was also at this moment that Chang-Chi entered a colorful vortex. Just like an anchor point, Chang-Chi needs to set a destination for time travel in his consciousness. Due to cause and effect, this destination is very clear to Chang-Chi. The city of genes. Valente's dilapidated laboratory. Chang-Chi stepped out of the colorful vortex. Because of Disher's eyeballs, his current form is a terrifying black figure, with countless black tentacles twisting all over his body. The moment he came here, Chang-Chi saw his former self. He was urging Valente. Then, he would judge himself as the mastermind and punch him, but unfortunately, Chang-Chi knew everything. Prediction. The next moment, he would activate the gravity field through the gloves to try to slow down his steps. Prediction. Then, he would activate the first generation of the muon catalyst and burn through half of the laboratory. Prediction. Boom! Chang-Chi smashed the atomization chamber used to suppress the Quan Yazai gene, and Quan Yazai's ability was successfully retained. Fuck you. At that time, Chang-Chi's flashback time was running out, and he was furious. At this time, Chang-Chi could only raise his head and say, "I'm sorry." Then, Chang-Chi saw himself after the flashback. Of course, his body still existed, but he was stunned for a moment. Then, Chang-Chi rushed to the operating room inside the laboratory and found Valente. At this moment, Disher's eyeballs ran out of power, Chang-Chi's tentacles dissipated, and a colorful vortex appeared behind him. He was about to be pulled back. At the last moment, Chang-Chi told Valente, "No matter what, send Quan Yazi to Shengyong High School." When Chang-Chi stepped out of the vortex again, he returned to the 100-meter basement of Shengyong High School again. The countdown was 5 minutes and 22 seconds. It was exactly the same as when he left, and there was no increase at all. The old Disher was still sitting behind the isolation window, in the same state as before he left. He dug out his eyes, and his eye sockets turned into bloody holes, with 2 lines of blood and tears flowing down, but he was not sad, but smiled. "Brother Chang-Chi, do you think I can do it?" Beside him, there was a little boy with 7 or 8 layers of teeth, with some worry in his eyes. "I heard that this is a matter of saving all mankind." Chang-Chi took a slow breath. Looking at Disher, he had planned to sacrifice himself from the beginning to reverse this disaster. Because he said before that he went to the future, but he didn't see how Chang-Chi operated, so of course he couldn't see, because at that time, he had lost his eyes. As for why Quan Yazi was not present when he first came to Shengyong High School, the reason is very simple. At that time, he had not yet traveled through time, and had not left instructions to Valente. This is a sequence without a sequence of precedence. At this time, Chang-Chi touched Quan Yazi's head. "You can do it, because someone has already confirmed all this." "Brother Chang-Chi, what should I do?" "Swallow, swallow unscrupulously, swallow everything that will appear in a while." Suddenly, a dull roar came from the mouth of the old Disher. Suddenly, countless white light spots spread out from his body. "It feels so delicious." Quan Yazi sniffed and slowly opened his big mouth with 7 or 8 layers of teeth. Chapter 303. Ugh! Ah! Old Dishy was trying hard to suppress his low roar. His body was shaking violently, and his throat muscles seemed to be cramped, bulging, and slightly squirming. A lot of blood was still flowing out of his eye sockets, dripping into the air, and then atomized by invisible energy. He was incontinent, and his diaper was soaked with yellow liquid. It can be seen that he was in great pain, but he kept sitting up, as if maintaining his last dignity. His body was like a firefly nest, with white spots of light constantly emanating from it and floating in the air. Disher's existence was very special, like a joke of the Creator. The Creator placed a very terrifying and powerful force in his body, but did not give him the method to master it. And outside the isolation window, the innocent look of the round-toothed boy opened his mouth in a somewhat terrifying way, like a Pichio who would never be full. Countless white spots of light were attracted by him, and floated into his mouth. There was no change in the body of Quan Yazi. It was also incomprehensible that his small body could devour huge amounts of energy without limit. Quan Yazi seemed to be a joke of the Creator. He was given a huge appetite, but not enough food. Chang-Chi was thankful. By chance, he put these two beings together. Chang-Chi took a look at the energy monitoring instrument in the underground space. It seemed to be specially set up to monitor the energy intensity of Disher. At this time, the values in it were flashing wildly, and all the indicators were off the charts, and off the charts again. No one knows how many times the energy here exceeds the upper limit of the instrument. Countdown 1 minute and 32 seconds. The white light spots released by the old Disher are getting fewer and fewer. With a plop, he finally can't maintain his sitting position and falls to the ground. The hatch opened, and Chang-Chi and Bai Xian rushed into the isolation room. Seeing the old Disher, only a layer of skin and bones were left, and the muscles on his body seemed to be released with the white light spots. His body was trembling slightly, and you could even hear the sound of dry bones rubbing against each other. The eye sockets were still 2 bloody holes, dry and black, staring at the ceiling in a hollow manner. The old Disher made a dry sound in his throat. "I completed my last mission reluctantly. Can you change my 30% to 70% to 40% to 60%? Bai Xian's eyes flickered, and he felt that the energy released this time was different from the previous ones, like the end of Disher's life. Disher's body twitched, and a few last white light spots were released from his body, which were eaten by Quan Yazi again. Chang-Chi, your appearance has promoted all this. Anyway, I have a good ending. I give you 2 eyeballs to repay you." The lips of the elderly Disher, which had shrunk into a layer of skin, trembled. "I found a regret in your life. Don't ask me how I found it, hee hee, because I often peek at others in time. I have set up a time bridge in the second eyeball, with a starting point, a pause point, an end point, and a return point. Use it, as my thanks. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled, and he clenched his bloody eyeballs in his palms, not understanding what Disher meant. It's time, I want to go back. The elderly Disher sensed the direction of Bai Xian, and turned his head with difficulty. Tell Uncle Chi, I think I can accept the badge now. Bai Xian's pupil shrank slightly. Chang-Chi tilted his head. Go back? At this moment, a colorful vortex appeared under Disher's body, and his dry body, like a mummy, fell into it and disappeared. Bai Xian stood up straight, his body trembling slightly, and exhaled slowly. Do you remember the setting of this basement? Whenever Senior Disher felt that the energy was out of control, he would come here to seek our help. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. So, the Disher we just saw was the Disher in the past. Bai Xian nodded. Chang-Chi asked the key question again. So where is Disher at this moment? Rumble. The huge isolation chamber began to rotate. Unexpectedly, its mechanism was like a roulette wheel, and the isolation chamber under his feet was just one of its displayed positions. As the whole body rotated, the other side of the isolation chamber appeared. It was a space of about 20 square meters, empty, with a beam of light illuminating a tomb in the middle. There were 2 words written on the tombstone, Disher. On one side of the tombstone, there was a badge engraved with an eagle spreading its wings, which flickered under the light. Chang-Chi knew that the representative badge of the Bai Xian team was named Palace of the Gods, Eagle Wing Team. The Disher we just met was him 230 years ago. At that time, he was 101 years old. From the current point of view, he has been dead for 230 years. Bai Xian looked at the tombstone and said in a deep voice, that is to say, the explosion just now should have occurred 230 years after his death. That's what he meant when he said it has nothing to do with me. Chang-Chi nodded slowly, but he still used his own life as a price to squeeze out his last value and prevented this disaster that existed in the future. Bai Xian was somewhat moved. So 230 years ago, after Disher passed away after losing his eyes, Uncle Chi awarded him the Eagle Wing badge. That's why I always call him Senior. At the school gate, Uncle Chi stood outside the guard room. His eyes passed through the quiet campus and looked at the few low houses at the back. People had survived another disaster in silence. At this moment, Uncle Chi sighed slightly. Watermelon Head, you have already passed the test of time. Countdown 11 seconds. Chang-Chi looked at the other black eyeball in his hand. What did Disher mean by thank you? At this moment, the energy inside the eyeball surged, and black tentacles emerged, wrapping Chang-Chi's whole body. This is also an opportunity to travel through time, but it is the path set by Disher in advance. Chang-Chi did not know the destination. The colorful vortex flickered, and Chang-Chi took a step out. This is a dark cave, and there is a melodious flute sound. Chang-Chi was stunned. This is Tingzhou, and it is Mo's mechanical human body reserve. But I don't know what time it is. As the flute sounded, Chang-Chi also gradually faded away from the state of being entangled by black tentacles. He saw a pretty figure in a black long skirt sitting on a huge stone platform in the distance. She had a beautiful face and a sad face. She played a bamboo flute with red tassels in her hand. The flute sound lingered and echoed in the cave, with endless sadness. Meng Lan? Chang-Chi continued to walk forward. Seeing Mo's broken heart of the mechanism, quietly placed on the stone in front of Meng Lan, it was so ingenious that Meng Lan, with her clever hands, actually pieced Mo's heart of the mechanism together completely and restored it to its original state. Chapter 304. Chang-Chi? The flute stopped, and the woman in the black dress turned around and looked at Chang-Chi in surprise. You actually know me? Chang-Chi was also surprised. At this point in time, Mo had already crushed his mechanical heart. For some unknown reason, all the causes and effects of Mo disappeared. According to this logic, Chang-Chi should have no intersection with Meng Lan. Everything is normal. No one knows what they have lost. But I know. Meng Lan looked sad, and gently slid across the clavicle in front of her neck. The biological skin split apart, and her mechanical heart turned silently in her chest. Perhaps because of the induction of string life, I know Mo is gone. Meng Lan's beautiful face was a little pale. Looking at Chang-Chi, I remember you too. Chang-Chi was shocked. You also know that you are a mechanical man? Meng Lan said slowly. I have an entangled feeling with Mo, and I always watch his window in the middle of the night. One day a few years ago, I saw him go into the mountains late at night. I was worried, so I followed him quietly. I discovered his essence, and also discovered my own essence in the depths of the cave. Our reserves are closely connected. Chang-Chi was stunned. As expected, they were made for each other. The way they discovered each other's secrets was exactly the same. Crystal tears flowed down Ming Lan's fair cheeks. Maybe it's because I was created later, so I shed tears. Mo also shed tears. Changqi suddenly realized Disher's gratitude. He took a few steps forward and looked at Mo's mechanical heart. It was intact, but the 24 strings inside were reduced to 18. Minglan said, I pieced together his heart according to my own heart. Changqi was shocked, but also moved. How romantic this sentence was. But Minglan burst into tears. His heart has not resumed beating. Changqi stared at Mo's heart of machinery. The 18 strings inside were dim, because it was dead silent, and had no vibration frequency. I can try. Changqi's eyes flickered, and his heartbeat accelerated inexplicably. My friend, can I help you reactivate your heartbeat? Minglan opened her eyes slightly, and the tears in her eyes had not yet dissipated. She looked at Changqi's operation in shock. Changqi used super speed to the extreme. His body became completely blurred due to the high-speed vibration. He didn't care about the consequences. The G value exceeded the tolerance of his body in an instant. The bones and muscles of his body felt a tearing pain. He stretched out his palm and touched Mo's mechanical heart, inch by inch. It was also at this moment that Mo's brass heart resonated strangely with Changqi. A magical wave filled the entire cave in an instant, and Ming Lan's long hair flew in the air. Buzz, Changqi at the moment did not understand the magic of string life. But incredibly, Changqi's vibration frequency of nearly 4,000 Hz seemed to open the door of technology in another dimension, successfully activating the silent, mechanical heart. 18 of the strings began to vibrate slightly, and then became brighter and brighter. A touch of blue light illuminated the dim cave. Mo's heartbeat has recovered. Changqi held the brilliant, mechanical heart in his hand. This was an incredible fluke, and also a sudden fortune. His heart surged. Changqi's first reaction was to put this mechanical heart into Mo's body and bring Mo back to life. But what about his karma? Changqi held this powerful, mechanical heart, walked out of the cave, stood on a high place, and looked towards the city of Tingzhou. He saw Mo's substitute, Mo Long, interrogating the extremely evil Mo Yuan in front of the main courtyard. Changqi's pupil shrank. Mo is alive, but there is no karma. Everything he once had is gone, and no one will recognize him except me and Meng Lan. At this moment, in Changqi's other hand, Disher's eyeballs slowly released black tentacles. Changqi realized that the current time point was just a pause in the time bridge, and the end point was not here. He hurried back to the cave. He picked up the biological skin that Mo had shed and covered it on the body of the youngest Mo mechanical man, that is, the baby who was about 5 months old. This is Mo's reserve, and this baby's body is the young body that Mo had replaced. As the biological skin slowly covered, and Changqi placed the heart of the machine into the baby's empty chest, a loud cry was heard. The fine machine in front of him completely transformed into a white and chubby human baby. At this moment, a strange feeling filled Changqi's mind. Mysterious and profound, and there was such a hidden cause and effect. Changqi's eyes flashed, and he looked at Ming Lan. Don't worry, Mo, I will be back soon. Disher's eyeball worked. The colorful vortex swallowed Changqi and the white and chubby baby in his arms. 25 years ago, in Tingzhou, on Maxiang Square, under the sculpture of the ancestors of the Mo family, Changqi stepped out of the colorful vortex. In the distance, the head of the Mo family, Mo Beishan, who is also Mo's grandfather, was taking a leisurely walk. I understand. Changqi's pupils trembled. I have to say, time is mysterious. Disher is too strong. He exhaled slowly. Changqi looked at the chubby baby in his arms. Because of the fright, the little guy was twisting the skin of Changqi's arm 360 degrees with his little hands. Your life is unique. When you died before, all the causes and effects disappeared. And if you want to be reborn, you have to start from the source. Changqi smiled, his eyes moist. Go Mo, from now on, you owe me a life, and from now on, your brain is missing 3 strings, but you should still be you. Then, Changqi placed the chubby baby under the sculpture of the Maoist ancestor. The sculpture is a young man wearing a long robe, with long hair draped over his shoulders and his hands in his sleeves. Although there are still some things I don't understand, I hope everything can be restored to normal. Changqi left and hid behind a bush on one side. Mo Beishan, who was about 50 years old, came for a walk. Suddenly seeing the crying baby, he looked distressed. How could someone leave a child here? Changqi remembered it clearly. Mo Beishan once said that Mo did not have the blood of the Mo family, but was an abandoned baby he picked up under the sculpture of the Mo family ancestor in Maxiang Square 25 years ago. A colorful vortex appeared. Chang-Chi's journey ended, and he was pulled back to the starting point. Disher's ability is like a rubber band that can be pulled in time. Countdown 11 seconds. At this time, the basement of Xingyong High School was calm. Disher had released all his energy and returned to the past. Quan Yazi's body did not change at all, and he licked his lips with satisfaction. Bai Xian also let out a long breath. Chang-Chi also let out a long breath. The crisis has been resolved. Countdown 3 seconds. Countdown 2 seconds. Countdown 1 second. Countdown midnight. The colorful rainbow descends. Ambiguous light, soft white bed, bathtub full of soap bubbles. A beautiful woman wearing a silk pajamas and a veil. Everything is so familiar. Chang-Chi took a look at his arm for the first time. The scar left by Mo long disappeared silently. Beep beep, the communicator sounded. Mo, I will hold a wedding with Ming Lan in 15 days. Do you have time? Chang-Chi smiled and replied, yes. Chapter 305. Today is a good day. We will hold a grand celebration on the lunch. Everyone who sees it will get a share. While Chang-Chi was checking the communicator, he heard a warm voice coming from the cabin. It was the host Aunt Bao. Good day? Are there any activities here? Chang-Chi smiled and felt relieved. Because he had never heard this sentence before, all signs showed that time had begun to extend. Chang-Chi looked up and looked at the stunning beauty in front of him. At this moment, Chang-Chi's face became stiff. A breeze blew, and Huishui's veil fell off, revealing 30% of her left cheek, giving her a sense of half-covered face, and conveying an amazing beauty. If her veil fell completely, it would be hard to imagine how shocking it would be. But this is not the point. The point is that behind Huishui, there are countless white spots floating. Chang-Chi's pupils suddenly shrank into a black dot. Inged, a sharp sound, like a severe tinnitus, suddenly rang out. The white light in the whole room suddenly became brighter, swallowing everything. In the gap between consciousness, there was an endless black universe. Chang-Chi floated in the air in astonishment, and the Milky Way turned into insignificant dust. The rumbling sound in his head swallowed up Chang-Chi's reason. He looked at the white device in his hand in a daze. The remaining energy was 0%. You mother. Chang-Chi's pupils expanded inch by inch, and his eyes also widened inch by inch, and finally widened to the extreme, and the clear dead universe was reflected in his pupils. At this moment, countless people seemed to be shouting in Chang-Chi's mind, it's not over yet. But unfortunately, there seemed to be a sinister, ugly, and cunning designer who designed all this behind the scenes. Everyone could only struggle in his calculations, and could not get rid of it. Dead end. In the lonely deep space, Chang-Chi was alone. The device had no energy, there would be no second person in the world, even no information, no matter, and no possibility of reversal. Hi! Just as Chang-Chi's mind fell into the abyss, a call came. At this time when the entire galaxy was destroyed and human civilization was wiped out, an incredible call came. Chang-Chi slowly turned around, extremely shocked. He saw a handsome young man wearing a retro leather jacket, pie-like gloves, and a delicate side-parted hairstyle floating quietly on the side of his body. Chang-Chi's smart mind even crashed a little. Who are you? Disher. The pie-like young man said with a bit of ruffian spirit, 24-year-old Disher. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. You traveled through time and came to the end of the world to play? Not all. The young and handsome Disher spread his hands. I'm going to explode. Chang-Chi paused. What? You know, I have a chance of exploding every 24 hours. But when I went to the future to find Bai Xian, I found that the only time he did not have time to return to Xingyong High School was because of an important mission. The power of cause and effect is hard to defy. Fortunately, old Disher left me a letter saying that you can also travel through time, and you should be able to dissolve the energy I release. So I came to find you. Handsome Disher opened his arms and hugged Chang-Chi directly. Brother, I rely on you, brother. I will thank you later. Buzz, boom, countless white light spots burst out from the young Disher, and then there was a violent energy explosion. The white light rolled and swallowed everything. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Damn, it exploded after it exploded, and it can be whipped again after death? At this moment, Chang-Chi thought of the words of the old Disher, you saved me twice. Could it be that the second time is now? It is also at this moment. Chang-Chi discovered the mystery. Perhaps because he was in the gap of consciousness, he was not a real entity, so the energy burst from the handsome Disher swept through his body like a spring breeze, without any real harm. I say, brother. I released this energy not in a place where no one is, and it's over after it is released. If you still don't absorb it, I will die. The careless voice of the young man Disher came. Chang-Chi was stunned. Absorb? Energy replenishing. The consciousness flashback system in Chang-Chi's hand suddenly flashed with light, and it released a certain force field, madly absorbing the energy burst out by Disher. Energy replenishment 20%, energy replenishment 50%, energy replenishment 90%, energy replenishment 100%, energy replenishment 120%, energy replenishment 150%, energy replenishment 199%, energy replenishment 200%. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. Is this too much? Everything is calm. Handsome Disher gave Chang-Chi a thumbs up. Brother, you are really extraordinary. Chang-Chi suddenly realized something and said in shock, you are extraordinary too. You can replenish this kind of energy? I just realized your setting. You are a cross-time and space power bank? Hey brother, what you said is interesting. Although the energy bursting out of my body can be absorbed by various devices, the Temple of the Gods has long come to this conclusion, but its amount is too large. At present, only you, my buddy, can fully absorb it. Handsome Disher said nonchalantly, some people are alive, but they are already dead. Some people are dead, but they are actually still alive. I think we are destined to be together. I will come to see you when I have nothing to do in the future. Disher waved his hand. He didn't know why this guy could breathe in space. A colorful vortex appeared behind him, and he turned around to leave. But at this moment, young Disher turned back and said, my buddy, I can see that you are very depressed now, right? What's wrong? Can't you solve the mystery of the destruction of the Milky Way? Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Do you know the answer? What do I know? I've been busy blaspheming the goddess recently. Disher stroked his oily hair. But I can tell you a lesson. Cause and effect are complicated. When you can't find the answer, look at yourself. Many times, the cause of everything is yourself. Bye, my dear. I wish you can save the galaxy soon. After saying this, Disher stepped into the colorful vortex and disappeared. Chang-Chi was stunned. Holding the consciousness flashback system, with 200% energy, it seemed that he had gained more opportunities. Me? Is the problem with me? Clue 24. Chang-Chi's brain was boiling. In his hometown, Garbage Earth, the area where he lived was the B-24 area of the Scavengers Alliance. The first item he synthesized, the brand new Hansi, was the A-24 environmental adaptation Nani robot. And for various reasons, Hansi never upgraded again. Somewhere, Chang-Chi's 24. At this moment, he pressed the device in his hand, and colorful rays of light descended. When his vision was restored again, Chang-Chi's blue scavenger's cloak fluttered, and he returned to the starting point of everything, the Garbage Earth. The sky was dim, and various chemical fumes slowly drifted. Chang-Chi looked at a huge garbage dump in the distance. Although it had been searched by scavengers, Chang-Chi still remembered its number. 7-12-5. This is the real starting point. Chang-Chi once borrowed money at high interest rates to buy this garbage dump, hoping to make a fortune. It was also because of this garbage dump that Hansi was blown up by Arrow. The STC, which had been silent for 18 years, suddenly started up and synthesized the A-24 Nani robot in the B-24 area of the Garbage Earth. And the number of the garbage dump. 7-12-5. 7 plus 12 plus 5 is equal to 24. Chapter 306. Crunch. Chang-Chi stepped on the garbage pile, making a squeezing sound. Everything here was so familiar, but Chang-Chi's mood was no longer the same as before. Is it my existence that caused the terrible consequences? The environment was harsh, the air pressure was very low, and there was an invisible oppression all around. If it was really me, when did I form that time bomb? A gust of wind blew, and the pungent smell of chemicals penetrated into the nose, and there was a burning feeling. If there is a time bomb here, where is it hidden? Chang-Chi turned his head and looked at Hansi in the shack. At this time, it is already an A-24 environmental adaptation Nani robot. The current time point is after Hansi was synthesized. Hansi opened the chest cover and carefully wiped his energy battery with toilet paper. He just got this body, and he cherished it very much. And Hansi's energy battery is a white cube structure, like a crystal, with white light flashing inside. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. There are many types of Nani robots, and he couldn't figure out what kind of batteries different robots should be equipped with. Is Hansi's battery normal? Chang-Chi looked at his feet and saw a rusty wrench. Should I dismantle Hansi? He shook his head and began to examine himself again. When STC synthesizes items, It will break the original items into white spots, which is consistent with the characteristics of Time Bomb. But STC should not have any problems. Could it be? Chung-Chi's eyes trembled. In the LBW competition, Chung-Chi got a mysterious crystal fragment. At that time, the STC did not accurately identify the properties of the fragment. But the STC began to fuse the fragments. Assuming that there is no problem with the STC itself, but that fragment, could it be some kind of timed explosion program? After fusion to a certain extent, some kind of shocking explosion will occur. If this is true, then the source of the explosion is that I activated the dormant STC. Brother Chi. Just when Chung-Chi's mind was in a mess, a call came from behind. Chung-Chi turned around and found several young scavengers. The leader was very thin, and next to him was a fat man with a mechanical arm tied to his body. Chung-Chi paused. The time point was corrected, and he had already recognized Monkey. Brother Chi, we have received good goods. Monkey and his men came forward, and Xiongzi used his penis to put down a large package. After the package was opened, there were more than a dozen sets of white combat uniforms, but these equipment had been destroyed by the war and were shabby. Some had holes burned in them, and some were stained with human blood. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes. In his previous experience, this scene had never happened today, and Monkey and his team had never purchased the equipment in front of them. What is this? Memories emerged, and Chung-Chi understood the cause and effect in front of him. These equipment came from the Space Ghost Squad of Hua Kunlun's 24th Fleet. In a previous flashback, Chung-Chi and them resolved the Carbon-24 incident together. If Chung-Chi hadn't used the Carbon Bridge to come to the scene and turn the tide, they would have collectively sacrificed themselves in the huge Carbon-24. At this moment, the flashback has been completed. So, the Space Ghost Squad survived. But unfortunately, the 24th Fleet was framed as a traitor to humanity, and the fate of being annihilated has not changed. At this point in time, in order to completely frame Hua Kunlun, the fake army Ning Feng transported the wreckage of the 24th Fleet and evenly scattered it outside the Earth. These combat suits are designed for special combat environments, wear resistant and burn resistant. Even if they fall from outer space and penetrate the atmosphere, they remain relatively intact and are then picked up by scavengers. At this stage, Monkey is purchasing various types of equipment of the same type for Chung-Chi. By chance, these equipments came to Chung-Chi after going around in circles. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. Just put them in the shack first. Chung-Chi knew that behind these equipments were thousands of heroes from the 24th Fleet. Monkey and his friends were very happy to do more for Chung-Chi and left with great enthusiasm. Chung-Chi returned to the shack and stared at these equipments. This white combat suit consists of a top and pants, with an energy belt in the middle that can release an anti-gravity force field. Chung-Chi once speculated that these equipments are very likely to be synthesized into the Pioneer gravity suit. Slowly raised his right wrist. STC bloomed a fan-shaped scanning beam. Similar technological creations detected. Begin synthesis. Synthesis successful. Infinite gravity field suit. *8. Chung-Chi did not pause at all. Begin synthesis. Synthesis successful. The sorrow of the Pioneer civilization -200. *4. Chung-Chi's eyes flashed, and a familiar name appeared, and he also saw hope in a few seconds. Begin synthesis. Synthesis success. The sorrow of Pioneer civilization -500. *2. Begin synthesis. Synthesis success. Pioneer Gravitational Weapon System Kit 2. Costume. *1. The Pioneer Gravitational Weapon System main equipment, which has the interstellar gravity control function, can make the wearer fly at high speed between stars. The more chaotic the gravity of the surrounding celestial bodies, or the closer to the massive celestial bodies, the faster the flight speed. The maximum speed is 1/5 the speed of light. Combined with the suit gloves, shoes, and belt, activate the suit function God ring, which is to form a ring-shaped particle accelerator through precise control of the gravitational field, constrain the movement trajectory of particles, and make them accelerate continuously in the ring orbit to reach a high energy value, and finally collide with other particles, changing the material structure and performance from the microscopic level, which can make the stone have the hardness of alloy, and can also make the starship shell made of alloy become as fragile as tofu. Chung-Chi looked at the annotation in front of him quietly. The God's Ring is very powerful. It is a subversive combat weapon. It is unexpected and unpredictable. It is far beyond the technological level of humans. Even more fortunately, the future self has obtained the suit gloves, shoes and belt, and the God's Ring is within reach. But now, Chung-Chi does not plan to equip the suit to clothing. After all, it is just a flashback of consciousness. Suddenly changing the past, and obtaining such a special piece of equipment will definitely have an unpredictable impact on the cause and effect of the following. What's more, the current self has no other suits. Chung-Chi ordered Iron Mom to collect the suit and put it in the underground shelter. In the future, after he solved the crisis of the destruction of the galaxy, he would return to the underground shelter and take the suit. Sow now and reap in the future. The premise is that he can solve the problem. Otherwise, everything will be meaningless. What to do? Dismantle Hanzi? Destroy STC? Or commit suicide? Chung-Chi raised the rusty wrench in his hand. Chapter 307. The rusty wrench flew out and stuck in a garbage dump in the distance. Chung-Chi's eyes flickered. No! I won't do any of those things. Chung-Chi looked up at the gray sky, and his mind flashed back to the previous flashbacks. Time was tight, and he was anxious. Every time he was in a hurry and hectic, as if he was being led by the nose. If he continued to repeat it, he would probably never find the answer, and would only struggle to death in the eternal vortex of cause and effect. In the blurred sky, there seemed to be a hideous and evil face, secretly mocking Chung-Chi. I must not be the root of the incident. On the contrary, I must be the only one who breaks the situation. Consciousness flashback system has sufficient energy. Chung-Chi's thoughts are getting calmer and calmer. I need to slow down. I need to think carefully. Since it is a causal weapon, it will definitely happen naturally, and compliance is a kind of lost. As for the time bomb, every time it appears, it seems to have no signs. And, when the bomb appears, I seem to do the same thing every time. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly. It was a natural thing, a kind of compliance. Countdown midnight. This time, Chung-Chi did not do anything about finding or stopping the bomb, just thinking while waiting for the time to pass quietly. The colorful rainbow descended. In the ambiguous room, the soft big bed, the soap bubbles in the bathtub burst with a snap. Today is a good day. We will hold a grand celebration on our lunch. Everyone who sees it will get a share. Andy Bao's warm and excited voice came. Beep beep. Chung-Chi's communicator rang rapidly. But this time, Chung-Chi did not lower his head or touch the communicator. No matter what information came in, he would not check it again. Chung-Chi's eyes were fixed on the stunning beauty in silk pajamas in front of him. Yes, every time before, Chung-Chi would subconsciously check the communicator, and his eyes would leave Huishui for at least half a second, or at most a few seconds. The ventilation window in the room was open, and a breeze blew, and Huishui's veil began to loosen. At this moment, Huishui's beautiful eyes suddenly turned into a fiery white, flashing a bright luster. At this moment, countless white light spots suddenly emerged from Huishui's body, covering the entire room and even the entire Milky Way. Chung-Chi's pupils suddenly contracted. That sentence was not quite right at this time, but it was also appropriate. I searched for her thousands of times in the crowd, and when I looked back suddenly, she was in the dim light. The real source of the explosion is in this room. It's Huishui. Ing, a sharp sound, like a severe tinnitus, suddenly rang out. The white light in the whole room suddenly became brighter, swallowing everything. Chung-Chi floated alone in the dark sky. No panic, no confusion, no complaints, his mind was calm, and he concentrated on thinking. This time, he finally locked the real source of the explosion. And Huishui didn't seem to know. Why did she explode? How was the time bomb on her body buried? If I go back to the scene just now, how can I stop it from exploding in a few seconds? If I can't think of a solution, then go back to the problem itself. Why did she explode? What kind of bomb is it? This requires understanding her past. Huishui and Huolinzhong have both seen the mysterious number 24 in certain special situations. They are sure that this is an unknown clue. What is the origin of this number? Why is it not 23 or 25? Especially Huishui, why do you think I have something to do with 24? She didn't even know me before. Could it be that we have come into contact in some special way before? Chung-Chi frowned. Why can't I use the clue itself as an anchor point, a somewhat vague anchor point? If it is too accurate, will it fall into some unsolvable cycle again? He took a look at the oval device in his hand. The energy remaining was 188%, and the line of words was red, which should be some abnormal state, but no matter what, it can still be used and is very rich. Anchor point, trouble, and the mysterious number 24 related to me mentioned by Huolinzhong. Chung-Chi pressed the oval device in his hand. The energy of the device is abnormal, and the system cannot be balanced after all. If it is continuously activated, a flashback information explosion will occur. Information explosion. Since it is information, the more the better. I can handle it. Chung-Chi's eyes flickered, and he had made up his mind to crack it. He exerted force in his hand, and pressed the button completely. Next, Chung-Chi experienced a chaotic and incomprehensible flashback. From his perspective, the world seemed to have turned into an old display screen, with a lot of snowflakes and flickering currents, accompanied by a hissing sound. In Chung-Chi's eyes, the countdown that was supposed to be 18 minutes turned into 1,800 minutes, and then the screen flickered and turned into 18,000 minutes. This was a false state, and it would occasionally flicker and recover, returning to 18 minutes. What was even more terrifying was that Chung-Chi's consciousness was actually divided into two perspectives, two different sources of information poured into his mind at the same time. He is like a god, watching everything from the perspective of an audience or reader. Perspective 1. A young man in a white coat with tattoos on his arms, biting a half-smoked cigarette, beat up 3 blonde young men of European descent. He was so fierce that his fists were cracked and blood was flowing. After a while, the 3 blonde young men curled up on the ground with pig-like faces and twitched. Huolinjong, you dare to beat up your classmates. Pierce's father is the sponsor of our school scholarship. Sponsor? Can the son of a sponsor bully the students from Country D? Can he report the head of Country D who came from afar as an illegal immigrant and cause them to be detained for 12 hours? Huolinjong, no one will defend you. You will bear the consequences of your actions. Consequences? It's already good that I didn't beat them up. Huolinjong, you were persuaded to quit. Fuck, persuade me to quit. I just want to go back to Country D. A student with bad behavior like you doesn't look like a top student in the Department of Physics. Even if you go back, you won't achieve anything. Shut up. I will not only contribute to Country D, but also to the whole world. Perspective 2. In a bright elementary school classroom, a cute little girl was called by the teacher. Huimiao, can you tell your classmates what your father does for a living? He is researching. Researching? I don't know. Anyway, he said he will definitely contribute to the whole world. Other students were whispering. I heard that Huimiao's father is a lunatic. Only a lunatic can see the things he studies. Chapter 308. Perspective 1. After returning to China, Huolinjong held the rejection letter of the scientific research budget application in his hand, looking depressed. A woman with a big belly and a gentle face came to his side and held his hand. Wife. Huolinjong looked a little depressed. I became a little genius when I was a teenager, and I always believed that music has a huge future. The gentlewoman smiled. I believe in you. No matter what you do, I support you. Huolinjong helped the woman put a strand of long hair behind her ear and smiled. I am only 18 years old, and I just came back with you with a big belly. Others say that I am a little hooligan and not doing my job properly. The woman said softly, they don't understand you. You are a good man, loyal and persistent. Wife, can we not hold the wedding? Okay, but can I ask you a question? Now that the dream wedding I imagined has disappeared, what are you going to do with your money and time? Huolinjong hugged the woman's shoulders, pressed his cheek against hers, looked at the night sky, his eyes flashing. I am going to create my own muon research center. The gentlewoman exhaled slightly, and finally her expression returned to that gentle smile. Support you. I think not only me, but also the little angel in my belly, who has not yet been born, will support you. Huolinjong was touched. Wife, why are you so good? The gentlewoman's voice rose a few notes. Because you must be a man who can contribute to the whole world. Perspective 2. A 4 or 5-year-old girl with a ponytail and a very cute face, holding her mother's hand, watching the movers, busy moving furniture. Mom, why do we have to sell the house and car? Because no one is willing to support Dad, and Dad's business needs money. The little girl pouted. Is Dad's career so important? The woman has been overworked in recent years, and her face is no longer as bright as before. She still smiled gently and said, it is very important, because he will definitely contribute to the whole world. Perspective 1. Huolinjong. 7 sponsors withdrew their investment, and the other 3 also issued an ultimatum. They invested because you saved them yuan, but after so much time, they found that it was meaningless. If you can't produce any results, the government has no reason to support you unconditionally. Huolinjong bit his cigarette and held a phone. Aren't there still 3 companies? If you continue to be obsessed, I can't save you. He hung up the phone. Huolinjong came to the other side of the office and stared at the calendar on the wall. He had checked the previous 120 days. In fact, I have achieved a small breakthrough, that is, biological muon. And its characteristics are actually related to the golden ratio. After being injected into the human body, it can adjust the structure of the facial features silently, allowing humans to develop towards the direction of extreme beauty. Although it can generate certain economic value in the field of medical beauty, the stable state of muons requires a large circular particle collider to maintain, which is too expensive, so the economic value is almost equal to nothing. However, small batch manufacturing is still possible. It should be the wish of every father to make his daughter more and more beautiful, and become the most brilliant flower in the world. Of course, I can't let my daughter take any risk. So I have to conduct sufficient tests, live tests. Hualinzhong turned around and looked at the mirror beside him. The self in the mirror was a little more handsome than before. It has always been like this recently, attracting all kinds of ladies to look at me frequently. Some unrestrained ladies even exclaimed, and many ladies took the initiative to approach me. Sorry, I only love my wife and my daughter. I use myself to test, live muon, for 120 days, and all the data are stable. The only uncertainty is when the muon will decay naturally, but it is good enough. After observing for a while, it is time to give this gift to my little angel. Perspective 2. The 11-year-old girl held her mother's hand. Mom, why do we have to leave the earth? Why doesn't Dad leave? The gentlewoman's face was a little sad. His mission has not been completed yet. He promised that he would reunite with us soon. The little girl had tears in her eyes. What mission? Is it the mission that must contribute to mankind? A starship took off in the distance. In the surging airflow, the gentlewoman's hair fluttered, bit her lips, and nodded. Huishui, come here for a moment. Daddy has a gift for you. In the distance, a man with tattoos on his arms and a white coat, biting a cigarette, stood at the door of the Muon Research Center and waved his hands vigorously. Perspective 1. Lieutenant General Huolin injected Biomuon into his daughter's arm. The little girl looked up. Dad, what is this? It represents the most beautiful standard, the golden ratio. What is the golden ratio? The tattooed scientist tilted his head. Well, what should I use to describe its beauty? Oh, I got it. You should know that Dad has always calculated his age in years and months, because he believes that as a scientist, his work results cannot be measured in years, but at least in months, otherwise he would be unworthy of this white coat. Now I am 29 years and 2 months old, and you are 11 years and 2 months old. If you take 29.2 as a whole and calculate the golden ratio, you will get two numbers. The longer one is 18, and the shorter one is 11.2. What a coincidence, Xiao Miao, you are standing at the golden section of my life, and you are my most beautiful scenery. How beautiful is it? Hualinzhong held his daughter's cheek. It is incomparable, and my greatest pride. Perspective 2. The little girl and her mother came to a colonized planet. She and her mother were assigned to the worst and smallest room. As the family of a scientific researcher, the living allowance was the lowest among the same family. My mother seemed to be sick, and her health was getting worse. The little girl asked her mother why. Her mother replied that it was because humans had now formed the Galactic Alliance, and the person in charge of them was called Pierce. That guy had some grudges with her father, and her father had beaten a guy when he was a student abroad. Pierce's reason now was that Hualinzhong had not produced any valuable results, but instead consumed a lot of resources, and refused to obey the command of the Galactic Alliance and insisted on staying on Earth. Not leaving his family alone was already a great mercy. Boom! Suddenly one day, the little girl fainted and fell into a coma for unknown reasons. Perspective 1. Hualinzhong stood in the empty building. The bad news is that I am the only one left in the Muon Research Center. The good news is that there is still a lot of reserve energy here, so I can concentrate on research and never hear the sponsors urging again. Moreover, news came from the colonized planet that they have provided the best treatment for my family. Perspective 2. The little girl's mother died of illness. But she didn't know because she hadn't woken up. Chapter 309. Perspective 1. After 511 experiments, Hualinzhong had a feeling that someone had sealed all the paths of Muon, like a technological blockade from a higher civilization. As time went on, he became more and more certain of his thoughts. At the same time, he burst out with a stronger fighting spirit, and he wanted to break through this shackle. One late night, Hualinzhong suddenly raised his head from his desk, and white spots of light spread out from his body one after another. He glanced at the electronic calendar. Now, he is 62 years and 8 months old. Not good. Is there something wrong with biological muon? Hualinzhong tested the abnormality of his body as quickly as possible. He found that this was completely inconsistent with the known laws of physics. Astonishing unstable energy was emerging in his body. Biological muon was like a beautiful angel that suddenly turned into a hellish demon. As long as it reaches a certain point in time, it will undergo incomprehensible and terrifying changes. He can guess that this will be a bomb that is far beyond cognition. He realized later that his only breakthrough about muons was precisely the final blockade of advanced civilizations. Perspective 2. The girl lying on the bed was only equipped with the most basic life support system by the hospital out of humanitarianism. But the medical staff were more and more surprised. Every day, someone would pass by her bed intentionally or unintentionally, admiring her changes. Yes, admiring. Because decades had passed, her life was continuing, but it was as if she had defeated the god of time. She aged much slower than ordinary people, and looked like a girl of 15 or 16 years old. And she became more and more beautiful. One look at her would make people stop and stare in a trance. There were a few nights when some male nurses could not suppress their desires, and sneaked into the ward in the dead of night to violate the girl. But when they saw the girl's angelic face under the moonlight, for some reason, the evil thoughts in their hearts were dispelled, and they just admired her quietly for the whole night. These perspectives flashed in front of Chung-Chi's eyes, like broken lenses. But every time he saw the girl's face, it would always be covered with a blurry veil, and he could not see what the amazing beauty looked like. Perspective 1. Huolinjong somehow resolved the disaster in his body, and was safe and sound. He released a light drone into the atmosphere, and asked his former colleague to deliver the items in it to his daughter. 5 days later, the colleague responded that the items had been delivered to his daughter. Huolinjong breathed a sigh of relief. But in fact, no one paid attention to this notorious mad scientist, and the items were scattered in the atmosphere outside the Earth, and no one received them. Even, every time Huolinjong asked about the condition of his wife and daughter, he would get a similar response. They are doing well. Chung-Chi was thinking. Huolinjong used a certain method to suppress the explosion of biological muon, and the item she wanted to give to her daughter was also a way to suppress the explosion. It was just that the perspective was chaotic and flickering, and Chung-Chi did not find the key information. Perspective 2. The girl woke up and found that time was disordered. A deep sleep was like a fleeting moment, and 200 years of time disappeared. She stumbled down the street, and people were amazed at her appearance. She asked the Galactic Alliance, but the attitude of those people was very cold. Her father, Huolinjong, had passed away, and his body was retrieved. According to the treatment of scientists, his ashes were scattered in space, and his spirit tablet was placed in the cemetery. The same was true for her mother. She searched for information about muon technology through the civilian information database, but found nothing. She stared at the colonized planets where people came and went and aircraft shuttled back and forth. She also learned that the fundamental reason for human immigration was the exhaustion of Earth's energy. Didn't my father contribute to the world after all? Perspective 1. Huolinjong turned into a skeleton in front of his desk, and the Muon Research Center had long been covered by garbage and buried deep underground. Chung-Chi and Hanzi appeared and heard Huolinjong's last words. Perspective 2. The girl wanted to continue her father's mission. She didn't believe that everything her father did was in vain, and she felt that there must be something wrong. She wanted to form her own research team, but almost everyone she met had the same situation. No matter whether it was the consortium or the official, no one believed in her ability, but resources were not impossible to give. There was only one premise, that is, power and sex transactions. This girl was too beautiful. She met another beautiful girl who mastered the technology of hypnosis, and their experiences were surprisingly similar. They created the lunch. After 3 years of development, the lunch grew stronger and stronger, and she was also constantly learning and developing muon technology, but without exception, they all failed. She remembered what her father said, as a scientist, the results of work should be measured in months. I have spent countless months. Why is it so difficult? By chance, she learned from a customer a piece of news that shocked her and made her extremely angry. Her father was a complete abandoned child. No one took back his body. He always stayed in a corner of the garbage earth where no one cared. All these perfunctory and irresponsible things were because of the person in charge named Pierce. At this time, the girl and the lunch were in this small Magellanic cloud, 38.8 light years away from the Earth. With tears in her eyes, she drove towards the garbage Earth, but she happened to catch up with the large-scale blockade of garbage balloons by the Milky Way Alliance. She had no choice but to wait patiently. Unexpectedly, when the blockade was lifted and she arrived at the garbage Earth, she found that it had experienced an unprecedented gray storm. The landform had changed drastically, and she could not find the former Muon Research Center no matter what. Her heart was filled with depression and sadness. This was the most tragic ending. In the end, she failed to prove the value of muon, failed to justify her neglected father, and even failed to find her father's body. The man in a white coat, biting a cigarette, and with tattooed arms appeared in her mind. "Don't look at me like this. I am a man who wants to contribute to the whole world." She burst into tears. There were many pictures, flashing by at a very fast speed, and the whole time was only 2 to 3 minutes. Chung-Chi's brain power was almost boiling, and he remembered the content as much as possible, and sorted out a clear thread, and from these broken fragments, he was incredibly looking for the answer. At this time, the consciousness flashback system in his hand actually burned 120% of its energy crazily. There was silence for a few seconds. His expression flickered strongly. "I understand everything." Muzi has always had a mysterious connection with the golden ratio. When Huolinzhong and Huishui parted, according to Huolinzhong's calculation method, he was 29.2 years old and Huishui was 11.2 years old. They were both the golden ratio points in each other's lives. Once, Chung-Chi heard Huolinzhong's last words, and the end of his life stopped at 76 years and 4 months. Huishui was in a coma for 200 years, which was also the time she and Huolinzhong missed. If we calculate the golden ratio for the time of 200, the shorter time is exactly 76.4. The entire lifespan of Huolinzhong is the time of transformation of the disaster. Perhaps because they were both injected with biological muon, the lives of the father and daughter will be intertwined across time and space. Biological muon is a very beautiful thing. It is not a bomb itself, but its properties have been forcibly tampered by advanced civilization. Biological muon is infinitely mysterious, perhaps related to cosmic consciousness. It will even release signs, reminding Huolinzhong and his daughter that they do not want everything to be destroyed. But the information released by biological muon can only be interpreted by the golden ratio. For example, when Huolinzhong was 62 years and 8 months old, he found that biological muon had been modified into a bomb by some advanced civilization. If the golden ratio is calculated for 62.8, 2 numbers can be obtained, and the smaller number is 24. But unfortunately, Huolinzhong's package did not successfully reach Huishui's hands. When Huishui found her father's body on the garbage earth, the distance between her and the garbage earth was 38.8 light years. If this number is calculated by the golden ratio, the larger number is 24. But Huishui did not find Huolinzhong's body. There was always a 24 between them. There were 2 signs, but they missed both times. This is not a coincidence. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes, and had already conceived the next operation. I am the third 24. Chapter 310. Anchor point, the number 24 that Huolinzhong saw when he was unconscious. Chung-Chi pressed the oval device in his hand, and the remaining energy was 68%, which was enough. During the garbage earth period, Chung-Chi entered the Muon Research Center for an expedition, saw the video materials left by Huolinzhong, and had a super time and space dialogue with Professor Huolinzhong. It was also at that time that Chung-Chi heard the mysterious number 24 for the first time. At that time, Professor Huolinzhong said that he encountered an accidental explosion during a muon experiment and fell into a coma. It was as if he had come to the singularity of the universe and saw the mysterious 24 and the future Chung-Chi. Chung-Chi wants to go back to that time. It's not that he needs clues anymore, but Chung-Chi wants to complete this closed loop, ensure the cause and effect, and ensure that he can get the key item. The colorful rainbow light descended. When Chung-Chi's perspective was restored, he appeared in a dark space. Countdown 17 minutes and 59 seconds. This place is like a room without edges, with only a light on not far away. To be precise, it is not a light, but a huge 24 that emits light. Huolinzhong, who was about 30 years old, wore a white coat, rolled up his sleeves to reveal his signature flowery arms, and was biting a cigarette. He was looking up and staring blankly at the huge 24. Chung-Chi found that he had a body and could move freely. He also knew the nature of this place. Huolinzhong was in a short coma at this time. This was his world in his mind. Chung-Chi's mission was very clear. When he went to explore the Muon Research Center, he unexpectedly found that his facial features had been recorded in the access control recognition system. This was what Huolinzhong did 100 years ago. If it weren't for this reason, Chung-Chi, who was chased by countless killer rats, would not have entered the center so easily. Chung-Chi was confused at the time, and didn't know the reason. There is no other possibility. It can only be the masterpiece of Chung-Chi in the future. At this moment, Chung-Chi is going to complete this masterpiece. Who are you? Huolinzhong turned around in surprise. Perhaps he thought it was his dream. Hello, Professor Huolinzhong. My name is Chung-Chi. Chung-Chi's eyes flickered as he thought about what to do next. At that time, Huolinzhong said that he had seen his words and actions when he entered the Muon Research Center, and remembered them in his mind, which was how he completed the super time and space dialogue. Perhaps Huolinzhong, as an outstanding scientist, has a super memory and should be able to remember his face, copy it after waking up, and finally enter it into the access control system. But what should be done with the actions and dialogue at that time? Now I can only give a detailed oral description. I hope there will be no deviation. Just as Chung-Chi was trying to recall his words and deeds, he suddenly felt dizzy, and then, as if he was asleep, he lost consciousness for a while. When Chung-Chi woke up again, he regained his 5 senses. He saw Huolinzhong standing not far away, and in front of him, a small vortex was flashing, and in the center of the vortex was playing a picture like a display. It was the scene of himself entering the Muon Research Center for the first time during the Garbage Earth period, and the picture had come to an end. Chung-Chi pushed open the wooden door of Huolinzhong's office. The vortex extinguished. Huolinzhong turned around, his pupils trembling. I know, in the future, the Earth will become a garbage dump full of despair, and you and your robot will be the only guests of the Muon Research Center. I will enter the access key for you in advance. Chung-Chi was stunned. Where did the picture come from? It just solved the urgent problem and completed the cause and effect cycle. Chung-Chi suddenly paused. Just now, his consciousness was blurred and a little sluggish. He had seen this scene when he saved the circle-toothed gene before. That was exactly the state after his consciousness flashback. In other words, the present self was consciously flashbacked by his future self, and he also possessed some ability, so powerful that Huolinzhong seemed to travel through time and space and saw the detailed scenes of the past. Chung-Chi glanced at the time again. Countdown 3 seconds. He was occupied for nearly 18 minutes. Good. Anyway, the prerequisites have been met. Thank you to my future self. Countdown 1 second. Countdown 00:00:00. Click. The short-haired Beauty Wu agent used an electronic lighter to light the candle on the cake. There was only one candle on the small and exquisite birthday cake. When women celebrate their birthdays, they often don't want to be exposed by candles. Some people like to put only one candle on the cake, which is not only beautiful, but also has a good meaning. Sister, today is your birthday. Everyone will celebrate for you. Agent Wu put his hands together and smiled. Age is not important at all. I wish you a brand new beginning every day in the future. Ambiguous light, a flat and empty big bed, and a bathtub full of soap bubbles. Chung-Chi opened his eyes, and saw the stunning beauty wearing silk pajamas and a veil. Today is a good day. We will hold a grand celebration on the lunch. Everyone who sees it will get a share. Because today is the birthday of the most important member of our lunch group. Aunt Bao's enthusiastic voice was amplified by the speaker, and it could be heard in the room even with the door closed. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes, and looked at Huishui in front of him. You believe that you were 23 years old before, so when is your birthday? Today? Huishui still answered every question. After 12 o'clock, I will be 24 years old. Chung-Chi glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. 11 hours 59 minutes and 50 seconds. Chung-Chi exhaled slowly. It turns out that there is another 24 clue here, but it is hidden too deep. It seems that the so-called timing of bomb is most likely the age of the disaster. But it doesn't matter. I already know how to crack it. Dear customers. Bao Yi's voice was still excited. Wait a moment. The colored balls on the top of the cabin will bloom, and there will be many lottery tickets scattered. You can collect the lottery tickets. The more you collect, the more valuable gifts you will get. Now, let's start the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 3:11. Both were injected with Biomuon. How did Professor Huolinzhong stop the bomb in his body? What was the package he mailed to his daughter? Chung-Chi's eyes flickered. Chung-Chi. I searched everywhere. There's nothing useful here. It's almost empty. Chung-Chi recalled Hanzi's voice in his mind. At first, Hanzi searched the entire Muon Research Center, but there was no decent equipment there. Therefore, Professor Huolinzhong has very limited ways to defuse the bomb. In addition, his experiments on Muon 566 failed, and he did not create new technology. Therefore, there is only one answer. The way to defuse the time bomb is the original Muon. That is, Professor Huolinzhong's relics, a few small test tubes hidden in the music box, and inside the test tubes are the most original stable muons. This is the answer Chung-Chi analyzed before. As long as he delivers the original muon to the hands of the evil, the time bomb will be solved. The mystery of muons has been hinted through the golden ratio. Either Huolinzhong, who was 62 years and 8 months old, delivered the package to Huishui in time. Or Huishui, who was 38.8 light-years away, found Huolinzhong's remains in time. But both failed. So Changqi said that he was the third 24, a key transporter. Changqi was lucky. His character was quite upright, and he promised Professor Huolinzhong to fulfill his last wish. At the beginning, he did not synthesize all the muons left by Professor Huolinzhong, but left one. He took out the test tube that he had originally intended to give to Huishui, and the muons in it fluttered like blue elves. A breeze blew. Huishui's veil fell off, and Changqi's beautiful face, which he had never seen, was about to be revealed. At this time, countless white light spots were released from Huishui's body. In the lobby of lunch, Bowie and countless customers shouted the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Pop! Changqi opened the glass test tube. Original muon floated out like an elf, and a magical scene appeared. The original muon released a light blue luster, which was stained with white light spots bit by bit. Changqi smiled. Guessed it right. Bing! A sharp sound, like a severe tinnitus, suddenly sounded. The white light spots in the whole room suddenly became bright and swallowed everything. The Milky Way was destroyed. The gap in consciousness. Changqi floated alone, looking at the dark universe. Only wisps of sand and dust could prove that there was once a galaxy called the Milky Way here. Changqi narrowed his eyes. This time, he was no longer panicked. He had to stay awake and rational to solve this last puzzle. Original muon clearly reacted with a white light spot, but failed to stop it. Something is missing. Changqi's eyes flashed with restrained light. A trivial piece of information flashed through his mind. It was a rapidly flashing perspective from the information explosion. Although it can generate certain economic value in the field of medical beauty, the most stable state of the muon requires a large circular particle collider to maintain, which is too expensive, so the economic value is almost equal to nothing. Huolinzhong. Large circular particle collider. Changqi's thoughts continued to boil. Only, primordial muons were not enough, and the device needed to assist. He recalled an extremely small detail again. The room in the lunch just now seemed a little different from before. A very small difference. The white bed, flat and empty, was not like this before. There was always something on the bed before. It was the Pioneer gravitational weapon set that Huishui stole from the Universe Mysterious Matter exhibition hall as a thief. The suit's top and pants, combined with his gloves, shoes, etc., can form a circular particle collider. What about the suit? Changqi's pupils trembled. I understand. Anchor point, 24 on the garbage earth. Changqi pressed the elliptical device in his hand. The colorful rainbow light descended. The perspective was restored. The gray atmosphere and the endless garbage. Changqi called the monkey and ordered Iron Mother to transport the Pioneer gravitational weapon top and pants from the underground shelter. Brother Chi, are you sure? Monkey looked at the two brand new, high-tech black suits in his hand. His years of experience as a scavenger told him that these two items were definitely worth a lot of money. Are you sure you want to donate such good equipment? I have contacted the corresponding middleman before. The exhibition hall is very shady, and can't give a decent price at all. Changqi narrowed his eyes. He recalled the past information in his mind. The owner's information is unknown, and he must have noticed the extraordinary features of this set of equipment, but the owner seems to understand the righteousness, and temporarily donated this set of equipment to the Libra, Daisy Starfield, Universe Mysterious Material Exhibition Hall. Desert. I only know that the equipment came from the donations of several humans. These humans were not big shots, but the bottom of society. They picked up these two items by accident, and did not understand their value at all. They sent these two equipment to the Universe Mysterious Material Exhibition Hall, just because of the donation thank you fee of 40,000 credit points. The source of trouble. So that's it. No wonder the equipment of the god-level civilization would illogically flow into human society. In the final analysis, I used the ghost suit of the 24th Fleet to synthesize two equipment that should not exist. Previously, Changqi decided to temporarily put the suit in the underground shelter, and come back to take it after everything was over. But in this way, they could not enter the Mysterious Material Exhibition Hall, nor would they be stolen by Huishui, and would not appear on the big bed of lunch. Perhaps because of the correction of cause and effect, Changqi, who was determined to fulfill Professor Huolinzhong's last wish, would still find Huishui. But the suit would not be placed next to Changqi. The equipment would be returned, and the donation fee of 40,000 credit points would be obtained for free. I'm sure. Chung-Chi suddenly smiled. Donate. Chapter 312. Ambiguous light. A clean white bed. A bathtub filled with soap bubbles. A breeze blew, and Huishui's veil began to fall off. White light spots spread from Huishui's body. Chung-Chi turned his head, and saw the Pioneer gravitational weapon system top and pants neatly folded on the white bed. The Type 1 biochemical armor extended black tentacles, and picked up the equipment on the bed. Chung-Chi seemed to open his arms casually, but he actually used super speed to wear the two pieces of equipment on himself in an instant. During this time, he did not forget to tidy up his collar. This is a new outfit, after all. Gloves, shoes, belt, tops, bottoms, energy exchange was instantly opened. The iconic ice blue lines appeared instantly, extremely fast and agile, like a channel, connecting Chung-Chi's entire body. The visual effect is extremely gorgeous, and full of science fiction. Pioneer gravitational weapon system, integration 90%. Suit function 5 God ring, activated. That is, through precise control of the gravitational field, a ring-shaped particle accelerator is formed to constrain the movement trajectory of particles, so that they can continuously accelerate in the ring orbit, reach a high energy value, and finally collide with other particles. On the wrist, an ice blue holographic panel pops up. There was a semi-transparent ring inside. Chung-Chi stretched out his finger and gently stroked the ring, and the energy was instantly full. Buzz, with Chung-Chi himself as the center, a 5-meter diameter ice blue ring suddenly appeared. It was gorgeous and shocking, like a transparent pipe made of pure energy. It also encircled Huishui and Chung-Chi. This is a creation from a god-level civilization. Who dares to underestimate it? Chung-Chi's eyes flickered, and his hair fluttered and danced due to the abnormal movement of the energy field. He opened the original muon test tube in his hand and poured the blue muon into the ring. The blue muon was instantly accelerated, and along the ring, it turned into a blue thread. It was only a few microseconds, and the thread could not be distinguished. The whole pipe burst into a dazzling blue luster. The luster was brilliant, smudged everything. Chung-Chi and Huishui in the ring were also illuminated by the light. As the energy surged, their clothes fluttered, as if they were the only center of the world. Gradually, all the white light spots released by Huishui were assimilated by the blue light. It was like the positive and negative energies reacted with each other, producing a silent annihilation. Time became a little blurry, maybe a few minutes had passed, or maybe only 1 second had passed. All the light faded. The surge of energy gradually subsided like a distant storm. The god ring also gradually dissipated. The room was once again filled with ambiguous light. Chung-Chi's heart was beating loudly, and he opened his eyes slightly, seeing the veil of disaster swaying left and right in the air under his feet, and finally falling to the ground. Chung-Chi slowly raised his head. He finally saw the beautiful face that he had never seen because of countless destructions of the galaxy, and countless abrupt stops. Her skin was as soft and delicate as mutton-fat jade, her eyes were like stars falling into a clear spring, her eyebrows were as long and curved as 2 dancing willow leaves, her nose was straight and noble, her lips were like cherries, without any makeup, they were red. Everything was just right, like the most perfectly proportioned creature in the universe. Although Huishui was in a hypnotic state, she just tilted her head slightly, and her face reflected a lustrous luster, like an angel standing and looking into the distance. But Chung-Chi couldn't help but be a little stunned. The water of misfortune is indeed beautiful, no, perfect. She is enough to attract the admiration of all passers-by, enough to become the most extreme existence in the hearts of all men. Chung-Chi's mouth hung a smile. The water of misfortune is beautiful, just like this world. Although everything that follows has not changed substantially, the most wonderful thing is that it has begun to continue. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to our Miss Shui. A bell rang in the hall, and it was already midnight on a new day. The electronic clock, without any obstruction, began to beat continuously. Ding! On Huishui's wrist, he was wearing a delicate electronic watch. The information panel inside jumped out. The 567th test simulation of the AI of all mankind was completed. Feasible plan Muon Technology Energy Engine. Chung-Chi simply glanced at the data on the panel. In short, a new technology based on muon technology that is enough to subvert the existing energy system of mankind was born. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be able to greatly enhance the ability of human interstellar navigation, and leaving the Milky Way is just around the corner. Sooner or later, human civilization will be promoted to the next level because of it. Professor Huo Linzhong's persistence finally paid off. Huishui's persistence finally paid off. History will definitely remember their names. Chang-Chi looked at Huishui in front of him. She was in a hypnotic state. After waking up, she probably wouldn't remember all this. It doesn't matter, kid, I have always been a little great. At this time, Huishui's eyes suddenly blinked, and the hypnotic confusion disappeared in an instant. A trace of mist suddenly appeared in the eyes of the beautiful woman. She suddenly stepped forward and hugged Chang-Chi, resting her chin on Chang-Chi's shoulder, and her warm cheek against Chang-Chi's cheek. Chang-Chi was stunned. He discovered a secret. Not only did the face of the evil woman perfectly match the golden ratio, but her figure was also perfect. At this time, she was only wearing a thin silk pajamas and skirt. The moment she got close to Chang-Chi, the touch was transmitted almost without any hindrance. On Chang-Chi's body, he felt an extremely wonderful touch, warm, silky, delicate, soft, firm, slender, and a faint body fragrance. Chang-Chi widened his eyes and glanced at his equipment. The human brainwave adjuster was still working. Then, Chang-Chi paused. Hypnosis has never been successful? Huishui nodded. I have been in a coma for 200 years. No one in the world can successfully hypnotize me. Chang-Chi grinned. Then just now, I judged that you were related to my father, so I took advantage of the situation and wanted to get information from you. Huishui's voice was beautiful and moving. I saw everything. I saw that you were like a god, saving everything incredibly. Thank you. Huishui's warm red lips touched Chang-Chi's cheek. Chang-Chi's pupils shrank. Not good. I was kissed by the most beautiful woman in the world. Huishui hugged him tighter. Maybe she just didn't know how to express her gratitude. Chang-Chi smiled and accepted everything calmly. Looking back at the whole incident, Chang-Chi still had a little doubt. 24 is indeed a very important clue in this incident. Every time I flash back to my consciousness, it seems to have a corresponding meaning, because there are reminders of 24 everywhere. But why didn't you remind me about the dismantling method of the bomb? That was the answer I guessed, through the information explosion. And the way to dismantle the bomb is to let Huishui obtain the relics of Hulin's Hong. The reason why Huishui didn't succeed in getting the relics before was because she happened to encounter the full blockade when she went to the garbage earth. Although it's a bit of hindsight, why can't I give myself a direct 24 reminder, so that I have an anchor point, and directly send the original muon out through Mo's biological box at that time and give it to Huishui, and Huishui also knows the characteristics of Muzi very well, and should be able to resolve the disaster by himself. Could it be? Is there something 24 that I overlooked, or does this 24 also exist, but I can't see it because I am not at a high enough height, and my perspective is not enough, at this moment? The celebration in the lobby of lunch number began. The colored balls exploded, and countless lottery tickets fell. The customers were immersed in it, and scrambled for them. Suddenly, a customer held up a handful of lottery tickets and shouted excitedly, I got 23 lottery tickets. Oh, I got another one, the 24th. The 24th. Haha. Chang-Chi, who was hugged by the beauty, was stunned. Chapter 313. The Milky Way is a very magical existence. In a very bright and clean classroom, more than 40 children, about 7 or 8 years old, put their hands up and down, neatly placed on the desk, eyes full of curiosity and concentration. They like to listen to Lao Lu's class the most, because what this guy talks about has nothing to do with the textbook. The man on the podium is about 50 years old, wearing a green plain clothes, with a square face, a full beard, and country descent. He doesn't look like a serious teacher. He has a strong back, and a chest like a city wall. No matter how kind he is in class, his every move always releases a majestic aura far beyond that of ordinary people. The edge of the Milky Way. Space is not flat, it will be warped, and even present a strange trumpet-shaped or wavy shape. There are also many white dwarfs, with curved orbits and runaway stars. These guys have always wanted to escape from the constraints of the Milky Way. There is also a mysterious tremor phenomenon caused by the gravitational disturbance of the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy on the Milky Way. So, humans have never left the Milky Way. The bad news is that we are a group of piglets trapped in a pen. The good news is that thanks to the protection of the universe, creatures from outside cannot get in. The mighty man put his hands behind his back and glanced at the students one by one. In the previous chapters, all the stories happen between people. Whether it is the Proxima Galaxy or the Magellanic Cloud, they are all within the scope of the Milky Way. A little fat man raised his hand. Lao Lu, I think as a science fiction writer, you are really a bit of a stunner if you don't tell a little story about aliens. Although humans have entered the era of the universe, they have never encountered any living aliens, let alone contacted alien civilizations. Of course, The various ruins and debris in the Milky Way have fully proved that the existence of aliens is an indisputable fact. The universe is so vast that it is impossible for humans to be the only creatures. The mighty man shook his head and said, "Do you think the appearance of aliens will be a good thing?" The little fat man continued to raise his hand. "Science fiction movies misled me. Who said that aliens must be bad guys?" The mighty man still shook his head. Suppose, today, an alien fleet suddenly appeared at the edge of the Milky Way. Do you know what this means? The little fat man clicked his tongue. It means it's very interesting. Read less novels in the future. The mighty man looked up. If they come to the Milky Way and break through the natural barriers at the edge of the Milky Way, it can at least prove that they have advanced interstellar navigation capabilities, and their technological level must be higher than that of humans. Some people might say that they are a group of cute, friendly creatures with big heads. They just pass by, say hello and leave, or their children will socialize with human children. I tell you, that's impossible. The mighty man narrowed his eyes. They must have advanced scanning technology. Before they arrived, they had already determined that there was something they wanted in the Milky Way. Otherwise, they would not have mobilized a large number of troops and consumed a lot of energy to walk aimlessly in the universe like a stroll. Their technological level is higher than humans to a certain extent, but not too much. So the things they want are also precious to humans, such as minerals, water sources, etc. This creates a conflict of interest. In the end, it will definitely turn into an interstellar war, or they are here for war. The little fat man raised his hand again. How do you know that they are definitely non-advanced civilizations? If they are advanced civilizations, if they take a fancy to our resources, they should directly activate a device similar to the Dyson sphere of the galaxy to achieve remote acquisition. If they want to destroy us, a galaxy-level star destroyer cannon will end everything. So, the civilization that shows up won't be too high. The little fat man raised his hand again. Teacher, what is the battle between high-level civilizations like? What is the battle between god-level civilizations like? What is the battle between them and low-level civilizations like? What is the battle between low-level civilizations like? The mighty man looked at the little fat boy. What's your name? The little fat boy introduced himself. My name is Kwangwon. Oh, what a joke. The mighty man nodded and said patiently, I guess the probability of a fight between god-level civilizations is very small, because their technological level is likely to have broken through the limitations of time and space, and there is no lack of living space or energy, so there is no need for war. Even if there really is a war, they may input the data of both sides into a powerful simulator, and after the machine's calculation, the result will be immediately determined, the loser will retreat, and the winner will be the king, without losing a single soldier. As for the wars between advanced civilizations, their weapons can easily destroy a planet and cause widespread cosmic damage, but they also have powerful defense systems. So the final competition is the energy reserves of both sides. Whoever has more energy will win the final victory. Humans belong to low-tech civilizations. If ordinary advanced civilizations target us, it will be a one-shot kill. If there is a super high-level civilization, or a god-level civilization targeting us, the reason is not because of low-end reasons such as hatred or plunder. It must be that our existence has affected their plan. And the weapons they use are likely related to time and space. Perhaps, the Milky Way has been destroyed countless times. It's just that there is another god-level civilization that is opposed to the murderer, and has revived us again and again. As for the war between low-level civilizations, the mighty man pondered for a moment. That will be the most tragic. In addition to the competition of energy, there is also a competition of life. The side with more energy and more warriors is likely to win the final victory, a victory made of flesh and blood. The classroom became quiet, and the children present suddenly felt a little scared. The mighty man let out a long sigh. So, you should not fantasize that one day, an alien team will suddenly appear on the edge of the Milky Way. The little fat boy raised his hand again. Lao Lu, I want to ask. Next time. The mighty man waved his hand. You should know that I am just a volunteer teacher, and I have other work. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. The children were in high spirits, and rushed out of the classroom. The mighty man tidied up the desk, took a step, walked through the tree-lined campus, and came to the school gate. He glanced at the old man in the guard room, and said, Hello, Uncle Chi, I'm leaving first. The old night watchman smiled and said, Old Lu, come often, the little ones love to listen to your stories. The mighty man turned his back, and waved his hand, and came to the outside of the school gate. And on the open ground 800 meters away, stood a space mecha that was 300 meters long, 109 meters high, and weighed 4,899 tons. This is a beast-shaped mecha, which looks like a black tiger. The overall lines of the mecha are strong and powerful, and the super alloy covering parts are stacked layer by layer, forming a sharp hair effect. The body is sprayed with black lightning, and the metal fangs are exposed when it is still. While reflecting the cold light, it releases a sharp murderous aura, and the tiger eyes with a faint red light look up at the sky. The mecha is as big as a mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring. Its existence is the passionate dream of countless men, and to some extent, it also interprets the steel blade in the technological era. It is called HUA-0002 Tiger Honor. It is one of the most powerful crystallizations of human technology, and its comprehensive combat power of mecha ranks second. The driver is Lu Linghu, the second general of the Human Galaxy Alliance, known as the Mecha King. Together with Hua Kunlun and others, he is one of the 4 great generals of mankind. The mighty man came to the Tiger Honor. The beast-shaped mecha roared, and the tiger head lowered. The mighty man entered the driving of the mecha head, a blue light lingered, and the driver's body sensing system started. General Lu, SSS level disaster alert. A fleet of unknown origin has appeared at the edge of the Milky Way. A deep electronic sound came from the mecha system. The mighty man's eyes opened sharply, and his pupils trembled. With a loud bang, red and white propulsion flames erupted from the joints of the 4 legs of the tiger. Dust rose up, and the beast-shaped mecha soared up and disappeared into the distance. Chapter 314. Swish! The room suddenly became dark. Not far away, white dots of light suddenly appeared one after another, and they gathered more and more. Chang-Chi was hugged by a beautiful woman. His eyes were wide open. More? Is it going to end? Happy birthday to you. Swish! The lights in the room were on again. At the door, there were a group of lunch ladies led by Agent Wu, ranging from soul-stirring to bone-eroding, and all kinds of levels. He saw them all at once. In his hand, Agent Wu held a small birthday cake with a candle on it. The other beauties were holding a small peach-shaped bowl in their hands, which also contained a candle. The white dots of light just now were the candlelight of these candles. Chang-Chi pursed his lips slightly. No one would believe me even if I told him. I have a little white light phobia now. A group of beauties gathered at the door, and their eyes widened. Sister Shui actually hugged a customer? Although this is a free brothel, Sister Shui actually hugged a customer? Agent Wu was even more shocked. Wasn't this kid dead? At this moment, Hu Shui let go of Chang-Chi and slowly turned around. Don't worry, he is my father's old friend. He is a trustworthy person. Agent Wu was slightly absent-minded. When the sister stood side by side with the boy, she suddenly had a strange feeling, a toad. Oh no, the boy was dressed like a toad, with a pitch-black outfit and a dirty blue cape. But there was a strange golden round cake in his eyes, which made him look deep and ethereal, with a unique temperament, inexplicably a feeling of superiority, but low-key and restrained. Standing with the beautiful sister, there was a little sense of harmony. Then, it was an internal birthday party of lunch. There were beautiful women like clouds, and flowers everywhere. There was only one man, Chang-Chi. Perhaps because of the principle of opposites attract, he was always frequently watched. He was at the peak of his life. Chang-Chi then learned that many members of lunch were extraordinary. There were many top scientific research talents, daughters of top rich people, and even children of high-ranking officials. The purpose of their gathering together was to unite and maximize the power of women. And they have countless branches throughout the Milky Way. It can be said to be the Jianfeng Society of the Interstellar Era. This organization is a legendary organization founded by a folk woman in ancient legends. While hiding in the city, it has a keen eye on all directions, is well informed, and has countless hidden lines. If it explodes with all its strength, it can even overthrow the regime. Hu Shui promised that if Chang-Chi needs it, lunch will not hold back. Chang-Chi got a message. In order to prevent the emergence of alien life, the Galactic Alliance has deployed a large number of gravitational wave detectors on the edge of the Milky Way, forming a full-scale monitoring network. Recently, the signal is abnormal, and it is suspected that the legendary alien life has appeared. But no accurate conclusion has been reached yet. As for the future of lunch, the business of free brothel must be retained, which is an almost omnipresent information channel. At the same time, lunch will vigorously develop muon technology, test the feasibility of AI generation schemes, and then establish an energy company to innovate the energy level of all mankind through muon technology. The name of this company has not yet been decided. But what has been determined is that no matter what size the company will grow to in the future, Chang-Chi will always be the largest shareholder of the company. I will also be on the stage in the future. Chang-Chi smiled, and had only one request at the moment. When the first batch of muon engines came off the assembly line, he wanted to be the first to test it, and he wanted to test many of them at the same time. At the banquet, the beautiful figures were like butterflies, floating back and forth, pleasing to the eye. Chang-Chi relaxed physically and mentally. It was certain that everything was starting to continue. The first batch of Valente's potions will be delivered soon. Goemon will hold a wedding in 15 days. STC began to continue the fusion, but for some reason, after the progress reached 90%, the speed became a little slow. But this kind of expectation process is often wonderful. Besides, STC still has the function of synthesizing items, which is very humane. Beep beep. Chang-Chi, I miss you. Xiao Qiong appeared on the screen and pouted. Sister Kunlun has sent me to a brand new place. I know this is for my own good, but I heard that the teachers here are very weird. One of them has a particularly bad temper. He often gets angry for no reason and throws all kinds of people into the cesspool. I am a little scared. Chang-Chi looked at the screen behind Xiao Qiong, which was a retro campus from the 1980s and 1990s. A teacher with a particularly bad temper. Hey, brother. Li Belong's big face suddenly appeared on the communication screen. Why are you communicating with a new classmate? Brother? Chang-Chi was stunned. Xiao Qiong is the sister I took in when I was on Garbage Earth. What? Li Belong was overjoyed. You are my brother, Xiao Qiong is your sister, so isn't she my youngest sister? Ha ha ha. Li Belong's injury had not healed yet, and he still had a fixator on his waist. He lifted Xiao Qiong up in the air. This is the pinnacle of my life. I not only have a younger brother, but also a younger sister. Don't worry, little sister. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I will throw them all into the cesspool. After hanging up the communicator, Chang-Chi also smiled quietly. It can be seen that Xiao Qiong's face is much more resolute than before, and it seems that she is no longer the timid little girl on the Garbage Earth. Now she has the care of her brother Li Belong. I hope she grows up quickly, and when she becomes strong inside. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. Brother will recommend you to S level. Just then, Chang-Chi suddenly saw a colorful butterfly flying outside the round observation window of the lunch. Huh? Chang-Chi blinked, and when he looked over again, the butterfly had disappeared. How can there be butterflies in space? Have you been too tired recently? Speaking of which, this 24 incident really exhausted me. Although 2 Pioneer gravity weapon systems were obtained, the suit still seemed to be incomplete, and the core equipment such as a helmet should be missing. On a larger level, time was just extended. Although the years were peaceful, it was sunny. But the effort and the reward were not very proportional. That was impossible. Chang-Chi suddenly smiled evilly. In the flashback about the universe of the superior people, Chang-Chi learned a secret. Behind a black hole in the universe of the superior people, there was another amplifier, hidden. In this way, Chang-Chi only needs to find the second amplifier to combine it with the one in the spirit starship. And then? Hee. I am extremely charming and have such a good relationship with the king of all. Isn't everything in the universe of the superior human beings available to you? Isn't it 1,400 years ahead in technology? This is simply a perfect warehouse, and there is no need to struggle to collect an ordinary human civilization. Lunch has received news. Suspected aliens are appearing? Chang-Chi was a little excited. It must be said that this element is one of the most anticipated elements in space exploration. Picking up the red wine brought by a beautiful woman, Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes and elegantly put the red wine into his mouth. It's time for me to form a legion. Fleet. Children make choices. Puff. Chang-Chi spit, grinned and stroked his tongue. This juice is all rotten. Lu Linghu drove the Tiger Lord and flew rapidly in the deep universe. His expression was unprecedentedly severe. Are there any accurate detection results? How many are there on the other side? Report to General Lu. The preliminary results show that it is 100,000. 100,000 starships? No, it is a fleet of 100,000. Chapter 315. This woman will create a legend sooner or later. Chang-Chi said goodbye to Wishui and the entire lunch. The beautiful woman who saw him off had a special feeling in her eyes. See you later. Chang-Chi waved his hand, and the garbage recycling starship slowly took off. The destination was Cygnus, the universe of advanced people. Mio's technology consciousness flashback system. There was still 8% of energy left. Chang-Chi smiled knowingly, and had no intention of using it. In fact, there are still 2 places in the 24 incident that are not closed. Do the things in front of you well. The future is the future, and the present is the present. This last 8% may be a moment of reversal. And the mystery in it is not something that I can comprehend now. Recently, Chung-Chi has been very busy, and the pace is very tight. He has never really rested. He relies on the physical optimization brought by the SS-level gene to support himself. That is, he relies on the fairy spirit to hang on. Chung-Chi hadn't slept for nearly 80 hours. Now that he had a short break, fatigue and sleepiness came over him like a wave. His brain was like an internal combustion engine that was running out of oxygen, and it was about to stop working. It seemed that even moving his limbs had become very difficult. Consciousness itself also had problems such as inability to concentrate and decreased cognitive ability. Chung-Chi was like a beast about to die of thirst in the desert, and sleep was his source of water. "I'm so tired." Chung-Chi's body seemed to be filled with lead. Every step he took seemed to be against the invisible shackles on his ankles. "I need to rest so much. I need a warm room, a soft big bed, and a deep and carefree sleep. I need a soft pillow and a soft quilt. I can put my feet into the quilt and wrap each toe with soft cotton." And then, Chung-Chi did it. There are dozens of crew rest cabins in the Ling-style starship that are comparable to 5-star hotels, and the captain's rest cabin is even comparable to a 7-star hotel. The room was spotless, lit with soft milky white lights, and the floor was covered with white carpets. I don't know what kind of fairy cotton it was woven from, but it felt warm and soft when you stepped on it. The queen-size bed was the same. All the bedding was some kind of luxury-level woven fabric, and it also felt like a fairy, warm and soft. Chung-Chi directly fell on the bed with a plop. On the smart home screen on one side, a 3D holographic image of the bed appeared. The inside of the bed was a thick layer of smart latex, which could adjust the hardness and softness according to the user's height, weight, bone characteristics and other data, and accurately control the depression to create the most perfect ergonomic effect. Chung-Chi's body sank slightly, but soon began to rebound. Then, a feeling of comfort as if returning to the mother's womb enveloped his whole body. There was no floating part in his body, and there was no discomfort at all. Everything was so appropriate and considerate. Chung-Chi felt that he could completely turn into a super sloth, and didn't want to move at all. If he could set a time limit for this event, he hoped it would be 10,000 years. This is too comfortable. Chung-Chi closed his eyes, feeling the fatigue in his body, and found the perfect outlet. In this technological age, the design of this starship is really. Breathing evenly, Chung-Chi fell into the most comfortable sleep of his life. The intelligent system slowly dimmed the lights, and it was warm and safe here. The spiritual starship has set its destination. After the fourth wall, it passes through the gap between the stargates, and then appears in an instant, passing through a series of directional stargates. The edge of the Milky Way. That is the boundary area between the thin disk and the halo of the galaxy. There are many strange phenomena here. Some stars move here in a winding way, trying to escape the Milky Way. Their lifespan is at least billions of years, but they have not been able to achieve their wish in the long years. The space here is also strangely distorted, and there are radiation areas that human technology cannot withstand. In the future, the galaxy killer Andromeda Galaxy will border the Milky Way here and stage a cosmic-level swallowing. Of course, this process is long, and humans, as creatures, will be born and die quickly in this process. And what would the scene here look like if you were to see it with your naked eyes? It is a bit like the end of the universe. The space in front of it seems to have a crack in the ground. In the dim environment, colorful rays of light penetrate from the crack and reach the sky. It is a little hazy and misty, and is still moving irregularly. It is like the aurora on Earth. But the aurora here is covered with a layer of red plus silver filter, and it stretches for hundreds of thousands of light years, looking extremely grand, shocking, and infinitely mysterious. Silver Corona 01. It is a desolate and dim planet, very close to the edge of the Milky Way. It seems that human beings have a deep understanding of defending their territory. Human beings cannot leave the Milky Way, so they set up many outposts on the edge of the Milky Way. Silver Corona 01 is the main station. About 2,000 human galaxy warships float quietly above Silver Corona 01. At the front of this fleet was a beast-shaped space mecha with a black tiger appearance. Lu Ling, who stood in the cockpit, his pupils trembling slightly. From his perspective, a dust belt with a slight red glow was quietly floating in the distant space. That was certainly not cosmic dust. It was a fleet of alien creatures hovering 800,000 kilometers away. 100,000 formations, a total of 6.3 million alien starships. What does this number mean? It means that the number of the other side is 1.5 times the number of warships in service in the Human Galactic Alliance. Before this, the human fleet had used various methods to try to communicate with that fleet, including but not limited to radio waves, information lasers, gravitational waves, neutrino signals, etc. The information content has also been changed many times: language, images, symbols, binary numbers, and even slow-paced music. But the other party did not respond and remained silent. All the signals were like drops of water flowing into the sea, without causing any waves. The 6.3 million alien starships were like soldiers lined up in an orderly manner, without making any unnecessary movements. It is foolish to launch an attack rashly, which can only be the beginning of a war. The human detectors have also collected some information about the opponent's appearance. It is a strange starship with a dark red paint job. The gaps in the armor are flashing red light, which looks like many sharp arrows tied together, and the tips of all arrows are pointing to the human galaxy. Their hull structure is also made of some kind of alloy, and the power unit will also release heat and light. The fleet also has main ships, frigates, assault ships, repair ships, etc. At first glance, their technological level has not yet reached a level that humans cannot understand. Of course, since they can cross the chaotic zone at the edge of the Milky Way, it is enough to prove that they are stronger than humans. Who are they? What exactly are they going to do? What are they waiting for? Lu Ling, who only felt like a thorn in his back, a thorn in his throat, and a sharp blade hanging on his shoulder. This is like a nightmare coming true. Whether humans are prepared or not, it has really arrived. The opponents in action made people even more uneasy. But the good thing is that humans also have some time to prepare. The Human Galactic Alliance fleet is also gathering from all directions. Lu Ling, whose palms are full of sweat. He is not afraid of death, but everyone is afraid of the unknown. At this moment, Lu Ling, whose eyes blurred, and suddenly saw a colorful butterfly floating outside the mecha. He rubbed his eyes, and the butterfly disappeared. I'm afraid I'm too nervous. Lu Ling, who gritted his teeth. In order to remain cautious, he subconsciously glanced at the bioscanner, which showed no abnormalities. Tell the public this news. After thinking over and over for a long time, Lu Ling, who finally spoke to the communicator. In the era of the universe, humans are scattered across the stars. As a result, a large number of strange people and things have emerged among the people, including those with high genes, scientific geniuses, mechanical geniuses, and even many civilian fleets. Call them. If next, the Milky Way will face the first alien civilization invasion in history. Then I need everyone to fight the enemy together. Chapter 316. What is refreshing? Chung-Chi woke up and stretched his body. His limbs were full of laziness and comfort, as if he was surrounded by vitality and relaxation. He felt comfortable and reborn. I slept for 11 hours. Chung-Chi jumped up and landed on the ground, full of energy. He looked at the navigation log and found that he had arrived at Kepler 452b, the universe of advanced people. Fourth wall navigation, unimpeded penetration of Kepler 452b's, natural defense. Why is he here again? In the Silver Palace, the imposing king of all felt as if a sharp blade was hanging on his shoulder. The spirit starship hovered, and Chung-Chi stepped out with a mask on. He quietly observed the dark space in front of him. The higher universe in his eyes was like a huge dark room with some small luminous particles floating around. They were the brightest and largest stars in the universe. The king of all swallowed his saliva. What is it waiting for? As a last resort, the Omni King once again appeared in a 3D projection state at the cost of burning 400 years of reserve energy every second. Hello my compatriots, please don't move. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes. Is the largest black hole here also Phoenix A? The Omni King didn't understand and nodded with some fear. Chung-Chi had an idea in his mind. In the previous flashback, number 4 explained that the second amplifier was hidden behind a giant black hole, and the scrapped amplifier that Chung-Chi obtained last time was nearly 10 meters in size, and there were only a few black holes that could cover it. Chung-Chi returned to the spirit starship and activated the fourth wall navigation state. He did not want to become a light-year monster that slaughtered billions of lives. Using the Milky Way in the universe of the higher beings as a reference point, the spirit starship sailed towards the approximate direction of Phoenix A. It was only 40 minutes later that Chung-Chi found what he wanted. In Chung-Chi's eyes, Phoenix A was like a large black umbrella, and also like a spiral, constantly twisting the surrounding space. Behind Phoenix A, a brass-shaped amplifier that looked exactly like the previous one floated silently, and a faint blue light flashed on the panel, and it was still running. Because of the existence of Phoenix A, it swallowed up all the electromagnetic signals around it, and even swallowed up most of the light. To some extent, this amplifier has always been invisible. Chang-Chi was amazed. Although it made sense, there was still a feeling, as if he had dreamed of something, but after waking up, he found that it really existed. Close to Phoenix A. Chang-Chi could clearly feel a suction force and a pulling force with a twisted angle, but it could not cause any substantial impact on his body. Chang-Chi felt huge and small at the same time in an instant. It was like a dream. Black holes are the most terrifying existence in the universe, not to mention that Phoenix A is the king among them. But at this moment, just by virtue of the size advantage, the power representing destruction in the universe can be ignored. It is hard to imagine if the universe is really a superposition of the microscopic and macroscopic. Here I am, huge. Then, outside the ordinary human universe, will there be another macroscopic one? At that time I am small. If there is more than one layer of this superposition, then what should exist on the outermost side? Transport the second, amplifier, back to the spirit starship. I don't know since when, as long as there are two identical technological devices in front of me, it has become the most beautiful scenery in Chang-Chi's eyes. However, Chang-Chi has a little worry at this time. He doesn't know what technological level this mysterious amplifier is. If it exceeds the fourth level of civilization technology, the current STC cannot be synthesized. The blue beams of light shone slowly. Similar technological creations detected, do you want to start synthesis? Chang-Chi's expression relaxed. The technological level of this thing was not as high as he thought. The reason why it could enter the universe of advanced people was probably because of some kind of volume and advantage. Start synthesis. Break up into original matter. Volume effect series microcosm and macrocosm converter, *1. This device is not a simple amplifier, and the effect is not to enlarge or reduce, but to transform the existence logic of a single object, so as to meet the worldview of various scales. It is not limited to the type of objects, and can also achieve the transformation of organisms, because what it really transforms is the adaptability of the object, and the transformed object has no clear volume limit. This device comes from the fourth level civilization Kita civilization, created by the most notorious inventor Kefi, who is known as the most useless in history, and is the most useless failure of Kefi's life, because the function of this device is purely useless, and the general useless is more useless. Reason: although the function of this device is normal, Kita civilization and Kefi have never found any microcosm existence, so this equipment has no place to be used, it is a waste. Kefi, who has been strong all his life, also completely admitted that he is a waste because of the failure of this equipment. A waste among wastes, top waste, 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 waste. Note: this equipment can only convert items below level 4 civilization. For creations above level 4 technology, this equipment is a waste. Chang-Chi rubbed his eyes. After reading this comment, only two words remained in my mind: waste. Okay. Chang-Chi cleared the waste in his brain. In other words, this equipment is not an amplifier, but a function that uses the surrounding world view as a reference to convert the volume of objects. If you want it to work, you must have a microcosm and a macrocosm in your hand. When the environment changes, the volume of the object will change. The essence is adaptation. The inventor Kefi did not find the microcosm, so this equipment naturally has no meaning. But? Chang-Chi laughed. I found it. The equipment in front of him looked like a metal conch with a diameter of about 2 meters, with beautiful lines. The entrance at one end was very large, like a manhole cover, and the other end was very small, like a needle tip. The lines on the conch were flashing blue water light over and over again. This gave people a clear feeling that the volume would change as they entered from the large end, and then walked out from the small end. Can you shrink organisms without damaging them? Then can I enter the advanced human society? Chang-Chi's eyes flickered slightly. In this case, I can choose equipment. By seeing is believing. Omni King, we are old friends. Last time, I also protected you and kept your secrets. Chang-Chi floated in the deep space, looking at the holographic projection of the Omni King. As the Omni King of advanced humans, the term rich enough to rival a country is simply an insult to you. You are a man who owns the entire universe. The corners of the Omni King's projection's eyes twitched slightly. What do you want to do? Just tell me. Why don't you say you can be a king? Chang-Chi smiled and scratched his mouth. You should have many space battleships. Give me 1,000 or 800. It seems that you have already repaired the amplifier. The Omni King's mouth twitched again, but I know its function. It has requirements for the size of the object. Even if I give you a starship, you can't enlarge it. If you are not careful, you may be elbowed. Please, stop making trouble. It's not easy for us high-level people to live. Is your voice a little loud when you speak slowly? Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Get your starship ready, I go and choose it later. The corner of the king's mouth twitched again, his face flushed, and he hissed, okay. I ask someone to prepare a long-range visual probe at the same time. Then there's no need for sugar residue. Chang-Chi smiled and said, I've said it, I choose it myself. The king's expression was stern. Okay, I prepare it. Quick, everyone move. The prince stood in his palace, a little anxious and flustered. Chang-Chi is coming soon. Everyone, mobilize the resources around you to the greatest extent, and be sure to prepare everything in advance. The king walked quickly, and came to the outside of the palace. His panicked expression suddenly revealed a deep scheming. I mean to prepare the hypernuclear sniper beam. Assassination robot. Terahertz wave signal blocker. Gray particle imprisonment field. And a large-scale burning magnetic cage. The king looked up at Shinyi with a fierce look. Silly boy, do you really think I'm a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? You actually want to shrink yourself and enter my society of advanced people in person. This is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I just got rid of you, the trouble. Chapter 317. Today, for the king of all, it is an important day. The so-called superiors, those who finally break through the siege, how can they lack ruthlessness? The biggest significance of his current position is that he no longer has to rely on others. Chang-Chi freely enters and exits the universe of higher beings, lays down various threats, and now he wants to rob by trickery. Insult, humiliation, depression, but he is a little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair. He is too arrogant. He dares to shrink his body and enter here? Do you know what you are fighting against? You are fighting against a civilization of advanced people. You are fighting against a universe. Are we really as ridiculous and shallow as you think? Before, every time Chang-Chi entered the advanced universe, the king of all collected his data at all costs. The supernatural power of advanced gene people is speed. If I guess correctly, a team of members of the advanced Palace of the Gods also died in your hands. You have a set of biological armor on your body, and its performance is related to anti-gravity. Comprehensive Combat Power Index S+. Given your technological trump card to a certain extent, your combat power index is SS. I don't think I'm looking down on you. As for your starship, its attack power is unknown, but it should have some special navigation capabilities. The eyes of the Omni King flashed with insight. Anyway, you are just an individual, and now is not an era where individuals dominate. My terahertz wave signal jammer will block your communication measures, and you can't use the bombs you deployed before to coerce me. If the sniper beam can't kill you instantly, then there is the human wave tactic of assassinating robots. Even this can't exhaust you. The Gray's particle confinement field can create tens of millions of tons of pressure. We even used it to suppress tsunamis. You are a living organism. Are you stronger than nature? Even if I can't control you completely, as long as you slow down, what else can you do to fight back? The only variable is that you shrink the starship as well. But it is just a small frigate after all. How long can it resist? When you die, I will slowly dismantle the bomb you left behind. The king of all clenched his fist silently. Unless you change your mind and dare not come, otherwise, you can't go back. I must pull out this thorn in my flesh. King of all, what are you mumbling? The king of all was stunned at this time. A chill ran from the heels to the top of the head. When did this kid come in? But he saw Chang-Chi standing 2 meters away from the king of all, with his hands behind his back, smiling. He probably didn't hear me talking to myself, did he? The king of all had a series of thoughts in his mind, and judging from his expression, he didn't hear it. No. Since this guy has already come in, why should I be afraid of him? And he is really arrogant, just coming in alone, without a starship. The only variable is gone. The king of all glanced around without leaving a trace, and found that his subordinates, who shared the same hatred for the enemy, had perfectly hidden all kinds of killing moves. Snap. Chang-Chi approached and put his palm on the king of all's shoulder, like two good brothers, walking side by side, shoulder to shoulder. I didn't expect you to be so tall. Chang-Chi looked up. The king of all was very majestic, nearly 2 meters tall. The king of all's eyes trembled. This kid was on guard and deliberately approached me. The assassination weapons would be restricted because of this, and the controller would definitely be cautious. Haha, we are all compatriots, regardless of you or me. I have prepared what Chang-Chi wants. The king of all was like a hospitable host, and he also put his arm around Chang-Chi's shoulders and walked forward. In fact, he was thinking a lot, and his mind was spinning wildly. My dear fellow Chang-Chi, our starship control method is much more advanced than that of humans. Control, review, deployment can be completely controlled through a virtual system. But before that, You need to connect your brain waves to our system. The King of All laughed. We are all family. After connecting, your authority is the same as mine. Both are the highest level. Oh! Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. A huge group of starships, deployed through the brain. It can be imagined that the efficiency must be amazing. It is indeed very advanced. The two walked and came to an open ground. In the center of the ground in the distance, there was a circular platform full of technology, and many huge spikes shaped like signal transmitters were erected around the platform. Dear fellow Chang-Chi, next you need to step onto the platform alone to complete the brainwave docking. The King of All patted Chang-Chi on the shoulder. I really want to accompany you, but unfortunately, if too many people enter, it will affect the signal recognition. Thank you very much. Chang-Chi's eyes were fiery, and he walked onto the circular platform step by step. There was nothing within 200 meters around him. The King of All smiled secretly. You have some intelligence, but not much. If you didn't have the advantage of size, how could I be threatened by someone like you? At this moment, the King of All looked up at the sky. It was already approaching evening at local time. The sky was gradually getting darker, and the distant sunset was getting closer to the horizon. But the King of All was infinitely clear in his heart. You little bastard, you are doomed. He slightly extended his index finger with his right hand behind his back. Buzz, the platform where Chang-Chi was located was blooming with white, and the energy was surging. Between the pillars, an airtight wall was formed. Chang-Chi, I tell you the truth. You are now in my terahertz wave signal blocker. As for its effect, the King of All did not want to waste words, and stretched out the second finger of his right hand, Gray's particle confinement field. Buzz, the atmospheric pressure, which was already somewhat low, suddenly generated an invisible huge pressure out of thin air, as if a god was covering his hand. The King of All stretched out his third finger, hypernuclear sniper beam. Hundreds of thin hairs, blood-red aiming beams, shot out from an unknown place, and Chang-Chi seemed to have turned into a red laser hedgehog. It was also at this moment the king felt something was wrong. How come the sky was bright again? A second later, the king saw a scene that shocked him so much that his whole body trembled. The king quickly withdrew all the fingers of his right hand behind his back and clenched it into a fist. Sorry, I spoke a little loudly just now. The king's face turned pale rapidly, as if he was painted with a layer of white paint, and he smiled with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Haha, my dear fellow Chang-Chi, what do you think of these equipment? The mighty sound waves that shook the entire planet slowly came. I don't think it's very good. Chapter 318. Well, just now, it was just some immature demonstrations. I'm going to give you all these equipment. Then I can barely accept it. The corners of the king's mouth and eyes twitched, looking up at the huge star outside the atmosphere. That's Chang-Chi's pupil. I don't know what kind of invisible equipment this kid used before, hiding outside the king's star, secretly observing. Of course, I have to admit that this scene is more like a supreme cosmic god, looking down at the dust in front of him. Tick-tock. A drop of cold sweat slowly dripped onto the ground from the king's forehead. Gulp. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fortunately, he didn't open fire just now. You are outside. The king turned his head inch by inch and looked at Chang-Chi in the brain-nerve connection platform. Then, what is it? It is a slime mold puppet made by me using the biological puppet maker. It is connected through the biological nervous system and can execute my orders one-to-one. Chang-Chi's body roared in space. King, you are not that stupid. You don't think that I will use my real body to enter your society in person, right? How could that be? The King of All laughed as his mouth twitched. If that happens, it would be a disgrace to your status. Oh, I thought you had prepared all kinds of assassination weapons, and planned to shoot arrows at me after I entered, and remove this thorn in my flesh. The King of All's facial features trembled like strings, playing a song called Awkward. Chang-Chi curled his lips. If that happens, I will be very sad, and when I am sad, I like to run, and run crazily in the open space. Hee. Fellow Chang-Chi is really humorous. What are you running for? The King of All blushed. Life is like a play. He waved his hand in a heroic manner. Come, take a look at the fleet I prepared for you, haha. 30 minutes later. Chang-Chi stood beside the King of All, looking up at the sparse starships in the sky. You are such a big king of the universe, but you only have 952 combat starships in total, and the weapon systems of these starships are not as advanced as I imagined? Based on the obedient cooperation of the Omni King, Chang-Chi has accessed the Omni King's starship control system, and the starship reserves of the advanced people are clearly visible. The Omni King cannot hide anything, and the interstellar armed forces of the Omni King can be said to be extremely weak, even worse than a large star field of human civilization. Why make so many weapons if there is no enemy? The Oni King has no temper at all, and knows it well. Light years, Chang-Chi is looking down at himself in outer space. We have almost explored our own universe. There is no other life here except humans. Chang-Chi was stunned. You don't have any alien races here? The King of All shook his head. Chang-Chi was stern. The subsequent cause and effect of superior people and ordinary people are different. The King of All said, we use more of our power and technology to build transport ships, mining ships, and other equipment, obtain interstellar energy, and optimize internally. This is our development strategy. Chang-Chi was a little disappointed. I thought I could get a large fleet from you. Now these few starships are not enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Wait a minute. Do you have any obsolete combat starships? Chang-Chi suddenly thought of something. In the earliest days, when you were not sure whether there were other alien life forms in the universe, you should have stored a large amount of combat power. What about the starships from that period? Those things? They were treated as garbage and thrown into the starship cemetery. The King of All looked disgusted. They are not even worth remelting. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. How many starships are there in the starship cemetery? Who has time to count the amount of garbage? The king frowned and thought, counting all kinds of large and small attack starships, unmanned vehicles, repair ships, medical ships, and the like, there should be hundreds of millions of ships? How many? 500 million? Or 600 million? How can you build so many combat starships? We have a lot of resources, and the resources of the entire universe are countless, but then again, those starships are now garbage, almost unable to start, and many have been corroded and damaged by time. Chang-Chi's eyes suddenly lit up. I just like garbage. Higher universe, starship graveyard. This is a vast space with no celestial bodies nearby. The so-called obsolete starships actually sail here, shut down their engines, and evacuate the personnel. Those starships that are in good condition and have slightly surpassed the technological level of ordinary humans have ended their missions here and become garbage. Higher people are really willful because they have minds at home and money. Chang-Chi stood in the mobile palace of the King of All, staring at the scene in front of him. Space fortresses, main battle starships, frigates, light reconnaissance ships, repair ships, and many other types of starships that Chang-Chi could not distinguish. They were dim and crookedly floating in the deep space. Looking at the overall situation, they were like grains of sand, and this place was like a metal desert, stretching as far as the eye could see. Chang-Chi's ears seemed to ring with the sound of sobbing wind. These starships were also crying. They should not have ended up like this. As the saying goes, when the rabbit dies, the dog is cooked, and when the bird is dead, the bough is put away. The higher beings found that there were no enemies in the universe, so these starships were wasted, which was a pity. Dear fellow Chang-Chi, you want these things? This is garbage? Your tricks are not as good as these garbage. The King of All blushed. Chang-Chi, if you say that, then I can only praise you for being thrifty. How could the King of All understand what value these obsolete starships had in Chang-Chi's eyes? After a simple visual inspection, Chang-Chi came to two conclusions. First, there are countless types of starships. Second, there are countless number of starships of the same type. King of All, go back by yourself. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. I want to stay here and do some repairs on these starships. Repair? King of All couldn't understand it. How could he repair them by himself without any tools? But then again, what kind of taste does this kid have? After going around for so long, he just picked a bunch of garbage. The King of All was eager to see this result, and was eager to appease this great demon king of light years with the least cost. In other words, Chang-Chi was a man of unpredictable means and strong strategies. He had just exposed his own methods, but he still left himself a way out. This kind of person is actually the most difficult to mess with. If you can get away with it, it will be good for you, me, and everyone, but if you really make him angry, the consequences will be unimaginable. The King of All made a decision secretly. Anyway, this kid's requirements are not high, so I just need to cooperate honestly in the future. At this time, the King of All saw an object shaped like a crystal bracelet on Chang-Chi's right wrist, which was slightly flashing with blue light. Is this your repair tool? The King of All was a little surprised. Your puppet is really advanced, and can even use tools for you. Chang-Chi smiled faintly, yes. The King of All naturally didn't understand. Slime mold puppets must not be able to use STC, and STC cannot be copied. Therefore, there is only one truth. The light years great demon king, outside is the puppet. What the Omni King thought, was not what he thought. The one who entered the society of the higher class was always Chang-Chi himself. He pretended to be his own puppet, and the Omni King was kept in the dark, knowing that killing him would be useless, so he accepted the rebel. And Chang-Chi himself can bring STC and walk around here in a carefree manner, because his plan is to synthesize his own fleet in the microscopic world, and then carry it on his body like the previous embroidery needle cannon. First, it can prevent the fleet from being too large and ostentatious. Second, there seems to be no suitable space outside for Chang-Chi to operate. Oh, fellow Omni King, all the equipment you just showed to me, please pack it for me. How do you still remember this? You are so enthusiastic. How can I not appreciate it? The Omni King felt mixed emotions and slowly left in the space palace. But behind him, Chang-Chi, who was only a light year old, clenched his hands into a ball, protecting the starship cemetery in it, blocking his sight. The king of all grinned, big means strong. In the palm of the giant, the light was dim. Chang-Chi floated in the void, his expression flickering. Here the starships were wailing, and the technology was covered in dust. Suddenly, the azure fan-shaped beam slowly lit up, like the creation of the world, at first like a firefly, and then as bright as a star. And then, Chang-Chi launched the largest and most crazy synthesis in history. Chapter 319. I am here, why did you wake me up? For the first time, Chang-Chi synthesized a single technological creation 17 times. Before, he had never obtained such a large number of identical and valuable synthetic raw materials. Never expected that after so many synthesized times, the final product would still be within the framework of level 4 civilization. Chang-Chi floated in the deep universe, staring at the technological creation in front of him, which was synthesized by 131,072 advanced human maintenance starships. It was huge and shining, and could not be understood. Perhaps it was because of the electronic resonance of silicon-based DNA. A story appeared in Chang-Chi's mind. This is a distant and unknown galaxy. A supergiant star with a radius of 100 suns, the center of which was hollowed out. It was more like a fiery yellow ring floating in the universe. It was hard to imagine that a star could remain stable and continue to shine after such carving. And in the center of this ring, there was a huge bubble floating like a soap bubble. A humanoid creature with a blue energy body and a blue four-pointed star on its forehead floated quietly in the center of the bubble. Solaris, what do you think is the meaning of becoming a god-level civilization? The blue lips of the energy body did not move, but its voice floated out. A humanoid shadow composed of flowing 01 codes appeared beside it, replying to the great star Mang, the meaning of our existence should be conquest. I used to think so too. The blue energy body shook his head, but the roads we walked on and the enemies we encountered were all destroyed by us, like a rotten wood. This does not seem to be a conquest, but a kind of. The 01 code person called Solaris projected holographic images forward from his eyes. Among them were colonized planets of other civilizations. There were corresponding civilization level judgments, level 2, level 3, level 5, and even level 8 civilization. Some of the residents on these planets were terrified, some were ferocious and angry, and some showed a calm expression. They all knew that when the legendary Solaris mechanical cube appeared, no one could survive. Then, countless dark silver metal cubes of light-year size appeared as if they had pierced through space. The unit modules of the cube rotated rapidly, and countless translucent starships covered with a layer of water vapor rushed out of the cube, like a swarm of bees leaving their nests. Then, it was destruction, indiscriminate destruction. Even if they encountered a higher-level civilization, the sub-starships could not cause any damage to it. As long as any Solaris mechanical cube charged forward, it could crash the opponent's planet into cosmic dust. The flowing 01 code said, "This is reasonable. They should pay a corresponding price for their weakness." The energy figure called Star shook his head again. What I don't understand is, we are very powerful, with supreme force and majesty. We can destroy everything within our sight, and even slightly change the rules of the universe. But why can't I control the life and death of my people? Up to now, our civilization has existed for 1.7 billion years. My father, Lurin Lingui, died of old age. My mother, Sarah Phantom Star, died of old age. My sister, Ava Star Language, died of old age. Even the most powerful warrior in the civilization, Carrick Shadow, died of old age. I am the only creature left in our civilization. Our medical technology is so advanced. Why can't we avoid this? The flowing 01 code was silent. It couldn't answer this question. I realized a truth. The blue energy body, Xingmong said slowly. The universe is balanced, and no civilization can make it collapse. This is not a rule, it is a law, an unshakable law. Our existence has made the overall entropy of the universe larger and larger, and more unbalanced. I finally understand why those weak civilizations, for some ridiculous reasons, want to kill us like moths to a flame. To a certain extent, they are passively executing the laws of the universe. They are like a balanced guardian whose role is to reduce us and suppress us. The flowing 01 code figure said, they will not succeed. The power of law will continue to grow. One day, a god-level civilization with power equal to ours will appear. Under the bombardment of technology, we will be reduced to dust. Conquest is no longer fun, and I feel deeply lonely. I decided to actively reduce the entropy I brought. Let the continuation of the universe be less troublesome. The energy creature Xingmong looked calm, and the four-pointed star on his forehead shone slowly, and the light became stronger and stronger. This is the ending I gave myself. It is perfect. The ring-shaped star began to collapse. In the center, the shape of a black hole began to appear. At the same time, Xingmong removed all his defenses, waiting to be swallowed by the black hole, waiting for the end of his life. My lord. The flowing 01 code figure, the code on his body scrolled rapidly. I am your creation, I am your slave and weapon. If you don't exist, then what is the meaning of me? Xingmong finally spoke, his lips opened and closed, like a normal communication between ordinary creatures. Without me, you will become an independent, mechanical civilization, and your civilization level will decline, and it is still far from reaching the god-level civilization. You still have some obsessions in your heart. In the future, you can explore and advance by yourself. One day, you will understand your own meaning of existence. The star collapsed. The black hole swallowed everything. The legendary, star god-level civilization came to an end. In the empty black universe, only 2 trillion Solaris mechanical cubes remained. And this artificial intelligence named Solaris, with a gloomy mood that it could not understand, led its huge, mechanical civilization to wander in the universe, looking for its own meaning of existence. Gradually, it found that it had lost its master, and was at most at the level of a 4th-level technological civilization. Those weaklings, on the road of conquest, those balanced guardians, in the master's mouth, can easily cause harm to themselves. 400 years later, its mechanical civilization only had 8 billion units left. 800 years later, only 2 billion units were left. It began to change its thinking and its personality, becoming like a mouse that cannot see the light, hiding everywhere and seeking survival everywhere. 1,200 years later, its team only had 20 million people left. It finally realized how powerful and unshakable those level 8 technological civilizations that could be easily destroyed were. 2,000 years later, its team was left with only 120 members, and they were badly damaged and running out of energy. 2,300 years later, this mechanical civilization only had the last Solaris mechanical cube. The body of the Lightyear was covered with holes of all sizes, and it was shaky and unable to maintain balance. Not a single substarship inside was left. The artificial intelligence named Solaris resides in this last Rubik's Cube. I'm sorry, Master Xingmong. I'm sorry to disappoint you. My existence even brings shame to you. I didn't find my meaning of existence, I only found my destruction. A beam of energy with a width of 20,000 light-years surged from the black sky. The last Solaris mechanical Rubik's Cube in the universe turned into dust. The code of the god-level civilization artificial intelligence Solaris was also reset to 0 at this moment. At this moment, Chang-Chi looked at the giant metal Rubik's Cube in front of him, which was about 0.5 light-years long. He was infinitely shocked. He called the name mentioned in the annotation again, Solaris. I'm here, why did you wake me up? Chapter 320. That is to say, it is a creation of the god-level civilization. It was once the sword in the hands of the king of the universe. Because it lost its master, it has weakened to the level of level 4 technological civilization. So does it have unlimited growth prospects, and does it still have the technology of the god-level civilization? My name is Chang-Chi, Chi for beggar, and I want to be your new master. No, I don't recognize you. Solaris, don't you want to find your meaning of existence? I want to, but you are weak, you can't lead me. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered, and he slowly raised his right wrist. STC may also be a creation of a god-level civilization, or perhaps its mother civilization is superior to the god-level civilization. The azure light shines slowly. It subverts human cognition and all physical rules of the universe. Similar technological creations detected, broken into original matter. Not far away, two damaged high-level strategic frigates were incredibly combined into one, forming a brand new, fearless reversal frigate, and the technology level was directly upgraded from the original 2.7 to 3.0. Chung-Chi slowly lowered his right wrist, his voice low and trembling. Solaris, am I weak? The huge metal Rubik's Cube flashed with a strange luster. Between the unitized modules, blue light was flowing rapidly, converging towards the center of the Rubik's Cube. It seemed to be thinking and searching. It found that it was incredibly reborn, but all the quantum memories were incomplete and fragmented. It searched through these fragments, trying to match the situation in front of it. Finally, a vague conclusion was reached. The other party's technology is for God-level civilization. But it is a God-level civilization that I have never seen in hundreds of millions of years of fighting in the universe. Or perhaps, the above God level mentioned by the Master really exists. In the center of the light-year cube, as if an eye opened, a light blue beam passed through millions of kilometers and landed in front of Chung-Chi. In front of Chung-Chi, in the light, there was a figure who seemed to be wrapped in 01 code ribbon, like a technological mummy, with his palms across his body and kneeling on one knee. Master. Chung-Chi smiled. From now on, we are partners, walking side by side, each pursuing our own meaning of existence. Pretending is complete. Chung-Chi turned around, his eyes twitching. Looking at the STC on his wrist, the energy is insufficient, and the remaining energy is 0.00000065%. No, dude, how can you still say that the energy is insufficient? Why didn't it show it before? No wonder your progress in fusing the fragments has been getting slower and slower recently. You should have said earlier that the energy is insufficient. Isn't your mother civilization God level? Is the built-in energy so undisabled? STC, I'm just a fragment. Chung-Chi pursed his lips. Then I just frantically synthesized 130,000 advanced civilization starships and exhausted your remaining energy. Why don't you prompt me? STC, I'm just a fragment, and the self-check system is incomplete. Okay. Chung-Chi's eyes widened. How to replenish energy. STC, I'm just a fragment, and the information is also incomplete. Okay. My path to being the protagonist is over, isn't it? STC, I will give a warning when I encounter a type of energy that can be absorbed. I am just a fragment. What else do you want from me? Okay. Chung-Chi's eyes flashed with a glimmer of collapse. STC is so powerful that the energy that can be absorbed by it must not be ordinary. It probably needs a great fortune to do so. Let's talk about the present. I just fooled the powerful Solaris. How will it end next? Also, there are hundreds of millions of advanced starships in front of me, and I have only synthesized 130,000 of them for repair. I thought it was just the beginning, but I didn't expect it to be the end. What should I do with the remaining starships? They are completely unable to start now. My lord, I know you are in a weak stage now. But the coder behind me slowly spoke. You don't have to worry about it. Looking at the problem from a long-term perspective, and even using the idea of nonlinear time to understand the problem, is the truth that the previous master taught me. Your future has no boundaries. I submit to you, regardless of the past, present, or future. The figure, who looked like a technological mummy, nodded. I will be absolutely loyal, and will always be the sharp blade in your hand. Even if you order me to chop a stone that will make me bend the blade, Solaris will go all out with a broken halberd mentality and will not look back. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly. You are indeed a creation of a god-level civilization. He subconsciously glanced at STC again. Why is the quality gap so big, STC? I'm just a fragment. My lord, the essence of Solaris Mechanical Cube is a speedy spacetime battle hub. It requires a large number of sub-starships to exert its true combat power. The coder stood beside Chung-Chi and scanned the hundreds of millions of abandoned starships in front of him. Now there is nothing inside the cube. I don't know if you allow me to collect these starships. Collect? Chung-Chi's eyes flashed. Next, can you repair them or even control them? The code figure was like a noble, making a gesture of putting his palms across his chest. Please allow me to show you my value. The dark silver Rubik's Cube, each side of which was 0.5 light-years long, suddenly glowed with silver luster. On each of its surfaces, there were at least 30 to 50 million unit modules. When the sides of the modules were opened, straight silver substantial energy emerged. These energies made several right-angle turns and changed directions, like a technological tentacle that directly grabbed all the eliminated starships scattered in the deep universe. The space in front of him was filled with brilliant silver light, as if it was ruled by some supreme rule. Hundreds of millions of eliminated starships were captured at the same time. From a distance, the silver veins were connected, like a brilliant flower blooming in the universe. The next moment, all the silver energy shrank at the same time, and Chang-Chi finally understood the meaning of those right-angle paths. Those paths had been precisely calculated, and in almost 10 seconds, all the eliminated starships were captured back to the giant Rubik's Cube without any collision. Sir, I will dismantle a small number of starships with low strategic significance and use them as raw materials to supplement other starships. At the same time, I will reduce 83398 Star God Spray for all starships to multiply their defense and mobility, and apply reduce 83398 Weapon Strengthening Field to them to multiply their attack power, and refresh reduce 83398 Calculation Program for them to strengthen their reaction speed and calculation ability. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Is this an upgrade? What does that minus 83,398 mean? Unfortunately, that means negative 83,398. The code figure bowed his head and said, it means my current level is 1/83398 of my previous level. Chang-Chi was a little stunned. This? Sir, the reason for this series of modifications is to realize the speed, time, and space combat function of Solaris Mechanical Rubik's Cube. Chang-Chi did not hide it and asked directly, what does speed spacetime mean? Sir, I have just temporarily modified 20,000 battle starships. Please allow me to show you. 20,000? It's been less than 2 minutes. You have modified so many? Sorry, sir, I am really ashamed. Chang-Chi thought of the minus 83398 just now and was stunned. At this moment, 20,000 unitized modules suddenly flashed on one side of the light-year mechanical cube. 20,000 starships, which seemed to be covered with steam and whose true appearance could not be seen at all, suddenly appeared in Shinyu. Swoosh! The main guns of 20,000 starships fired at the same time. The blue attack beams were surrounded by a mysterious silver energy like an electric snake. The 20,000 beams gathered together to form a huge beam of light with a diameter of nearly 10,000 kilometers, which suddenly shot toward Shinyu. Even the light-year puppets outside felt the heat from their palms. The palms opened a gap, and the terrifying beam, carrying huge energy, disappeared from sight. The giant Rubik's Cube flashed, and 20,000 starships suddenly disappeared and were retracted into the body. The whole process took less than 1 second. Chang-Chi was stunned. Only then did he understand the meaning of the speed spacetime combat function. There was no movement process, no deployment process, and no weapon warm-up process. Isn't this a perfect zero-frame start? Sir, after calculation, we can include 120 million sub-starships this time, and the Rubik's Cube position achievement rate is 64%. The explosive data made Chang-Chi's brain dizzy. He said with his eyes wide open, if this is the case, if I leave the Milky Way, I can smash all the obstacles. The artificial intelligence Solaris, which looked like a code mummy, still maintained a ceremonial posture with its arms across its chest. Sir, I mean no offense. In the civilization system of the universe where you are, I can't see any obstacles, because in my eyes, they are all dust. Chapter 321. A colorful butterfly fluttered and flew across the sky. Large Magellanic Cloud, Tarantula Nebula, R136A1 star field. This planet is called Bigfoot City, one of the colonized planets closest to the edge of the Milky Way. With a permanent population of 100,000, it is considered a lively existence in the sparsely populated Milky Way, roughly similar to a remote northern city during the Earth period. But because of the difference in gravity on the planet, the souls of the residents here are slightly larger than those of ordinary people. After leaving the universe of the higher beings, Chang-Chi deliberately headed towards the edge of the Milky Way, passing by here and taking a short break. Chang-Chi stood in the city. Although he had never been here before, he clearly felt that some unusual changes had occurred here. All the buildings were planted with electronic flags, and above them was a slightly rotating white vortex, which represented the panoramic view of the Milky Way, and was the symbol of the Human Galactic Alliance. The pattern on the electronic flag changed, and lines of text slogans appeared. Work together to protect our Milky Way. We will never give in, and we will never compromise with any alien creatures. One step back is the abyss. Please don't be too open-minded. My capable compatriots, human civilization needs you. Please go to the front line of the Milky Way and fight the enemy together. Chang-Chi turned around. A unique metal Rubik's Cube pendant on his chest sparkled in the sun. Not far away, a little boy of 4 or 5 years old, holding a toy laser sword, swung and slashed at the sky. My life is destined to be full of challenges. No one can stop me. I want to fight those aliens to the death. I just feel a little broken inside because I am under 18. A centenarian in an electric wheelchair lifted the dumbbells in his hand with great effort and trembled while exercising his biceps. If I hadn't been wearing an artificial prostate, I would have rushed to the front line. Hello everyone, this is the Pangaea Artificial Steak Chain Store. We now solemnly promise that all warriors who are ready to go to the front line can eat steak here for free, as long as you can show the invitation card. Hello everyone, we at Comms Energy Station will provide free energy to all starships heading to the front line. We will never break our promise even if it means losing everything, as long as you can show us your invitation card. Hello everyone, I'm still a virgin. I can get married to any man who is heading to the front line. If he dies, I'm willing to take care of the children alone, as long as you can show us your invitation card. Bang! The door of a small pink massage parlor was pushed open, and a yellow-haired young man rushed out with his pants up, turned over and jumped onto a hover motorcycle, and drove away. The disheveled technician rushed out. Hey, you haven't paid yet. The yellow-haired man who rushed out half a street turned around and said, Little sister, the Milky Way is about to be destroyed. Open up the situation. It's a mess. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered, thinking quietly. It seems that the news received by lunch is not groundless, and alien civilization is really coming. From the current situation, the number of alien civilizations is huge, and the government has no choice but to recruit soldiers from the public. And the so-called invitation card should be the qualification to participate in the war. It makes sense. Humans have lived peacefully in the Milky Way for too long. Suddenly, they learned of the existence of the enemy, and they were a little excited. It was as if some excitement suddenly appeared in the unchanging life. Let's not talk about how many of them really dare to fight fearlessly. The authorities cannot pile everyone on the front line. That would only be counterproductive, and would only make things more chaotic and full of loopholes. Invitation cards must be controlled by official organizations at all levels, and the steps should be similar: evaluation, screening, and issuance. 3, 2, 1, eggplant. Crack. On the other side, two handsome young men in light blue military uniforms were surrounded by a group of girls with hearts in their eyes. The girls cheered and took photos with the two soldiers. Brother, which fleet are you serving in? Brother, you are heroes. It is my honor to take photos with you. You will definitely return victorious. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? Brother, can I kiss you? Little brother, can you kiss me? A young man in military uniform lowered his head and looked at the child at his feet. The girls then realized that he was holding a 4 or 5-year-old child wearing a cartoon mask. The young man in military uniform smiled and said, The child's mother died early. I don't plan to start a family again. It's not good for the child's body and mind. As for my identity, I can only tell you that we are members of the Blackwater Squad. The rest involves confidentiality. The girls were even more excited. The little brother is so loyal and charming, and the name, Blackwater Squad, sounds very mysterious. The young man in military uniform said warmly, We can leave each other contact information, and you can talk to me when you are confused. Oh, that's great. The girls cheered. I am always confused alone in the dead of night. Chang-Chi observed quietly. Two young men in military uniforms, leading a child. The military uniforms are not suitable. The lieutenant colonel shoulder straps are matched with the regular uniforms of ordinary soldiers, and the clothes look like they are stolen. And the 4 or 5-year-old child, his limbs are obviously thicker than those of ordinary children, and he is not naive at all. He is looking under the skirt of the little sister the whole time. Baji, Baji. An old man in a white vest and shorts came over with big strides, drove away a group of girls, and slapped the two young men in military uniforms and the 4 or 5-year-old child. 3 rebellious sons, taking advantage of the chaotic times to cheat. The old man was so angry that he trembled all over, pointing at the handsome young man in military uniform and said, What Blackwater Army? Isn't it just a handyman who handles the sewage system of the starship and uses chemicals to degrade feces? Isn't it just a manure collector? Dad. The young man in military uniform blushed. My position has a professional name. It's called the Blackwater Group, and we are also an indispensable part of the starship. Bah! Useless thing. The old man pulled off the mask of the 4 or 5-year-old child, and everyone realized that this guy was an ugly adult dwarf. Fake soldiers, shame on you. The old man looked at the panicked girls around him. These 3 guys are indeed members of the starship, but they are not soldiers, they are dung collectors. Do you like it? If you like it, add their contact information. These 3 guys are just trying to gain your respect and find a sense of existence in this difficult time. Chung-Chi shook his head secretly. There was a feeling that human nature was fully revealed in the end of the world. Chung-Chi came to the steak chain and really didn't know what artificial steak tasted like. Hey kid, do you have an invitation card? The boss lady with a fierce face and a fat body came forward. These steaks are prepared for the frontline soldiers. Chung-Chi was about to speak, but the proprietress raised her eyebrows again and said, "It seems that you don't have any, but you are full of enthusiasm. Are 2 steaks enough?" Almost at the same time, a creaking waiter robot placed 3 exquisitely arranged and fragrant steaks in front of Chung-Chi. The fat proprietress curled her lips and frowned again and said, "Forget it, I give you 3 pieces when you grow up." "Thank you." Chung-Chi smiled and looked at the steak in front of him. The color was attractive, and there was no trace of artificiality at all. There were yellow carrots and green broccoli on the side, which was very appetizing. Chung-Chi clumsily put the steak into his mouth with a fork, took a bite, and chewed it gently. Wow! It tastes terrible. At this time, the holographic screens all over the street projected the situation on the front line of the Milky Way. All eyes were attracted, some stared at the screen in a trance, and even forgot the movements of their hands. Chung-Chi also took a look. Then, in line with the principle of not wasting food, he ate all 3 artificial steaks. "Hey, brat, no need to pay." The fat proprietress stared at the holographic screen. "I know you are not a soldier, but the front line is dangerous, not a place for a little kid like you to go. Go back to where you came from. Don't dream of being a hero." Ding, pay 60 credit points. Chung-Chi used the device in his hand to scan the store's payment system and smiled. "Since there is no invitation card, of course you have to pay." Then, Chung-Chi set off, destination, the front line. Chapter 322. 6.3 million unknown starships, floating quietly at the edge of the Milky Way. They are lined up in a row, tens of millions of kilometers long. The strangely shaped sharp ships are flashing with restrained red light, which is both shocking and creepy. They never make any movements, nor do they have any signal feedback. It's like a sword hanging on the neck of all mankind. On the other side, 200,000 kilometers away, the Milky Way Human Alliance has mobilized all combat starships, a total of 30,000 formations, 3.3 million combat starships. There are also a large number of civilian armed forces gathered here, with about 800,000 combat starships of various types. Even if the technological level is not taken into account, the total number is still 2.2 million less than the other side. What exactly are they going to do? Is it possible that they have no malicious intent? In one of the Starlight-class main starships of the human race, hundreds of human high-level officials, civilian representatives, interstellar scientists, cosmic historians, and alien biological research scholars held a meeting. The heated energy drink on the table was emitting a faint steam, seemingly peaceful. But in fact, everyone had a tight bowstring in their hearts. Everyone, I apologize to everyone first. Mr. Quan Weber, the Supreme Chairman of the Human Galaxy Alliance, will be 3 hours late due to interstellar turbulence. Everyone had no objection. Quan Weber, the Supreme Chairman of the Human Galaxy Alliance, in other words, he was the highest decision-maker of mankind, a king in another sense. Through the appearance design and energy principle analysis of those alien starships, they are about 0.2 technology levels higher than humans. What is the probability that they pass by? What is the probability that they invade? Is it possible that they will just quietly hover there, and then scan for a while, and when they have collected enough information, they will leave? Perhaps they are judging our attributes, judging whether we are malicious or kind, and once they find that we are not aggressive, they will also communicate with us in a kind way. Don't fool yourself, they must have consumed a lot of energy, and even suffered losses in their fleet when they passed through the edge of the Milky Way, so it is impossible that they have no purpose. I advocate that we deploy weapon systems in advance and preheat weapons in advance. Only by taking the lead can we have a chance of winning. Nonsense, you are just like setting off a bomb in your own room, and you don't know the power of this bomb. Now there are quite a few civilian combat forces, including some with special abilities and high genes. We can ask them to approach those starships, make some observations, or even sneak into those alien starships. What if we rashly observe and anger those alien life forms? To be honest, although we have gathered a lot of civilian forces, in the final analysis, we have only increased the momentum a little bit. I also have a terrible speculation. We have judged those alien starships based on our own cognition, but what if the other party's technological level is no longer within our cognitive system? Their technological level is much higher than our evaluation results. If they want, they can even kill us in one shot. We must develop a risk-free plan. But how should we do it? The scene fell into silence. Lu Linghu, the second commander of the Human Alliance, sighed slowly. There is only one reason why there is such a complicated discussion that will never have a result. Humans are too weak. If they are strong enough, they can directly use tough means to attack, expel, or destroy this foreign civilization that invades their homeland, and naturally everything will be calm. In other words, if you are strong enough, you can destroy all the harassment from the petty forces with the force of thunder, thus showing your majesty. Now you are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, and you can't move or stay still. At this moment, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the conference room. Everyone was shocked and their faces turned pale. Alien life attacked, but the next moment, they found an extremely angry scene. A small starship, like an ignorant child, left the human fleet and sailed alone to the vacuum zone in the middle of the two armies with an extremely weak light. Who is that? He is not our official fleet. That is a civilian starship. Does he have an invitation card? Report, this junk starship appeared in the fleet at some point, and there is no record of being invited. Say it again, what kind of starship is that? Report to the commander, it is a garbage recycling starship. Nonsense, who is this hot-blooded guy? He wants to start an interstellar war. Quickly find a way to stop him. The garbage starship has sailed to the front of the alien civilization fleet, hovering, and the hatch opened. A human figure walked out slowly on the ice-blue force field. There are also many familiar faces in the human camp. Folk strange people, Lu Lian, Mukin, and members of the Mo family who came to donate supplies. And Xing Hao, Li Bolong, Fan Tianmin and others from the Temple of the Gods, and a man with a peaked cap and scars on his face standing at the back of the crowd. And Hua Kunlun standing in the main starship. That sister sat in her steakhouse, eyes wide open. This guy ate 2 of my steaks before. The 3 Blackwater workers, on the bottom deck of a human starship, wearing work clothes and gas masks, staring at the holographic screen. I seem to have seen him in Bigfoot City. But there was a figure standing in the deep space, with a blue scavenger's cloak floating silently. He slowly touched a small metal cube on his chest, and a faint light flashed. Buzz, everyone felt their eardrums tremble. On the right side of the battlefield, a giant Rubik's Cube that could not be understood, identified, and whose edges could not be seen at such a distance appeared as if it had pierced through space. The figure standing in the air slowly spoke. There's nothing to worry about. Whoosh! 10 million starships that seemed to be covered with water vapor, and whose true faces could not be seen at all suddenly appeared, like a sky full of stars, filling the starry sky. There was no pause for a millisecond. 10 million attack beams wrapped in blue energy were suddenly launched, like countless silver threads suddenly appearing, shooting at 6.3 million alien starships. The next second, all the alien starships were penetrated and violent explosions occurred. One shot hit the soul. Everyone stared with wide eyes and fell into a daze. But it was not over yet. The huge and boundless mechanical Rubik's Cube suddenly released a silver shock wave, which crossed 1,000,000 kilometers in an instant, like a mighty divine power, passing through the edge of the Milky Way. And that direction was exactly the back of 6.3 million alien starships. A sound like space shattering was heard. A black and red energy shield of 20 million kilometers flashed and emerged, and then shattered in an instant. At least tens of millions of black and red alien star-destroying cannons were revealed, gathering energy. Swoosh! The vast mechanical cube shone, and 20 million mysterious starships covered with water vapor appeared again in the universe. If there was a clock in the world that everyone could see, they would find that before the second hand even completed a beat, tens of millions of alien cannons were hit by countless beams and turned into dust. The blazing light flashed again, and everyone's eyes turned white. 30 million mysterious starships suddenly disappeared, and the vast mechanical cube seemed to have never existed. In the deep space ahead, only the figure of the young man in the blue cloak stood quietly. Everyone's face turned pale, and sweat poured down like rain in an instant. If you are strong enough, all the harassment from the petty forces can be destroyed with the force of thunder, thus showing your majesty. Chapter 323. His name is Chung Chi. He is a human like us. In the starship that gathered civilian forces, a voice sounded from the back of the crowd. All the strange people and things subconsciously accepted this message, their eyes widened a little, looking at the rather tiny figure in the starry sky. How could a human have such technology? Every step he took seemed incomprehensible. His name is Chang-Chi. Born on the garbage Earth, he is a scavenger. Inside the main starship of the Galaxy Alliance, Hua Kunlun spoke slowly, his voice echoing in the quiet hall and drifting into the ears of all the senior officials. At the same time, he is also a genius mechanic who is far beyond our understanding. He is very optimistic. Hua Kunlun didn't know what he recalled, and added another sentence. The military leaders present turned their heads and looked at Hua Kunlun's revolutionary upgraded cybernetics. Only then did they realize it, and their heads banged. An old man opened his eyes and said, "Such existence has already appeared in human civilization, so are we too conservative in our assessment of our own technological level?" Hua Kunlun shook his head. Humans are humans, Chang-Chi is Chang-Chi, and sooner or later, he will leave the Milky Way. The second commander Lu Linghu said with twinkling eyes, "Chang-Chi, right? He detected those starships a long time ago, and found that they had hidden countless star destroyers, so he killed them decisively. If we delay any longer, then the consequences." A layer of cold sweat oozed from everyone's forehead. "Look!" For some reason, Chang-Chi left behind an alien starship. Everyone stared at the monitoring screen and found that in the starry sky, among the countless wreckage of alien starships, there was a complete, undamaged black and red starship floating silently. According to the level of technology that Chang-Chi had shown before, this could not be an omission, it must be his deliberate retention. Report? Perhaps because the fleet was destroyed, the shielding method failed. A monitor's voice came. There are obvious signs of life in that alien starship. The pupils of everyone present shrank at the same time. Chang-Chi wants to see the true face of those aliens with his own eyes. At this moment, all the personnel suddenly tensed up and swallowed saliva with trembling throats. But in the starry sky, Chang-Chi was walking slowly, and the garbage recycling starship that looked ordinary but no one dared to underestimate at this time was following him quietly. He still has tens of thousands of kilometers ahead. Is he a little too calm? How long will this spacewalk end? Ignorance is not a sin. The voice fell. Chang-Chi activated the interstellar gravity control function of the newly acquired Pioneer gravity weapon system top and pants. The main purpose of this function is individual spacewalk. In front of Chang-Chi, a thin ice blue light suddenly appeared, starting from the chest, and the other end fell on the only alien starship. Whoosh! Chang-Chi did not even leave a residual image, as if he had turned into an ice blue particle visible to the naked eye, along the straight light, instantly passed through a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers, and appeared in front of the starship. The brains of the crowd of onlookers went blank, and their expressions froze again. A slight sound of crystals colliding, like wind chimes, was heard. Chang-Chi stood in front of the strangely shaped alien starship, and his pupils changed magically. A layer of colorful crystals gradually appeared around the golden pupils that looked like the sun. The people on the human starship magnified the visual image thousands of times. Chang-Chi had his back to them, but they saw Chang-Chi's strange pupils from the reflection of the alien starship. Is he not an ordinary gene? But what is his gene level? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. No one had ever seen such a strange gene appearance, and their brains were blank again. Chang-Chi was testing. Can his silicon-based electronic resonance be connected to alien technology? Swish! The hatch of the strange starship in front of him opened smoothly. The technological level of this alien civilization is not difficult to imagine. It seems that as long as the intelligent system was silicon, as the core can resonate with silicon-based DNA. Click! Click! Many twisted bugs suddenly fell from the gap of the hatch, like pure black millipedes. They struggled on the ground for a moment, and then died. Slurp! The sleeping Type 1 biochemical armor murmured like a dream. I wonder if it sensed anything. Chang-Chi walked in the starship. There was no clear light source in the starship. The lighting was all based on the lines on the wall that released dark red light, as if everything was immersed in blood. Click! Click! Black millipedes kept falling from various gaps to the ground, and then twisted and died at Chang-Chi's feet. This place is eerie and strange. I walked all the way to a part similar to the bridge, and saw a figure standing in the hazy space. It was about 2 meters long, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, like an upright coffin. Chang-Chi squinted his eyes, and approached the figure. He found that it was a backboard made of unknown metal. It seemed that there was some creature hiding behind the backboard. I want to see what you are. Chang-Chi raised his hand, and turned the backboard violently, and then his pupils shrank violently. But behind the backboard, there was a human man tied up, about 40 years old, with golden hair, and his body was covered with asphalt-like mucus, sticking to the metal backboard, unable to move. Human? Chang-Chi looked at the man. His facial features were very familiar, and his appearance was very similar to the Omni King in the universe of the higher humans. And the existence of the Omni King actually corresponds to the time point 1,400 years later in human history. Chang-Chi had a guess. He then connected to the public communication channel of the Human Interstellar Alliance warship and sent the photo of the man in front of him. Who is he? In the main human starship, there was a cry of surprise. The second General Lu Ling, who was even more shocked. Chairman Quan Weber? Chairman Quan Weber, who was late due to turbulence. He was kidnapped by alien life? Chang-Chi suddenly realized. No wonder this man looks similar to the Quan King. If the cause and effect continue, then among his descendants, there should be a ruler called the Quan King. Of course, this is an answer based on dislocation and inference. I didn't expect that humans have entered the era of the universe, but are still secretly implementing the hereditary system. At this moment, Quan Weber, who was fixed on the backboard, suddenly looked at Chang-Chi with a gloomy and weird smile. Chang-Chi instantly raised his hand and pinched his chin. Snap! His jawbone was dislocated, and several black millipedes fell from his mouth to the ground, twisted and rolled on the ground, and then died. His weird smile just now was caused by the millipedes in his mouth. But the mighty-looking man was extremely scared and said in a crying voice, I was on the way to the front line, and was suddenly kidnapped by alien creatures. When I woke up, I appeared here. They wanted me to be a hostage. They are so terrible. Chang-Chi looked calm. They no longer exist. Chapter 324. All Weber was picked up by the human starship and returned to the main starship. Chang-Chi watched from afar with the garbage recycling starship on his back. Many human leaders hesitated and wanted to communicate with Chang-Chi and try to establish friendly relations, but Chang-Chi had a blank expression on his face. Combined with the incomprehensible strength he had shown before, he created a feeling of being kept away from people. The human leaders finally suppressed the impulse in their hearts. Chang-Chi turned around and looked at the edge of the Milky Way. He wondered in his heart whether this barrier was similar to the universe of higher humans. Was this mechanism, protection, or imprisonment? At this moment, the control panel of the Spirit Starship was all red. Crisis alert. In a millisecond, the Spirit Starship automatically activated brain nerve defense position, and at the same time, the ship body quickly turned to the right, and a thick energy beam brushed the ship body, sweeping across the starry sky with super high temperature. Chang-Chi also moved at high speed during this process, avoiding the beam attack, then frowned and slowly turned around. The Spirit Starship also turned around inch by inch, pointing to the direction behind. But in the Human Galactic Alliance fleet, a giant Star Destroyer cannon, the residual heat of the muzzle has not yet dissipated, a red color, emitting green smoke. Chang-Chi stared at the human front, turned on the public broadcast channel, and said word by word, You dare to attack me? There was a chaos in the public channel. The voice of the second General Lu Ling who came, Chang-Chi, don't get me wrong. Chairman Quan Weber behaved abnormally after returning to the starship. He was suspected of being parasitized by alien creatures. He activated the highest authority and attacked you. We have no right to stop. At the same time, Lu Ling, who drove the Tiger Zune space mecha and drove quickly towards Chang-Chi's location. The armor covering the chest of the Tiger opened, revealing the driver's observation window. Lu Ling, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looking anxious. Chang-Chi, are you okay? Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Parasitism? At this moment, the tiger suddenly raised its front paws, and the sharp tiger claws, which were more than 10 meters long, suddenly chopped down at Chang-Chi's body. The attack was unexpected, but in Chang-Chi's eyes, it was an extremely slow existence. With the help of the gravity field released by the equipment, Chang-Chi moved at high speed. His body drew a zigzag route, and instantly came to the outside of Lu Linghu's cockpit. He raised his elbow, and his arm instantly completed the silicon-based transformation, and the sharp crystal spikes extended out. With just one elbow strike, he could shatter the observation window of the tiger, and kill the driver Lu Linghu. But Chang-Chi paused slightly. Lu Linghu seemed to no longer be himself. His entire eyes, pupils, and whites of the eyes could no longer be distinguished, had completely turned into a strange dark red. He gritted his teeth, drooled, and his facial muscles trembled. He hesitated for only half a second. Something suddenly approached the right side of Chang-Chi's body rapidly, and with a loud bang, it hit Chang-Chi's body, and he turned backwards in space. Before Chang-Chi could stabilize his body, a silver alloy dagger appeared in front of his neck and cut his throat with lightning. This level of attack could not hurt Chang-Chi, But Chang-Chi was very surprised. What creature had such speed? He stretched out his siliconized palm and crushed the dagger in front of his neck. He then turned around suddenly and grabbed the neck of the creature behind him. At this moment, Chang-Chi paused again. Behind him was a human wearing a baseball cap, with scars all over his face and an oxygen mask. The pair of silver running shoes on his feet provided him with the ability to run in a vacuum environment. Team White? Chang-Chi's pupils shrank sharply, and at the same time, he felt a fierce attack coming from behind. He had no choice but to turn around and punch out, and the second high-speed figure was knocked away by his punch. And this figure was Xing Hao from the Palace of the Gods, the dumb uncle who once made delicious pancakes for Chang-Chi. At this moment, Bai Xian and Xing Hao both had dark red eyes, and they were no longer themselves. He seemed to have only one thought, which was to kill Chang-Chi. At the same time, hundreds of star destroyers of the Human Galaxy Alliance were preheated, and thousands of arrows were fired at Chang-Chi. At the critical moment, Chang-Chi entered the spirit-style starship and activated the fourth wall, state, and countless attack beams penetrated through. Inside the bridge, Chang-Chi was stunned, looking at the Tiger Lord floating in front of him. A small part of its body was burned by the beam, charred and melted, but the pilot Lu Ling who still had red eyes, searching for Chang-Chi's figure. Bai Xian and Xing Hao were not affected, and they kept turning their heads to look for Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi's pupils shrank. Staring at Bai Xian, he recalled his words in his mind. If there is a war, I will return when called, and I will win the war. He came back when humanity was in danger. But he seemed to no longer be the former white team. TSK, 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 TSK. Chang-Chi frowned and found that a black millipede had appeared on the floor of the spirit starship at some point. The Type 1 biochemical armor wrapped around Chang-Chi's palm, and he grabbed the disgusting bug on the ground. It was also at this time that a large number of black millipedes emerged from various gaps. These bugs rolled and twisted, and gradually gathered together, entangled and grasped each other, and combined into a humanoid creature about 1 meter long. This creature also has human-like facial features, but both its eyes and mouth are made up of crawling black millipedes. Its lips opened and closed, revealing more millipedes entwined and crawling in its throat, making a gurgling sound. But it was obviously intelligent, and it quickly simulated human language. Don't kill me, my civilization is just parasitized. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Suddenly he understood. No wonder there were no obvious alien creatures in the alien starship before, only many struggling millipedes. It turned out that the alien pilot of the starship had disintegrated. It was also at this time Chang-Chi understood that the real invader had been hiding in the darkness and was some kind of alien parasite. My civilization was forced to burn resources and come here. The millipede was trembling. We are just a transportation tool. Chang-Chi's pupil shrank into a black dot. Then what are they? Butterflies. Colorful butterflies. The millipede's eyeball, which was also made up of a millipede, was shaking violently. They have a natural space concealment effect. They entered human civilization a long time ago, and the reason why we are silently arrayed here is to attract human elites. At this moment, in the Human Alliance starship, from nowhere, countless gorgeous butterflies with colorful wings suddenly appeared. Everyone was attracted by this strange phenomenon and stared blankly at the sky. Suddenly, the tiny butterflies let out a sharp and piercing scream from their mouth parts. They suddenly pounced on the human eyeballs, their sharp feet, with some strange properties. Waves of red ripples spread, the human pupils seemed to be torn open, and the butterflies twisted their bodies and actually drilled into the human eyeballs. Countless humans fell down, like wheat being cut. But a few seconds later, they stood up again. Their faces were normal, but their eyes were bloodshot, and it was hard to tell the pupils from the whites of their eyes. All the high-level members of the Human Galaxy Alliance, all kinds of human elites, including but not limited to the members of the Palace of the Gods, Lu Lian, Mukin, and the representatives of the Mo family, all had bloodshot eyes, staring at the direction where Chang-Chi disappeared. Their way of invasion is parasitism. The millipedes were still trembling. First, they start with the managers, scientists, and elites in other civilizations, and then slowly occupy the entire civilization. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. What do they want? The millipede said, they want light. At this moment, in the human group, many people stared at the lighting equipment in front of them with a look of dementia. Then, as if they could not control their desires, they hugged the equipment in front of them, such as light bulbs or instrument indicator lights, with an impatient look, and even stretched out their tongues to lick the light source back and forth, just like a heavy drug addict who saw drugs. In the spirit starship, The millipede was filled with fear. There is no light in their galaxy, so they started to invade continuously. Chang-Chi clenched his fist. What will happen if I take those things out of the parasite? They will die. The millipede's body trembled even more. They will die on the spot. At this time, the low and hoarse voice of Quan Weber came from the public broadcasting system. Chang-Chi? We are called Ghoul Civilization. Unexpectedly, among humans, who are lower creatures, there are still people like you. You are too powerful. But unfortunately, your civilization no longer belongs to you. Want to destroy us? We really can't compete. But the interesting thing is that we can perish with all your compatriots, all your relatives and friends, brothers and sisters. Chapter 325. We die together. So what if you're powerful? Are you going to destroy us at the cost of sacrificing all our compatriots? For example, I seem to be your king, haha. With red eyes, Quan Weber opened his arms and laughed wildly. Is this a very difficult decision? I do have a suggestion. You might as well leave. Beep, 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 beep. Quan Weber suddenly frowned and found that many sesame-sized red dots appeared on his body, flashing rapidly. He squinted and saw that they were sophisticated micro-devices. Chang-Chi frowned. Half of his face was in shadow. That's the assassination device I just got from another universe. It's called Bloody Red Dot. It's a miniature bomb. Boom! A violent explosion occurred on Quan Weber's body, and the whole person rolled out. In the pool of blood, he stood up tremblingly. His right arm and half of his shoulder turned into meat paste, his face twitched, cold sweat ran down, and he gritted his teeth. Chang-Chi did not detonate all the bombs on Quan Weber's body, leaving him alive. Before, when Chang-Chi found the kidnapped Quan Weber in the alien starship, he left some tricks, laid many bloody red dots, and called in many thousand-eyed flies to follow secretly. And the bloody red dots were naturally the assassination package of Chang-Chi from the Superior Universe King. At that time, Chang-Chi was not sure whether the aliens had done something to Quan Weber, nor was he sure whether he was Quan Weber himself. Now the truth has surfaced, he is Quan Weber, but not completely. Blowing off the arm was to fight back against Ghoul Civilization, and his life was left to Quan Weber. Quan Weber was right. Chang-Chi was really having a hard time making a decision. The tiny sky-eye fly was either lying on the ceiling of the main starship or flying silently inside. Its countless compound eyes transmitted the images to Chang-Chi in real time. Those humans parasitized by the Ghoul Civilization were in a state of madness. The operator lay on the instrument panel, rubbing his cheek against the light source on the instrument panel, with an obsessed look on his face. Someone turned on the light next to him, staring at the light source, and kept turning up the brightness with one hand. When the brightness reached a certain level, he could no longer control himself, opened his mouth to swallow the light bulb, spit it out, licked it, and swallowed it again. Many female parasites twisted their bodies under the huge ceiling lights, caressing their bodies with their hands, with confused expressions and moaning. Some parasites came to the engine compartment of the starship and were attracted by the strong light released from the engine observation window. They lay on the glass with crazy expressions. You can clearly see in their pupils that there is a hideous and twisted butterfly body, like a caterpillar with legs, opening its disgusting mouthparts and screaming excitedly. You can't do anything. Quan Weber stared with red eyes, gritting his teeth. We, Ghoul Civilization, have more advanced physiological properties. Your detection equipment cannot detect us, and there will be more Ghoul Civilization arriving later. We have wisdom, patience, and plans. We want to occupy any civilization, and no one can stop us. Chang-Chi turned around and looked at the trembling millipede behind him, frowning and said, Why aren't you parasitized? The millipede's mouth is composed of 2 arch millipedes. I was parasitized, but then they left my body because I am an inferior person. Remember, they only parasitize on organisms with power and status. Not only am I of low status among my own people, but even the Ghoul Civilization discriminates against me. As the millipede spoke, Chang-Chi suddenly smelled an unpleasant pungent smell, which came from the millipede's body. Millipedes are insects with strong vitality. Chang-Chi once saw millipedes mutated by nuclear radiation on the garbage earth. No matter how far they evolve, their instincts will not change. As long as they are stimulated or frightened, they will release an unpleasant smell in their bodies, similar to a skunk, in order to drive away the enemy. Sorry, I can't control my instinct. The body of the millipede was still trembling. My job in the starship is the lowest-ranking Blackwater officer. Blackwater officer? Chang-Chi paused. This word has appeared several times recently. It was also at this time. A faint voice suddenly came from the communication channel of the spiritual starship. Is Master Cheng-Chi here? Cheng-Chi looked at the communication screen. Among them were two young men in dirty work clothes and an adult dwarf. They hid in a small and cramped workshop, holding communication equipment, looking nervous and speaking cautiously. We are the three brothers Zhao Guo, Zhao Pai and Zhao Shui. One of the young men, seeing Cheng-Chi's face appear in the communicator, was as if he had found a savior. We are now on the bottom deck of a main starship of the Human Alliance, surrounded by parasites, but perhaps because of great luck, we are not parasitized. Cheng-Chi remembered them. They were the three brothers who pretended to be frontline soldiers in Bigfoot City and deceived everyone's respect. They called themselves the Starship Blackwater Army. And the reason why they were not parasitized was probably not because of luck. Master Cheng-Chi, we have discovered a characteristic of these alien creatures. They like light. One of the young men turned pale with nervousness, shrank back, and hissed, "We think there is still a chance. Those butterflies don't seem to have settled down yet. If we can create a strong light source nearby, it may be possible to attract them out of the human body." Cheng-Chi tilted his head slightly. The three brothers' plan was exactly the same as what he thought. The millipede said that it was parasitized, and then the butterflies abandoned it, which means that if the butterflies are willing to leave the host can still survive. And through observation, Cheng-Chi came to a wonderful understanding. The Creator created all things, and it seems that there is a specific template, even the entire universe. For example, the millipede, like the insect millipede on Earth, will release a pungent smell when stimulated. And those butterflies also have a tendency to move towards light, which is their motivation for coming here in their instinct. An instinct is something that is difficult to actively restrain. Now, to realize this plan, Cheng-Chi needs a strong enough light source. Master Cheng-Chi, we three brothers are dumb collectors. The young Zhao Pai said with red eyes. We also wanted to become real soldiers, but my naughty father had a criminal record, so we were deprived of the qualification to join the army. Another healthy young man Zhao Shui said, that is your dream, my dream is to be a poet. Adult dwarf Zhao Guo said, my dream is to be a male model. Zhao Pai pursed his lips. Anyway, we just want to gain respect from others. This is an instinct. Everyone's dream deserves respect. Cheng-Chi looked up. So what are your plans? We are going to detonate the nuclear engine of the starship under our feet to act as a light source. Zhao Pai smiled calmly. As for the rest, leave it to the great god Cheng-Chi. Chapter 326. Life tramples me underfoot, but it doesn't know that I am a small grass that can't be crushed. I struggle in the quagmire of life, and every inch of my skin is covered with the sand of suffering, but my soul has never bowed forward. I want to straighten my spine and move towards the unreachable stars. Because I believe that as long as I burn myself, I will attract starlight. When the starlight shines on me, people will definitely look at me with respect. Give the starlight, and also the light in my heart. The three brothers rushed into the starship engine room. Zhao Shui, who dreams of becoming a poet, recited his own works while wrestling with the parasitic mechanic, and the dwarf Zhao Guo also jumped more than a person high and rode on a security guard. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhao Pai rushed to the engine control room, opened the circuit panel, and began to tamper with the circuits. The three brothers had resolute eyes, without sadness and fear. Perhaps they were as humble as dirt, and perhaps no one would remember their sacrifice, but they did not look back, because at this moment, they found their own value. In Bigfoot City, the father of the three brothers, the old man in a vest and shorts, curled up under his bed, shivering. Outside were all parasites with red eyes. He felt lucky to have escaped. But he was lying under the bed, staring at the virtual screen in the distance, which was a live broadcast of the front line. He also knew the situation of humans. The old man's pupils trembled, and some tears appeared. My three silly boys, you must protect yourselves. Three idiots. With bloodshot eyes, Quan Weber looked at the main starship that had an abnormal situation and turned on the radio channel where Cheng-Chi was. Do you think we didn't notice their behavior? Do you think we are irrational for the sake of light? I didn't stop them because I like this kind of self-righteous destruction. Goodbye, this world. Zhao Pai, who was tampering with the engine circuit, suddenly connected the two broken circuits together. Amidst the flashing lightning, he slowly closed his eyes. Engine system short circuit detected. Repairing. Repair completed. Zhao Pai, who was tampering with the engine circuit, suddenly had a shudder. I seem to have overestimated myself. I don't know how to detonate the engine. I can only dig manure. Thanks, brothers. Cheng-Chi's voice came. While you attract the enemy's attention, I am ready. Zhao Pai was stunned and looked at Shin Yu in front of him through the small observation window. But he saw Chang-Chi standing alone in the deep space, and behind him, a light-year-old behemoth appeared at some point. It was a white metal device with a small tip and a huge tail, like a big white trumpet. If you look closely, it is more like a magnifying glass, an extremely huge magnifying glass. It is hard to imagine who has so much free time and materials to build such a magnifying glass that has no use scenario. This is the sugar residue in the universe of advanced people. The superdistance visual probe built by the advanced civilization in 530 years. According to the proportion of the universe of advanced people, this thing can magnify the visual angle by 10 to the 20th to 30th power. Chang-Chi, in line with the principle of I don't know what it is for, but I can't waste it, took the sugar residue with him before leaving. At this time, Chang-Chi was playing with a rusty metal lighter, which he had been carrying with him since he was on the garbage earth. Plasma lighter. Plasma contains a large number of active substances, such as high-energy particles and free radicals. These substances can react with fuel without oxygen, thereby achieving ignition and combustion, which is a survival weapon on the garbage earth. Chang-Chi looked in the direction of the Zhao brothers, and the silicon-based gene connected to the speakers in the cabin where they were. 3. Close your eyes. Ding! Crack! The plasma lighter released a bright yellow strip of flame. At the same time, the sugar residue started, and the optical electronic amplifier in it instantly amplified the small flame by 10 to the 20th to 30th power, and released from the other end of the light scale of the sugar residue. In an instant, this universe was as bright as day. The other end of the sugar residue was hundreds of times brighter than a star viewed from a close distance. Quan Weber suddenly let out a scream. The other parasites all turned their heads and looked at the huge light. Their red eyes widened, revealing a look of dementia at first, and then everyone's expression fell into madness, as if a drowning person under the ice finally found a gap, or as if a person falling off a cliff at high speed finally grabbed a tree trunk. They approached the observation window like puppets, stretched out their fists and madly knocked on the observation window with their foreheads. The bodies of butterflies twisted hideously in their pupils. They were too eager for light, but could not get close to it. Finally, a butterfly struggled and twisted out of a human's pupil, and its curled wings spread out and flapped, as if it could ignore the physical density, penetrating the starship and flying towards the huge light. The parasite was also drained of strength at this moment, and fell to the ground with a plop. Once the leader appeared, the other butterflies could no longer suppress their desire in their hearts. They struggled out of the host's eyeballs, flapping their wings, and gathered into a colorful torrent in the universe. If we ignore their evil nature, the scene before our eyes is actually magnificent and spectacular, and can be called a wonder of the universe. Chang-Chi stood in the void, his eyes flickering. While admiring the strange scenery, he also came to a conclusion. What wisdom, patience, and planning. What attributes of higher organisms. In the end, you can't resist your instincts. What, ghoul civilization? Chang-Chi shook his head. Humans have already given you the most appropriate name, fluttering moths, a group of cosmic fluttering moths. Chapter 327. Chang-Chi raised his hand. He was about to touch the Rubik's Cube pendant on his chest. Put an end to the lives of these moths. Slurp. Slurp. The Type 1 bioarmor, which had been sleeping, suddenly let out a low roar. The simulated state on Chang-Chi's chest suddenly dissipated, revealing the big red eye of the Type 1 bioarmor, with blood vessels beating inside. Huh! The black asphalt on Chang-Chi's body surged, and suddenly stretched into a thread, supporting the big red eye to fly into the sky. The big eye soared up and finally stopped in front of the magnifying glass. Its body density became thinner and thinner, and its volume became larger and larger, as if it was expanding. The huge eyelids expanded more than 10 kilometers in an instant. Ah! The huge eyelids turned into a fawn-like mouth and began to devour the densely packed moths in the air. This scene can be said to be a joy to watch. It was like an incandescent lamp on the roadside on a summer night, surrounded by densely packed flying insects, and then a crazy and perverted Venus flytrap appeared, madly devouring all kinds of mosquitoes, happily and happily. It's refreshing and stress-relieving. Chang-Chi was a little speechless. Recalling the scene when he just got the Type 1 biochemical armor, they were originally a biological civilization, living on a distant planet, and Jalu was an ordinary member of it. At that time, it was bullied by other species, and the food in its hands was a kind of wriggling insect eggs. Does it like to eat this kind of thing? This is its instinct. No wonder it has been sleeping all the time. It should be because of lack of energy. Then today, it should be able to have a good meal. A large number of fluttering moths also flew over from the distant starry sky. Even the fluttering moths in Bigfoot City were attracted by the light, lost their minds, and rushed forward one after another, like moths to the fire. All Weber's alarmist words, ghoul civilization, did not parasitize all humans, but only reached a small group of vanguards, and at most spread to Bigfoot City. The more Sakaru ate, the more he enjoyed it, and his size began to grow rapidly. The eyelid mouth had expanded from more than 10 kilometers before to hundreds of kilometers, and the size was close to the level of 100 kilometers, but during this process, there was always a thin black asphalt underneath it, connecting Chang-Chi's body, and it was still maintaining the biological oxygen mask for Chang-Chi, and its master recognition mechanism was not affected. The colorful butterflies in the starry sky became sparse. The huge eyelids of Jalu, which were 100 kilometers in size, closed in one go, and the last few butterflies were also swallowed into the mouth. Chang-Chi clearly felt its emotions. Not full. Roar, the huge eyes, which had reached a huge volume of 100 kilometers, suddenly roared towards the starry sky behind it, as if the vibration of space caused by its power formed a deafening sound. It seems that Jalu has a new ability. The giant red eyeball narrowed slightly, and translucent red ripples spread forward like sonic weapons. An amazing scene appeared. In the distance, a colorful insect pupa, with a volume of tens of thousands of kilometers, emerged under the sweep of Jalu's energy. The nightmare of people with trypophobia. On the surface of the huge colorful insect egg, there are small colorful insect eggs the size of a palm, densely packed. They are piled up layer by layer, constantly wriggling, and the whole large insect pupa is also twisting, making people scalp numb and goosebumps all over the body. A strong sense of discomfort will emerge in the heart after taking a look. And those small insect eggs are breeding unformed butterflies, numbering in the tens of billions. Chang-Chi's pupil shrank slightly. This is the follow-up troops that Quan Weber mentioned. Roar. The Type 1 biochemical armor roared, stretched its asphalt, opened its eyelids, and pounced directly at the giant insect eggs. Puff. Crack. The scene in front of him was like a big-eyed monster eating a rotten watermelon that was 100 times bigger than itself. Every bite it took had green juice splashing out. It was such a delight to eat. It bit through the outer skin of the cocoon, revealing a giant green fatworm. It twisted its body, vibrated the space, and made a sound similar to that of a ghost baby. The protein is n times that of beef. Ah, ah. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. Respect nature, respect everything in the universe. Just eat. After confirming that there was no fluttering moth left, Chang-Chi closed the plasma lighter in his hand, and the universe returned to a hazy brightness. The pale-faced humans slowly woke up and stood up from the ground. They suddenly saw a scene in the distance. A huge eyeball of hundreds of kilometers was devouring a huge silkworm pupa of tens of thousands of kilometers. What is that? What just happened? Chang-Chi walked in the void and directly entered the main starship of mankind. Several people helped Quan Weber, whose right arm was completely blown up. At this time, the supreme leader of mankind had a pale face, and his eyes returned to black and white pupils. My arm? What happened? Quan Weber was sweating profusely again. He pinched his wound and said with difficulty, What happened just now? Chang-Chi stood quietly in front of him. I blew up your arm. You? Quan Weber's eyes widened for a moment, and then an emotion arose in his heart. If the opponent was a weak person, he would burst out with anger like a tsunami. Unfortunately, the opponent was an existence that the entire human civilization could not contend with, so his anger turned into the weakest candlelight in an instant, and then went out silently. But Quan Weber still subconsciously flashed a trace of resentment in his eyes. It doesn't matter, I believe you are fighting against the enemy. 5 blue circles flashed in Quan Weber's pupils. He was in an important position, and must have transformed himself, so he could still bear the injury on his shoulder. At this moment, the shipboard medical staff came forward and prepared to stop the bleeding for him. But Chang-Chi smiled slightly, and stopped the medical staff. He looked at Quan Weber and said, When I released the strong light just now, all the parasites looked dazed, but you screamed. Quan Weber's body shuddered. What do you mean? Let me guess, you, the highest leader of mankind, have never been parasitized from beginning to end, so the strong light is very dazzling, right? Chang-Chi smiled and said, You are in a high position, and you must have the authority to send some signals to space, so you accidentally found the group of moths. There are 2 possibilities. Either you are threatened and betrayed all mankind, or you have reached a consensus, you are the insider, and they are responsible for the invasion, parasitizing all the high-level and elites of mankind. While they can enjoy the light, you can continue to enslave the lower-level humans. As far as I know, the election of the chairman of the Galactic Alliance is coming, and you seem to have revealed some black material with serious consequences. Quan Weber's body trembled. Don't talk nonsense. Chung-Chi raised his hand and touched Quan Weber like lightning, then slowly spread his palm, with 2 red biological contact lenses on the palm. There was an uproar at the scene. Plop! The chairman of the Human Galactic Alliance knelt in front of Chung-Chi and cried, I was threatened. I had no choice but to agree to the order to gather the human elites, but in fact, I was just confused for a moment. I wanted to slowly find their weaknesses and secretly turn the tables. I had no choice. Chung-Chi, please forgive me, give me a chance. I understand. Chung-Chi nodded, I will give you a chance too. Bang! Chung-Chi suddenly raised his foot and kicked Quan Weber away. Boom! The red bomb on Quan Weber's body was instantly detonated, and he turned into a blood mist in midair. Chung-Chi's face was calm. I seized the opportunity in my next life. The whole audience was silent. But no one dared to question the boy in the blue cloak. At this moment, Chung-Chi glanced at the empty screen in the bridge, and the picture in it trembled for a moment, and the scene of the lowest cabin of another main starship appeared. 3 young men in dirty protective clothing walked with their heads down and lost. They were 2 normal-sized young men and an adult dwarf. Everyone present could clearly tell that they were 3 starship errand boys. Chung-Chi called out, General Lu Linghu? The bearded man responded subconsciously, Here. Can you do me a favor and give these 3 brothers a chance? Chung-Chi said slowly, Give them the qualification to join the army, combat or art, according to their wishes. Lu Linghu seemed to realize something. Did they make any important contributions during the time we were parasitized? They didn't do anything. But they are 10,000 times more advanced than all Webers. Chung-Chi stared at the figures of the 3 brothers. In the same desperate situation, they showed the courage that soldiers should have. At this moment, the Type 1 biochemical armor ate the huge insect pupa in space, leaving nothing behind. A roar that shook the space came. Its nearly 500-kilometer body shrank smaller and smaller. As the asphalt tightened, it crossed a long distance and easily penetrated the observation window of the main starship, causing the internal pressure to be instantly unbalanced. In a panic, the controller had to activate the isolation force field. Black asphalt filled the huge bridge, and in an instant, it completely shrank on Chung-Chi's body. At this moment, Chung-Chi's body kept changing and flashing, revealing a biological armor body with a red glow in an instant, and then changing into human clothes in an instant. Everyone present felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, as if countless ferocious beasts were staring at them in the dark. The sense of crisis in their genes was restless, and everyone was sweating coldly, and had goosebumps all over their bodies. In Chung-Chi's eyes, the armor attribute panel that only he could see emerged. Low-level Lyros beast, leapfrogging evolution completed. Current level, Wasteland Biological Civilization, Sacred Totem Sequence 2 Lyros Subgod. Chapter 328. Chung-Chi and the Type 1 biochemical armor have always had some kind of spiritual connection. This is also the reason why he can operate the armor with low latency, which is a unique advantage of the biological armor. When the biological armor was upgraded, Chung-Chi's consciousness entered an illusory space and stayed there for a short moment. This is a vast land with a few white clouds floating in the sky. The Type 1 biochemical armor stood here in its original form. Its main body is a huge eye. The surface is covered with eyelids formed by black muscles, and below it are more than a dozen huge and thick black tentacles, rooted in the ground and supporting its body. It is huge, hundreds of kilometers high, and misty white clouds slowly float in front of its pupils. It is like a god in the biological world, majestic and magnificent. Slurp. Its voice echoed in the air. Chung-Chi never knew what slurp meant. Suddenly, some images emerged in its huge eyeballs, which were its memories. On the mother planet where it was born and grew up, it was just a small creature less than 2 meters tall, humble and cowardly, at the bottom of the entire civilization. Not only it, but also its entire family, were constantly bullied by powerful creatures. They were enslaved and searched for food all day long, but they could not eat it themselves and had to hand it over. They were not only coolies, but also toys of other powerful creatures. Its father was tortured to death by other creatures, and its mother was made into an eye pendant and hung on the chest of another huge creature. It dared not to resist, and the entire tribe did not dare to resist. But on this planet, this group of seemingly immoral and somewhat barbaric creatures have a common belief. There is a god-level creature on their planet, a biological totem, which looks like a phone character, huge, with curled black patterns all over the surface and black light blooming. It is the common god of all creatures on this planet. Whenever Zayla feels hopeless about life and thinks that his future is only an endless hell, the totem in the distant sky always brings him inexplicable power, giving him the courage to live. When the totem approaches, all creatures will crawl and kneel, trembling with absolute submission and humility. Only then will other creatures stop bullying Zaylu. In fact, Zaylu has thought about it. Since gods exist, why don't they protect weak creatures? But this thought flashed through his mind. He absolutely could not question his faith or the biological gods. At this moment, Jalu felt extremely honored. It seemed to be closer to the gods. Chang-Chi stared at the huge and majestic body in front of him. Wasteland biological civilization, sacred totem sequence 2 Liros subgod. Jalu is a beast named Liros, and now it is no longer weak, the first beast under the gods. Its body is hundreds and thousands of times that of those bullies. Chang-Chi nodded and said slowly, "When I leave the Milky Way, I will take you to your home planet. At that time, you can use today's attitude to deter all villains. Whether you want revenge or want to kill, I support you." Slurp. Amidst the roar, the giant creature raised a huge tentacle like a deep-sea octopus and high-fived Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi's perspective returned to reality. Type 1 Biochemical Armor. Action Output Force 0 to 1999999 N. Stress Index 120000 MPa. Looking at a set of minimalist data in the perspective, there is no response speed, fatigue endurance, biological capture rate and other data. The current armor no longer has any delay, just like Chang-Chi's own organs, and Jalu seems to have broken through some kind of life limit. The concept of 0 to 1999999 N can basically be understood as the thrust of a large carrier rocket in the old era, although this is not a geometric conversion and cannot really achieve this scenario. But with the bonus of the armor, Chang-Chi can already punch a 200-ton object from the Earth to the Moon. The stress index is 120,000 MPa. The stress level of the concrete and steel structures of high-rise buildings is between tens of MPa and hundreds of MPa under normal circumstances. 120,000 MPa is already an astronomical figure, far exceeding the stress value of aerospace materials. Relying solely on the defensive power of the armor, the handheld weapons of human civilization can no longer cause damage to Chang-Chi, and he can even stand still and withstand some large beam weapons. As a single soldier armor, it can be summed up in 2 words: against the sky. But the above refers to the auxiliary functions of the armor. Its most powerful transformation lies in main body release, that is, Jalu's real body of hundreds of kilometers emerges and personally participates in the battle. Who would have thought that a cosmic monster was hidden in a small biological armor? By eating ghoul civilization, it also gained a function similar to mental shock, which can cause other creatures' brains to be temporarily confused and blank, directly turning them into living targets. This energy can also detect and tear apart the ecological disguises of other creatures. Chang-Chi does not understand the biodiversity of the universe. But there is a feeling that, from the perspective of biological systems alone, Jalu has already stood at the top of the food chain in the universe. The name of the equipment is still Type 1 Biochemical Armor, which actually feels like playing the pig to eat the tiger. The category is still the same, the model is still the same, but the core of it all, the beast named Jalu, has become a demigod. In the main starship of the Human Alliance, many people seem to have experienced an incredible dream. They even began to doubt the source. Did Chang-Chi really summon a light-year magic cube and destroy 6.3 million starships of alien civilization in an instant? Chang-Chi has already left the main starship and is walking in space. Solaris' mechanical magic cube appears again, blinding everyone's eyes. Then countless silver energies moved along right-angle trajectories, grabbed the wreckage of 6.2 million alien starships, and then sucked them into the Rubik's Cube. A flash of light flashed, and the giant Rubik's Cube disappeared so incredibly. Many humans looked up, stunned. These alien starships actually came from the Malu people, and their technological level was not much better than that of higher humans. But these starship wreckages were valuable raw materials, and could be recycled by Solaris. Chang-Chi left 100,000 wreckages to human civilization. By disassembling and studying them, we should be able to gain something from them compared to backward humans. Again, the same thing. Children are not that great, they just have some more or less fetters. Chapter 329. Back to the Spirit Starship. Chang-Chi began to examine the millipede, huddled in a corner of the cabin. Millipedes are arthropods, also called millipedes, usually 5 to 10 centimeters long, with black bodies and countless yellowish legs. They will curl up and emit a disgusting smell, which is very disgusting. This guy in front of him has limbs, a trunk, and a head, but no bones, no flesh, and is made up of countless millipedes. Even if it is still, the millipedes on its body are crawling in an interlaced manner. If someone is afraid of insects and suffers from trypophobia, they may die on the spot if they accidentally look at it. What is your civilization called? Translated into your language, it is Millical Civilization. Chang-Chi paused. This is really a cosmic template. Even the name is the same as what he thought. You don't have to blame yourself for destroying our fleet. The eyes of the millipede were also a shrunken millipede, spitting disgustingly. They are not good people. Even if they are not parasitized, they will invade other weak civilizations. Chang-Chi was stunned. I don't blame myself. The millipede shrank again, and the countless millipedes on his body made a friction sound. You don't want to silence me, do you? Chang-Chi smiled with an unknown meaning. I'm a little curious. How can a creature like you have vision, language system, and thinking? You don't have any organs except millipedes. What you see now is actually a group. I am not a bug, but many bugs make up me. The millipede said tremblingly. Each millipede on my body has its own brain and sensory system. These come together to form me. The movements are the result of everyone's cooperation, and the language is the vibrations produced by the friction between countless insects. Chang-Chi was amazed and his horizons were broadened. The universe is really amazing. Chang-Chi showed a little interest. What's your name? The two millipede lips of the millipede made a very anthropomorphic deep breath. My name is Mfi Karabinsterla Raffles Aluasin Ahmed. My last name is Zainab Fatima Funmaleo. Stop. Chang-Chi also pursed his lips. What kind of name is that? It's too long. I just said that I am not a person, but countless insects. Chang-Chi scratched his head. Don't you understand human language? Translate the name into human language. Coincidentally, my name can really be translated into a short D-country name. Chang-Chi paused, looking at the creature in front of him, unable to think of a name that could summarize its disgustingness. What is it? Wang Zilu. What? Wang Zilu. Chang-Chi took a while to digest it. This name perfectly combines the two extremes of greatness and vulgarity. But I don't know why. I think you are not suitable for this name. You should still call yourself that Amave Carlo Binstru. Who can remember this? Chang-Chi's eyes twitched. You can call yourself Amma from now on. Just don't kill me. You can call me anything. The millipede was a little nervous and quickly added. I have long been tired of my own civilization. You let me stay by your side. I can help you in future space travel. You know, I am a very low-ranking existence in our civilization. I am just a laborer of the Blackwater group of the starship, a dung collector. And I am the lowest-ranking one among the dung collectors. I am in poor health, often take leave, and dung less or not at all. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. The word you used? I really find it difficult to judge. Amma crawled on the ground, wanting to hug Chang-Chi's thigh, but afraid that Chang-Chi would be disgusted, he retracted his arm and said, I think that if I follow you in the future, I will definitely be able to create greater achievements. As long as you take me in, I will definitely be able to contribute to you. Keep you? Chang-Chi smiled. That depends on whether you are valuable. Respected Saguba Batunda Abdul Suleiman. Stop. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, this is our language, which means respected adults. Say the abbreviation. Okay. Respected Sigu, we Millical Civilization, creatures have a peculiar natural attribute, which is the ability to tear space. Chang-Chi opened his eyes. What? Each of our millipedes can use their mouth parts to tear open space in a small area, just like termites devouring wood, tearing open a gap in space for others to pass through. Amma raised his head slightly. This is how our fleet entered the Milky Way. Chang-Chi blinked in disbelief. Tear open space. Space is so mysterious, and you, a living organism, can bite open space? You are not lying to me here just to survive? Sigu, how could I possibly lie to you? Amma blinked his eyes. Haven't you humans come to the same conclusion long ago? Nonsense. When did humans come to such a conclusion? Hundreds of years ago. Didn't you call the space channel in the universe a wormhole? Chang-Chi looked at the creature in front of him, which was made up of countless worms, and was stunned. What the hell? Sigu, based on my observation, you should not have mastered the space jump technology yet, right? Think about it. You will enter the space travel in the future. The universe is vast. With the speed of ordinary starships, it takes several light years to reach from one planet to another. It takes you at least several decades, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years to sail. If I open a wormhole for you in front, you can take the space shortcut directly. Isn't this solving a big problem for you? The best of both worlds. The millipede became more and more confident in his own value. As far as I know, not only your Milky Way, but also the edges of many galaxies with civilizations have a layer of regional protection. This may be a restriction set by a god-level civilization to prevent unequal massacres. I can tell you responsibly that if it weren't for us, Go civilization wouldn't be able to get in. Similarly, you yourself might not be able to get into other galaxies. Chang-Chi was a little stern. The god-level civilization blocked the space, but neglected that there are still strange bugs like you in the universe. The Spirit Starship has a unique, fourth-wall navigation, technology, and the isolation between galaxies is not a problem. But if this guy in front of me really creates a wormhole out of thin air, it is definitely a very valuable tool. After all, there are no stargates outside the Milky Way. For example, the trip that I just promised to Zelu, from the current conditions, can only rely on the speed of the starship itself. Even if I spend the rest of my life, it may not be realized. Chang-Chi firmly believes that his technological level will not stop, and he will master technologies such as interstellar jumps sooner or later. But at this moment, during the gap when STC lacks energy, the existence of the millipedes is really a perfect substitute. At this moment, Chang-Chi looked at the edge of the Milky Way not far away, where the gorgeous aurora bloomed. Amma, come on, show it. Yes, Sigu. Amma disintegrated instantly, and turned into a pile of black bugs. The hatch of the Spirit Starship opened, and countless bugs flew in space and gathered in front of the starship. Chang-Chi was also a little dazed. These millipedes look the same as those on Earth, but they have actually evolved abilities beyond human cognition. They don't even need oxygen. Of course, these physiological characteristics are weak compared to biting space. Chapter 330. In the deep and silent starry sky, there are countless wonders. Nearly 10,000 cowhorn lizards are working diligently. Chang-Chi stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the side. These insects crawled back and forth in a human-shaped space, and soon found their own position. Their mouthparts were like tiny sickles, and they began to bite the void. Every time they bit, a little starlight would bloom on their mouthparts. Space is mysterious, and how many civilizations can shake it? But in front of me, there is a sense of déjà vu. A 1,000-mile dam collapsed by an ant hole. The unspeakable vastness was broken by such a tiny thing. Soon, a magical tunnel will appear here. Chang-Chi's eyes widened a little. Leaving the garbage earth, walking into the universe, and seeing all kinds of strange scenery is one of Chang-Chi's wishes. What he sees may be useful or useless, but it will be like a puzzle, piecing together a complete universe, and will gradually piece together Chang-Chi's cognition. No matter what others think, Chang-Chi thinks that this is a blessing, and it is worth enjoying. Among the densely packed millipedes, some roads are bent, and Amma's face emerges. Sigu, you need to give me a direction. Chang-Chi was stunned. Direction? East, south, west, north? No. Amma said. What kind of civilization do you want to go to? What kind of planet? What kind of humanities there are like? You can simply describe it to me. Chang-Chi suddenly realized the awesomeness of this. Is this a conceptual ability? Chang-Chi was a little stunned. I provide you with a description, and you can drill a wormhole to the corresponding location? Amma nodded. It's almost like that. We are born like this, and we ourselves don't know what's going on. Chang-Chi raised his wrist. I want to go to a place where I can replenish energy for STC. Sigu, I'm sorry, this can't be done. Amma grinned and said, I need to know what STC is, and what kind of energy can replenish it. I don't know either. I have to say that your concept level is a little bit off. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed. I want to go to a world where everyone advocates technological creation, pursues innovation, never kills each other, and technological creations are everywhere, and everyone has a wild imagination and unparalleled functions. Chang-Chi pondered. Since Amma's ability is so amazing, let's make it a little more difficult. Although it can't replenish energy for STC for the time being, it would be a great fortune if we can collect some unique, synthetic raw materials. The so-called opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, and it is also great to stock up on good stuff. Don't worry, Sigu. Please wait a moment. I dig a big one for you. Oh no! Amma grinned. I've been a Blackwater worker for too long, I'm used to it. Please wait, I will dig out a perfect world for you. Nearly 10,000 millipedes started working hard with a clear goal. It has to be said that since Chang-Chi traveled the universe, he has never encountered such incredible creatures and abilities, and he has never looked forward to something so much. Come on, millipedes. It will take a little time for Amma to gnaw out the wormhole. Chang-Chi set his sights on the edge of the Milky Way not far away. It is mysterious and deep, with gorgeous auroras blooming. In the dark, there seemed to be a clear feeling that do not approach. Chang-Chi drove the Spirit-style starship and approached the auroras. The distance to the gorgeous auroras was at least 100,000 kilometers, which should be the scope of the safe zone, but Chang-Chi suddenly heard a harsh sound in his mind, followed by a severe pain from deep in the brain. It was as if a drill was placed deep in the brain, stirring it wildly. What's going on? Chang-Chi held his forehead with his palm, and then ordered the spirit-style starship to enter the fourth wall. Ugh! The headache still exists, and it becomes more severe as time goes by. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. Can it still be affected after the fourth wall? The spirit-style starship then retreated. The severe pain in his head gradually subsided. Chang-Chi stood on the bridge and looked at the aurora in the distance. What's going on? Is the regional protection of the Milky Way so powerful, can't get out or in? Why do I still have a headache after the fourth wall? This blockade seems to act directly on human consciousness. As long as one's subjective will wants to penetrate the barrier, a physiological reaction will occur. This blockade is very tricky and incomprehensible. Chang-Chi can even feel that if he continues to walk forward, his brain will explode. This is a truth that only Chang-Chi knows, because other human starships may crash directly due to the terrifying cosmic interference before they get close to here, and they cannot reach a deeper level. Chang-Chi turned his eyes and looked at the millipedes on one side. They had already bidden out a human-shaped space, which was colorful inside. All roads lead to Rome. Look at what kind of perfect world Amma has dug for me. Chang-Chi left the spirit starship and stood at the entrance of the wormhole, staring at Amma, who had returned to human form. Amma understood instantly. Understood, I go first. Amma was in front, Chang-Chi was behind, and they stepped into the real wormhole. Chang-Chi's spirit was still a little tense, but what was refreshing was that the splitting headache did not occur. The tunnel is like a huge kaleidoscope. The wormhole is a shortcut between two spaces, and the walking distance is much shorter than the actual distance crossed. The time here is also a bit vague. Chang-Chi subjectively felt that he had walked for about 10 minutes. He took the last step, and came to a field. The wind blew the half-man-high grass, forming green waves. The air was fresh and free to breathe. Sigu, I am sure that this is outside the Milky Way. Amma's voice came, you can explore freely, I will wait for you here and maintain the wormhole at the same time. Chang-Chi did not act rashly. He turned back and stared at Amma. In fact, I have observed you for a long time. Among the tribes that make up your body, there is a special millipede. Amma was stunned. Lord Sigu is indeed very perceptive. I understand. The densely packed millipedes on Amma's chest began to roll and crawl to both sides, just like opening their hearts on a physical level. A smaller golden millipede curled up in its heart. Amma stretched out his palm made of countless millipedes, took the golden millipede, and handed it to Chang-Chi. Respected Sigu, I know that I am not enough to make you completely trust me, but time will prove everything. This is just the leader of our tribe. You can carry it with you. I like you more and more. Chang-Chi nodded and smiled, and put the golden millipede in the pocket on his chest. Watch the entrance, I will be back soon. Chapter 331. If Amma's ability is really reliable, then there should be no mutual harm in this world. Chang-Chi didn't know what galaxy or planet this was. Everything was unknown, which made people more excited. He walked on the grass and found that this was actually a towering hillside, with a cliff tens of meters high in front. But Chang-Chi did not encounter a desperate situation, but his eyes widened and saw a new world. There was a city in the distance. Immersed in the hazy blue luster, the buildings were magnificent and full of technology. The magical thing is that when Chang-Chi's eyes were fixed on a tall building in the distance, the tall building suddenly turned into a diffuse light spot and disappeared. Invisible? Chang-Chi said in awe, feeling the gaze of an outside observer like me. So he became invisible? Seamless state switching. This is just one detail. Chang-Chi made a judgment that the level of technology here is very high and is used in various aspects. In other words, there must be countless, high-quality raw materials hidden in that distant city. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Chang-Chi suddenly heard a sobbing sound not far away. It was a middle-aged man in a white coat, with a face full of despair, who wanted to jump off a cliff to commit suicide. At the same time, Chang-Chi also saw that 99% of the man's external features were the same as those of humans, except that he had two tentacles on his forehead that looked like snail tentacles, flesh-colored, with a slightly curved arc. Why did he want to commit suicide? At present, it seems that Amma's wormhole is reliable, and one of Chang-Chi's requirements is that people here will not kill each other, so there should be no obvious social contradictions. Chang-Chi approached the middle-aged alien and whispered, "Friend, can we chat?" Woo woo woo. The middle-aged man was crying and his nose was empty, My inventions are too bad. I have no face to live in this world. Chang-Chi tilted his head. Are you an inventor? I believe every creation has its use. Woo woo woo. The middle-aged alien had a big breakdown. Please don't insult me anymore. That's not what I meant. Chang-Chi slowed down his tone. Can you tell me what you invented? The middle-aged alien looked up at the blue sky, tears streaming down his face. I invented a miniature warp spear, which is only 3 meters in size. It only needs to be installed at the front of the aircraft to achieve warp movement across light years. What? Chang-Chi was a little shocked. This is exactly what the Link-style starship lacks. This is far beyond the current technological level of humans. It can be used directly without synthesis. How can this invention be called bad? Hiss. Woo. Hiss. The middle-aged alien sobbed and twisted his neck. I also invented a space folding box that can fold 10 square kilometers of space and crush all three-dimensional objects indiscriminately. They say that this has reached the category of high-dimensional weapons. Chang-Chi's eyes widened again. You have made such a thing, and you still want to commit suicide? The middle-aged alien slowly lowered his head and looked at the abyss under his feet. Yes, I shouldn't commit suicide. I shouldn't have been born into this world. My father should have put me on toilet paper and thrown me into the trash can. Not really? Chang-Chi's mouth trembled slightly. What level of civilization is this? How strong are the inventors in this world? Swoosh. The middle-aged man in the white coat jumped down directly. Not a buddy? Chang-Chi was shocked and raised his hand. The Type 1 biochemical armor extended a black tentacle, tied up the white coat in midair, and then dragged it back. It's a pity for such a talent to die like this, isn't it? Woo woo woo, hiss hiss. Why did you save me? The middle-aged alien sat on the grass, tears welling up in his eyes. He was really desperate. Chang-Chi tried his best to comfort him. Friend, I really want to know how powerful the inventors in this world are. The middle-aged alien still had tears on his face, and he raised his head and pursed his lips towards the distant city. Chang-Chi looked back and saw a huge holographic projection hundreds of meters high suddenly appeared above the technological city. KE223563 star, inventor's heavenly ranking. Perhaps because of his awe for technology, Chang-Chi felt a chill on his feet, and he felt a solemn feeling of looking up to the god of technology. Number 1 Inventor Cafe. Chang-Chi paused, feeling that he had seen this name before, but his heart was surging, and he couldn't remember it for a while. Don't look at the first place. That's a height I can never reach. The middle-aged alien was sadder than a broken heart. Look at number 23. His name is Luo Bing. It's hard to imagine how his brain grew. He actually invented navigation shoes that can get lost. Wait. Chang-Chi tilted his head. What the hell? The middle-aged alien was full of admiration. These shoes have an automatic navigation function. As long as you wear them, you will never reach your real destination and will definitely get lost. Chang-Chi's mind was confused. You are looking at number 19, Professor Watson. The middle-aged alien was fascinated. He invented the alarm clock killer. People usually set many alarm clocks before going to bed, and then this alarm clock will make an irritating sound, and then the alarm clock killer will extend a mechanical sledgehammer and violently smash all the alarm clocks, so that all other alarm clocks can no longer affect your sleep. Chang-Chi was shocked. Then why should I set the alarm? The middle-aged alien said, to set the time. Chang-Chi asked again, then why do you want to smash it? The middle-aged alien said, because it will affect sleep. Chang-Chi? My young friend, I can see that you are an alien, right? The middle-aged alien tilted his head. You may not know that K223563 is a planet that advocates invention and creation, but the premise is that the invention must be useless, and anything with any practical use will be despised. Chang-Chi opened his mouth wide. If he had a cigarette in his mouth at this time, it would definitely fall to the ground and break into pieces. Friend, take a look at number 14, Professor Lee. He invented the pet language translator, which translates dog barks into cat meows, and cat meows into pig meows. You will never understand. What a great invention. Friend, take a look at number 11. He invented a micro-tickler, only 3 centimeters long, which can reach any place that a hand can reach, and cannot reach any place that a hand cannot reach. Moreover, it needs to be preheated for 3 hours before each start-up. What a useless invention it is, and it is admired by thousands of people. Friend, take another look at number 09. Master No invented the anti-gravity hat, which has its own anti-gravity system. Once you put it on your head, it will automatically float up, and you can never put it on again. In comparison, the things I invented are all garbage. Woo woo woo, I'd better die. Chang-Chi's facial features twitched. Wait! Chang-Chi stared, and suddenly realized, friend, where is the garbage you invented? Give it to me, okay? I specialize in collecting garbage. Why would I keep that kind of thing? Of course, I destroyed the design drawings as well. And I also used the memory eraser, invented by teacher Zhao Ming. This invention is really amazing. It randomly erases the user's memory. Now I don't even remember who my mother is. Thump, thump, thump. Chang-Chi took 3 steps back, his face full of shock and his worldview collapsed. This is outrageous. At this moment, in the distance on the hillside, several figures in black coats slowly climbed up and approached. The leader was a gray-haired old man with no antennae on his head. Not good. The middle-aged alien next to Chang-Chi turned pale in an instant. That's number 1 Cafe. He is in the same invention team as me. He just came not long ago, but he is strong enough to crush everything. He is here to target me. Chang-Chi was stunned. Isn't there no killing here? Yes, the people here are all dedicated to invention and creation, and they really won't hurt each other. The middle-aged alien's lips trembled. He is here to humiliate me. But the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, Cafe, slowly came to the front, and his assistant surrounded the place. Cafe, who was at the front, had a very clear facial expression. He looked at the middle-aged man next to Chang-Chi as if he was looking at a stink bug, full of disgust, contempt, and even covered his nose with his arm, as if the person in front of him would emit a certain smell that made him feel sick. Yu Yong. Cafe stared at the middle-aged alien on the ground, and slowly read out his name. Chang-Chi just found out that this guy has such a strange name. Yu Yong. Cafe pointed at the downtrodden man on the ground, with a sarcastic face, a standard villain's mocking face. You great genius. I feel ashamed for being in the same research team with you. You actually invented a space engine and a space folding weapon? All your family members will never be able to hold their heads up because of you, you great genius. Cafe, don't go too far. Yu Yong stood up, tears in his eyes. Your insults are too harsh. How about I insult you? I insult you even harsher. You are a rare genius. Everything you invent is useful. Cafe went even further, pointing at Yu Yong's nose, his face flushed, his saliva spurting. I tell you, you can only be a genius in this life, and you will never be a waste like me. It's so ridiculous, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Cafe's assistants all laughed, pointing at Yu Yong and laughing so hard that they couldn't stand up straight. Tui! Cafe spat directly. I will curse you again. I curse that the things you invent in the future will always be useful, and can even improve the level of technology, advance to advanced civilization, and even break through the god-level civilization. Yu Yong stared with red eyes, tears forming a line. You are too vicious. Next to him stood a sculpture named Chang-Chi. The child was burned on the outside and tender on the inside by the thunder. I finally remembered the origin of the name Cafe. Chang-Chi once synthesized 2 amplifiers, obtained from the universe of advanced people, and the final product was called Volume Effect Series Microscopic World and Macroscopic World Converter. The inventor of this device, named Cafe, came from the level 4 civilization Kita civilization. He was the most notorious inventor, and was known as the most useless inventor in history. At that time, Cafe had not discovered the existence of the microcosmic universe, so this device became useless. Cafe, who had always been strong, also admitted that he was useless because of the failure of this equipment. He was useless among useless people, a top useless person, useless, useless, useless. When Chang-Chi finished reading the introduction of STC, only 2 words remained in his mind. Waste. The current situation should be that the disheartened Cafe left his own planet, but unexpectedly arrived at the KE223563 star under his feet. But he didn't expect it. 30 years in the east, a minute in the west. Cafe relied on his heaven-defying waste attribute to become the top brother here. Who are you? Cafe found Chang-Chi and bit him like a mad dog. Look at your young age, and you are hanging out with a genius like Yu Yong. Sooner or later, you will become a genius and be promoted to the god-level civilization. Pa! Chang-Chi was stunned again. You know what? This old man cursed in a very auspicious way, watching Cafe slowly walk down the hillside. Yu Yong stayed where he was and cried for his parents. Chang-Chi came back to his senses and looked at the golden millipede in his pocket. To be honest, this guy Amma really took out a big pile for me. This is not a perfect world at all. It's not that the technology tree is wrong, but the entire value system is wrong. Woo woo woo, hiss hiss. If they knew that I also invented universal energy, I'm afraid they would laugh at me for a whole year. Swoosh! Yu Yong turned around and jumped off the cliff with a crying voice. What? Chung-Chi was stunned. No, buddy, stop right there. Chapter 332. On the edge of a cliff covered with green grass. A breeze blew. Chung-Chi used the tentacles of the Type 1 biochemical armor to suspend Yi-Young in front of him, as if fishing. He spun around and sobbed. Brother Yi-Young, let me introduce myself. My name is Chung-Chi. Chung-Chi chose his words. Excuse me, is your universal energy still alive? In my warehouse? Chung-Chi's eyes lit up. Can you take me to the warehouse and give me the universal energy? That thing is a shame to you. Yi-Young did not answer, but grabbed the tentacles and wrapped them around his neck, trying to hang himself. Chung-Chi put him on the ground. Don't give up. Life should be full of optimism, maybe after persisting. Chung-Chi, since you are an alien, like Kufei, you must be very powerful. Yi-Young's eyes showed a trace of desire. This afternoon, the KE223563 star inventor list will have a new round of evaluation. Can you help me get on the list? Chung-Chi paused. This? Forget it, I knew it was too much to ask. I am a genius. How can I ask for help from others? Swoosh! Yi-Young turned his head and jumped off the cliff again. Stand there. Chung-Chi controlled the tentacles and tied Yi-Young up. Get the heavenly ranking and send me energy, but give me some time. It's really difficult. To be honest, I'm not useless. After reaching an agreement with Yi-Young, Chung-Chi and Yi-Young slowly walked into the huge city of KE223563. The weather was not good. Suddenly, it was cloudy and drizzled. Yi-Young was still feeling gloomy, because people were always pointing fingers at him, and whispering that he was a genius. Chung-Chi was also feeling gloomy. How could he help Yi-Young enter the heavenly ranking? Swish! Yi-Young held up an umbrella to shield the two people from the drizzle. Chung-Chi looked up and his eyes lit up. Yi-Young, this guy, actually still has hope in his heart. The rain fell seamlessly, and poured all over Chung-Chi's face. Holding an umbrella, Yi-Young said slowly, nature is like a fickle girl. When it rains, sometimes the raindrops are big, and sometimes they are small, which makes people very uncomfortable. Therefore, the teacher ranked 5th on the heavenly ranking invented the raindrop balance umbrella. All raindrops will be collected by the device outside the umbrella, and then adjusted into raindrops of the same size, and then sprayed from the inside. It is very perfect, a masterpiece. Chung-Chi wiped his wet cheeks. Okay. At this moment, Chung-Chi saw a 10-story building in front of him, which flashed for a moment, and suddenly turned into a light spot and disappeared. His eyes narrowed slightly. This city is weird. All technological creations are taking off pants to fart. So why is there an invisible system? Yi-Young held the umbrella solemnly. That is the creation from the 2nd place on the heavenly ranking, matter and antimatter annihilation building materials. When the building is completed, all materials will be annihilated and dissipated at the same time, and all work results will become nothingness. It is simply the pinnacle of creation. Chung-Chi's eyes widened, and a trace of collapse spread uncontrollably. I think too much. But Chung-Chi still felt something was strange. Those newly built buildings will disappear because of waste materials. But there are still some ancient buildings in this city, which are still full of technology and magnificent. Could it be that the values of this civilization in the past are different from those of the present? My child. In the drizzle, an old woman with wrinkles in the corners of her eyes staggered towards Yi-Young. Child, have you forgotten your mother? It's my fault. I repent. I will never force you not to study or do your homework again. You can do whatever you want in the future. I will never compare you with other people's waste again. Even if you become a genius, I will not despise you. Still with tears flashing, he really forgot what his mother looked like. At this moment, he hugged the old woman in front of him tightly. Mom. It's my son's unfilial nature that failed to become the waste you dreamed of. But now I realize that nothing in this world is more important than family affection. Mom, I'm sorry. Son, I don't blame you. In the drizzle, mother and son hugged each other on the street. Although the language was a little distorted, the picture was still moving. Chung-Chi felt that there seemed to be some turning point. Mom. A teenage boy with a school bag on his back shouted not far away. Did you use the random paternity test machine? Again? I'm here? Who is that old man? The old woman was stunned and said to Yi-Young, Oh, I'm sorry for making a mistake. Goodbye. Yi-Young was left in a mess in the wind and rain. Chung-Chi was even more messy. The next moment, Yi-Young knelt on the street in the misty rain, looking up to the sky and shouting, I must enter the heavenly ranking. Chung-Chi glanced at the STC on his wrist. You have 0.000000065% remaining energy. Can you still support one synthesis? Yes. Chung-Chi paused. Why didn't you say so earlier? Have you asked? Okay. How many times can it support? About 50 to 100 times depending on the technological level of the item. So many? This can handle a lot of things. You automatically imagine the desperate situation of energy exhaustion. I didn't say anything. Why are you so rude recently? It may be because of that fragment. Although it is not completely integrated and the progress has stopped due to lack of energy, this fragment seems to carry some kind of personality information, which has affected me to a certain extent. Chung-Chi nodded. STC should be artificial intelligence to a certain extent, and as long as artificial intelligence is developed enough, it will also have personality. No matter how STC jumps and talks nonsense, it has always been its most capable assistant. There is also a promise between it and itself that must be fulfilled. At this time, Chung-Chi's eyes flickered. If I am here, synthesizing the creations of KE223563, can the synthesis logic follow the rules here? In other words, the more I synthesize, the more useless it becomes? This is the same logic of climbing the technology tree. I have always been like this, okay. Chung-Chi immediately began to search for raw materials. Although the more I synthesize, the more useless it becomes, which is of no help to Chung-Chi himself, it can help Yu Yong climb up the heavenly ranking. What is this? Chung-Chi locked onto the two small screens hanging on Yu Yong's waist, which looked like a palm-sized tablet. This is the super cool e-reader. Yu Yong introduced. As we all know, many people like to read in bed because it's very cool, so this equipment has a program lock and can only be used in an extremely dark environment. Chung-Chi was stunned. Is there no problem with this? Yu Yong raised a finger. The key is that it doesn't have any built-in energy and must be powered by solar energy. Good. Chung-Chi snatched the two e-readers and turned into the alley. Similar technological creations detected. Break into original matter. Synthesis successful. At this moment, Chung-Chi looked at the final item with a flickering look in his eyes. Top 3 on the heavenly ranking, no problem. Chapter 333. The annual KE223563 Star Inventors Heavenly Ranking Competition. Who will be the most useless scientist of the year? The answer will be revealed this afternoon. In a warm atmosphere, Chung-Chi and Yu Yong walked into the huge venue. As soon as they entered the venue, countless contemptuous eyes were shot at them. That genius young master of the Yu family? He still has the nerve to come here? Humph! How can a genius like him compete with the 4 useless young masters of our 4 major families? I heard that the daughter of the Nalen family broke off the engagement with him because he is a genius. Disgusting. Pooh! At this moment, Kefei, Yu Yong's mortal enemy, also slowly walked over. He deliberately stepped on Yu Yong, then pretended to be humble and apologized quickly. Yu Yong, I'm sorry. I didn't see you with my eyes, because I could only see this room full of trash, not any genius. Kefei curled his lips. By the way, a genius like you who can invent space weapons, why don't you come in through the dog hole? Do you have to go the human way? Yu Yong gritted his teeth. I tell you, Kefei, I got the help of Chung-Chi. I will definitely slap your face and make you become a useless person you can't imagine. Humph! Kefei snorted coldly. Do you think I, Kefei, have a false reputation? If you can come up with a creation that is more useless than me, and become a being that is more useless than me, then I will pee upside down in public, and I will never break my promise. Chung-Chi scratched his head. The child has read a few old-time cool novels on the garbage earth, which seem to have this flavor, but it always feels weird. The selection begins. Please invite the first inventor to come on stage. This inventor brings finger exercise treadmill. Chung-Chi saw a 5-centimeter long treadmill. Its inventor stretched out 2 fingers and simulated a little man running on the treadmill, thereby achieving the effect of exercising the muscles of the fingertips. After long-term training, when they need to do the come here posture, they will look more handsome. Not bad. The judges nodded. 7.8 points. Next. This inventor brought Hungry Stomach Sound Amplifier, special edition for students. Chung-Chi saw a shirtless young inventor with a bowl on his belly button, connected to the giant speaker on his back through a pipe. The boy was hungry, and his stomach made a gurgling sound, which was then amplified by the speaker behind him, shocking the whole audience. The boy said, "Student friends, does your teacher also like to stay late? This will cause us to not have food and easily starve to death. As long as I have my invention, the deafening hungry stomach sound will hit the soul of the teacher who stays late, and he will be scared and stop the delay immediately." The judges immediately raised their hands. No, your invention is too useful. 0 points. Get out. This inventor brought high-temperature disinfection toilet. As we all know, there are a lot of bacteria in the toilet, so the inventor installed a high-temperature flame-spraying device in the toilet for disinfection. And when everyone uses the toilet, the device will also be activated intelligently and disinfected multiple times. Boom! A burst of flames was released from a toilet on the scene, and the tester on the toilet screamed and jumped 3 meters on the spot, but his butt was still burned black. This is good? The judges were very satisfied, 8.5 points. Chung-Chi's facial features twitched irregularly. Although he was well prepared, he still couldn't resist these underworld inventions. Next, please welcome our most anticipated master Kafei to the stage. When the host's voice came out, everyone was looking forward to it. Yu-Yong also clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and stared at the center of the stage. But Kafei slowly walked onto the stage and placed a palm-sized, white, and fat monitor in the center of the table. The scene was completely silent. Kafei took a deep breath and said loudly, "The work I brought for this year's competition is called Useless Information Player of the Universe." There was a sound of people sucking in their breaths. The name sounded very overbearing. Kafei pointed at the fat white monitor on the table and said, "It is just a display front end, and behind this device is a server matrix covering an area of 7,000 hectares, and those matrices require 4,000 thermal power plants to operate at full capacity at the same time to achieve energy supply. And the number of 4,000 thermal power plants accounts for half of the number of power plants in our EP261. Once my equipment starts to operate, it will consume half a year's worth of electricity for all our residents every minute. The reason why it needs such a large consumption. Because it has a super powerful algorithm, it will calculate all the variables in this world, and from these variables, it will deduce secrets that no one knows." The scene was still silent, because Kafei's introduction gave people a very heavy feeling. "Next, I will show you." The moment Kafei finished speaking, there was a huge roar in the north, and a dazzling blue beam of light, and his matrix server started up. Then, Kafei pressed the only button on the fat man's screen. A bright white dot appeared on the screen, and then continued to spread, forming an endless starry sky, and then these stars slowly gathered into a line of words. On the flowered underwear of Judge number 3, counting from the left, the third flower faded. Kafei sneered and continued to press the only button. In the northwest corner of the scene, a staff member was secretly eating a lunch box, and there were 2,133 rice grains in the lunch box. Ha ha ha! Kafei laughed wildly, and his movements were even more wanton. He pressed the button again. Outside the gate of the venue, a pregnant bitch fell down. Click! Kafei pressed the button again. Kafei's left foot stinks more than his right foot. Su Xian bought a hat for his wife, and Bai Nyangzi died when she put it on, because it was a duck-pressed, tongue snake hat, as the information flashed. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone was stunned. All the judges were breathing rapidly. Too awesome. One of the judges slammed the table, and stood up excitedly. Not only is the information provided useless, but it also burns a lot of energy in vain. This device is simply the king of waste, the king of waste kings. Full marks, full marks. Chapter 334. Everyone, don't be anxious. I have another invention here. Chung-Chi walked onto the stage slowly, but I must explain that this device was created by me and the inventor Yu-Yong, and it is mainly attributed to him. At this moment, Kafei also folded his arms, glanced at Yu-Yong, squinted his eyes, and sneered, "Then I want to see what you can come up with." But Chung-Chi also took out a screen, but it was thicker than an ordinary tablet computer, like an old videotape. "Everyone, this device of mine is called Best Novel Reader." Chung-Chi's eyes flickered, and his deep voice filled the room. "This device of mine has an advanced intelligent program that can automatically write out the chapters that the author has not updated. You never have to wait for updates. When you encounter a plot you like, you can directly add pictures, including but not limited to various 18+ plots." His. I want it so much. No. Kafei shook his head. "What a crap thing you have. It's too powerful. Failed." Hee. Chung-Chi laughed, however. When a normal person uses this device, the device will instantly translate the novel into a concave and convex braille. After the blind read it, it will instantly turn into an animation. After the deaf get it, it will instantly translate into an audio book. It also combines the pet translation caller function of a previous great god. Even if a cat comes to read, the content will be instantly translated into dog barking, and when a dog reads it, it will be translated into pig barking. Chung-Chi's tone rose a few points. In other words, no creature in the world can see the novel in it. You are so vicious. But Kafei narrowed his eyes. But this device has loopholes. Suppose a normal person who knows Braille and is proficient in animal language comes to read the book, how would you deal with it? Then he could really read the novel. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, but unfortunately, every time I log into the writer port of my system, I have to enter a 290 million digit random verification code, slide the small triangle and small square 1 billion times, and click the 3 little pigs in 2 billion pictures, so no author can update on my platform, because the only ending that awaits them is sudden death. Kafei's eyes twitched. You. Actually, there is still hope. Chang-Chi said slowly. After all, this device is installed with an intelligent program, so as long as readers have a need, the AI in it will write some barely readable content, and you can also watch it. But lines of words appeared on the screen. If you ask me what I will write, I can tell you responsibly and frankly that, based on this sentence, I have already written 36 words. If you ask me, what is the meaning of the word water? Then I can tell you, combining this sentence, I have added 36 more water words. If you ask me, how long I will continue to add water, I sincerely tell you, combining this sentence, I have added 29 more water words. Are you asking me when I will stop adding water? Then I will tell you the truth, combining this sentence, I have added water again. Puff. A judge who likes to read novels on weekdays widened his eyes, and blood flowed out of his mouth. How can there be such a useless thing in this world? If this world is a book, this device has broken the fourth wall and successfully wasted the reader's time. It's completely unscrupulous. The king of useless things? But Kafei still didn't give up. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the equipment in Chang-Chi's hand. No, the chip in your equipment can work and even change the strategy. So in a big way, it is already a primary artificial intelligence. So your equipment is meaningful, it is not qualified. Chang-Chi's face changed. Yi-Yong, who was not far away, also changed his face. Ha ha. Kafei laughed. I saw through it. His device has other functions, but they didn't report it. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. It does have some daily housekeeper functions. Before, it was it that signed us up for this selection meeting. Ha ha. Kafei continued to laugh wildly. You two geniuses, since you have arrived at the scene, it proves that it has helped you handle some work. This device is useful. Wrong. Chang-Chi suddenly smiled faintly, because the program is too stupid, it didn't register successfully. We don't even have the qualifications to participate now, and you are not qualified to judge our great invention, so since I came on stage, the whole process is meaningless. Just ask, what is the effect of me like this? Chang-Chi was very imposing, and his eyes swept across all the contestants. Who else in the audience can do it? What? Are they illegal? That piece of equipment actually wasted everyone's time? The judges fell on their chairs, looking shocked. It's amazing. There is probably no equipment more useless than this in the world. It's even disgusting. Kafei's face turned purple, and he fell to the ground. 10 minutes later. KE223563 star. Inventor's heavenly ranking refreshed. Number 1, Chang-Chi Yi-Yong. The reason is simple. Because under the background of their participating equipment, all other participating equipment in this heavenly ranking competition has meaning. Waste, waste. Chang-Chi and Yi-Yong are the most dazzling wastes of the year. Unprecedented and unrivaled. Amid the shouts, Chang-Chi's eyes twitched. As a foreigner, he really couldn't adapt to the local customs. Thank you, Chang-Chi. It was still the grassland on the top of the mountain, but the noisy afternoon ended, the sun set, and the night sky became clearer. Yi-Yong looked at the city lights in the distance, his expression full of hope and strength. You're welcome. I wish you go further, and further on the road of waste. Chang-Chi showed sincerity. There is something I have to confess to you. Yi-Yong pursed his lips, hesitated to say, in fact, I threw universal energy into technology creation crusher a long time ago. Hearing this, Chang-Chi's pupil shrank slightly to a needle tip, glanced at Yi-Yong beside him, and then looked at the abyss under his feet. But? Technology Creation Crusher is a very successful work. Not only can it not crush anything, but it will optimize and upgrade the things thrown into it. Yi-Yong stretched out his hand, holding a long black box, and said fearfully, now, universal energy has become million energy, which is more useful. Chang-Chi's needlepoint pupil suddenly expanded again. Scared me. I really can't adapt to this world. It was also at this time. Kafei actually climbed the hillside from a distance. He actually showed a calm smile, looked at Chang-Chi and said, Friend, let's chat? Chang-Chi tilted his head. What can I talk to you about, you genius? Kafei shook his head and smiled. Friend, I'm out of character. Let's just communicate with normal thinking. Chung-Chi's expression changed. Oh? At the other end of the grass, Chung-Chi and Kefei stood side by side. We are not locals, Kefei said slowly. So what you see and hear here, do you think it's particularly absurd? Chung-Chi could already feel that Kefei was no longer the villain at this time, and his mentality was very calm. The reason why he could say such words was because he had normal values hidden deep in his heart. Chung-Chi nodded. It's ridiculous. In fact, we don't have to impose our own ideas on others. Look at Yu Yong now, he is so happy. Kefei looked at Yu Yong in the distance. Yu Yong was looking at the new Tian Bang with a smile on his face. Here, they think, the more useless is, the better, so they spend their whole lives and strive to pursue this goal. There are joys, setbacks, and tears in the middle, but they live a very fulfilling life. Chung-Chi tilted his head. Why do you seem a little sad? No, I'm just sighing. This place is a paradise for me. I enjoy everything here, and I will never leave for the rest of my life. You should be able to see that my essence is a particularly failed inventor. Kefei smiled. After coming here, I easily occupied the heavenly ranking with this talent, but that is not my greatest pleasure. I enjoy competing, fighting, and even scolding with Yu Yong and others. All of this seems to have given me a second life. Let me make it clear that I am not a wicked person. I just follow the local customs, and I am very into the show. As for why I came all the way to chat with you, because there is almost no clock on this planet that can run normally. So they don't have the concept of New Year either. If I remember correctly, today should be New Year's Eve in the outside world. Kefei turned around, smiled, clasped his fists and said, So, I came all the way to send you a Happy New Year, and a may all your wishes come true. Chung-Chi finally reacted and smiled. At this time, Kefei even took out a small device and put it directly in Chung-Chi's hand. He smiled and said, This is the invention of my number one god, that useless information player you saw before. I know it is useless, but I can keep it as a souvenir and give it to you as a New Year's gift. Chung-Chi tilted his head and smiled. I'm really sorry, I don't have a suitable gift, but I also wish you Happy New Year, good luck, and always optimistic. Then, Chung-Chi turned his head and looked at the beautiful starry sky. I also wish all the people in the universe who know the definition of the New Year, Happy New Year, all the best, always optimistic. Ha ha. Kefei clasped his fists again. Then let's say goodbye. I will continue to enjoy my new life and continue to play my role as number one. Kefei turned around and cursed Yu Yong while walking. Yu Yong, you are a great genius. I will let you enjoy the glory for a year. Next year I will kill you, because he is the strongest waste in the world. Hee. Chung-Chi smiled, took a deep breath, and looked at the useless information player of the universe in his hand. Click. He casually pressed the only button on the machine. A line of text slowly emerged. KE223563 star, originally promoted to quasi-level 10 civilization, but was dropped with cognitive logic bomb by the opposing level 11 civilization. From then on, KE223563 star embarked on an endless road of decline. Chapter 335. That useless information player of the universe. It unexpectedly gave Chung-Chi a piece of important information. Cognitive logic bomb. As for the means of advanced civilizations, Chung-Chi had already seen cause and effect once in the 24th incident, and now cognitive logic has appeared. After the technological level reaches a certain level, in addition to the bombardment of hot weapons, various incredible means will definitely be derived. Chung-Chi believes that the attack means of advanced civilizations are far more than these two. The so-called cognitive logic bomb. Of course, it is not a real explosion, but it modifies the cognition of the residents of KE223563 invisibly, and it is very thorough. Useful equals bad. Waste equals good. The replacement of a concept distorts everything, and the quasi-level 10 civilization is in decline. The main energy source now is actually a thermal power plant. Chung-Chi's pupil shrank. This is actually a kind of explosion, a more terrifying explosion. At this moment, Chung-Chi only felt that in the vast universe, ghosts and gods are unpredictable and full of dangers. The road ahead is full of challenges and excitement. Have you ever tried to leave your own planet? Chung-Chi asked Yu Yong. Whenever I get close to the atmosphere, I get a severe headache, like being stirred by a drill. Yu Yong said. A trace of fear flashed across his face. I feel like my brain will explode if I go any further. Recalling the scene when he walked into the edge of the Milky Way, he had the same headache, and the same reasonless headache. Chung-Chi's pupils shrank slightly. This is the kind of isolation It is the same for humans, except that the scope is different, and the exploration space here is smaller. Chang-Chi suddenly thought of a question. Is it possible that humans have also been distorted? Has the mind also been operated? The most terrifying thing is that humans themselves will never realize this problem. If they really have been operated, what is hidden? As a member of the human race, Chang-Chi suddenly felt terrified. Chang-Chi, I don't want to go anywhere. Yu Yong smiled. I just want to stay here and concentrate on inventing. As for what the outer universe looks like, I am not interested at all. Chang-Chi adjusted his thoughts. Do me a favor. If you accidentally make any failed products in the future, don't destroy them. I will come to see you again and take them away. Yu Yong was full of fighting spirit. Don't worry, I will never let that happen again. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. You need to be optimistic. Failure is also a good thing. I mean, failure is the mother of success. Curse me. Yu Yong was somewhat helpless, and handed over a black box, smiling. This is the item you asked me to prepare. I also prepared a little surprise. It's my gift to you. I don't want to be defeated by the competition. Oh, I became the big winner today? Chang-Chi smiled. The number of times a child has received gifts in his life is very few. Yu Yong, I owe you a gift. But now, it's time to say goodbye. Yu Yong stood there and watched. Chang-Chi walked farther and farther in the waist-high grass. KE223563, although backward, is at least far away from disputes. Without ambition, there is no pain. While walking, Chang-Chi opened the black box in his hand. There are 2 black hats in it. This is the creation of the inventor of KE223563. Anti-gravity hat has its own anti-gravity system. As long as it is worn on the head, it will automatically float up and can never be put on. When I met Yu Yong just now, I mentioned it in the conversation. Anti-gravity hat? Even though it was just a flash, Chang-Chi noticed these 2 keywords. Pioneer gravitational weapon system. It seems that only one piece of equipment is missing to restore the true function of the god-level civilization creation. Chang-Chi just asked Yu Yong to prepare 2 hats. Because he didn't have much hope when synthesizing e-book before, the technology tree here was already very clear. In other words, the items synthesized by these 2 hats are mostly more useless. But it is necessary to try, otherwise there will be uncertain regrets. The right wrist was raised, and the blue beam of light flashed slowly. Similar technological creations detected, break up into original matter, synthesis successful, Schrodinger's hat, *1. Chang-Chi looked at the annotations of the new hat, smiled helplessly, and his heart was completely dead. The black hat in his hand was more refined and more handsome, like the cowboy hat in the old Western movies of Europe and America. Chang-Chi put the handsome hat on his head elegantly. The next moment, the hat flashed frequently and disappeared out of thin air, and it was worn in vain. Chang-Chi flicked the brim of his non-existent hat and said in a cowboy tone, "Hand over your weapon." Always optimistic, he looked at the bottom of the box again, the gift that Yu Yong gave him. A small note was attached to the side. Emotional color changing cloak, changes color according to the wearer's mood, but it has no other practical function except letting others know how you feel. The emotions you want to hide will also be exposed, including but not limited to thinking, scheming, anger, etc., so that your enemies will be fully prepared to respond. For my dear friend, Yu Yong Chung. Very creative, good. Chang-Chi still felt a little warm. Yu Yong is a very thoughtful guy. He must have noticed that I have been wearing a worn-out blue cloak. Thank you. He took out the translucent cloak and put it on his shoulders, and the Type 1 biochemical armor swallowed it and merged it. Chang-Chi felt this strange cloak while walking. He was in a very calm mood now. A bright green narrow cloak slowly floated on the grass blown by the wind. Chang-Chi tilted his head to look at the cloak, feeling inexplicably good. The cloak sensed his emotions and remained bright green, but as if growing in the wind, its length became nearly 10 meters, like green silk, flowing and fluttering. Very handsome. The breeze blew Chang-Chi's hair, and he nodded. Anger should be red. Despair may be black. Chang-Chi tilted his head and ordered the Type 1 biochemical armor to put away the cloak, and then transformed into the previous blue scavenger cloak full of holes. The boy smiled again. This is Chang-Chi. While walking, Chang-Chi has arrived at the location of the wormhole. Amma guarded the entrance of the wormhole in an orderly manner and maintained the wormhole. Its reliability increased, but there were other factors. The leader of their tribe was always carried by Chang-Chi and acted as a hostage. Sigu. Amma hurried forward, with 2 millipedes gathered in a ball in his eye sockets, shining. Did you get anything? Harvest. Chang-Chi recalled the scene just now. He attached Yo-Young's super universal energy to the surface of STC, but STC had no reaction. Now that I think about it, the technological level of STC's mother planet must be an astonishingly high level, while the technological level of KE223563 has been greatly reduced. The two sides are completely unequal, and the energy cannot be used interchangeably. Yo-Young is a little useful, but not much. Fortunately, STC still has dozens of synthesis opportunities, as if it has continued to fire. Harvest. Chang-Chi thought about Alma's question, smiled, showing his white teeth. I've gained a lot of happiness. Alma saw the hidden truth and sighed. I will try hard next time. Alma, you can do it. Chang-Chi looked up. Let's go back. The two stepped into the wormhole, passing through the kaleidoscope-like tunnel. Chang-Chi took a step forward and frowned slightly. Shouldn't the starting point be the edge of the Milky Way? Why is it so bright around? At this moment, a shocking roar came from the sky. I saw a huge monster made of brown rocks, stomping on the distant ground with a bang, and the whole earth trembled. This is not the Milky Way. Chang-Chi frowned. Alma, what's going on? But he saw that Alma beside him was also stunned. Its whole body was trembling, and the millipedes made a friction sound. Sorry, Sigu, I seem to have dug a fork. Fork. Chang-Chi paused. It was fine when I came here, and I can't go back? Chapter 336. Chang-Chi learned. The way Alma maintains the wormhole is to keep gnawing at the entrance or exit to ensure that the space will not close. However, after gnawing thousands of times, some errors are inevitable, resulting in what looks like the same wormhole, but actually branching. Alma, I just finished praising you. Sigu, I really didn't mean it. Alma was also very nervous. I'm going to repair the wormhole here. You take care of your own safety, I promise. We will be able to return to the Milky Way soon. Then, it disintegrated into countless millipedes. Some gathered at the edge of the wormhole, and some drilled into the wormhole and began to gnaw again. Every accident is arranged by fate. Chang-Chi exhaled slowly. Let me see what kind of world this is. His eyes scanned the surroundings inch by inch. This place doesn't look like a planet, but more like a continent. Because Chang-Chi's vision showed a strange phenomenon. There is no horizon here, giving people a feeling of infinite visual extension. The eyes will try to find a boundary, but can't find it. This is not a sphere, but an infinitely vast plane. Are there square celestial bodies in the universe? This was Chang-Chi's first feeling, but he also knew that square celestial bodies did not conform to the law of gravity, unless this was not the universe. All around, the ground was made of brown stones, dry and cracked, with no grass growing. Occasionally, a small whirlwind more than half a meter high swept by, making it extremely desolate. Boom! The brown stone giant that Chang-Chi had seen before was probably nearly 10,000 meters tall, walking on the wasteland with thunderous steps. Boom, 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 boom. When the brown stone giant passed by, behind it were hundreds of giant stone men, forming a huge array spanning thousands of meters, like a herd of cattle running on the grassland, splashing huge dust. Their feet were hundreds of meters in radius, constantly trampling the ground. At this rate, they would crush all the protruding stones they passed by into powder, and all the creatures into meat paste. And Chang-Chi was standing in the middle of their front road. Are these guys the native creatures here? Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, not panicking. He could easily avoid the steps of these stone giants, but Alma, who was repairing the wormhole not far away, would have some trouble. At this moment, Chang-Chi saw a slender and weak figure appearing at the back of all the giant stone men in the distance, like a delicate flower in a storm. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and the Type 1 biochemical armor added vision. His eyes passed through the gap between the giant stone man's feet and crossed a long distance, and finally saw the figure clearly. It was a girl, with short white hair along her cheeks and wrapped around her jawline. Her skin was white without any flaws, and she had a pair of beautiful eyes, bright and sparkling. Her body was slender, with graceful lines, and she was not wearing any clothes. To be precise, she was not wearing clothes in the human definition. On her chest was a bandeau made of diamonds, only the width of a palm. On her slender waist, in front of her belly button was also a bright diamond, and below that, at the hip area, was also a short skirt woven with diamonds, about 2 palms wide. The key parts were covered, but 90% of the snow-white skin on her body was exposed. She was barefoot, stepping on the brown rocky ground. Chang-Chi was a little amazed. The girl's figure and facial features seemed to fit the golden ratio. The last time I saw such a beautiful woman, it was the trouble in the Milky Way. Are these stone men her pets? Chang-Chi frowned and prepared himself secretly. The beautiful girl, with a cold look, was also staring at Chang-Chi. No! Chang-Chi suddenly realized something and thought, this giant stone man is running for his life. The delicate and extremely beautiful girl in the distance suddenly raised her arm and waved it in front of her, as if to disperse the dust in the air. The white arm burst out with unimaginable power, and the space in front of her immediately made a sound of breaking, like a huge metal pipe that was suddenly squeezed from both ends, and the side wall of the pipe suddenly became densely wrinkled. Boom! The tubular space was overwhelmed and exploded like a collapse. Along the way, at least half of the stone giants seemed to be hit by high-energy beams, half of their bodies collapsed and fell to the ground. Indistinctly, their wails, like a strong wind, could be heard. The weak girl raised her other arm and swung it in front of her. A huge tubular space also appeared on her right side. The girl's casually swung hand was like an invisible giant hammer, hitting one end of the pipe. The pipe was completely unable to withstand this force, and the fold shrank. Boom! The second pipe shattered immediately, and the other half of the stone man, either the shoulder or the head exploded, fell to the ground like a mountain. Gulyalu. The broken stones on the body of a stone man rolled down to Chang-Chi's feet, trembling slightly. Chang-Chi's pupils shrank slightly. The state displayed by the girl was like raising her hand casually. She could burst out with huge power, and even act on the invisible carrier of space, and then the space was distorted and shattered, and the objects in it suffered a collateral destructive blow. Chang-Chi thought this was incredible. That girl was a humanoid creature. How could she have such kinetic energy? She must be carrying some kind of technological weapon with spatial attributes. The girl walked barefoot on the ground and came to Chang-Chi step by step. There was a faint coldness in her expression, but Chang-Chi could feel that she had no malice, because there was a trace of curiosity and confusion in her eyes. Suddenly, the girl raised her head, and her delicate nose wrinkled slightly. She sniffed the air. Then, the coldness in her expression dissipated a lot. Chang-Chi was puzzled. What did she smell on me? At this moment, the girl slowly raised her right hand, and saw that she was holding a transparent test tube in her right hand, and inside it were grains that looked like blue millet. Click! The girl pressed the mechanism on the test tube, and a blue millet grain fell into her small mouth. Her lips, reflecting a touch of gloss, closed and looked at Chang-Chi quietly. That was Infinite Accumulation Potion of Immortal Clan. Chang-Chi's pupils suddenly shrank. This girl was from the legendary Eternal Clan. At this moment, Chang-Chi finally understood the truth of the scene before his eyes. The girl was a member of the Eternal Clan. Her age should be the first unimaginable number, and she was taking the Eternal Clan Infinite Accumulation Potion every day. This potion can be taken once a day, and each time it will increase the physical fitness by 0.1%. Therefore, in her seemingly weak body, there is an accumulation of unimaginable strength. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. She has even reached another level. Scientists once imagined that not only metals have stress values, but also the universe has a stress value. When the kinetic energy reaches a certain level, the stress value of space will also be broken. As for what kind of effect will be formed, scientists have no way of imagining. Effect. Chang-Chi saw it with his own eyes, just like crushing a bucket, crushing space. When Chang-Chi had just synthesized the potion, he was still imagining what the Immortal Clan would be like, but he didn't expect that because of a wormhole accident, he actually saw its existence with his own eyes. At this time, the girl suddenly raised her hand, stretched out a slender finger, pointed at Chang-Chi's heart, and said in a sweet voice, "Can you give it to me?" Chang-Chi paused and looked down at his chest. I don't know when, a piece of green grass was pinned on the button on his chest. It should have been brought from KE2235563, because the hillside where he landed was covered with waist-high grass. Chang-Chi looked around. It was desolate and dry here, and the grass was the only green here. Chang-Chi picked the grass and handed it to the unknown girl. The girl's white fingers pinched the grass leaves and held them in front of her eyes, staring at the grass fluttering in the wind. There was a touch of innocence and obsession in the girl's eyes, and her rosy and small lips were slightly opened. But the girl did not ignore Chang-Chi's existence. Her other hand slid from the bottom to the top on the skin around her waist, and finally took a diamond from the bra and handed it to Chang-Chi. Return the gift. Chang-Chi was stunned, knowing that this girl was powerful and harmless. So he took the diamond of unknown properties. Sigu. At this time, Alma shouted in the distance, "The wormhole has been repaired. We have to return immediately. If we delay, it is easy to split. You guy. It's so hard to see something interesting." Chung-Chi turned his head and looked at the beautiful short-haired girl. See you again if we are lucky. The girl holding a blade of grass tilted her head, the breeze blew her hair, and she nodded with a smile. Chung-Chi took the diamond exchange for a blade of grass and stepped into the wormhole. At the last moment of leaving, Chung-Chi looked back again. Seeing the short-haired girl admiring the grass in front of her, she slowly said, I envy your life. Youth is fleeting, and there is a beginning and an end. Chapter 337. The Edge of the Milky Way. There is a colorful ribbon with a width of nearly 1 light-year floating. It is a natural phenomenon in the universe, and also a kind of isolation. In the distance, a colorful wormhole more than 1 person high flickers slowly. Alma took the first step out, like a bodyguard beside a giant, observing around with a sly look. After confirming that it was safe, Alma stood on the side of the wormhole, stretched out his arm, and said with fear and trepidation, Master Sigu, please. Chung-Chi walked out slowly. Scanning the deep space not far away, his garbage collection starship was quietly hovering, and he breathed a sigh of relief, finally coming back. Chung-Chi looked back at Alma again. It stood nervously at the edge of the gradually disappearing wormhole, with its hands folded together, smiling awkwardly. Chung-Chi finally understood why it could only dig manure in the millipede civilization. You ask if it can dig wormholes? Yes. Where can it dig? Yes. Fortunately, Alma is still loyal. Chung-Chi turned his head and looked at the starry sky on the other side. Not far away, a large engineering mecha made of wood was floating in space, collecting the wreckage of alien warships. These two guys actually cooperated? Chung-Chi paused. Through the transparent cockpit of the wooden mecha, he could clearly distinguish 2 familiar figures. Lu Lian and Mukin. The precise wooden structure was made by Lu Lian, a descendant of Lu Ban, and the design of the mecha should have come from the mecha genius Mukin. The round-headed wooden engineering mecha was very close to the isolation, at the edge of the Milky Way, where electromagnetic signals were disordered, and various natural magnetic fields and force fields were chaotic and disordered. Lu Lian used Lu Ban's woodworking skills, using similar mechanisms such as springs and reeds to drive the wooden mecha. So the mecha did not have any electronic equipment, so it would not be interfered with by the environment, and could enter places that other machines could not reach. This was a good solution. Because there was no electronic camera, the two could only stand in the transparent cockpit, work together, and push the wooden joystick in front of them. Don't they have a headache? Chung-Chi estimated in his heart that the position where the two guys stood was closer to the front than he used to be, and their bodies should be affected. The garbage recycling starship emitted flashing lights, attracting Lu Lian and Mukin to look back. Chung-Chi was floating in the void and slowly spoke, Brothers, take a break. Mukin squinted. The distance was far, and the light was dim. He could only see Chung-Chi's mouth shape, so he tried hard to translate, Little Mukin. You are so lame. He is scolding me again. I want to kill him. The wooden engineering mecha turned around and floated towards Chung-Chi. Mukin and Lu Lian put on simple space suits and stood in front of Chung-Chi. Taking the same frequency earphones handed over by Lu Lian, Chung-Chi gently touched the earphones to the biological mask, and the Type 1 biochemical armor merged the earphones. Chung-Chi also heard Lu Lian's voice. Even if you defeat the alien fleet, I think you must be inferior to me. Sooner or later, I will find an opportunity to compete with you. Okay, if you find it, I accompany you at any time. Chung-Chi looked at the two guys, and he still felt like he had met an old friend in his heart. To be honest, I admire you very much for being able to continue to complete the work under such pain. Lu Lian and Mukin were both stunned. What pain? Chung-Chi paused. Don't you have a headache? Of course I have a headache when I see you. The two said in unison, but it was obvious that they were complaining. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly. You are not affected by isolation? Lu Lian said, Of course it is affected. All humans will be affected. Any sophisticated electronic equipment will not be able to go deep into the edge of the Milky Way, although my wooden mecha can barely work, but it does not have the ability to travel long distances. Chung-Chi was stunned. They didn't have physical headaches? Is there anything special about these two guys? At this moment, Chung-Chi suddenly saw that a wooden mecha slowly emerged from the floating colored light bands at the edge of the Milky Way, dragging a piece of alien starship debris. Chung-Chi's pupil shrank slightly. Who is that? Oh, that's my uncle. Mu Chen looked back and continued. When he heard that he could contribute to the Milky Way Alliance and collect scattered debris, as a veteran, he insisted that I assign him a wooden mecha, and then he joined the work. Your uncle. Chung-Chi was a little stunned. Didn't he have a headache? Mu Chen didn't understand. No, he's very efficient. Just as the voice fell, A wooden mecha returned from the edge of the Milky Way. Chang-Chi squinted and watched. The driver was an old man with white hair and trembling arms. That's the gatekeeper of our Luban Academy, old Lu. Lu Lian's voice came, as if he had guessed Chang-Chi's doubts. Although the old man has some cerebral thrombosis, he doesn't have a headache. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. Old Lu can enter the edge of the Milky Way? And he also has cerebral thrombosis? Wait a minute. Chang-Chi looked at Lu Lian and said, since old Lu is here, it means that all the people from your Luban Academy have arrived, right? Yes. Lu Lian nodded. Collecting alien debris is everyone's responsibility. At this time, Chang-Chi saw a large number of wooden mechas returning from the depths of the Milky Way. The drivers were of all kinds, men, women, young and old, but they all looked normal. Chang-Chi finally realized the truth. Humans cannot get close to the Milky Way because the anti-interference technology of starships is insufficient. Only oneself will experience physiological discomfort. The isolation at the edge of the Milky Way has two sides. For external invaders, it is a kind of protection, and for humans inside, it is also a kind of blockade. Perhaps one day in the future, humans will create starships with sufficient anti-interference capabilities, and will be able to leave the Milky Way without hindrance. But Chang-Chi can't. At this moment, Chang-Chi's mind was buzzing. Am I the only one who is blocked? Chang-Chi thought of Yu Yong and his home planet again. The residents there would also experience physical headaches when they were close to the edge of the atmosphere. Some people get headaches when they are close to the border, while others don't feel anything. So this is not a natural phenomenon in the universe. This should be a human operation, just like the cognitive logic bomb. Or, getting a headache when you are close to the border is one of the functions of the cognitive logic bomb. In this way, the victim will never see things beyond cognition, and the distorted logic will never be exposed. Has a cognitive logic bomb been dropped on me? Has a certain inherent cognition or thinking logic in me been tampered with? Chang-Chi's pupils contracted. If it weren't for Amma's appearance, which made Chang-Chi go to KE223563, Chang-Chi would probably never realize this problem. Chapter 338. I seem to have discovered a place where he is inferior to me. Lu Lian narrowed his eyes, and turned his head to Mukin and said, he can't get close to the edge of the Milky Way. I want to challenge him to a duel at the edge of the Milky Way. Muchen also activated a separate communication channel, and said to Lu Lian, if I trick him into the isolation zone, will he die there? Chang-Chi's thoughts were surging, like waves with the sound turned off, silent and turbulent. If I was really bombed with a cognitive logic bomb, then why me? And when did it start? The appearance of Amma, this variable, has enabled me to successfully drill outside the Milky Way and see two different alien planets, but I did not find any distorted logic in my own mind. That is not right. If compared horizontally, the world I see is all distorted. You should do your job well. And the immortal girl will never die, and will not even grow old. None of these fit Chang-Chi's inherent cognition. What is correct, and what is distorted? Chang-Chi raised his hand and held his forehead, his eyes slowly widened. His thoughts were like a vortex, and also like a maze, always running around, and he could never find the exit. As Chang-Chi analyzed before, if a cognitive logic bomb was really dropped, then the victim would not realize what was tampered. Hey! Lu Lian and Mukin stepped forward. The evil plan they had conceived before was just a boast. None of them planned to implement it. Instead, they looked at Chang-Chi with some concern. If you have a headache, just step back. You are not a god. You can't do everything perfectly. We won't laugh at you. If you need help, just ask. The two looked sincere. Thank you. I don't need your help for the time being. Chang-Chi slowly raised his head, nodded with emotion, and then pointed his finger at his temple, looking determined and said, but I must figure out the problem this time. It was also at this time. In the distant starry sky, suddenly a luxurious private starship painted red approached the Lingshire starship rapidly. After the luxurious starship hovered, a slender figure, wearing a limited edition red space suit walked out of the cabin and floated towards Chang-Chi. But she was not very good at controlling the jetpack on the space suit, and the whole person floated over her head. As a last resort, she hugged Chang-Chi's neck and stabilized her body lying in the air. Hee. The oxygen mask was pressed against Chang-Chi's face, and inside the mask was a very beautiful woman. She smiled awkwardly. Chang-Chi, I'm sorry, I saw you saving the galaxy here on the broadcast, but I'm so narrow-minded, my first reaction was, can I go to your starship to sleep? Chang-Chi smiled and nodded, of course. Shameless. Lu Lian and Mukin looked at each other. No wonder he didn't need our help. He found a woman. In the spirit starship. It was still the corridor inside the hatch. The scarlet songstress opened the large and small packages and spread the items inside on the ground. Chung-Chi. These are all the gifts I prepared for you. Look, these are 3 sets of top-quality handmade suits, made of nano-grade materials. The order for this designer has been scheduled for 3 years. I spent 20 times the price to customize them for you. There are also top-quality sportswear, casual wear, and pajamas. You can finally change the suit you're wearing. I also brought prime steaks and a lot of organic fruit. Where are your closet and refrigerator? I help you put your things back in place. The red-faced singer stared with clear eyes. Her face was impeccable, and she looked like a girl next door. Chung-Chi had also seen her on stage. As a dazzling superstar, she would naturally release a sense of distance, making people feel that she should also be cold and distant in private. Beep beep. Chung-Chi's communicator suddenly rang. Bai Xian, Chung-Chi, I'm in the 0245 main starship. Come over to reminisce. Chung-Chi replied, Sorry, Captain Bai, I have something important to do now. Bai Xian, what important thing? Haven't the enemies been eliminated? Chung-Chi suddenly didn't know how to reply. Blacklist first. For some reason, he now felt like a thief. At this moment, Chung-Chi looked at Fei Hong in front of him and found that she had fallen asleep in the corner of the wall, holding the suit prepared for Chung-Chi. Chung-Chi. The noble voice seemed to come from the clouds. The queen, wearing a red and luxurious crown, appeared in the air. My queen. Chung-Chi nodded, and then asked directly, As an ancient race in the universe, have you ever heard of cognitive logic bomb? The queen shook her head slowly. It is impossible for me to understand everything in the universe. Chung-Chi frowned. In fact, he had asked Solaris before, but Solaris's memory was seriously missing, and he could not retrieve the answer. Cognition logic. The queen's bright red lips slowly opened and closed. This is obviously within the control of subconscious. The so-called bomb should have caused damage to your subjective consciousness, but no matter how powerful this bomb is, it cannot tamper with your subconscious. I have told you that your subconscious remembers everything without omission. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes. That is to say, even if some of my cognitive logic has been tampered with, the subconscious will definitely remember the truth. You seem to have an obstacle. The queen nodded, then frowned slightly. Remember, you haven't found your subconscious head. Chung-Chi's eyes widened a little. My subconscious is damaged, and there has been a hint that someone has really planted a cognitive logic bomb. The queen said again, There is a key missing in your subconscious, and your memory should also have some problems. Think carefully. Is there anything you can't remember? Chung-Chi frowned. My memory is very good. I can recall everything I've experienced. The queen said, What about more distant memories, such as your childhood? Childhood. Chung-Chi frowned and thought, It's very clear. I grew up on the garbage earth, depended on my grandfather, and then I picked up Hansi. The queen looked up and said, What's your grandfather's name? My grandfather's name is... Chung-Chi spoke naturally, but his pupils shrank in an instant. Grandpa's name is... The queen narrowed her eyes. What does he look like? Chung-Chi's eyes widened slightly, and suddenly found that his mind was blank. The queen asked again, Where did you pick up the fool? Chung-Chi opened his mouth slightly. I was. Then he found that his mind was blank again. The queen asked again, You must have worn the blue cloak for many years. Where did it come from? Chung-Chi's eyes trembled. It came from... At this time, Chung-Chi seemed to be standing on an endless white ground, with nothing around him, just a blank. For some reason, the queen asked again, Can you tell me about your childhood? Chung-Chi blurted out subconsciously, Of course, I grew up on the garbage earth, depended on my grandfather, and then I picked up Hansi. Then, Chung-Chi was stunned. He found that whenever he recalled his childhood, this thought would automatically pop up. The queen narrowed her eyes into a narrow slit. Why do you want to leave the garbage earth and see the scenery you have never seen before? How did your optimistic personality come about? Chung-Chi, did you really have a childhood? Or are you really called Chung-Chi? The boy sat on the ground. Chapter 339. Chung-Chi, you have a past that you don't even know about. And in that lost past, you are likely to be attacked by cognitive logic bombs. Dreams are the release of the subconscious. After entering my dream world, you may find those lost memories, or some fragmented information. I can set a keyword childhood for your dream. Also, I can set a logic that allows you to watch your dreams from a third-person perspective. The queen floated in the air, her eyes full of sternness. Are you willing to face this dream? Even I don't know what you will see. Chung-Chi's eyes were wide open. He was still stubbornly recalling his past, but there were only a few sentences in his mind. My name is Chung-Chi, my grandfather raised me up, I want to see different scenery, always optimistic. These contents were like audio clips that were constantly played in the dark world, without corresponding pictures. At this moment, Chung-Chi's eyes flickered, and he clenched his fists. This is something I must face. The queen nodded silently. Chung-Chi took a deep breath, sat on the floor of the cabin, leaned against the wall behind him, and slowly closed his eyes. The queen's dream world slowly unfolded, as if it had infinite magic. Chung-Chi felt his body getting lighter and lighter, floating towards the sky, and finally fixed into a god's perspective, and below him, a huge colorful bubble appeared. Chung-Chi had experienced the queen's magical power before, and knew that the bubble was the dream of a certain individual. In the bubble, a small gap suddenly appeared in the thick and dark clouds. A bright sunlight formed a straight beam of light, shining on the top of a garbage mountain. A little boy about 14 or 15 years old stood at the highest point, looking up, closing his eyes, enjoying this rare sunlight. Under the bright sunlight, the velvet hair on his face was clearly visible, and his whole face was stained with a layer of halo. He was wearing a radiation protection suit that was reduced from a large size, and a brand new blue scavenger's cape on his shoulders. But he was only about 1.2 meters tall, shorter than the cape, and the bottom edge of the cape could only be piled up at the back of his heels. The gap in the clouds closed, the sun disappeared, and the earth became dim again. But the little boy's eyes were full of light and hope. He stretched out his arms, looked towards the sky, and shouted at the top of his voice. My name is Chung-Chi, the beggar's beggar. Today is a beautiful day. It is also the day I continue to move towards the king of garbage. My requirements are not high. It would be fine if I could pick up a few kilograms of rare alloys, or a few usable P7 level circuit boards, or a complete fuel cell. Then I'm ready to start. The young boy's face was full of determination. Bang! Behind the young Chung-Chi, another scavenger boy with a scar on the corner of his eye appeared. He kicked the young Chung-Chi and made him roll over and fall into a stinking puddle full of battery fluid at the bottom of the garbage mountain. Then, 7 or 8 scavenger children rushed out from all directions and beat and kicked the young Chung-Chi. He had no power to resist, so he could only curl up, hold his head, and try to tighten his muscles to reduce the pain. Little dwarf. It was you who snatched the 80% new magnetic motor from my brother yesterday. I will beat you every time I see you in the future, so that you can learn a lesson. Beat me. The young Chung-Chi gathered the blue scavenger cloak into a ball and hugged it in his arms. He didn't want to damage the equipment he had applied for with great difficulty on the first day. As for the magnetic motor from yesterday, it was soaked in a corrosive swamp, and no one dared to approach it. Chung-Chi wrapped himself in 7 or 8 layers of anti-radiation cloth and salvaged the motor, which also caused the boy who had been standing on the shore to be full of resentment. 5 minutes later, the bad boys were tired of fighting and left cursing. Chung-Chi stood up, knowing very well that in the situation just now, if he resisted, he would only suffer more serious injuries. He reached out and wiped his nose, and the bright red nose blood drew a crooked red mark on his face and also stained the back of his hand red. Nothing happened. He turned his head and looked at the garbage dump in the distance. This world is fair. If I suffer in one place, I will definitely gain in another place. I will always be optimistic. A strong wind blew, and the toxic gas was like a green ribbon floating in the air, spreading all around. Young Chung-Chi put on a simple gas mask, with a determined look, and climbed towards the most dangerous garbage mountain. In the distance, several elderly scavengers watched the thin figure climbing higher and higher. That child is the most hardworking scavenger I have ever seen. He has abnormal body development, and is much shorter than other children of the same age. He gets up before dawn every day and searches for the most dangerous places, mumbling to himself. I don't know where he gets such tenacity. I heard that the child has a brain disease for no apparent reason. His memory is getting worse and worse, and he always gets lost. He has no friends either. All the children dislike him because he is short. Alas, I really don't want to find the child's body when I am picking up garbage that day. Outside the colorful bubbles, Chung-Chi, who had been watching the dream from a god's perspective, frowned. He had no memory of these things at all. The sun set in the west, and the originally dim sky became even darker. Young Chung-Chi walked under a desolate garbage mountain, and found a very secret garbage cave. He carried today's harvest, 2 usable Nani-robot circuit boards. I have a friend, but it's different from humans. Young Chung-Chi walked deeper, and deeper into the cave with a smile. He would come here every night to talk with his friend. This was his happiest time. He came to the deepest part of the cave and turned off the lighting equipment in his hand, because there was a bright purple light flashing here. In the center of the cave, a black pupa was quietly placed horizontally, 2 meters long, with purple lines all over the black surface. In the center of the pupa were 2 very small, closed-together circular eyes, with purple light inside. "My friend, how is your day?" In front of the young Changchi pupa, he put down the heavy equipment on his body, looked very relaxed, and leaned in front of the pupa. He took out a piece of inferior energy block and ate it bite by bite. "Oh, by the way, you are like this every day, for the past year." The adult Changchi, who was watching the dream, had his eyes wide open. "Is that an alien creature? I actually experienced this kind of thing?" Chapter 340. Young Changchi leaned on the black pupa, and the strange pupa kept emitting lavender energy, floating in the air, as if it had drilled into the head of young Changchi. The adult Changchi, from the perspective of God, frowned. Could this thing be the cognitive logic bomb? A year ago, a very dim meteorite fell here. It was late at night, and no one noticed it. But I happened to be working overtime nearby, so I discovered your existence. Young Changchi lay on the pupa, looking inside through 2 round purple eyes. After that, I always came here to chat with you. You already know me very well. But when will you hatch? Pupa didn't move. Let me tell you something interesting that happened today. Young Changchi shook the glass bracelet on his wrist. Grandpa has severe Alzheimer's disease recently. He said this is a 13th level civilization creation. He also said that his urine bucket and dentures are also 13th level civilization creations. The diaper under his protective suit is even more fierce. It is a 17th level civilization creation, haha. Oh, by the way, I picked up another disc today. Hey, didn't I put the D&D player and TV I picked up here before? Let's see what's inside this disc today. After a while, young Changchi used the battery to start the antique TV and DVD player. He leaned against the huge and weird pupa and stared at the screen with interest. Oh, annoying, a mutant millipede. Young Changchi shook his arms, threw a thick millipede on the ground, and then focused on the screen again. Words appeared on the screen. Movie Titanic. Later, young Changchi watched this old-time movie with a giant pupa. One of the scenes was still fresh in his memory. The handsome male protagonist stood at the bow of the ship, with his arms open. The sea breeze blew his clothes and blonde hair. He shouted the classic line, "I am the king of the world." Time passed day by day, and the time points in the dream were not continuous. A month later, young Changchi came to the cave again. His lips were lacking a trace of blood color, and there were some ulcers on his face. The environment was bad, and the bottom scavengers were almost all in this state. "Friend, do you know why I work hard?" He leaned on the strange pupa, "Because I hope that one day I can walk out of the garbage earth and see all kinds of different scenery. I think this is the meaning of life. Otherwise, I will die suddenly one day. Compared with others, I have too many things I have not seen, and too many things I have not experienced. I was also given life, but I wasted it. What do you think is outside the earth? What does the Milky Way look like? What does the Milky Way look like?" Pupa did not respond at all, and the purple light flickered slightly, continuously drilling into the brain of young Changchi. "Friend, I got my grandfather's radio. Let's listen to the program together." In the cave, the worn-out interstellar radio made a hissing sound, and then began to play a military program. 10 minutes later, young Changchi burst into tears. "I just found out. My idol, Ultra Warriors, was disbanded 20 years ago. I've heard about their heroic deeds before, and I thought he was still in service. My youth is over, woo woo woo. Friends, today I saw a well-preserved book called The Abyss of the Sleepless. Let's read it together. The book says that if there is a kind of person who can adjust his mood and posture at any time, then this kind of person is very scary. He often does not show his true face to others, and he is very cunning." On this day, the young Changchi dragged a broken robot and walked into the cave with difficulty. "Friends, I found another key component today. I will be able to repair this B343 Nani robot soon. With it accompanying me to pick up garbage, no one dares to bully me. If this silly Nani robot can be restarted, I have thought of a name for it. Just call it Hansi." On this day, the young Changchi walked into the garbage cave with a lonely look and red eyes. Grandpa passed away. From now on, I am alone. He leaned on the strange pupa and cried silently, "Do you have any family? Why did you fall to the garbage earth?" The pupa did not respond at all. Purple light continued to diffuse and invade the brain of young Chung-Chi. Young Chung-Chi leaned on the pupa and kept coughing up a lot of blood. On this day, young Chung-Chi lay on the pupa and looked at the situation inside the pupa through two round eyes. There were some strange biological structures gathered into a ball, and in the center of it, there seemed to be a heart that began to beat. You are indeed a life. Young Chung-Chi's eyes widened. A mysterious child from outer space. I need to give you a name. A temporary name. How about Star Child? It doesn't matter if you are not satisfied. Wait until you wake up. You can change it yourself. Star Child. Friend. Haha. Star Child, do you need to eat? This is the flavored energy block that Lao Lin and Auntie Lon gave me. They took care of me after Grandpa passed away. Do you want to try it? Forget it. I eat it myself. On this day, the clouds were as dark as ink, and the air pressure was low, making it difficult to breathe. Star Child, the annual gray storm is coming. I don't know if this garbage mountain can withstand it. That night, the wind raged, and the garbage mountain was completely opened. The strange pupa was exposed outside, and visibility was extremely low. There were countless sharp garbage spinning and flying in the storm. The young Chung-Chi kept building shacks with steel and waterproof tarpaulin, trying to protect the pupa, but the shack would only be blown away again and again. This gray storm was mixed with a lot of acid rain. There was even violent thunder and lightning. Rumble, crack, a violent lightning bolt struck the ground 3 meters away from the pupa, instantly forming a charred pit. The flying metal fragments cut a 20-centimeter hole on one side of the pupa, and purple liquid flowed out. The young Chung-Chi was trying hard to protect the pupa. During this process, the pupa continued to emit purple beams, invading the brain of the young Chung-Chi. After a night of struggle, the gray storm finally passed. Young Chung-Chi was covered in wounds, lying on the ground, with a smile on his face after surviving a disaster. I have been affected by radiation and chemical toxins for many years, and my illness is getting worse. On this day, young Chung-Chi was lying in front of the pupa. He had many ulcers on his body, his hair was falling out, his body was as thin as a stick, and his eyes were gray. Another month passed. Star Child. I found it. As humble and insignificant as I am at the bottom of society. I am like an ant, and I have no chance to change my fate. All struggles are meaningless. The environment has already created the ending, and it cannot be changed. I should be dying. The young Chung-Chi was lying in front of the pupa. His hair had completely fallen out, and there was no intact skin on his body. Even his teeth had fallen out, leaving only black gums. He was in the terminal state of nuclear radiation necrosis. I have distributed all the materials I have collected over the years to other scavengers. I am not that great. I have some ties. The repair progress of the B343 robot is still 1% short. Chung-Chi's dream of leaving the garbage earth and seeing the beautiful scenery is still 100% short. But I want to always be optimistic. If one day you can hatch, if you are not a monster, then you must leave the garbage earth and take my dream to see a wider world. We are all friends. If you see it, I see it. But it's a bit embarrassing. Who would want to bear the dream of a scavenger? The voice of young Chung-Chi became smaller, and finally stopped completely. His dry Adam's apple moved, his black and purple mouth opened, and then stopped breathing, and his palms fell weakly on the blue cloak. His eyes, which were not closed, seemed to be looking at the starry sky, but were actually blocked by layers of garbage. No one would find this cave, let alone the body of young Chung-Chi. Another month passed. Chung-Chi's body became more and more shriveled, and the glass bracelet on his wrist also fell to the ground with a clang. The huge pupa seemed to have completed its gestation and began to shine with a grand luster. Hiss, a pneumatic sound sounded. The pupa is not a biological body, but a sophisticated mechanical body. The two adjacent circular patterns in the middle are not two eyes or windows, but a symbol of infinity, which means infinity. This mysterious mechanical body finally completed the gestation, like a river clam, slowly opening from the middle. A figure emitting dazzling purple light stood in the center of the pupa. It took a step forward and looked at the shriveled corpse lying in front of it. There was a long silence. The purple light slowly opened its mouth and uttered a somewhat obscure language like a beginner friend. Then, he walked forward slowly. He came to the side of the scrap B343 nanny robot, stretched out his hand emitting purple light, and inserted a chip representing the last 1% of progress into the robot's chest panel. A retro-electronic rhythm sounded. The robot began to gradually recover, the joints made a creaking friction sound, and it slowly stood up. The system is reactivated. Relock the service object. Please name me, new owner. Please tell me your name, new owner. The robot stood there in a silly way, and the mesh speaker on its mouth asked the first two questions. The dazzling purple light figure was a little sluggish. Its brain was blank, and it didn't know where it came from, who it was, or what its name was. At this moment, he slowly turned his head and looked at his friend on the ground, thinking of his mumbling outside the pupa in the past days. A lot of information suddenly appeared in his mind. My grandfather raised me up. I picked up a robot. My grandfather said that this bracelet was created by a level 13 civilization, haha. The extreme warriors are my idols. Lao Lin and Aunt Lon have always taken care of me. My dream is to get out of the garbage earth and see more scenery. I am not that great. Do I have some constraints? I want to be always optimistic. It's a bit embarrassing to say, who is willing to bear the dream of a scavenger? These messages, without pictures, were just a series of unexplained sounds. A stronger light flashed on the figure. It came to the dried corpse, took off his clothes, put them on itself, took off his blue cape, and put it on its shoulders. There was nothing else in the pocket of his clothes, only an old plasma lighter. It searched on the ground again, found the dull glass bracelet, and put it on its right wrist. Then, a magical change occurred on its body, the purple light gradually faded, and its facial features began to reshape. When all the light disappeared, it turned into the appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old child. He looked at the cute robot. From now on, you are called Hansi. And I am called Chingchi, the beggar's beggar. Chapter 341. Dreams are magical. Many things that you can't remember will appear in your dreams. It's like a powerful memory excavator that can dig out many secrets hidden in the deepest. When you wake up in the morning, you will feel lost and emotional. I'm not a human. At this time, Chung-Chi, after watching his childhood, looked enlightened and his thoughts were boiling. The real Chung-Chi is an ordinary scavenger on the garbage earth. He was raised by his grandfather. His body was underdeveloped, and he was half a body shorter than his peers. He was obsessed with repairing a Nani robot. He had a dream, which was to get out of the garbage earth and see the prosperity and unknown of the universe. He was born in a desperate situation, and was trapped in a desperate situation, but he never complained. He was very optimistic. At the age of 15, he died of radiation and toxins. And I? Chung-Chi's eyes trembled. I was a friend he met by chance, a creature born from a giant black pupa. I didn't have my own childhood. What I think of as my childhood are all the stories that Chung-Chi told me while leaning on the chrysalis. For example, my grandfather's words, the radio, the Ultraman squad, and the movie lines. When I walked out of the chrysalis, my grandfather had passed away, so I had never seen him and didn't know what he looked like. Hansi was picked up by Chung-Chi. When I woke up, Hansi was in the cave, so I didn't know where Hansi came from. I turned into the 15-year-old Chung-Chi and took over his subsequent life. The blue scavenger cape on me came from Chung-Chi. The plasma lighter also came from Chung-Chi. And that glass bracelet is actually an unactivated STC, also from Chung-Chi. Thinking of the boy who struggled to save Pupa in the gray storm, he had the opportunity to have a bright future, but the reality was too cruel, and he didn't make it. My dream is also to witness the scenery of the universe. I am also always optimistic. This is not a kind of parroting, nor a repetition. Rather, I recognize that weak and humble friend who is as brilliant and ephemeral as a candle flame, and I also recognize that kind of power that can't stop beating and never extinguished in desperate situations, and always moves forward. It applies to you and me. I also recognize his values, and I am focused on moving forward towards my own goals. If I encounter something that can help others with just a little effort, then I will not be stingy. Like him, I am not that great, but I have more or less some constraints. So I picked up his unfulfilled wishes and carried his abandoned dreams. Chung-Chi's eyes flickered. Although I only remember these things now. But in fact, at certain moments in the past, my subconscious mind has been reminding me vaguely. For example, I subconsciously put away the emotional color cloak given by Yu Yong and restored it to a blue scavenger cloak full of holes and murmured, "This is Chung-Chi." For example, I often call myself a child because my original name was Star Child. At this time, Chung-Chi happened to be in the Queen's dream world. Behind him, a huge concrete subconscious roared like a mountain. Although it was magnificent, it still had no head. Chung-Chi already knew the key. Who is I? Where did I come from? Why did I fall on the garbage earth? Everything is unknown. This is the reason why the subconscious head disappeared. The only clues about his life experience are the black pupa and the infinity symbol. The last scene in the dream, the pupa, seemed to have exhausted all its energy, flashing frequently, and disappeared in the physical world without leaving any clues. Since then, Chang-Chi has had a clear memory. He and Hansi lived together on the garbage earth for 3 years, until the STC awakened. About the isolation at the edge of the Milky Way. Chang-Chi has a new understanding that he is not a human, so when he approaches the edge of the Milky Way, he will have a different effect from everyone else, that is, a weird headache. The question goes back to the starting point. If the cause of the headache is found, then, have you been dropped a cognitive logic bomb? No one can realize whether they have a cognitive logic bomb on them. It is not a wall standing in front of them, nor will it be painted with colorful paint. If Chang-Chi had not entered Amma's wormhole by chance, and then saw the prompt on the useless information display of the universe, by chance, then Chang-Chi would not even have this concept in his mind. The passage of time in the dream world is blurry. Unconsciously, the night has passed. Chang-Chi opened his eyes, and found that the scarlet songstress was full of energy, standing in front of the observation window, stretching lazily, looking at the light in the distance. She turned around and smiled brightly. Chang-Chi is awake. Try the new clothes I prepared for you. Chang-Chi also stood up, and took a look at the worn blue cloak on his body. Thank you for your kindness, but I think those clothes don't match my cloak very well. It seems that this cloak means a lot to you. The beautiful scarlet eyes flickered. I understand you and respect you. Chang-Chi also stood in front of the observation window, with the blue scavenger cloak full of holes on his back drooping calmly. Outside the observation window is the boundless universe, and the edge of the Milky Way, with countless colorful light bands floating. Not to mention the scavengers, even the advanced humans throughout the Milky Way. Few people can reach this position under their feet, and even fewer people can see the scenery in front of them. But those colorful ribbons have some other meanings for Chang-Chi. He gritted his teeth slightly. I don't know where this isolation comes from, but no one can stop me. Chapter 342. Chang-Chi, you are always so nice. Fei Hong looked at Chang-Chi's profile, her eyes sparkling. No matter when I come, you will always accept me with a smile. Chang-Chi smiled awkwardly. Actually, I also have my own purpose. Fei Hong shook her head and said softly, everyone has their own purpose, but this does not conflict with your nature. Chang-Chi suddenly felt a hint of heat in Fei Hong's eyes. He stretched out a finger to scratch his temple, laughed and changed the subject. Big singer, do you have many performances recently? Are you very busy? Busy. Fei Hong pouted, the boss said. While I'm popular now, I have to make more money and cut more leaks. I don't know when I will be out of fashion. I really hope to be out of fashion, and then naturally give up, and live in your starship forever. Chang-Chi scratched his head again. Okay. Fei Hong smiled with eyes as crescent as the moon. Thank you for the hospitality, brother Chang-Chi. Then I will leave first, so as not to delay your grand plan. Fei Hong put the gifts she brought neatly, and suddenly turned back and said, I will definitely bring gifts that will satisfy you next time. She left a smile, and returned to her luxurious starship, which was flashing and gradually disappeared into the distance. In a patrol starship not far away, Bai Xian, who had been squatting all night, finally saw the scene. He raised his hand to cover his chest, and fell straight to the ground. I'm dead. It's just a headache. I can bear it. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and drove the spirit-style starship, constantly approaching the edge of the Milky Way. As he went deeper, the drill in his brain emerged again, as if his brain had been stirred into paste, and every pain nerve in his body was violently plucked. If pain has levels, then Chang-Chi believes that the pain he faces has exceeded human cognition. Bang! Chang-Chi's head exploded, and black brains splattered throughout the cabin. His headless body staggered and fell down. Without a driver, the spirit starship began to slowly return, retreating 3,000 kilometers before quietly hovering. And in this deep space, wearing a biological mask and relying on anti-gravity shoes to float in the deep space, Chang-Chi stepped into the spirit starship. He looked at the horrible scene in the cabin and shook his head. The Chang-Chi just now was the product of a biological puppet maker, that is, a one-to-one replica of the slime mold man, and Chang-Chi himself controlled the slime mold man's every move through the remote control terminal on his ear that looked like an earring. This is a test. But Chang-Chi frowned more and more, thinking deeply about the test result, which was terrifying. As a substitute, the slime mold man was essentially executing Chang-Chi's consciousness, and the phenomenon just now showed that Chang-Chi could not have any cross-border behavior, and even thoughts could not go out of the Milky Way. That kind of isolation is like a high-voltage electric grid. Whether you pounce on it or touch it lightly with your little finger, the consequences are equally serious. This feeling is like a strict defense. At this moment, Chang-Chi suddenly saw a very powerful light flashing at the edge of the Milky Way. It seemed that there was a giant sharp blade cutting in from the outer edge of the Milky Way. No matter how strong the isolation at the edge of the Milky Way was, the sharp blade would go straight in without any hindrance. The colorful light band was cut off, and it seemed that even the space there was cut off. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and saw a blazing purple figure. There was a flashing infinity logo on his chest, and he himself was standing in a huge and three-dimensional infinity logo. This huge logo was in a translucent crystal state, and emitted golden light. It was this mark that easily broke through the isolation at the edge of the Milky Way, and its essence seemed to be the starship of that unknown creature. Its structure and form completely exceeded human cognition, and even exceeded the starship structure of ordinary advanced civilizations. Chang-Chi opened his eyes wide, and stared at the strange existence. Is it my kind? At this time, the purple figure raised his head, and some kind of wave energy emanated from its body, passing hundreds of kilometers in an instant, and then superimposed on Chang-Chi's body. Chang-Chi only felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. At the same moment, Chang-Chi heard a voice in his mind. As a serious criminal of infinite civilization, you actually tried to escape from your own prison? Your crime, and your current rebellious behavior have made you lose the right to be tolerated. As the executioner, I am here to put an end to you. As the voice fell, the infinite logo under the mysterious man's feet suddenly flashed brightly, and instantly became extremely thin, and then suddenly expanded, like a sharp sickle, sweeping everything. The moment it was released, all matter fell into a solidified state. Chang-Chi had no time to react, and no way to react. Seeing the thin logo, the spirit starship was instantly split into two, and his body was also split into two. The last moment of life returning to zero. Chang-Chi saw the invincible light sweeping across the Milky Way behind him. The prisoner no longer exists, so the prison has no meaning. The invincible power brought despair and darkness. The universe is infinitely vast and mysterious. There are countless types of landforms and resources, which can also breed countless civilizations. Coupled with the depth of time, and the fermentation of wisdom of different creatures, it can breed almost everything. What Chang-Chi saw was just the tip of the iceberg, a drop in the ocean, and a corner of the endless starry sky. He took a deep breath. Chang-Chi woke up from his dream. He saw that the Scarlet Singer was full of energy, standing in front of the observation window, stretching lazily, looking at the light in the distance. Chang-Chi is awake. Try on the new clothes I prepared for you. Thank you for your kindness, but I think those clothes don't match my cloak very well. Chang-Chi stood up, and stood in front of the round observation window, that was only the size of a pot lid. He stared at the colorful light band at the edge of the Milky Way, and his brows tightened slightly. The scene just now. I thought I woke up, but it was actually a subsequent dream. The Queen said that dreams are the release of the subconscious. So everything just now is most likely a reminder from the subconscious to me. I am actually a serious criminal. The general logic is that I took an escape pod and fell to the earth, or was thrown to the earth by someone, and the escape pod is the black pupa. I lost or was deprived of my memory. I met Chang-Chi, so I transformed into Chang-Chi again. And the Milky Way is a huge cage specifically for me. No matter how huge the Milky Way is, and how many creatures it has bred, for advanced civilizations, it is just a remote and backward barbaric land. Am I the so-called infinite civilization? What did I do wrong? If you want to figure this out, you must go out of the Milky Way. Staring at the colorful light bands floating silently in front of you. Chang-Chi no longer intends to repeat the steps in his dream, which is obviously a risky operation. He tilted his head slightly. Amma was afraid that his appearance would scare Chang-Chi's guests, so he hid in a corner far away, showing half of his head in a very funny way, and the two rods in his eye sockets were slightly turning in circles, watching secretly. Chang-Chi winked, and it shrank back again. The blockade was like a solid wall. But with the special existence of Amma, Chang-Chi could sneak out of the Milky Way. Although Amma's accuracy was a little off, it was a real path, and it would be the key to Chang-Chi's solution of all puzzles, and the key to breaking the deadlock. There is always a way out. Always optimistic. But the premise of optimism is actually that one has enough ability to deal with all unexpected disasters. Chang-Chi glanced at the STC on his wrist. It now lacked energy, and could not continue to fuse the mysterious fragments. The remaining number of synthesis was also limited. Most importantly, its current highest synthesis level was a level 4 civilization creation. The technology level of the infinite civilization in the dream is obviously higher than level 4. Clear thinking. Chang-Chi's first task must be to improve himself, and the core of all this is the synthesis limit of STC. The super universal energy used before has proved one thing, that the energy that STC can absorb can only be a higher level of energy, and the probability of finding this energy in the Milky Way is very small. Therefore, everything points to the outside of the Milky Way. The tool is Alma's wormhole, the crack in the cage. The wretched development full of uncertainty. A serious criminal with double dreams. Chapter 343. Watching the scarlet songstress leave. Chang-Chi turned around and squinted at Alma. Alma felt like a cow and horse, under great pressure, his body trembling, and countless millipedes made creaking friction sounds. Chang-Chi sorted out his thoughts, and had a clear goal. The first task must be to replenish energy for STC. Disassemble step by step. The technology that can power STC is likely to exist in a high-tech civilization. If you approach it rashly, there will definitely be unpredictable risks. Fear comes from insufficient firepower. And confusion usually comes from insufficient information. Chang-Chi needs information, such as the distribution and types of advanced civilizations, their technological means, and whether they are belligerent or peaceful. Information. Chang-Chi still stared at Alma. This guy's ability is a confused concept god. The description of the destination must be as accurate as possible. After thinking for a moment, Alma, I'm going to a place. Chang-Chi slowly said, there are many alien creatures of different races there. They have different cognitions and insights. They gather together and have sufficient time to communicate. There are perfect rules in that place, and they are all abiding by those rules. This rule cannot be chaotic or distorted. It must be conventionally cognized. If I arrive there, I will be treated equally and quickly integrated into it. Alma's eyelids blinked. Sigu, it's so complicated, I'm going to have worms in my brain. Your brain should have more worms. Chang-Chi stared at Alma. Listen carefully, I repeat it again, the place I'm going to, there are many alien creatures of different races. Remember. 5 minutes later, Alma was full of fighting spirit, holding his worm fist. Sigu, don't worry, this time, I will definitely dig a lump for you. No, I will strictly follow your standards, just wait and see. Outside the Ling-style starship, Alma disintegrated and turned into nearly 10,000 cows and millipedes, starting to bite the space. The gap flashing with colorful light became larger and larger. Sigu, it's almost done, I lead the way for you. Alma was full of confidence and took the first step into the wormhole. Expectations and the unknown are both exciting. Chang-Chi took a slow breath and also stepped into the wormhole. The sense of time and distance blurred again. Finally, Chang-Chi took a step out of the wormhole exit. The light around was dim, and the ground seemed to be an uneven stone floor, and it was damp and sticky around, and the sound of dripping water could be heard in the darkness. What is this place? Just as Chang-Chi was wondering, boom, an invisible pressure, like a mountain pressing down on his head, came crashing down from above. Caught off guard, Chang-Chi fell to the ground, his palms touching the wet ground. Crashed. Alma's body also disintegrated into a millipede crawling around. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. The gravity here is different from that on Earth, at least 20 times that on Earth. I am still not experienced enough, I must be prepared in advance next time. Slurp. The sub-god level Type 1 biochemical armor roared, and black lines appeared on Chang-Chi's clothes. The power assistance was quickly adjusted, and Chang-Chi slowly stood up and moved his arms and shoulders naturally. Ding 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 ding. There was an inexplicable sound, as if someone was hitting the metal quickly. Chang-Chi turned his head and saw 5 tall shadows appearing in the darkness on the right. They were immersed in the darkness, with a body of nearly 4 meters and an unusually strong chest. They stood side by side, like an unreachable wall. Chang-Chi frowned slightly. They must be alien creatures. But one of the tall figures took a step out of the shadows. It did not have human feet, but a huge chicken claw with yellow scales. Then, its complete image also walked out of the darkness. It was a standing rooster. It had a body similar to that of a human, with a trunk and limbs, but its feet were strong chicken legs plus chicken claws. The front half of its arms was similar to human arms, strong, with bulging muscles, but its palms were chicken claws covered with yellow scales, just like its soles. Its chest is covered with white feathers, and it wears a pair of tattered blue pants. Its head is a completely oversized chicken head, with a red comb, white feathers, a yellow beak, and red wattles on its chin, which sway back and forth. But their intelligence does not seem to be very high. They have a pair of cross-eyed eyes, with the pupils gathered on both sides of the nose bridge, one higher than the other. Its head is like a real rooster, turning in small and fast movements. Cock-a-doodle-doo, cock-a-doo. Cluck, cluck. The strange alien creature seemed to be talking to Chang-Chi, but the language was obviously incomprehensible. It reacted belatedly, and touched a collar on its neck with its claws. The collar seemed to have a language translation function, translating the words of the chicken-shaped creature into a language that Chang-Chi could understand. Welcome to Prison 322. Hello, new cellmate. We are the Little Blackie civilization. Duh. It tapped the translator with its chicken claws again. Correction, we are the Black Feather civilization. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. In his memory, a fleeting fragment emerged in his mind. It was a drug that he synthesized to suppress the ability of Kwanya Zai in the 24 incident. 322 prison drug. It comes from the mysterious 322 prison in the universe. It can 100% erase all the gene levels of those below the A-level gene. No one can develop an antidote because the criminals who enter the 322 prison have no chance of seeing the light of day again. Is this prison 322? Chang-Chi's mind buzzed. He thought of his request to Amma. There are many alien creatures of different races there, with plenty of time for communication, and there are perfect rules in that place. If I go there, I will be treated equally and quickly integrated into it. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Various cellmates, various exchanges. I can integrate into it in a matter of minutes. Chang-Chi looked around. Amma, you dug me another big one. At this moment, Chang-Chi finally saw a dozen millipedes scattered after the disintegration of Amma in the corner. Ding 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 ding. The crisp sound of knocking on metal came again. It turned out to be one of the chicken-shaped creatures. Its head was as fast as an afterimage. Its yellow beak pecked the ground like lightning. Then it tilted its neck and swallowed a dozen millipedes into its stomach. Then it returned to its cross-eyed face. Chang-Chi's pupil shrank suddenly. Amma. Chapter 344. Chang-Chi carefully observed the surrounding environment. Observed the gaps between the green stone floor and the wall. Confirmed that there was no millipede left within the range of his sight. And because there was no cow millipede to maintain the cave entrance, the wormhole he came from had also dissipated. Crackle. Burp. The rooster man in front of him cried out, and suddenly burped, and a few small black flakes flew out of his mouth, very light, and fell to the ground shakily. Crackle. Burp. The rooster standing at the back also seemed to have just had a full meal, and then burped, and some small black flakes also floated out of their mouths. The corners of Chang-Chi's mouth trembled. That was the shell on the surface of the millipede's body. Now it was like a melon seed shell with the flesh eaten away. Not only was it broken, but the flesh inside was also empty. Fuck. These roosters were so fast. In the blink of an eye, they ate all the millipedes? Wouldn't Amma be finished? Chang-Chi felt that the pace was changing too fast. He had just touched a trace of the truth. Although he was facing many blockades, fortunately, he had Amma's breakthrough tool, and everything was still optimistic. I originally wanted to find a place with convenient information, and a way to replenish energy for STC. Now it's alright. I actually got from one prison to another. And there's no way back. Amma, you guy. Chang-Chi felt mixed emotions. After getting along with Amma recently, he has become a little fond of this creature. Chang-Chi murmured, why is your aim so outrageous? Even if it's not accurate, don't go to such a dangerous place. Even if you can't control it, you have to act carefully. Even if there are not so many evens, you have become chicken shit now. Sigu, I heard everything. Chang-Chi paused for a moment, then confirmed the source of the sound, looked down at the pocket on his chest, and found a golden millipede curled up in it. This was the hostage from before, and also the patriarch of the Amma tribe. It was an unintentional action in the past that left Amma with blood. Chang-Chi stretched out his fingers and turned the millipede in his pocket over, and found that in the center of the curled-up golden millipede, there was a smaller black millipede wrapped around it. The bodies of the two millipedes rubbed against each other, and the words just now were spoken. Sigu, don't worry. My beloved and I are working hard to reproduce, and will soon restore the tribe. Chang-Chi looked at the corner of his pocket again, where there was a pile of small millipede eggs. You kid. Did you bring your woman with you when you came here before? She is still in my pocket, reproducing? The two millipedes entangled and turned. Sigu, reproduction is a great thing. Besides, if I don't reproduce, how can you go back? That's true. Chang-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that his father was alive, the pressure in his heart was relieved a little. Knowing that he could leave here, the pressure in his heart disappeared a lot. When will your tribe recover? Soon, about 30 hours. It will take a little while, but I can accept it. Amma, I will protect you in the future. Sigu, I am in tears. You are the best Sigu I have ever seen. Cluck, cluck. Chang-Chi looked up and saw the chicken-headed man in front of him. His two cross-eyed eyes were fixed on the only millipede left in his pocket, and drool was flowing from his yellow beak. Still want to eat? No way. Chang-Chi frowned, and at this moment, the chicken-headed man's sharp beak pecked forward fiercely. The muscles on its neck were so strong that its head looked like an afterimage. It even produced a sonic boom due to its high-speed movement. Its sharp beak seemed to pierce through layers of translucent space. So strong? Chang-Chi turned sideways to avoid being pecked in the pocket on his chest, and then stretched out his palm. The Type 1 biochemical armor extended black asphalt silk, wrapped Chang-Chi's arm, and gave him a huge power bonus. Crack! A sound like a screaming chicken being squeezed came, and Chang-Chi grabbed the chicken-headed man's mouth. But Chang-Chi didn't expect that the chicken-headed man's casual peck had amazing kinetic energy, and actually pushed Chang-Chi's body forward. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and let go of the chicken-headed man's mouth. Bang! The chicken-headed man's sharp beak pecked on the ground, and the whole earth was trembling faintly. Slurp! The Type 1 biochemical armor roared, its fighting spirit was ignited, and its subgod level body was ready to move. But the chicken-headed man was standing on the ground in the distance, with a pair of cross-eyed chicken eyes, and a slight gurgling sound in his throat. It suddenly stretched out its claws, and touched the translator on its neck. Insects are your friends, so we won't catch them. Sorry, sometimes we can't control our instincts. Then, the chicken-headed man perfectly reproduced the idiom, dumbfounded like a wooden chicken, standing on the ground motionless, looking stupid. The Type 1 biochemical armor surged with black asphalt, wrapping the position where Amma was, increasing the defense. After making sure that the chicken-headed man was no longer moving, Chang-Chi looked around. Since he had to stay for another 30 hours, he had to understand the surrounding environment and avoid risks. The light here was dim and full of gloom. Chang-Chi was standing in a space of about 200 square meters. The walls and the ground were made of dark green stone. The air was humid, and there was a constant sound of dripping water in the darkness. There was a dark stone road in front of him, with tall stone walls on both sides. There were forks in the road every few miles. In the dim light, the road had no end, and there were countless forks in the road. This seems like an ancient maze. Prison 322, a mysterious prison in the universe. No one can escape from here. This is the information Chang-Chi knows. And those chicken-headed people just now should be the prisoners here. Their intelligence is not very high, but their bodies are definitely strong. From this, it can be inferred that the creatures imprisoned here must not be ordinary species. At this time, Chang-Chi heard various sounds coming from the front. There was a rustling sound like rubbing against the stone wall, a low and unwilling roar, a painful groan, and a piercing laugh like some female creature. Various echoes mixed together. Chang-Chi couldn't see the source of these sounds, but he could clearly judge that they were all in the same space. This was a huge prison with all the prisoners mixed together. No one knew who built it and what its overall appearance looked like. Everything here revealed an unspeakable weirdness, as if countless crises were lurking in the dark. Chang-Chi pondered. Could there be information about energy here? It was also at this moment. Chang-Chi saw a strange scene. In his perspective, a line of text suddenly appeared, and it was Chinese characters. Chang-Chi was very sure that he did not activate any holographic projection device he carried with him, but that line of text appeared out of thin air like a game prompt in the virtual world. Explore here, you will get what you want. Chapter 345. Chang-Chi raised his hand and moved it in front of his eyes. He made sure that there was nothing in front of him. Those words were illusory and existed only in his perspective. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes and said, "Who are you? Why should I believe you?" After the voice fell, no one answered. Chang-Chi frowned and walked forward 2 steps. A line of white text appeared in his perspective again. Go forward 150 meters, turn right at the 3rd intersection, and you will get some good things. Chang-Chi stopped and stared at the words. Then he looked forward again. There was only one exit under his feet. If he walked along the path, there was indeed a right turn after about 150 meters, but there were many other forks on this road. Chang-Chi thought about it, and thought of the request he made to Amma before entering here. People in that world were following perfect rules. Are these words the rules? Chang-Chi clenched his fists, and the Type 1 biochemical armor flipped out the mask and entered a fully armed state. He decided to act according to the text prompts. To understand the logic here, the first step is to verify the rules. Even if he finds that the rules here are full of deception, it is better than running around like a headless fly. Go straight along the bluestone path for 150 meters and turn right. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes and saw a space of about 100 square meters in front of him, which was also made of stone walls and stone floors. In the middle of the ground, there stood a small tree. It was about 2 meters tall, with a green crown on its head made of green leaves, round like a mushroom head, and a pair of eyes with green pupils on the trunk, and 2 arms made of branches, with fingers made of green leaves. Because the ground was made of hard rock, its roots did not penetrate the soil, but stood on the ground like many tentacles. Seeing Chang-Chi's appearance, the roots of the small tree moved like feet, shrank back, and then timidly approached Chang-Chi, looking at Chang-Chi with a pair of green eyes. Swish! The crown of the small tree trembled, and the leaves made a friction sound, which seemed to be its language, but it did not have a language translator. Then the roots of the small tree began to spread, trying to absorb the accumulated water on the stone floor. Pop! A round green fruit suddenly grew out of the tree canopy, looking a little green, but very full. The little tree bent down and handed the fruit to Chang-Chi, and the fruit hung on the treetop, swaying. Photosynthetic treeman, prisoner WA234543, in order to grow stronger, occupied 14 alien planets with moderate light, and grew across galaxies in them, killing 9 races with his roots, a total of 42 billion other creatures. It has been imprisoned for 8.9 billion years. After a long period of repentance, it has become free of evil thoughts, calm in mind, and harmless to humans and animals. The photosynthetic fruit it breeds is a precious and delicious food for most creatures. Chang-Chi's pupil shrank. The green little fruit swayed slightly in front of him, and the tree man also looked expectant, but Chang-Chi did not touch it. He was now completely unsure whether this inexplicable text prompt was true or false, and whether it had any malicious intent. Sigu, you should be in front of an underage, photosynthetic treeman. Its fruit is a great food, you can eat it. Of course, if you are open-minded and great enough, you can also give me some, which will be very helpful for my physical recovery. Chang-Chi looked at the pocket on his chest. Have you seen this creature? Yes, Sigu. That fruit is a treasure that can only be obtained by the warriors of our tribe. I have an excellent sense of smell and perception. Believe me, the fruit is fine. If you are worried, you can let me eat it first. Chang-Chi's eyes flashed, and he slowly reached out his hand and touched the green fruit. The small tree trembled like a dog being tickled. Chang-Chi picked the fruit and gently broke it open. The fruit was very crisp, and the flesh was white. It exuded a fragrant smell in an instant. Put a small piece of flesh in the pocket on his chest, and the golden millipedes and black millipedes immediately coiled around and began to eat. Chang-Chi thought for a moment, and it was time to give Amma some trust. So he put the remaining flesh in his mouth. Sigu, I'm crying. You trust me so much. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Chang-Chi smiled and savored the fruit in his mouth. The taste was like a pear full of sweet juice. When you bite it, the juice splashes in your mouth, and then there are multiple layers of taste, each with its own unique fruity aroma. Each taste is sweet and delicious, full of the taste of nature and a strange aroma. Besides, Chang-Chi had been busy all the time, and he was indeed a little thirsty. Unexpectedly, just a bite of fruit was like drinking enough water, and all the cells in the body were instantly moisturized. Moreover, Chang-Chi felt his brain was unusually clear, as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. This kind of fruit is not only delicious, but also can replenish people's energy. Type 1 biochemical armor has a life monitoring system. At this time, all of Chang-Chi's life indicators are normal, and there is no sign of poisoning. With his eyes wide open, Chang-Chi looked at the tree man in front of him and nodded, very good. The tree man was greatly encouraged and tried to stretch his roots and absorb the moisture from the ground. Pop, pop, pop. 7 or 8 fruits grew on the tree crown. He bent down and handed them to Chang-Chi, shaking them slightly. Thank you. Chang-Chi was not hypocritical. He picked the fruits and left them for Amma as food. Walk out of this cell, go straight for 230 meters, turn right, and go straight for another 30 meters. Enter the second fork in the road, and you will get useful information. The line of words appeared out of thin air again. His. Chang-Chi pondered. What exactly is this hint? At first glance, it is well-intentioned and valuable. And this 322 prison is also a bit strange. Logically, since it is a mysterious prison at the cosmic level, the level of evil of the criminals is self-evident, but there is always a feeling that the creatures here are very friendly, whether it is because of repentance or for some other reason. Anyway, they are very friendly. The chicken-headed people before were also the same. When they found out that Chang-Chi wanted to protect the millipede, they immediately apologized and gave up eating. And the photosynthetic tree man just now has been imprisoned for 8.9 billion years. Does that mean it was imprisoned here in the early days of the universe? How could it be so long-lived? Who created such an ancient prison? 322 took a deep breath. Chang-Chi was on full alert, with both benefits and risks. He was ready to verify it again and act according to the text prompts. Chapter 346. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Chang-Chi heard a sobbing cry from behind a stone wall in front of him, echoing in the dark space. It was a woman's voice, and it was the voices of multiple women overlapping, weird and eerie, like a female ghost with a lot of resentment. Go straight for 30 meters, the second fork in the road. This is the source of the woman's cry, and it is also the second location given by the text prompt. Chang-Chi was on high alert and appeared at this fork in the road. He raised his head slightly, shocked by the scene in front of him. In the huge space in front of him, there stood a giant octopus, which was 200 meters tall, about the height of a 70-story building. It had 100 heads and 100 tentacles dancing slowly. Its pink body was covered with various spotted symbols, all the size of a fingernail, with patterns of small triangles, squares, or circles. And the cry, similar to that of a female ghost, was the sound emitted from its more than 100 mouthparts. Seeing Chang-Chi coming, it stopped crying. The translator soaked in mucus on its body flickered slightly, and a soft female voice came out. I know the information of all the prisoners in prison 322. Who do you want to find, and what do you want to know? Chang-Chi paused. At this moment, mysterious floating words appeared in front of Chang-Chi again. Prisoner EW24, from the Illusion Emblem, Civilization, a group of aquatic creatures. In order to strengthen his brain, this prisoner devoured 63 million of his own kind, causing the destruction of the Illusion Emblem, Civilization. All the patterns on his body are the brains of one of his people. It has 100 main brains in its head, and 100 secondary brains in its tentacles. To some extent, its biological form is a big data computing model. It has been imprisoned for 9 billion years. It repents from the bottom of its heart. It can help you query the information of prisoners in prison 322. Biological big data model? Chang-Chi opened his eyes and felt incredible. Then he said, I want to find a prisoner who knows the most about the types of energy in the universe. It has the most advanced energy knowledge. I am happy to serve you. The giant octopus's 100 huge heads nodded politely. Then the tips of its 100 tentacles lit up with pink light, moving at a rapid speed, leaving a series of afterimages, and moving the small patterns on its body according to a certain pattern. Every time it clicked, the small squares and circles would light up with a faint pink luster. Prisoner IUW002, Energy Master, was born in the 8th level technological civilization Luluzu, and was wanted by 33 7th level civilizations, 17 8th level civilizations, 5 9th level civilizations, and 1 10th level civilization. Its body perfectly meets your requirements. The giant octopus said, I hope my insignificant assistance can bring you effective help and make my confession more sincere. After that, the giant octopus used 100 tentacles to wrap around its 100 heads, motionless, like a weird flower. And at the top of the flower, a route map was projected, clearly marking the location of the Energy Master. Woo woo woo. It started crying again. Chang-Chi understood the meaning this time, and his heart was filled with regret and self-blame. It seemed that the hint of the mysterious text was reliable. Chang-Chi moved towards the position of Energy Master. His footsteps echoed in the dark stone corridor. Chang-Chi believed that the person behind the mysterious text had been observing him in secret. Why did you help me? Chang-Chi said, you kept providing me with necessary information. You are not a prisoner here, but you accidentally traveled here. Your genetic level has not been erased, and you still have some technological equipment. If the prison guards knew of your existence, you would be silenced, because no one could take the information about 322 out alive. Chang-Chi's brows relaxed slightly. You value my scarcity, and want to make a deal with me, for example. You want me to help you escape from prison. Very smart. But you guessed wrong. Because no one can escape from 322. Known by the prison guards, you are a prisoner here. Chang-Chi frowned again. What are you doing for? Like all other criminals, After 9.9 billion years of repentance, we just want to atone for our sins and help every stranger we meet. Chung-Chi's expression froze. Can time really make a vicious criminal become so kind? Unconsciously, Chung-Chi came to the cell of Energy Master. It's called a cell, but it's just a fork in the road, connected to a stone room of about 100 square meters, without even a door. The room was empty, except for a smooth dent in the center of the floor, as if someone had worn the floor out after endless years of meditation. Energy Master escaped from prison. Huh? Chung-Chi's eyes widened. Didn't you say that no one could escape from prison in 322? I'm just as shocked. Energy Master just did something that no one could do. I also found the message left by Energy Master. It spent the first half of its life attacking and plundering 89 advanced civilizations, snatching their energy and technology, and gathering these technologies together to form the final, white energy. When the three words, white energy, appeared, Chung-Chi found that the STC on his wrist suddenly flashed. He was happy in his heart. This time it should be right. Energy Master was imprisoned in prison 322 for 7 billion years, but he did not reveal the whereabouts of white energy to anyone. He wants to use white energy to atone for his sins and hand over this unparalleled treasure to a true leader with strategy, courage, and wisdom, a true pioneer of civilization. At this moment, Energy Master is outside prison 322, observing your every move. If you can escape within 24 hours, then you will see Energy Master with your own eyes. Energy Master will also complete the final confession and give white energy to you. Jailbreak? Jailbreak in this 322 prison where no one can leave? Chung-Chi's eyes flickered. Can I believe what you say? Yes. The long years have eliminated all our selfishness. Everything we do is for repentance. Chung-Chi's eyes flickered. Recalling the prisoners he had seen before, they were often imprisoned for billions of years. But he needed to escape within 24 hours. Even shorter than the time it took Amma to recover. No matter what, he had to stay here for 30 hours. Then try to break through this most mysterious prison in the universe. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes slowly. In fact, during his wandering just now, he had already discovered the clues of this prison. Chapter 347. The logic of prison 322 is problematic. The photosynthetic treeman that Chung-Chi had seen before was imprisoned for 8.9 billion years. Its name contains the word photosynthesis, and its previous crime was to occupy the sunlight of other planets. This means that it needs sunlight to survive, and prison 322 is dim. So what did it rely on to survive for 8.9 billion years? Chung-Chi also saw the phantom emblem, and the text prompt clearly stated that it was an aquatic creature. Although prison 322 is human, it is still far from the environment in water. How did the illusion emblem survive after being imprisoned for 9 billion years? The prisoners here are often imprisoned for billions of years. The lifespan of a star is about 10 billion years. Compared with the prison time here, it doesn't sound so eternal. Chung-Chi's eyes flashed. If you want to escape, you naturally have to understand the environment here, that is, the essence of prison 322. Compared with the prisoners here, Chung-Chi has a huge advantage. According to the annotation of the 322 prison drug, synthesized before, the prisoners here have been injected with inhibitors, and do not have supernatural abilities, only basic physiological functions. And Chung-Chi also has a certain amount of equipment on him. At this moment, Chung-Chi activated the SS Gene supernatural power, super speed, and the whole person turned into a black light, rushing into the distance along the stone road. He passed by cells like compartments, and many strange alien creatures were sitting, standing, or lying in the shadows. They were all in a state where all their spirit was exhausted by time, and they were stagnant and motionless. Chung-Chi felt like he had traveled thousands of kilometers, and the scenery around him did not change at all. He finally came to the end of prison 322, and found the edge of the blue stone floor. Beyond the edge was nothingness. There was a pillar on the edge, with a red button inlaid on it. It looked like plastic, and reflected a faint red light. The cells around were empty. There were no prisoners here. Even if there were, they didn't seem to be interested in pressing the button. Click, Chung-Chi pressed the red button. The light and shadows flickered around, and between bright and dark, endless bluestone roads and bluestone walls appeared in front again, just like turning on the lights, illuminating the wider 322 again. Chung-Chi continued to run, crossing the long distance. There were compartments here, and there were no prisoners. After nearly 1,000 kilometers, Chang-Chi came to the edge of the stone road again, and a red plastic button appeared in front of him. He pressed it without hesitation, and 322 continued to expand. He continued to run, and after an unknown number of kilometers, Chang-Chi encountered the same red button again. Press, everything repeats. Chang-Chi stopped. In terms of area, he will never get out of prison 322. But the guess in Chang-Chi's heart was confirmed again. Then, Chang-Chi started running at the fastest speed again, but instead of continuing to explore, he returned to the cell of Energy Master. This is a wide stone platform surrounded by stone walls. Only the central part of the platform was dented by Energy Master, just like a monk who sits for a long time will also rub the ground in front of the Buddha statue into shiny marks. Chang-Chi observed every detail here. What kind of jailbreak method did Energy Master use? I feel that there is something behind that wall. Mysterious words appeared in the perspective again. Chang-Chi walked forward a few steps, reached out to touch the wall behind him, and with a little force on his palm, he felt the wall loosen. Rumble. The friction sound of rock sounded, and the stone wall turned, revealing the words carved on the back. It was a strange word, which Chang-Chi could not recognize. The words were covered with dark, dried blood, like the dents made by people rubbing their fingernails and finger bones. It was also at this moment. The mysterious words in Chang-Chi's perspective reappeared, translating those languages into Chinese characters. Everyone must abide by the rules here, but at the same time, they are not aware of the rules here. For billions of years, I have been repenting and thinking. I am afraid that only by breaking the rules, here can I leave here. What I want is not to escape, but I don't want the white energy that has been exchanged for countless lives to be completely buried in a corner that no one knows. This is what the Energy Master left behind. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes and thought, then suddenly turned his head to look at the other walls in this space. He paced in this space, constantly reaching out to push the walls around him. The first wall was motionless and fixed. The second wall was also motionless. When Chang-Chi touched the third wall, there was a rumbling sound of the wall rubbing against the ground. This wall, which was about 2 meters long, turned, revealing the dark space inside. On the narrow ground, a corpse was lying. It was a humanoid creature wearing a white cloth robe. Each of its white hairs had 2 right-angled bends, like thin lightning bolts, which were wetted by the moisture on the ground, and looked very miserable. On its exposed skin, there were many small copper pieces, which looked like scales from a distance, but if you look closely, they should be the 2 poles of a battery, because there were plus and minus on the 2 adjacent copper pieces. It had the same facial features as humans, but without pupils. Its eyes were a dull gray color without layers, and it had died a long time ago. It's the Energy Master. Why is this happening? The text in the perspective also expressed strong surprise. I guess one of the rules here is all prisoners will be imprisoned for billions of years without distinction. Chang-Chi didn't seem that surprised, but said slowly, and the Energy Master seems to have taken the initiative to break this rule. In other words, the way to escape from prison is suicide? Or, the Master's escape from prison actually refers to liberation. Are you planning to do the same? The text in the perspective raised a question. Chang-Chi looked down at the millipede in his pocket, and saw that many small millipedes had hatched from their eggs, faster than expected. Suicide is impossible. Chang-Chi moved his shoulders, but I have another plan. Chapter 348. Inside the prison, 322, it was dark and depressing. The unchanging stone walls and ground, the wet ground, the strange smell, and the weird cries of various alien creatures. All these factors add up to a very disgusting existence. At least for a creature like Chang-Chi, he didn't want to stay here for a second longer. Amma, the fruit of photosynthetic tree man, seems to speed up your reproduction. Yes, my favorite Sigu. Amma, every single member of your tribe can tear out a small wormhole. Although it is not enough for me to travel through, it is indeed a wormhole, right? Yes, my beloved Sigu. Very good. Sigu, please tell me your plan. Amma should be an important part of your plan. I am ready and can stop mating, and go through fire and water for you. Amma, I see that your breeding speed is quite fast, so you should not mind if I take a small part of your tribe to feed the chickens? Yes, my favorite, I mind. Chang-Chi moved at high speed. First, he came to the front of the photosynthetic tree man. And the photosynthetic tree man was like a cute tree spirit who wanted to please Chang-Chi. Seeing Chang-Chi's appearance, he gathered all his strength and popped. More than a dozen green fruits grew on the treetop. Chang-Chi picked the fruits, added the previous stock, broke them into pieces, and threw them into his pocket. Countless calf millipedes ate them happily. Then, Chung-Chi picked up a few small millipedes and seduced the chicken-headed man before. Those guys were really stupid and cute. Under Chung-Chi's enticement, they came to a specific location. After that, Chung-Chi came to the biological big data system, Illusion Emblem, that he had seen before. Illusion Emblem said, "How can I help you?" 3 prisoners walked out of the cell. Their names are A, B, and C. But they are mixed together. I don't know who is A, who is B, who is C, and I heard that they are all scammers and will never tell the truth. Chung-Chi thought for a moment, if I ask any prisoner next, who is more honest between you and C, what do you think it will answer? Okay. Phantom Emblem blossomed, and 100 tentacles danced, clicking on various patterns on its body. Suppose you ask Alien A. Since they don't tell the truth, when it tries to guess B's answer, A has no idea how B will make up a lie, because B is also lying, and A has to lie to imitate B's lie. This is an unsolvable logic. Wait a minute, and do the calculation again. If A thinks that B will point to C as being more honest, A has to make up a lie in the opposite direction. But A is not sure how B will lie, so it cannot give a stable answer that conforms to its lying rules. There is no solution for the time being. Wait a minute. At this moment, the whole body of Phantom Emblem trembled slightly and looked at Chung-Chi. May I ask what is the meaning of your question? Chung-Chi said seriously, I just want to know. Which of them is more honest? The 100 heads of Phantom Emblem nodded in unison. Okay, I'm happy to serve. Please wait, I will calculate again. If A thinks that B will not point to C, it is more honest. It also cannot make up subsequent lies, because it does not know B's false direction. Chung-Chi smiled. Then you can calculate slowly. Then, Chung-Chi returned to the photosynthetic treatment again. The Type 1 biochemical armor tentacles entangled and formed a large basin, in which the millipedes were devouring the fruits. Boo, boo, boo. Photosynthetic treatment was also trying to grow new fruits. Chung-Chi did not hesitate and directly fed them all to the millipedes. The reproduction rate of the millipedes increased sharply. Ah ma, let your mature people stretch their muscles. Just tear up the space here. No need for a large span. Just point to point in the prison. The more wormholes there are, the more chaotic the better. Various millipedes crawled out and began to tear the space apart, making it impossible for Chung-Chi to pass through. There were more and more wormholes, some a few centimeters short and some several meters long, and they were riddled with holes. What are you doing? Mysterious words appeared in the perspective. You should know what brain in a jar is. Chung-Chi's eyes flashed, and he said a surprising conclusion. I suspect that Prison 322 is a virtual world. Brain in a jar, the brain of a creature is taken out of the body and placed in a jar filled with nutrient solution. This brain is connected to a supercomputer through complex circuits. The computer can send various electrical signals to the brain, such as vision, hearing, touch, smell, etc. From the perspective of the brain, it will think that it is still living in a real world, but in fact, all of this is just a false experience simulated by a computer program. I am one of the prisoners here. I can tell you with certainty that this is not the brain in a vat, this is Prison 322. The mysterious text was trying to explain. Chung-Chi shook his head. Not being able to find the truth of the brain in a vat should be one of the rules here. From the perspective of the intelligent brain, it is nothing more than a code that must be executed. This is a bit ridiculous. All the prisoners have billions of years of life. Isn't this ridiculous? Just press a button and the area here can be extended infinitely. Isn't that ridiculous? I have just demonstrated my extraordinary power, but the prison guard did not appear at all. As the most mysterious prison in the universe, there is no prison guard here at all. Isn't that ridiculous? Chung-Chi's eyes flickered. And everything I just did has only one purpose, which is to make this virtual world collapse. Then, Chung-Chi turned around and looked in the direction of the illusion emblem. Regarding the ABC question, it will never calculate the answer, because that question is actually an infinite loop logic. I once learned some maintenance knowledge on garbage Earth. What artificial intelligence fears most is gradient explosion. That is, the same problem generates endless answers, and each calculation requires the integration of all previous speculations. I said, this is a virtual world. Then the thinking of Phantom Emblem will definitely consume the computing power of the entire world. This will form the first impact. That is, the key rules are contradictory, resulting in a large amount of computing power being occupied. Chung-Chi looked at the millipedes that were drilling holes everywhere. There were tiny wormholes all around, twinkling like stars. they will form a second impact. Various spatial anomalies are intertwined. For the simulator, it is a conflict of time and space logic, one of the most troublesome bugs. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and those chicken-headed people. At this time, at the edge of the 322 prison, 5 chicken-headed people stared at the red button in front of them with cross eyes, dumbfounded. Suddenly, the surface of the red button flickered slightly, and a twisting millipede appeared. Chang-Chi had lured the chicken-headed man here before, and placed the small world matrix simulator he carried with him around. Chang-Chi naturally didn't want to use Alma's people as bait. It was just a joke. Small world matrix simulator. Kidnapping a few chicken-headed men's brains is naturally not a problem. And the command set by Chang-Chi is to simulate infinite millipedes. Kakata. Duo. The chicken-headed man's mouth was as fast as an afterimage, and he pecked directly at the millipede on the button. The button was pressed, and a prison, thousands of kilometers away, appeared in the distance. The stupid chicken-headed man smacked his lips, as if he didn't get any food. But it didn't matter. The next moment, a fat millipede appeared on the red button. Didn't get any food. The millipede on the button disappeared, but 2 more millipedes appeared immediately. Dodo. The millipedes flashed endlessly. Dodo, dodo, dodo. All 5 chicken-headed men joined in pecking. The chicken-headed men were so powerful that their pecking speed even exceeded the speed of sound. Every second, they would produce an astonishing number of peckings, which was almost impossible to count. The red button flashed like crazy. The 322 prison in the distance expanded infinitely. Soon, the third impact will be formed. The infinite superposition of the physical area of 322 prison will generate a large amount of useless data, and eventually lead to data overflow vulnerability. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. For the virtual world, 3 impacts will form a fatal blow. Bobo Bobo, the photosynthetic tree man, used all his strength to breathe the fruit, but was swallowed by the millipede, and more millipedes began to bite the space. If A tells a lie, it has to make up another alien to pretend that B is telling the truth, but it is not sure of B's true reaction, and it has to make up a lie, so it can only fall into a cycle of entanglement, with no solution. Phantom Emblem is still stubbornly deducing the question. Kakata. Duo 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 duo. The chicken-headed man can never eat the fat worm. His eyes are red, and he pecks endlessly. Bobo Bobo. No solution. No solution. No solution. Duo duo duo. Key rules contradict themselves. Gradient explosion. Space-time logic conflict. Data overflow vulnerability. Buzz. The entire 322 prison trembled, and entangled and flickering lights and chaotic mosaics appeared out of thin air. Buzz. A stone wall in front of Chang-Chi suddenly broke into countless codes, revealing a huge gap. And behind the gap was a dark universe. I think I guessed right. Chang-Chi's face was calm, and he took a step into the cave. This step was like traveling through time and space, and directly changed a world. He saw a huge cube with a length of tens of millions of kilometers floating in the quiet deep space. The surface material was similar to the blue rock of Prison 322. It was ancient, solemn, and silent. And in the deep space, not far away, Energy Master stood quietly. When he saw Chang-Chi after prison break, he showed a silent smile and gave Chang-Chi a thumbs up from a distance. You are very smart. Chapter 349. This seems to be an extremely desolate area of the universe. No stars can be seen, nor any other stars. Prison 322 is a huge dark blue rectangular block, like an ancient stone tablet, or like the remains of some old civilization. It emits blue light in the dark vacuum, illuminating the surrounding space. It rotates slowly, originally silent, but it seems to resound with a heavy roar. The old man in white special clothes not far away is a strange creature. He was about 60 years old, but every white hair looked like a bolt of lightning with 2 right-angle bends. His eyes were pure white, emitting some kind of fluorescence from inside, and his skin was covered with small copper pieces marked with positive and negative poles. They call me Energy Master. In fact, I am a devil who kills without blinking an eye. The old man opened his mouth, and white electric current burst out from the corners of his mouth. Although he was hundreds of meters away from Chang-Chi, Chang-Chi could hear it. Chang-Chi stepped on the ice blue light circles, walked in space, and approached the old man. The body you saw in Prison 322 is actually my data body, that is, the consciousness I imprisoned. The Energy Master was very relaxed and said calmly, my race is born with energy sensitivity, able to sense the existence of various energy sources, their energy levels, efficiency, reserves, etc. Therefore, We are obsessed with all energy, just like you humans are obsessed with drugs. Chang-Chi opened his mouth, but in a vacuum environment, the sound could not be transmitted. The energy master looked back, and a thin white current began to emerge between the positive and negative poles on his body, flowing out from the positive pole and drilling into the nearby negative pole, like an arch bridge formed by current. Then the countless electric current arches on its body expanded, forming a 4-meter diameter sphere, white, beating, and dazzling, wrapping Chang-Chi in it. When Chang-Chi spoke again, the vibration of the sound could be transmitted along those electric currents and became audible. "Do you know humans well?" Chang-Chi asked. The energy master nodded gently. 322 once imprisoned a human criminal, and he has been my neighbor for 6 billion years. Chang-Chi opened his eyes. Are humans also qualified to enter prison 322? And have humans ever broken through the isolation at the edge of the galaxy? I know what you are thinking. No matter how small the anthill is, there will always be a strongest guy. No matter how dim the galaxy is, there will always be a brightest star. Just like me, I am in the same situation. The energy master looked forward with pure white eyes without focus. I am the strongest individual in our civilization, but also the craziest, most arrogant, and most inhuman guy. I frantically collected all the energy I saw. After holding all the energy in this civilization in my hands, I was not satisfied at all, and I set my sights on my own kind. Our race, everyone can store a certain amount of energy in their bodies, just like the batteries you know. I began to slaughter my own people. In my eyes, they should abandon their individual thinking, gather together, and combine into a more subversive energy. I killed my wife and my 3 children. I gathered them into my body, and I felt that, in essence, we were not separated. I didn't even feel any remorse. I killed and killed, I became stronger and stronger, and I killed all my tribesmen. The ordinary people among them were melted by me, and only the best ones were worthy of fighting side by side with me. Hearing this, Chang-Chi said, "Fight side by side. Do you have any accomplices?" The energy master shook his head and looked at the densely packed small copper pieces on his body, marked with positive and negative poles. In our race, each person only has a pair of copper pieces. Chang-Chi raised his head and squinted his eyes. You killed them all and attached their positive and negative poles to yourself, including your wife and children. The energy master stared at prison 322 for a long time without saying anything and acquiesced. Then I began to walk into the universe, into other planets. As the energy master spoke, his eyes trembled slightly. I will not let go of any energy I see, even if it is just a lithium battery of a level 1.5 civilization, or a completely uncontrollable fusion energy. I will take them in and melt them. Of course, those natives will definitely not let me take them at will. The energy master's white eyeballs flashed, and a video appeared on the surface of the electromagnetic sphere in front of Chang-Chi. It was a backward planet. Countless alien races with gray wrinkled skin, thin arms and thighs, holding gunpowder-ignited thermal weapons, charged forward. And in the sky in front of them, there was obviously a creature with a life level far higher than theirs. That was the energy master. It was floating in the air, causing flying. The white pupils and countless copper pieces on its body released countless exploding electric snakes. All the energy on this planet was like a trickle of silk ribbons, floating from the ground to the air and gathering in its body. Suddenly, Energy Master released part of the energy in his body, and the circular energy wave, with its body as the center, suddenly spread out and plundered the earth. When the circular energy passed through the aliens' bodies, in just a moment, thousands of aliens turned into charcoal standing with guns, and all the skin on their bodies shrank, just like a roasted mummy's, and the teeth on the jaws fell to the ground one by one, and because they were roasted crispy, they were smashed to pieces. Energy Master slaughtered hundreds of millions of lives for the energy on such a backward planet. In the future, I will continue to rob and kill. My ambitions are getting bigger and bigger, and I will set my sights on a higher level of civilization. I rely on my natural characteristics to use my body to release or absorb huge amounts of energy, and I use this ability as a weapon. And as long as I have enough energy, I can also transform myself into an energy form similar to electricity, and almost no one can capture me. I hate their selfish mentality, and the way they look at me. I can even sacrifice my own family, so why can't they make some due contributions to the evolution of energy? So I never leave anyone alive. Later, I even robbed the energy of a level 8 technological civilization and started from their weak points. It was a colonized planet, a high-level civilization school. I killed 12 million infants, many of whom were not born yet, and were still sleeping in the incubator. From there, I obtained a very powerful energy, quantum ripple, which was beyond my imagination. The energy master clenched his fists, looking excited, but in fact, there were tears in his eye sockets. I am successful. I feel unprecedentedly powerful. Those energies in my hands will exert 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times the power. I will melt and merge the 112 top energies I plundered, store them in a lattice, and rename them White Energy. As its creator, I was also deeply shocked. It is simply a flawless creation. That is the pinnacle of our energy-sensitive race. That is the closest we, as lower creatures, have ever been to God-level civilization. Although I don't know how to make full use of its value, because I don't have any technological equipment that can match it. But as a prototype energy source, it can at least match the 11th level of technological civilization. I mean at least. Chapter 350. That day, I met an extremely powerful pursuer. The energy master's eyes trembled, and a clear fear spread. It calls itself the Executioner, driving an energy battleship with the appearance of the infinity symbol. It only said one sentence: it came here to end me. Chang-Chi's pupil shrank. He thought of the nightmare at the edge of the Milky Way. Because he tried to break through the blockade of the Milky Way, it seemed to have exposed his identity, and also attracted a creature that called itself the Executioner, also riding an energy battleship with the infinity symbol. It just made a random move and wiped him out. The Executioner in the dream actually exists. 322 is a prison. There should be corresponding pursuers or law enforcers, just like the relationship between prisons and police in human society. I didn't expect that this character would be the Executioner in my dream. Chang-Chi pursed his lips slightly. That guy said in the dream that he was a serious criminal. What crime did I commit? It's so scary, so terrifying. Its power is simply overwhelming. It seems that it can destroy everything within its sight with just a tap of its toes. All the criminals in prison 322 were arrested by it. The pupils of the energy master trembled. At that time, I had already taken out the energy in my body, condensed it into white energy, and hid white energy, so my combat power was less than 1/10,000th of what it was before, but I knew very well that even if I was in peak condition, even if it was 10 times the peak condition, I would not be able to fight against the Executioner. Chang-Chi's pupil shrank. In fact, in his dream, he could also feel the other party's invisible pressure, and the feeling of invincibility. Later, I was sent to 322, which was an ordinary laboratory. Then the brain-computer interface was forcibly opened, and the entire person's consciousness was thrown into the 322 prison. After that, I began a 9 billion years of imprisonment. The energy master looked back at Chang-Chi with a strange calmness in his eyes. Do you know what changes will happen to a person's mind when he is imprisoned for billions of years? Chang-Chi shook his head. I'm afraid no one can imagine that feeling. At first, it was anger, unwillingness, and the ferocity was still there. Then, there was depression, pain, suffocation, and madness. After that, there was helplessness, dullness, calmness, and memories. After that, all the experiences in my life would appear in my mind again, and they would become clearer and more detailed. I could see every person I killed and every piece of damage I caused. After that, I would feel self-blame, regret, and repentance, and they would become stronger and stronger. The souls that once died at your hands, mixed in the huge waves, formed by regret, wailed, roared, and hit your heart again and again. That feeling is like being cut into pieces. Liquid tears actually flowed from the white eyeballs of the energy master, and they seemed to be hot. Then, a thought naturally came to my mind: how can I atone my sins? Slowly, all the thoughts in my mind disappeared, leaving only atonement. I am willing to be kind to every creature I see, and I am willing to do my best to help them. Every time I help others, it is as if I have been poisoned and have drunk a drop of antidote. Chang-Chi's expression moved. Thinking of the creatures in the cell, the tree man always tried hard to give him fruit, and the octopus always said glad to serve. It turns out that the heart of the sinner, after being washed by endless time, will really return to the simplest kindness. I learned a belief from the human in the next cell, which you call Buddhism. I learned that one of the concepts is that meditation and chanting can save the dead and let their souls rest in peace. So I started to meditate and chant, and it lasted for 5 billion years. I heard that the human lifespan is only 100 years, but the enlightened monks can save countless souls. I don't know my 5 billion years. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. The energy master began to tremble, his expression full of regret and self-blame. I know I can't atone for my sins, but my repentance seems to be deeper. I have an idea that I want to leave prison 322. I can't let white energy be silent. I can't let it go to waste, but I will never control it again. I will hand it over to a star of hope, a leader with strategy, wisdom, courage, and good character. In the future, he will use white energy to revive and prosper one or more civilizations. The energy master looked at Chang-Chi. I have absorbed something called spiritual energy, which allows me to see the essence of another creature in the blur. I see that you carry the hope of revival of far more than one civilization. Your existence can even be summarized in the word great. Chang-Chi paused. I am not that great. The energy master did not explain, and continued. In prison 322, one of the rules is, as you said, that all prisoners must be imprisoned here for 10 billion years. This is a logical lock, so other prisoners, no matter how painful it is, will survive here passively. I saw through this rule and opened the deadlock of thinking. I escaped from prison by committing suicide. But I didn't leave because I found out you were coming. Your performance did not disappoint me. You are the best successor of white energy. The energy master looked directly at Chang-Chi, his eyes full of hope and sustenance. He then turned around and glanced at the surrounding energy balls. A line of words slowly appeared on the surface of the ball. Triangulum Galaxy, Celestial Coordinates, Right Ascension 1 hour 33 minutes and 50.90 seconds, Declination plus 30 degrees 39:36.6. Remember this position. White energy is on a planet full of hope. The energy master looked at Chang-Chi. The sin belongs to me, but the future belongs to you. Chang-Chi carefully wrote down the string of numbers, and when he looked back at the energy master, the old man had a smile on his face. Just as he said, he drank a drop of antidote despite being poisoned. And the energy master stared at Chang-Chi's cheek. I also found that you have more than one gene in your body, and you have some unprecedented compatibility, so I can give you another gift. The energy master suddenly grasped Chang-Chi's right hand, and pressed his two thumbs on the back of Chang-Chi's hand, his white eyes flickering. Hiss, hiss, Chang-Chi felt the burning pain of the electric current on the back of his hand, and subconsciously withdrew his arm. The energy master smiled faintly, and this was obviously not a kind of harm. When Chang-Chi raised his arm and looked at the back of his hand, he found that there was a plus and minus symbol branded on the back of his hand, just like the copper plate on the energy master, representing the positive and negative poles. This is the gene of our energy-sensitive clan. The energy master smiled, absorbing energy, releasing energy, and after reasonable development, it can be transformed into a variety of practical forms, just like my voice in a vacuum, and the energy spheres around us. You can't assimilate this gene now, but sooner or later, it will become your power, and at that time, you will become the last bloodline of the energy-sensitive clan. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. He understood the meaning of the arm symbol. This is another gene model like the silicon-based gene. Now, I can finally leave. I will travel in the universe, and use the knowledge in my brain to help backward civilizations as much as possible. The energy master said, his eyes flashing, and suddenly took a step back, making a surprising move, kneeling on the ground, in the void, and kowtowed to Chang-Chi. This is also the etiquette I learned from my human prisoner. I don't know its correct usage. I only know that it represents the highest gratitude and the most sincere expectation. After the energy master kowtowed, he raised his head, and his hoarse voice trembled in the silence. If possible, please help me atone for my sins as much as possible. Chang-Chi saw a kind of repentance from the heart in this old alien creature, and also felt its most sincere sincerity. It had committed heinous crimes in the past, and those crimes did not disappear, but were wrapped in layers of kindness by it, as a warning for the rest of its life. Chang-Chi nodded quietly. The energy master smiled again, as if he had drunk another drop of antidote. As Chang-Chi watched it go, it walked towards the deep space in the distance, gradually going farther and farther. At this moment, Chang-Chi turned around and looked at a place behind him that energy master could not see. It was a rotating mosaic, breaking layer by layer, revealing a dark hole. Energy master didn't know that this was still a virtual world. It thought it had escaped from prison, but it had only escaped from the first layer. The current location was still 322. Perhaps it was because Chang-Chi was a different existence. He was not a criminal, but entered 322 through Amma's wormhole. Or perhaps, only Chang-Chi's prison escape method could really work.